You were originally the gifted and extraordinary holy son of the extreme Tao sacred land, but now you have been crippled in cultivation and reduced to a mining slave at the mercy of others, even implicating your only 16-year-old brother, only because the true holy son has achieved something and is no longer hidden, while you are just a substitute used to block disasters. I thought I could only wait to die silently in the mine in this life. Who knew? At this moment a mechanical sound rang in my mind. Ding! Detected that the host is in a low point in life, and recently life has been full of misfortunes. Please confirm binding to the Invincible Summoning System to rewrite fate and reverse life. Binding successful. With the sudden appearance of the system prompt sound in his mind, Yang Diyuan's eyes lit up instantly. Ding! The newbie gift package has been distributed. May I ask if the host would like to claim it? Claim. Yang Diyuan's gaze coldly swept over the mocking mind slaves, while communicating with his mind. Newbie gift package claimed successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the cultivation of the Great Emperor. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Great Emperor Realm Battle Slave. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Supreme Emperor Technique, Non-3 Classics. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Saint Realm Battle Slave. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Physique, Pure Yang Saint Body Dao Fetus. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 18 Emperor Pills, Dao Lotus Seeds. As the system prompt sounds repeatedly appeared in Yang Diyuan's mind, he became more and more excited, completely unaware of the outside world. I'm talking to you. The bald miner who had been mocking him repeatedly reached out to slap Yang Diyuan, and the other miners, enjoying the show, showed mocking smiles while reveling in his misfortune. Wow! Suddenly, a cold light flashed. The bald man's pupils shrank sharply, his face still showing fear before being overwhelmed by it. He then felt a sharp pain in his body, and in the next moment, the bald man's body seemed to be cut into several pieces by a divine weapon, falling to the ground. Congratulations, host, you have gained 1,000 kill points. The group of mind slaves all widened their eyes, feeling their scalps numb and their hairs standing on end. The bald man actually died so silently, they didn't even see who did it. The mind slave suddenly stood up and shrank back, looking at Yang Diyuan with fearful eyes. Yang Diyuan. With the emergence of a voice, the prison door was opened, and at the same time, the elders of the two instruments and four symbols sect appeared before everyone. He looked at the tragic scene on the ground, frowned, then looked at Yang Diyuan, feeling that the other party had changed. Under the isolation of the prison formation and the suppression of cultivation, how big of a wave can this false prince, whose cultivation has been abolished, stir up? What means did you use? He was somewhat curious. However, Emperor Yang Yuan did not pay any attention. The elder of the Tai Chi and Four Symbols sect was immediately enraged. The black whip in his hand appeared, like a dancing spirit snake making crackling sounds as it shot towards Yang Diyuan. It would definitely cause flesh to split upon impact. However, before the black whip could touch Yang Diyuan, it was visibly disintegrated and shattered by an invisible force. What? The elder of the Taiji and Four Symbols sect widened his eyes, retreated violently outside the prison, and the radiance surged on his fingers. A talisman instantly stuck to the door lock. Such a strange method. In that case, there is no need for you to exist. Then the hands formed seals to activate the imprisonment formation to kill everyone. However, the next moment an unexpected event occurred, as the formation was inexplicably shattered by some unknown energy, rendering it ineffective on the spot. How is this possible? The elder of the two instruments and Four Symbols sect was completely panicked. Up to now, he only knew that it was Yang Diyuan's doing, but the latter still sat motionless in place like a mountain. Suddenly, the elder of the two instruments and Four Symbols sect had both arms broken, crying out in pain. As a five-realm powerhouse, he suffered heavy injuries without even seeing the enemy. The miners were shocked and stunned. Before they could recover, a black-clothed figure appeared next to Yang Diyuan out of thin air. With just a wave of his hand, the elders of the 2E4 Xiang sect were inexplicably restrained by a mysterious force. Despite their intense struggles, they were helpless as their heads were forcibly knocked to the ground. Who is this black-clothed figure? The elders of the 2E4 Xiang sect were filled with extreme fear, unable to muster even the slightest resistance against the overwhelming pressure and momentum emanating from him. You can't kill me. Your younger brother is not dead yet. He has been contaminated by the sinister source deep in the mine. I know how to cure the sinister source. Emperor Yang Yuan, however, remained unmoved and directly ordered the execution. The black-clothed men received the order and instantly blew up the entire person of the elders of the 2E and 4 Images sect. The miners were horrified to see this, as the 5 powerful experts were easily killed, but they still harbored a glimmer of hope, even beginning to fantasize about the days after escaping from the blood mine. In the next instant, they were turned into shattered corpses by a ray of light. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained 15,000 kill points. Reminder, you are only 33,000 kill points away from opening the system mall. Then Yang Diyuan exhaled a breath of turbid air. Integration of the Emperor's cultivation base. With the communication of his mind, Yang Diyuan felt an invisible force rapidly spreading throughout his body, quickly spreading through his limbs, internal organs, tendons, bones, blood, and flesh. Congratulations to the host, promoted to the first level of body forging. Congratulations to the host, promoted to the second level of body forging. Congratulations to the host, promoted to the ninth level of body forging. As his power gradually recovered, Yang Diyuan became more and more excited. Congratulations to the host, he has been promoted to the ninth heaven of the embodied air realm. Congratulations to the host, promoted to the ninth level of the condensed Dan realm. Congratulations to the host, promoted to the ninth heaven of the spirit vein realm. Congratulations to the host, promoted to the ninth heaven of the Dharma point realm. Congratulations to the host, promoted to the ninth level of the treasure viscera realm. Sixth realm. He, Yang Diyuan, is back again. At one time, he was in the extreme Holy Land, highly tilted by resources and even became a regiment's favorite, and his cultivation could be said to be the envy of countless people. But since he learned of the false son's identity, everything was nothing but falsehood. Just as a substitute. In the past, with his own efforts and talent, he had cultivated for more than 10 years before stepping into the sixth realm treasure viscera. And now, just one thought is the culmination of more than a decade of effort. And the treasure viscera realm was not yet the end of the road for the current him. Congratulations to the host, promoted to the peak of the ninth level of the earth spirit realm. Congratulations to the host, promoted to the peak of the ninth level of the heavenly soul realm. Congratulations to the host, promoted to the peak of the nirvana realm. Congratulations to the host, promoted to the peak of the sacred realm. Into the holy. It was already touching the threshold of a saint. One can master part of the Tao and the power of order. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the cues surfaced one after another in his head, Yang Diyuan's strength soared. Throughout the ages, he believed that there was never anyone like him. A thought that went straight to the peak of a great emperor. Congratulations to the host, successfully promoted to the peak of the great emperor realm. Yang Diyuan felt his own power, like a god. Now if he wanted to, a single thought could destroy the continent that he was now treading under his feet. Directly. Body casting, air containment, Dan concentration, spiritual veins, Dharma points, treasure organs, earthly prana, heavenly soul, nirvana, entry into sainthood, sage, great sage, saint king, immortal, supreme, god king, half emperor, and great emperor. This is the cultivation system of the continent today, the holy land of polarity. Inside the main hall, Yulin Feng was as plump as jade, his black hair flowing, his eyes surging with refined light. As a true son, he had followed the old ancestor of the extreme Holy Land in cultivation since he was young, and now he had already ascended to the peak of the seventh realm of prana, 8 realms of heavenly soul. He was certain that he could step into it in a month or so, even if it was watery. Yulin Feng had been suppressing his realm for close to a few months in order to have a solid realm, exploring the wonders and essence of each realm, and pursuing perfection. At this moment, Yulin Feng looked at the slender and large silhouette with a modish figure beside him, and his mind was slightly moved. Senior sister, haven't seen you for years, how are you? Elder brother is so secretive that even I'm in the dark. Listening to the saint girl's big pearl falling from the jade plate of clear and pleasant words, Yulin Feng waved his hand. This matter is known to few people, including the saint master, including a few seniors know only. If not, Yang Diyuan would not be so honest for me to walk the world. He is too ordinary. So many years of cultivation resources tilted. Surprisingly, he is only at the 6th realm. That said, senior sister won't develop feelings for Yang Diyuan, right? Holy Maiden Hua Yuelan's face was calm as she shook her head. The marriage contract between you and me, Holy Lord, and my family's old ancestor are already making preparations. 3 days from now will be the day of our wedding. He is far from having the charisma that you have on you. Hua Yuelan sighed slightly in her heart. It was true that she did once have feelings for Yang Diyuan, but after learning of his false son's identity, everything seemed so small. Whether it is identity or talent, all crushed Yang Diyuan. With him, although there is a little emotional ties, but all unimportant, he will die soon. In terms of Yang Diyuan's mining slave in the blood mine mountain, letting him die this time was also helping him to be free from the pain of the guile source contamination. As a silhouette surfaced on the side, Yulin Feng and the Holy Maiden Hua Yuelan both bowed. Greetings to the Grand Elder. The Great Elder of the Extreme Holy Land is a fierce character who followed the last generation of Holy Masters, and it is said that his cultivation has long arrived at the peak of the great saints, and he has lived for 6,000 years, and even then he still has 2,000 years of longevity. Oh, How do you two feel after being in contact for the past few days? Yu Linfeng and Hua Yuelan responded, attracted to each other. The wedding is inevitable and is the result of two people's hearts. Aha! The Grand Elder nodded. The old folds on his face were happy. After all, the status of the lineage where Hua Yuelan is located is not too far from the extreme Holy Land. It's considered to be a strong alliance. He reached out and stroked his snow-white beard, saying, the Holy Lord has sent out the wedding invitations. 3 days later, people from all the major Holy Lands will arrive to congratulate. Suddenly, the Grand Elder's complexion suddenly changed. His face flushed red, and a mouthful of reverse blood actually gushed out. This scene caused Yu Linfeng and Hua Yuelan to be slightly startled. What was going on? Who can make a strong person who is in the Great Sage Realm vomit blood? The prohibition dissipated. The Grand Elder opened his mouth, his brows furrowed, and Yu Linfeng and Hua Yuelan, who were on the side, had a heartbeat. It's hard to believe that Yang Di Yuan actually has a method to destroy the prohibition planted by the Divine Sea? That was set up by the Great Sage Realm. It was a bit too outrageous. The idea? Somewhat unrealistic. The blood mine is very unusual. Once gave birth to immortal soil. It is rumored to be in existence in the Chaos Sea. Even now the value is extraordinary. Except that the power of the Gui Yuan it contains is too bizarre. Perhaps it is the self-detonation caused by Yang Di Yuan being probed by the Gui Yuan into the Divine Sea after his death. The Grand Elder didn't take it seriously. He is a holy king. This news was known to very few people 1,000 years ago. If someone was able to forcefully break through the prohibitions he had planted, they were definitely in this realm as well. If Yang Di Yuan had that kind of connections, he wouldn't have been a false son for 20 years, and he wouldn't have had no one come to his rescue after his cultivation was abolished. Deep in the blood mine, the power of the weird source diffusion. The naked eye can see the black and red gas in the diffusion. One after another mining slave's body stained instantly transformed into a monster. A 15 or 16-year-old teenager. Unable to support the body, the consciousness began to become fuzzy, and slowly collapsed on the ground. Brother, I can't hold on much longer. I hope you'll be safe and sound. I hope I can leave the blood mines alive. And I hope you'll be able to revisit the divine altar and penetrate the extreme sacred ground. This place. Thousands of disciples of the two dimensions and four elephants sect were at the third and fourth realms, but they could only be reduced to guarding the town. At the top of the side mountain peak, there was a complex there that was the residence of the great elders of the two dimensions and four elephant sect. Several elders were in the conference hall at the moment, and Yang Di Yuan, the wasted saint son of the extreme Holy Land, was still the talk of the town after their tea. Holy son. Sixth realm cultivation, not older than 21, right? Even though he's a false son, he's still wasted in scent here. That brother of his willingly entered early in order to save him, delaying a few days for Yang Di Yuan. The people of the Holy Land are truly extraordinary, being deprived of their cultivation and still being able to resist the contamination of the bizarre source for a few days. Creepy source. It can be said to be the source of weirdness, and his brother will die a horrible death before the end of the day. You don't know how many people died tragically in the fight for this blood mine back then, when all the great Holy Lands fought one after another, bleeding and sculling. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. When a small clan discovered it in advance, it was unfortunate enough to be tainted with the Gui Yuan and transformed into a monster, slaughtering the clan in a single day. As the elders of the two element four elephant sect conversed, they seemed to have sensed something and hurriedly silenced their voices. The 6 of them, who could be said to be in the late middle age, with their chi and blood already showing signs of drying up, all stood up with fawning faces as two disciples of the extreme Tao Holy Land appeared behind them. How did it go? The two disciples of the extreme Tao sacred ground had a lingering breath. They were the followers of the holy maiden Hua Yuelan. Their cultivation strength was also at the 5th realm of the Dharma points, and they had come here specifically on their orders to make Yang Di Yuan die a horrible death. The elders of the two dimensions and four elephants sect are sighing in their hearts. Obviously all of them are in the 5th realm, but the age gap is not half a star, and the future prospects are even wider, heading for a higher stage. Whereas their group of old farts had spent their entire lives before arriving at the starting point of their slightest endeavor, there was no harm without comparison, and some of the elders even found the scene extremely ironic. Don't worry, we sent out the elders. Counting the time, we should have gotten it by now. Yang Di Yuan is now an invalid, and is also confined and isolated by a formation. There will never be any accidents. The third elder slowly opened his mouth, very confident. After all, the current Yang Di Yuan was a dog that could easily bite to death, let alone a 5th realm elder making a move. If an accident did occur, he could get down on his knees and eat. Buzz. Rumble. Suddenly, the blood mines shook, the earth roared loudly, and the surrounding magma even began to erupt as a cry went up outside. What's going on? Is someone attacking the blood mine? Not? Several elders and 2 disciples from the extreme Holy Land wondered. In the next instant, the disciples of the 2 dimensions 4 elephants sect appeared in panic. No, it's not good, elders. The 5th elder has been killed. Killed. There's a very strong black-clothed cultivator beside Yang Di Yuan who has already broken through the formation and walked out. The elder of the 2 dimensions and 4 elephants sect instantly clustered his eyebrows with a slight dismay in his eyes. There was actually a change in Yang Di Yuan. Who was that man in black? Could he behead the 5th elder in such a short period of time, without even having the time to inform them? Anger rose in their hearts. They were a group of old guys that had been real friendships for almost 1,000 years. Now, the 5th elder has been killed. Immediately, an elder charged out with his sword. Old 6. Old 8. The 3rd elder cried out anxiously. The 2 Holy Land disciples were also surprised that Yang Di Yuan, who was already in a situation of certain death, could still have an accident. Both of you don't worry. What the Holy Maiden has explained, we will definitely handle it properly. And today, Yang Di Yuan must die. The next instant, the 3rd elder turned into a stream of light and swept out. In just an instant, the gaze locked onto Yang Di Yuan. Beside it, there was even a man in black standing. At this moment, quite a few mining slaves had broken out of their prison cells and surged outward, actually trying to break through this place and escape. The disciples of the 2 dimensions and 4 elephants sect instantly gathered to block. For a while, the scene was chaotic. Yang Di Yuan, did you kill old 5? Several elders appeared in front of Yang Di Yuan's path, their faces full of killing intent. Yang Di Yuan ignored it, and just then, 2 more figures surfaced, or a familiar face, from the extreme Holy Land, once fawning over him as well, but after the recent huge changes, everything was gone. Yang Di Yuan, I advise you to honestly kneel down and cut yourself. After all, you and I were once in the same sect and don't want to make a move. The gazes of the 2 disciples of the extreme Tao Holy Land carried a look of disdain. There was a sense of exaltation, an inexplicable sense of superiority welled up in their hearts, and now that their identities were reversed, it was hard not to want to step on it. Is that someone from the extreme Holy Land? And the elders of the 2 dimensions and 4 elephants sect, that person is Yang Di Yuan, a former saintly son. I see that will die this time. With nearly 10 5th realm powerhouses and thousands of disciples, it's hard to leave gracefully. Many mining slaves were astonished, having long heard of Yang Di Yuan's origin and identity, and were both sorry and mocking. Kill him. The elders of the 2 dimensions and 4 elephants sect struck out on the spot. Moreover, they wanted to buy favor in front of the disciples of the Holy Land. But in the next instant, the black-robed man beside Yang Di Yuan appeared in front of them with a flash. With just a single punch, the leading 6th elder was blown up on the spot, his body turning into blood and water, with no bone crumbs left behind. What? The elders of the 2 dimensions and 4 elephants sect were horrified. That was a 5th realm Dharma point cultivator, and he was blown away with a single punch? It's too simple, easy and casual, not waiting for them to react. A strong and domineering mighty pressure swept out longitudinally. The range was so wide that it spread throughout the blood mine. Under the terrifying pressure, the void was shaking and hissing, and the stones on the surface of the ground turned into pieces one after another. For a moment, the elders of the 2 dimensions and 4 elephants sect couldn't even use their remaining strength to resist, and were crushed to their knees on the spot. Not only them, but the disciples of the Holy Land were likewise the same. A group of mining slaves where the blood mine is located. Even the disciples of the 2 dimensions and 4 elephants sect were not spared. Looking around, there were tens of thousands of people in the entire blood mine, kneeling in a large area of blackness. What a strong pressure. A group of elders bore the brunt. The pupils in their eyes contracted extremely. The bones of their flesh were crackling, being squeezed. The bones of their fingers exploded, and the flesh and blood between their fingers tore and exploded. They didn't understand that the other side was just 2 people. Surprisingly, he controlled everyone present with a single thought. The black-robed man who had struck out, apart from the punch at the beginning, hadn't moved again, and just the aura emanating from his body had controlled them all. What kind of horrible ability and strength is this? And what realm is its cultivation in? Even the 5th realm was so easily suppressed. The elders of the 2 dimensions and 4 elephants sect were completely alarmed. The mind vibrates and trembles. They now believed without hesitation that with the strength of the man in black, as long as he wanted to, under a single thought, he would be able to let them die completely and miserably on the spot. Yang Di Yuan, you even have a backhand? The pupils of the 2 disciples of the extreme Tao Holy Land contracted. Their expressions were shocked, and surprise was written all over their faces. Having been in the same sect as Yang Di Yuan, they had been orphans since they were young, and should not have any powerful backgrounds. But now, the appearance of the man in black made them feel deeply powerless and desperate. Could it be that Yang Di Yuan came from a lineage comparable to a Holy Land? Ridiculous that the two of them took the initiative to help, but did not expect to end up in this situation, wanting to die. With a look from Yang Di Yuan, the man in black slowly raised his palm and merely shook his hand, and several elders of the 2 dimensions and 4 elephant sect, one after another, exploded in place. Pust, 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 blood flew out, hot blood bursting onto the cheeks and bodies of the disciples of the extreme Tao Holy Land, their pupils trembling violently as they felt a death-like sense of suffocation. Ling Yuan, Yang Di Yuan thought, disappeared in place in a flash, and when he reappeared, he was holding a teenager with no breath in his arms, which was clearly his younger brother. This scene stunned the jaws of the 2 Holy Land disciples, their eyes as wide as bronze bells. Yang Di Yuan actually recovered his cultivation? How the hell did he do that? The cultivation that had already been abolished had unexpectedly recovered again, not to mention that the strength seemed to have been refined. The Fang's means of disappearing in place and appearing in place left them unable to return to their senses for a long time. Is it possible that he has become a saint? Yang Di Yuan didn't pay attention and didn't bother to guess their thoughts, looking down at his brother within his arms. If Yang Lingyuan hadn't taken the initiative to take on for Yang Di Yuan and delayed it for a day, I'm afraid that I wouldn't have been able to wait for the awakening of the system to follow him. Yang Lingyuan's face was dark, his hair was falling out, and the chi of Gue Yuan spread on his body, which was on the verge of being swallowed by the purple-red mist. Brother, profound. Profound. The 2 Holy Land disciples were a little panicked, now like a chopping block of fish and meat, completely without the ability to resist, can only be killed and slaughtered, and then opened their mouths to beg for forgiveness. Their voices were sincere, and their tone of voice was genuine. Seeing that the 2 of our brothers follow the Holy Maiden of the Yuelan, spare us, we will never appear in your eyes again, and we can even give up the identity of the Holy Land disciples on this, and completely go far away. No matter how much the 2 Holy Land disciples begged, but Yang Di Yuan never looked at them. Seeing the black-clothed man slowly shaking his hand, their palms and then their small arms and big arms exploded into blood mist one after another. They could no longer endure the fear of death, and hurriedly shouted, "We know the way to deal with the tricky source. The extreme Holy Land has records, and the Dan Palace also has pills for sale. Let us go, and now go back to perhaps catch up with the time." The 2 did their best to beg for mercy, but the words had not yet fallen. Yang Di Yuan, but the palm of his hand erupted a strange light. Order runic patterns flowed, the rules of the great Tao intertwined. A wisp of haze, a golden brilliant and radiant mist instantly streaked out, easily eliminating the bizarre source of chi from Yang Ling Yuan's body. The purplish-red mist was crunching in a zip, zip, zip sound, as if it was completely smoldering under the baking of the samadhi flame. This scene instantly made the 2 extreme Holy Land disciples nonplussed. The means that Yang Di Yuan had used was too shocking. His cultivation had been restored, and he had really crossed several great realms, arriving at the Sage Realm. Surprisingly, he was able to utilize the power of rules. How old is he? 21. The total amount of time spent in cultivation counted as just 11 years. Brother, Abyss, Abyss, you really broke through the Saint Realm? The 2 of us brothers, who go through fire and water, are willing to follow you. Please spare our lives. All of this is what the Holy Maiden Hua Yuelan asked us to do. She wanted us to end your life with our own hands, and in 3 days Hua Yuelan will be marrying the Holy Son Yu Linfeng, and the wedding invitations have long been distributed to all the Holy Lands and lineages. The 2 are incredible and tell the news as a way to gain trust. You guys are not worthy. Yang Di Yuan coldly snorted. At the same time, the black-clothed man's palm instantly clenched. At the same time, the 2 since the original place to explode. The corpse is no bones. In the distance, a group of disciples of the 2 dimensions and 4 elephant sect, as well as the mining slaves, all collapsed in fear at the sight in front of them. One froze in place for a long time, and the next instant, pust, 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 blood mines. Thousands of disciples of the 2 element 4 elephant sect one after another were like brilliant fireworks, exploding in place. The mine slaves died equally horribly. Blood stained the ground. Ling Yuan, Yang Di Yuan, with the power of the laws of order across the entire body of its torso. Every inch of skin and flesh are purified. Soon the body gradually dissipated, vitality quickly recovered up. A Tao lotus seed sent into its mouth. The majestic and vast medicinal power diffused, moisturizing and warming up its body. Brother, Yang Lingyuan slowly opened his eyes. His cheeks were no longer pale and became rosy. He actually could not believe what was happening in front of him. What's going on? It's okay. From now on, the blood mine is ours as brothers. Yang Di Yuan laughed lightly. Congratulations to the host. 13,000 points of kill value. Congratulations to the host. 13,000 points of kill value. Congratulations to the host. Congratulations to the host. Gaining 100,000 kill value. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. Successfully opening the system mall. Current kill value balance, 165,000 points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully occupying the blood mine. Annual revenue of spirit stones, 100 million. Annual revenue of blood spirit stones, 50 million. Annual income of weird source objects, 3,000. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Yakuza. Chapter 3 Creating the Death God Mountain. 3 Emperor-level formations guarding it. Great emperors must die if they come. Yang Di-yuan was a bit surprised. Once in the extreme Holy Land he had heard that the blood mines were extremely valuable. But I didn't realize that the annual income was this significant. And although the extreme Holy Land had handed over the blood mines to the affiliated 211 Four Elephant sect, it also had other considerations in mind. Mining and exploring the blood mines comes at a price. And once upon a time, more than 2,000 mining slaves flowed through the water here every day. All are monks. After so many years, the number of people who had died tragically within the blood mines had become unmeasurable. At this kind of cost, the extreme Holy Land only needs to contract this place out, and still has the absolute right to speak. And the Two Dimensions and Four Elephants sect will even do their best to do it, to please the extreme Holy Land and gain blessings. 100 million spirit stones. Every year. Such a share. Spare Yang Di-yuan's heart. There are also more rare blood spirit stones, which are worth more than that, and can quench spiritual weapons and magic treasures. If it was exchanged, 50 million blood spirit stones could be exchanged for around 500 million spirit stones. In other words, the net income of the blood mines in a year is as much as $600 million. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the physique, extreme heavenly demon body. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the imperial art, extreme heavenly demon technique. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the emperor's soldier, the extreme heavenly demon armor. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the imperial soldier, the extreme heavenly demon halberd. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the imperial soldier, the extreme heavenly demon shuttle. Yang Di-yuan's heart was moved. It was actually a one-stop service. Came in a big full set. Physique. Feats all around. Brother, who is he? Yang Lingyuan frowned, his cheeks a bit childish. On high alert. Pointing at the man in black. Our slave. Yang Di-yuan explained. And only then did the old brother believe that this topic would not be mentioned for the time being. Brother has accidentally found a way to awaken your physique. So from today onwards, you will cultivate while here. Yang Lingyuan worried. This place is owned by the extreme Holy Land. Nowadays not only will the Two Dimensions and Four Elephants sect send people, the Holy Land will likewise take action. Besides, the blood mines are too bizarre. Yang Di-yuan lightly laughed, and in the next instant, the black-clothed man received an order, and a terrifying saintly pressure vibrated and swept across the 8 directions. Invincible, and a strong aura suppressed out. Yang Lingyuan's breath was held and his eyes carried an unbelievable color. Surprisingly, it was a saintly pressure. There's absolutely no mistaking it. The air was spread with order runes as well as part of the power of the Tao. Once after all, was a disciple of the extreme Tao Holy Land. If this eyesight is not there then he can go to plant the land. Yang Di-yuan saw the excitement on his oldest brother's face and whispered in his ear to tell him something even more shocking. Brother, this isn't a dream, is it? His brother is actually a great emperor? This is just unbelievable. Although I don't know how Yang Di-yuan did it, but now wouldn't they be able to push everything across the board, and no one could ever bully or betray them again? 211 and 411 sect. At the Hall of Souls, as one soul jade after another shattered one after another, and all of them still belonged to the elder. The 2 disciples guarding this place instantly looked horrified. Breaths were held at this moment, and the 2 disciples rubbed their eyes incredulously and went to watch again, their cheeks turning pale in the next moment. 1, 2, 6 elders. All 6 elders stationed at the Blood Mine Mountain are dead. Quickly see how the soul jades of the disciples who traveled to the Blood Mine Mountain for training are doing? It's all broken. Is it possible that the blood mine has been invaded by a weird source? The elders and thousands of disciples are probably all dead. The 2 guarding disciples didn't dare to delay and informed at great speed. Just less than half an incense stick. The patriarch and vice patriarch of the 2 Dimensions and Four Elephants sect, as well as more than a dozen elders and all the major peak masters, had all arrived at this place. How could this happen? More than 10 years have passed since the blood mine was handed over to our clan by the Holy Land, and nothing strange like this has ever happened. If something bad really happens to all of them, it will be a heavy blow to my 2 Dimensions Four Elephants sect. The faces of everyone present were extremely grave, their lips turning blue and their words trembling. The patriarch and vice patriarch even clenched their fists. feeling that the possibility of it being a trick source infestation and infiltration was very small, and besides, they had already mapped out the pattern long ago, fearing that there would be other accidents. However, if it was a sect affiliated with another Holy Land that came to seize the blood mine, even if they went to war, they wouldn't be able to take them down so swiftly. Thousands of disciples as well as 6 elders. That wasn't a small number. Who the hell is it? And what kind of strong person dared to strike at the blood mine? When the extreme Holy Land had fought down the blood mines at great cost and gained the right of ownership, no one should be ungrateful enough to dare to mess with it. Patriarch, this matter can't be delayed. I'll bring the 3 of us forward to investigate the truth. The Vice Patriarch opened his mouth and said, in a few days, the Holy Land will know about it, and will definitely chastise then. Time is tight, and if we can't pay the right amount of spirit stones in the coming month, we won't be able to be spared all the same. The 2 Dimensions and 4 Elephants sect Patriarch nodded and said, as soon as possible, make sure you are safe. Go senior brother. The Vice Patriarch thundered and instantly transformed into a long rainbow to leave this place, and there were 3 Hall Masters who similarly eyed the Patriarch and then followed the Vice Patriarch closely. In this case, from now on the entire clan is on martial law. Get ready for a level 1 battle. Royal Beast Hall Master. Tens of thousands of war beasts get ready. For Elephant Hall Master. Prepare the killing formation and the disciples who will activate it. Sword Hall, Battle Hall, and Weapon Hall, under the command of the Peak Master. 7 Peak Masters, gather the disciples and coordinate the planning. We might have to fight a tough battle. Patriarch sighed heavily. The blood mine appeared accident was not expected. Once the accident, that is involved in the existence of the Holy Land like that. If angry, subordinate clans as well as subordinate to other Holy Land under the clan will not have a good end. Out with the bottom, pseudo-sacred soldier. This Patriarch would like to see who doesn't open their eyes. Do not give my 2 Dimensions and 4 Elephants sect a chance to live. Blood mine. Outside the complex. Yang Lingyuan sat cross-legged. Ding dong. The extreme heavenly demon body begins to merge. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Only to see Yang Lingyuan body exudes an unspeakable energy, spreading longitudinally and horizontally, his black hair fluttering with the wind, surrounded by a layer of purple light, as if transformed into a cocoon. Rule and order permeated the top, and the Tao rules intertwined and interspersed, like flickering rays of light with secret power. Yang Diyuan was able to discover that under the fusion physique, his younger brother Yang Lingyuan was being cleansed and quenched of the dross and impurities in his body. Clanging sounds like beating iron were transmitted into the void from time to time. Yang Lingyuan's physique changed tremendously, and the sky also became cloudy at this moment. Thunder rolled, and the entire blood mine's mountain was blackened. The light in the sky was engulfed, and as thunder flashed like the beating of divine drums, 100 feet tall purple 3-headed, 6-armed, Vajrat angry Dharma figure emerged, sitting cross-legged in the air just like Yang Lingyuan. The sky full of thunder rumbles unceasingly, splitting behind, and then there is a new descent. The falling thunder transformed into a diffuse purple ball of light, stretched out horizontally around the Dharma phase, sacred and majestic, inviolable, with the ultimate devilishness. The Vice Patriarch of the 2 Dimensions and 4 Elephants sect as well as the 3 Hall Masters figures lingered in the air, and from afar, they looked like a god or devil standing, carrying an oozing aura and a terrifying majesty. It's a physical vision. Is it hard to believe that when we captured the mining slaves, we offended the worldly families and holy places? The Vice Patriarch's breath stuttered. This was no small matter. It was extraordinary. Those who could possess a physique were talented at least in the vast majority of cases, and their backgrounds were even less weak. The corners of the mouths of the 3 following Hall Masters all twitched again. They had already received a message from the Patriarch that the entire clan was ready to strike. He cursed the next door. What the hell is going on? The Vice Patriarch was a bit grumpy. If it was really as he guessed, even if the entire army of the 2 Dimensions and 4 Elephants sect attacked, it wouldn't help, and in the end, it would still require the Holy Land to be able to make a move. In the meantime, Qianhuang Dao Mountain, Qianhuang Palace, the hearts of countless disciples shook. 100 feet high vision across the sky over there directly blacked out, with this side as clear-cut black and white lines, able to clearly see the situation over there. What kind of genius, what kind of physique could trigger that vision? At the same time, the 10,000 Dragons sect, the Golden Dipper Mountain, and other sects all had sect masters and disciples standing at the top of the mountain looking away, and the former all looked solemn. It seems that there's going to be a change in the sky. The blood mine has actually changed ownership. A monk wearing a robe, holding a Zen staff and pinching the Buddha's seal chanted the Buddha's name, his snow-white eyebrows and beard fluttering in the breeze. Blood mine. The physique anomaly lasted for several hours. Yang Lingyuan's physique was also greatly tempered. It could simply be said to be sublimated. As the vision dissipated, The purple light cocoon did not enter the body surface, and the oldest brother slowly awoke. Brother, awesome old man, I told you that our ancestors' bloodline is extremely extraordinary. This physique is too strong. I think it's no weaker than the various holy sons and goddesses in them. Name, Yang Ling Yuan. Physique, extreme heavenly demon body. Cultivation, body casting second heaven. Yang Di Yuan looked at his excited old brother and laughed softly. Recreating the road of recultivation is a straight path. There may be new experiences and insights, no matter the time. Remember, when the physical body reaches its limit, the will take you to kill the abyss. Yang Ling Yuan sniffed, recalled for a long time, and solemnly nodded his head. He glanced at the system panel. Name, Tun Yang. Age, 21. Cultivation, peak of the Great Emperor Realm. Imperial art, immortal scripture. Extreme heavenly demon technique. Physique, pure Yang sacred body. Taoist fetus. War slaves, 1 in the Great Emperor Realm. 1 in the Sage Realm. Emperor's Pill, Lotus Seed X17. Kill value, 165,000 points. Occupied land, blood mines. After Yang Di Yuan looked at it, that immature thought in his heart grew more and more intense. Ding dong. Detecting excessive mood swings of the host. Opening the main quest. Create a force. Yang Di Yuan was stunned. Is this even possible? If he wanted to XXOO with a celestial fairy, he wouldn't have opened a mission to rob a suppressed lady, would he? Ding dong. Does the host create a force? Create. Please name the host. ___________. Death Mountain. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. The creation of forces is complete. Congratulations to the host and the reward for the mission. Congratulations to the host, who has acquired the initial power building. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the initial power startup capital, 1 billion spirit stones. Congratulations to the host, for obtaining the Imperial Grade 9-star Fallen Killing Formation. Congratulations to the host, for obtaining the Emperor Level Infinity Defense Formation. Congratulations to the host, for obtaining the Emperor Level Chaos Trap. Congratulations to the host, for obtaining 30,000 peak battle slaves at the 9th level of the Treasure Viscera Realm, 6th Realm. This one is a real bonus. 1 billion spirit stones. What is that concept? If you replace it with a physical object, you can pile up half a blood mine. The 3 types of Emperor level grand formations. Which one was unattainable? In the entire continent, even the great imperial formations held by the Holy Lands were all crippled and incomplete. And those that were complete were too rare, perhaps existing only within those ancient Dao lineages and great courts. And now, it's directly 3 great emperor formations. As for the 30,000 war slaves, although all in the 6th realm, but the number is not to be underestimated, at least as far as Yang Di Yuan knows. 100 of the 2 dimensions and 4 elephants sect cannot withstand these underpinnings. After all, these 30,000 war slaves were all existences that were one great realm stronger than the elders. The protector blood mine is more than enough. Use the initial power building. Buzz, 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 with an ear-splitting buzz and tremor, where the top of the mountain next to the blood mine was located. One after another splendid palace stood out of thin air. Beautiful. A building rises up with beautiful views and decorations that are elegant and aesthetically pleasing. Asterisk. Yang Ling Yuan couldn't help but poke his neck out and stare, looking at a building in front of him that was simply like thunder descending and hitting him straight in the heart. In these few short days, such mysterious and bizarre things had happened to his cabinet, Yang Di Yuan, which was simply the means of the immortal god. His heart thumped as he looked at one brilliant and exquisite temple building after another in front of him, and he couldn't wait to run into them on the spot. The main hall, the side hall, the residence hall, as well as the Dan Pavilion, the Artifact Pavilion, the Formation Pavilion, and the blood mining mountain 1,000 miles away, but it actually stood out 1,000 feet high wall. Yang Ling Yuan's eyes were twinkling stars as he looked at Yang Di Yuan with an adoring face. Brother, is this going to be our home from now on? Yang Di Yuan touched his oldest brother's head. Yes, this will be our home from now on. Use the 9-star Fallen Killing Formation. Use the Infinite Defense Formation. Use the Chaos Trapping Formation. Ding dong. Successful use. As the beat sounded, terrifying and powerful emperor lines crossed the void. Order runes were flowing. Intertwined rules were rippling. And a terrifying killing aura could be seen with the naked eye flowing unchecked. With a visible transparent shroud of light enveloping the surface of the earth, it disappeared without a trace. Yang Di Yuan felt the terror of the killing formation. Even if a Saint King arrived, he could be killed instantly by forcing his way through. Immediately after that, the defense formation spread. Every corner and every inch of the ground was covered by the rules of order, and the defense formation was completed. Immediately after that, the chaotic mist diffused and swept across, crisscrossing the outside of the Slayer Hall. The three formations intermingle. Even if a great emperor came, he would have to consume quite a bit of time to study the countermeasures. Summon the Treasure Viscera Realm War slaves to guard the Hall of Slayers. Subsequently, Yang Di Yuan brought his oldest brother to appear above the martial arts arena, which wasn't too small in scope, with silver-white stone tiles paved on the ground, forming a raised half-meter-high square ring that was the size of several soccer fields. I'll pass on the Emperor's law to you, the Immortality Scripture. Night Ridge Mountain. The Vice-Patriarch of the Two Dimensions and Four Elephants sect, Fu Yu, looked at the city wall that towered 1,000 feet high where the blood mines were located, and was dumbfounded in place for a moment. Not only Fu Yu, but the three hall masters on the side, their mouths were also wide open. How long has it been? How did a 1,000-foot wall appear out of nowhere? The range is wide enough to cover 1,000 miles in a square. The blood mine is within the city walls. In the end, what kind of person have such means and energy, according to them, to get the news, and then to rush to this place, but only a few hours? First, there is the physical anomaly. Again, to the walls that now loom in all directions. Let them be amazed to the core. It can't be any big man who avoids the world and doesn't come out, fancying this piece of land, right? Besides, I feel that there is extreme danger ahead, approaching at random. Perhaps I might die. The three hall masters still could not hide the astonishment in their hearts, speaking with a tremor, their voices not daring to amplify, as if they would incur a great disaster as a result. Try the transformation mirror. Fu Yu's eyes flashed with brilliance as he used his secret power along with the power of the divine sea to catalyze a precious mirror, which was the size of a basin, with a calm and luminous surface that carried secret power. Once urged, the mirror on the scene began to change, but the speed is extremely slow. Fu Yu's eyes condensed. Heart, that what happened here is by no means simple, otherwise it would not be so slow. In the past will soon show up. We're here to help you. Seeing this, the three hall masters released the chi and energy in their bodies, which could be seen with the naked eye as three pillars of light that did not enter the mirror. Click. No good. The four people's faces changed abruptly, only to see that the transformation mirror began to crack and disintegrate inch by inch. Cracks were all over the place. It was actually unable to go back, and was about to collapse. Boom! Even though the four of them dodged in time and dodged away, they were still chipped by the shattered lenses on their bodies. My daisy baby. Somehow, the three hall masters, including the vice patriarch, all had a gloomy face, and their asses were the focus of attention, as if hitting a bull's eye, stabbing three slices one after another. For a long time, feeling the discomfort in his body, Vice Patriarch Fu Yu pulled out the last lens, bringing up columns of sprayed blood, and his palms couldn't help but clench. When people are really unlucky, they can't even drink cold water. We don't have time. 4 hours have passed. We have to figure out the situation here. If there's really no way out, we can only listen to heaven and ask the people from the extreme Holy Land to make a move. At this juncture, isn't that bumping into the muzzle of a gun? Extreme Holy Land and the family marriage wedding. Feast all kinds of heroes. The Great Holy Land. If we know the blood mine thing, our 2 meters 4 elephants clan really want to be nothing. Left and right are both dead. We might as well break in and see. A hint of determination appeared in Fu Yu's eyes, but when he looked up at the 3 hall masters on the side, he suddenly felt that something wasn't quite right, and their faces looked bad. What's wrong? They've all turned Say something, Fu Yu said. Let's, sneak in and see what's going on. The corners of the 3 hall masters' mouths twitched even more helplessly, holding their foreheads with black lines on their faces and sighing. Fu Yu noticed something and turned slightly, only to find 12 men in black sitting behind him, having listened to him for who knows how long. You, heirs. Fu Yu was ready to strike. Swish! The peak cultivation of the 6th realm erupted from the black-cloaked man, suppressing his aura on the spot, and he even raised his hands, no longer resisting. Grass. 12 6th realm treasure viscera cultivators with battle power comparable to the 7th realm. Among them, only Vice Sovereign Fu Yu had touched the threshold of the treasure viscera realm. There's no way to fight. Master has orders to take it away. In a flash, the Vice Patriarch and the 3 hall masters of the 2 dimensions and 4 elephants sect all cried out in shock in their hearts. Master? You? 12 peak 6th realm cultivators with a master on top? Chapter 4 Vice Patriarch delivers heads for miles. The Red Xia Holy Maiden is a slave and a servant girl, overthrowing the 2 dimensions and 4 elephant sect. Night Ridge Mountain in the distance. A body concave and convex, wearing a purple long dress of the woman standing in a rocky side. Her body style, thin willow waist, less than a handful. The fullness of the body in front of the fullness of the clothing to support the fullness of the clothes. A kind of overburdened. At any time there may be the illusion of popping open. 12 men in black, all at the peak of the 6th realm. What's happening in the blood mines? Xixia Saint Girl beautiful face cannot be described as a fish and geese of the absolute beauty. Eyes such as the white moon. Agar nose is quite arched. Sexy pink red lips slightly open. Some dare not believe. The 2 dimensions and 4 elephants sect was under the door of the extreme Tao sacred ground. Who on earth had such an ability to dare to forcefully occupy the blood mining mountain? And what kind of backbone did they have to not be afraid of the 2 dimensions and 4 elephants sect as well as the extreme Tao sacred ground behind it? Red Xia Saint Su Yui's must feel the need to go in to explore a bit. She learned from the ancient records. In addition to the immortal soil within the blood mines, there is still a thing. The name of the essence of the meteorite, but also the bizarre source of the thing. If you get to help her to melt the holy weapons, change, Su Yue recited under her breath, and with a flash of haze on her body, a set of tight black clothes replaced the purple clothes. It looked so different and indistinguishable from the man in black, but when she looked down she was instantly embarrassed. The roundness and fullness in front of her body seemed to directly expose her. Boring. Sooner or later, I'll cut you up. The words fell. Red Xia Holy Maiden Su Yue can only be tied tightly with a chest binding. Black clothes slightly loose. Looks nothing too different. What exactly happened to the Blood Mine Mountain? The 1,000-foot city wall that rose up from the ground unexpectedly occupied the Blood Mine Mountain in all directions. With doubts, the Red Xia Holy Maiden Su Yue dashed and followed the man in black to the entrance, ready to blend in. Under the flashes of light, the formation opened wide. The Vice Patriarch of the 2 dimensions and 4 elephants sect, Fu Yu, as well as the 3 Hall Masters were like frosted eggplants, and at this moment, they had been reduced to prisoners, becoming more and more fearful of what kind of existence the master in the black-clothed man's mouth really was. This is a saint-level spell formation? That terrifying killing aura escaping just a trace is like 5 thunderbolts. The Vice Patriarch as well as the 3 Hall Masters were getting more and more flustered in their hearts, and there was an intuition that it seemed as if they couldn't leave this place. Xixia Sacred Maiden Su Yue's eyes condensed, dodged and appeared, followed the black-clothed man into the wide-open mountain gate, and for a moment Su Yue couldn't help but sweat her hairs. She was just about to blend in when she realized that the 12 black-clad men in front of her turned their heads in unison and stared at her. 3 seconds later Su Yue let out a long breath. She hadn't been detected. This big formation was too extraordinary. Even she couldn't determine what level it was at. Could it be a holy formation? She suddenly felt a little hasty. She wouldn't get caught, would she? As they enter it, the entrance to the formation was once again covered. Xixia Holy Maiden is a little surprised. The blood mine seems to be not quite the same. In the side of the mountain tops, but also stood up a group of beautiful buildings. The plaque in front of the mountain gate on the Death Mountain 3 words Iron Hook Silver Stroke, strong and powerful. The pen walks between the dragons and snakes contains an inexplicable power. What a strong fluctuation of spiritual thoughts. The Red Cloud Holy Maiden was slightly startled, fixing her eyes to look for a few breaths, which actually made her feel the divine sea vibrate and her vision start to blur, and only gradually soothed after removing her gaze. As for the 4 people from the 2 dimensions and 4 elephants sect in front of them, their bodies stumbled for a while, and they nearly watched for too long to be revolted by their spiritual thoughts without realizing it. Ha! I'm going. The Red Cloud Holy Maiden's heart and mind suddenly shook wildly, only to see that within the mountain gate of the Killer Hall, 12 people in a team of black-clothed people, no less than 1,000 teams as far as the eye could see, acting as an open and concealed mobile sentry. Isn't this Death Mountain a little too serious? At a simple count, there were at least a couple thousand of them, at least in her eyes, not to mention the 4th realm. There wasn't even a single 5th realm cultivator. Clearly all of them were at the peak of the 6th realm's treasure viscera cultivation. Su Yue's heartbeat was accelerating, and she suddenly had the feeling of a sheep in a tiger's mouth. All the way forward, he actually walked to the place where the drill hall was located. Red Xia Holy Maiden Su Yue slowed her steps and prepared to leave, but she didn't expect the 12 black-robed men to turn their heads to look at her again. For a moment, her heart was in her throat. No, it won't really be exposed. Su Yue saw that the other party didn't have any extra reaction, but right now, she could only improvise. Proceed to the drill hall. The 2 figures above suddenly caused Su Yue to freeze. It was actually the Yang Di Yuan brothers, the former Holy Son of the Extreme Holy Land. Su Yue has worked with them also, exploring secret places, and there was nothing he could do about his false son's status, despite his size and laments. I didn't expect to see it here. The bottom line is, they're doing just fine. It's very cozy at first glance. Master, the man has pressed in. One of the 12 black-clothed men opened his mouth. The other black-clothed men bowed and saluted at the same time. Su Yue's pupils shrunk slightly in shock while also putting on a show. Yang Di Yuan is actually the person behind it? What is his strength? Or is there some unknown background? That seems a little less reasonable. The number and cultivation of the men in black was a force to be reckoned with even in the Holy Land. Yang Di Yuan, the vice-patriarch of the Two Dimensions and Four Elephants sect as well as the three hall masters stared in disbelief. Can't believe it. Just a few days ago, the disciples of the Extreme Tao Holy Land personally escorted the two Yang Di Yuan brothers, specifically requested to be sent to the blood mines as mining slaves and to be kept under strict guard. I didn't realize it was only a few days. Blood mines lost not to mention. Yang Di Yuan had even become the master of a group of black-clad Sixth Realm cultivators? What happened in between to make his identity shift so quickly? That was a Sixth Realm cultivator. Peak Sixth Realm cultivator. The mountains are filled with men in black. In the Two Dimensions and Four Elephants sect, it was only the vice-patriarch who was in the Seventh Realm. This time, the reason for the blood mines being seized was surprisingly not other holy lands, but out of Yang Di Yuan. Even if all of the Two Dimensions and Four Elephants sect were to be mobilized, there would only be one outcome: to raise the sect to be annihilated. The message must be sent back. Fuyu breathed heavily, and in the next instant, even though the four were unwilling, they were still pressed down to their knees by the man in black. The Two Dimensions and Four Elephants sect is really a good dogleg of the extreme Holy Land. Yang Lingyuan heatedly smiled. So what? Surplus glares. Yang Di Yuan glanced at where the red Xia Holy Maiden Su Yue was and pointed at her. Give me a pinch. As early as when Su Yue played the man in black, she was discovered, and the reason why she didn't care was that she wanted to see what she wanted to do. After all, it was idle here. He would give a big gift for the extreme Holy Land's big wedding 3 days later. Yang Di Yuan under one look. 12 men in black surrounded them. The vice-patriarch and the three hall masters were each assigned 3 black-robed men, straight left and right, big mouths swinging wildly. So what? Snap. So what? Pop. Snap. So what? Snap. Seeing this, after some hesitation in her heart, the Red Cloud Holy Maiden still came behind Yang Di Yuan to rub his shoulders. As the Holy Maiden of Qixia, has she ever rubbed someone's shoulders and pounded their legs like a servant girl? Wouldn't this be a laughingstock if it got out? She could even think of how she would definitely not be able to hold her head up if the other holy maidens knew about this. The force is just right. Fruit. Yang Di Yuan opened his mouth. In his heart he felt amused. He had contacted Su Yue, the holy daughter of the Red Xia Holy Land. Gifted, confident and powerful. At this moment there was a different kind of enjoyment. I'll endure. There was a gnashing of teeth in the Red Cloud Holy Maiden's heart. Judging from the previous contact and cooperation, Yang Di Yuan shouldn't be such a talent in any way. It was so extravagant. One incense stick after another. The 4 people from the Two Dimensions and Four Elephants sect had their cheeks swollen up into a pig's head. A person's eyes are only a slit squinting to see people. All body clan masters. When has it suffered such a blow? There was a burst of mouthfuls of fragrance, but in return, the man in black gave him a fat beating. Like a little chicken. Punching and kicking. 3-1 guidance. The Red Cloud Holy Maiden Su Yue was a bit surprised. The loyalty of these men in black seems to be extremely high. Only listen to the orders of Yang Di Yuan. That's a bit of a stretch. According to the powerful cultivation to force the suppression, there will also be people with very different character. It is impossible to be so obedient. Is it hard to be a puppet? Red Xia Sacred Maiden Su Yue analyzes. Well, from the beginning to now has never uttered a voice to speak. Yang Lingyuan, who was on the side, couldn't help but be happy in his heart as he watched the Red Cloud Holy Maiden do so. What would Su Yue's face look like if she knew that his brother had done it on purpose? Yang Di Yuan, count on it. Kill me if you dare. The vice-patriarch was enraged. Feeling that his dignity was being rubbed on the ground, he finally couldn't help himself and bellowed in a stern voice. In less than half an hour, the Two Dimensions and Four Elephants sect will send their troops. You should also be aware of how important the blood mines are to the extreme Holy Land. If they strike, there will be absolutely no good fruit for you to eat. Yang Di Yuan sniffed and laughed lightly. No point in slaughtering. Exclusion. The hall masters of the Two Dimensions and Four Elephants sect were pierced through their skulls one after another, and the daggers in the hands of the black-clothed men penetrated through their heads, and under the extreme contraction of their pupils, their vitality quickly dissipated, and they completely perished. Fuyu was shocked, not expecting Yang Di Yuan to be so decisive. Do you really care about all the consequences? Snap, snap, snap. Several more big slaps went by. The vice-patriarch shriveled up. He wanted to die at the moment. Not a million miles away. And the 4 of them are here to give away their heads? Prying for the truth? Yes. Sniffing around, but can't get the word out that there is a Jibayuza. Yang Di Yuan ate the grape Su Yue brought to her mouth, skimming over her fair hands, saying, a hallowed Red Xia Holy Maiden, willingly taking meticulous care of a fake son of the extreme Holy Land like me. Will others see it and pound their chests in envy? Su Yue's hand that was holding the grapes, immediately will be in the air, hidden under the mask of the face. Suddenly stiffened. He knows? At what point did you find out? From the beginning. From the massage to the feeding of the fruit. Was he doing it on purpose? Red Xia Holy Maiden Su Yue felt her cheeks burning hot as a wave of anger erupted from the bottom of her heart. At this point, Red Cloud Holy Maiden Su Yue no longer hid, and said in a cold voice, "You deliberately tricked me?" Yang Diyuan shook his head, not caring, looking at the sky and said, "No, no, 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 I did it on purpose. Don't you think it's a different kind of enjoyment?" The black clothes on Su Yue's body dissipated. A purple dress outlined her figure to the fullest, her hair flowing, most of it held high by a purple and gold hairpin, her earrings tinkling and crunching. The Holy Maiden of Qixia? Fu Yu's eyes widened. Although it is not their circle, but as a subordinate clan of the extreme Holy Land, or the top level, naturally know some hidden secrets. The famous holy sons of the various holy lands are aware of it, let alone if the banished saintesses of the various holy women. From the time he was beaten up until now, the one who massaged and fed fruits to Yang Diyuan was surprisingly the Holy Maiden of Qixia. Su Yue exuded a strong pressure, her gaze looking straight at Yang Diyuan. Although I don't know what happened to you, but initially when I heard about your false son's identity, and that you were also sent here, I had a stranglehold in my heart, but now it seems that you really deserve to die. Swish! Su Yue directly struck out, her body blooming with golden light, her haze brilliant and eye-catching, or as a stream of light, heading straight for Yang Diyuan. Clang! Madaka! Su Yue's eyes widened as her own chi was unexpectedly shattered, a powerful recoil that sent her flying backwards. You cultivate? Su Yue was shocked. Yang Diyuan had made her invincible with just one move. His strength was definitely above her. Could it be that he had already arrived at the heavenly soul 8th realm? I thought that Yang Diyuan's false son status would fall from the altar to the abyss, but I didn't expect to see each other again and reach an unattainable height. Swish! Su Yue knew that this place could not be left. Immediately covered in a cloud of light, directly out of full force, transformed into a long rainbow, ready to disappear and go. What? Su Yue exclaimed, only to feel a Dao condensation of large hands in the air materialized, a hand to hold her, actually again detained back to the martial arts field. The scene shocked Fu Yu's eyes off. Dao then? That was a means that could only be mastered by an initiated saint. And just now, the Dao that Yang Diyuan had cast out had turned into substance. Obviously, it's the real deal saints. Fu Yu couldn't help but feel bad about his own death-defying behavior. Forcibly intruding into the saint's place and insulting it 3 times was simply self-inflicted. Saints! Red Xia Sacred Maiden Su Yue breathed in sharply, her face pale as she gasped for air, her heart shaking beyond words. 21-year-old saint. Who dares to think? Not to mention doing it. The path of cultivation is difficult, and not 1 in a million can become a saint. The most crucial thing was that becoming a saint at Yang Diyuan's age was too unbelievable. The earliest saints ever to become saints on the continent were at the age of 100. At his age, it was just the starting point for most cultivators. Since you're here, don't be in a hurry to leave. My brother has also reached the age of marrying and having children. Sister Yue, you're not losing out. Yang Lingyuan smiled cheekily. In a split second, Su Yue's cheeks flamed red to the roots of her ears, but knowing deep down that there was no way back, she whispered curses at the denizen for being a lewd, stinking hooligan or something like that. The vice-patriarch of the 2 dimensions and 4 elephants sect exclaimed that there is no heavenly reason. Yang Diyuan has become a saint at 21, and he is nearly 2,000 years of life. This comparison is simply living to the dog. Disturb me. Slaughter. When Yang Diyuan's words fell, Fu Yu's entire head flew out, dying miserably on the spot, his screams coming to an abrupt end. Yang Diyuan was decisive and thunderous, causing her to be unable to stop her mind from tightening. Instantly pressed the hem of her skirt and glared angrily. Where are you looking? That's so white. Isn't it, old brother? Just in time to lack a servant girl who serves tea and washes and cooks. Su Yue was a bit frantic, gnashing her teeth in anger. Yang Diyuan, however, ignored it and communicated with the system mentally. Overwhelmed. 2 Dimensions 4 Elephants Sect. Chapter 5 Saints Descend. The 2 Dimensions and 4 Elephants Sect is extinguished. The brawl rankings appear. 211 and 411 Sect. There is full martial law and a state of first-degree readiness. All of the people in the sect were rubbing their fists and preparing for the next big battle. Tens of thousands of war beasts had been assembled, and the cavalry disciples of the 2 Dimensions 4 Elephants sect were ready. Inside the Hall of Soul Jade, Patriarch Hao Chun's face was incomparably gloomy, his gaze icy cold, and as the 3 soul jades ruptured one after another, he violently stood up from his original position. Flawed Canthus, the 3 Hall Masters, are dead. Patriarch Hao Chun clenched his fists. What the hell happened? Click. Another piece of soul jade shattered. The deputy patriarch Fuyu also completely fell. Grass. Patriarch Hao Chun was so enraged that deep pits were stepped out of the lapis lazuli floor under his feet, and his clenched fists splintered. How come? The vice patriarch, the 3 whole masters, 1 half-step to the 7th realm, and 3 to the 6th realm. Just like that? This was the bottom line of the 2 dimensions and 4 elephants sect. In the few hours since he left this place, word had come 2 hours ago that he was ready to find out what was going on in the blood mines. Instead of waiting for news, there was news of their deaths. What kind of existence does the blood mine really have? Patriarch Hao Chun's body trembled a little, and with the transmission, the remaining hall masters as well as the elders all came to the Soul Jade Hall. The situation is critical. I'm afraid that my 2 dimensions 4 elephant sect is going to have an extinction. The vice patriarch and the 3 hall masters are dead. With these words from Patriarch Hao Chun, the rest of the elders and hall masters had their eyes widened, and by now they didn't even know what had happened at the blood mine. Sovereign, tens of thousands of war beast cavalry have been assembled. The outer gate vanguard is fully armed. All core disciples of the inner sect are recalled as the 2nd and 3rd echelons to receive at the rear. The pseudo-saint soldier has been invited, and the mountain protector beast that followed the previous patriarch has awakened from its slumber. The 2 dimensions and 4 elephants sect is at your command. A sense of determination appeared in the eyes of the crowd of elders, hall masters, and peak masters. Good. Hao Chun waved his big sleeve. His eyes flashed with essence, and he shouted, 2 dimensions and 4 elephants sect, prepare to retake the blood mines. Buzz, buzz, buzz. All the disciples of the 2 dimensions and 4 elephants sect released their battle intent. All disciples, follow this patriarch into battle to retake the blood mines. Kill, kill, kill. For a time, a vast array of silhouettes traveled through, tens of thousands of people as far as the eye could see. Far away. This is the Qian Suspension Palace outer exploration. The 2 dimensions and 4 elephants sect has made a big move, lifting the sect together. This is the Golden Dipper Mountain outer scouting. The 2 dimensions and 4 elephants sect is going to make a move against the blood mines. This is the 10,000 dragons sect outer scout. The 2 dimensions and 4 elephants sect poured out their nests to head for the blood mine mountain. For a time, as the 2 dimensions and 4 elephants sect made their moves, the helmsman of the Qian Suspension Palace, 10,000 dragons sect, and the Golden Dipper Mountain all changed their complexion. Raising the clan has shown their determination. Although they were all clans under the Holy Lands affiliation and belonged to different camps, they had a sense of urgency that the storm was coming. To be honest, where their mountain gate was located wasn't too far from the blood mine, and since the existence occupying the blood mine didn't dare to put the 2 dimensions and 4 elephant sect in their eyes, it was feared that the other 3 forces of theirs were also within the other party's plans. One time, the 10,000 dragons sect master, the presiding officer of the Golden Dipper Mountain, and the palace master of the Qian Suspension Palace received the news and gathered in one piece. Outside scout reporting. Outside scout reporting. Outside scout reporting. The 2 dimensions and 4 elephants sect has surprised a Saint Realm powerhouse. The 3 mountain gate talkers were slightly shocked, and entered the Saint. That was an existence that had already mastered part of the Daoan order. A veritable 10 realm powerhouse. Even their top warring wordsmiths were only at the peak of the 8th realm at most. The existence of the blood mine actually has a saint existence? The 3 talkers' faces showed their gravity for a moment. Immediately after the news of the outside scout came again. The identity of the sainthood entrant powerhouse has been determined to be the former patriarch of the 2 dimensions and 4 elephants sect. Smell. The 3 talkers were slightly startled. Zhu Gaiyi, the sect master of the 10,000 dragons sect, narrowed his eyes. It seems that the 2 dimensions and 4 elephants sect is going to resolve their difficulties. Although the dry suspension palace master is a woman, she is not weaker than a man, saying, if we count, that one has lived for nearly 4,000 years, and after entering the saint, the status of the 2 element 4 elephant sect will definitely surpass ours, and the blood mines will be recaptured. The old monk always has an ominous premonition. The old monk wearing a robe and holding a Zen staff had a kind face and couldn't help but sigh, and all of a sudden, the corners of the 10,000 dragon sect master's mouth twitched up, and even the dry suspension palace master's face was filled with black lines. Old bald ass, will you stop talking? 10,000 dragon sect master and Xianhang palace master had mixed feelings. They really suspected that the Golden Dipper Mountain master was once a disciple of the Heavenly Pavilion, and his words were very directional. Before the 2 rituals and 4 elephants song, a figure was transcendent. A white coat was immaculate. Its face looked to be in its early 30s. And its eyes carried a sense of loneliness as it watched the changing of the years. He stepped on the aperture vision under his feet, and the 2 meters and 4 elephants could be seen by the naked eye being solidified by the gas, holding him suspended in the air. Master, Hao Chun, The patriarch of the Two Dimensions and Four Elephants sect was instantly thrilled beyond words, and with a catapulting start, he turned into a long rainbow and rushed towards the youth. How come you haven't changed your impatient nature after all these years? The young man spoke with his hands behind his back. Hao Chun touched his nose, knowing that this was a strict teacher who had guided him into the cultivation path from a young age, and was very obedient, just like a 3-year-old child facing a strict father. A little formal. Master. This time, the matter of the blood mine will be handled by the master. The young man in white opened his mouth. Turning around, he pierced through the void. Patriarch Hao Chun let out a long breath. His heart and mind were greatly calmed. Into the holy. His master is a strong sage 10-realm entrant. The blood mine should be a handful. Raise the clan back to the mountain. Wait for the master's triumph. Patriarch Hao Chun's voice was resounding and ear-splitting, echoing throughout the Two Dimensions and Four Elephants sect. For a time, the entire mountain gate resounded with the cheers of the disciples, as if they had already truly triumphed to recapture such a battle result as the blood mine. The former patriarch, that's a supreme existence, now that he has even become a 10-realm saint entering powerhouse. When he strikes, he will surely come in handy. The disciples looked excited. The peak masters, hall masters, and the elders, too, let out a long breath. Now, that's steady. They knew each other by sight. Rumble, rumble, rumble. But with the white-clothed youth leaving not long had passed, the void actually exploded on the spot. By a strong person with powerful mana, the air was torn apart alive, revealing whirlpools all over in a sea of thunder strewn across the interior of the void, in which Tao and laws were intertwined. And once one mistakenly enters it, even if one is not exiled to the unknown realm, one would be bombarded by the Tao and laws. Bang! Bang! A figure flew out backwards in the void. All of the people in the Two Dimensions and Four Elephants sect all stared in disbelief. The figure was vaguely familiar. The speed is as fast as thunder. It instantly shattered a large portion of the Two Dimensions Four Elephants sect's mountain. Smoke and dust filled the air and debris rolled down. Everyone's minds tightened and they followed the gaze. Where the torn void was, a black-clothed figure stepped out with faith, looking straight at the entire Two Dimensions Four Elephants sect. Boom! With an explosion, an already dusty white figure staggered and stood in the void. The eyes were dead set on the man in black in front of him. Until this moment, the disciples, elders, peak masters, hall masters, and other talents of the Two Dimensions and Four Elephants sect were all aware of it. Surprisingly, it was the former patriarch. An entry sacred 10-realm powerhouse was actually sent flying backwards? Who is the man in black in front of you? Surprisingly, it made the former patriarch, who was at the 10 realms of sacred initiation, nervous and solemn. I wonder why your excellency made a sudden move. As far as I know, it seems that the Two Dimensions and Four Elephants sect has not messed with you. A saint. The white-clothed youth's mind shook. It was thought that after hundreds of years of traveling, his mind was calm and steady, his Tao heart was consolidated, and he had finally broken into the 10th realm and touched the threshold of saints. But who would have thought that just as he went out, he would run into a saint and send him flying backwards? Saint? Saints? Everyone in the Two Dimensions and Four Elephants sect had their jaws dropped in shock and their eyes widened. The man in black is actually a saint of the 11th realm? When did their Two Dimensions and Four Elephants sect become so bullish? And to mess with a saint? Finished. Don't tell me it's ing occupying the existence of blood mines. What's the point of playing chicken? For a moment, the disciples of the Two Dimensions and Four Elephants sect were all like frosted eggplants, instantly wilting. Even if the patriarch, peak master, hall master, and elder joined forces with the previous patriarch, it was probably not enough for the black-clothed man to slap him. On the road of cultivation, one step is a chasm, one step is a moat, let alone becoming a saint. By order of my master, I've come to do a little errand. The man in black spoke faintly. The white-clothed youth looked solemn, and listening to the voice, he seemed to politely apologize, expressing that he had no malicious intent with the Two Dimensions and Four Elephants sect. I wonder if I can help the saint in any way. It's just destroying the Two Dimensions and Four Elephants sect. Young man in white, Patriarch Hao Chun, a group of disciples. It's a little thing? The bottom line is, your master? Now what kind of strong person can make a saint a slave? When did the Two Dimensions Four Elephants sect mess with a big shot like that? It's not like lighting a lantern in the toilet and looking for death. The white youth was almost choked by the wind. Some disbelief. I don't know where the senior 2 meters and Four Elephants clan did. Are you going to help me? The man in black interrupted directly, with an inexplicable meaning and some mockery in his eyes. For a time, the entirety of the Two Dimensions and Four Elephants sect shivered. You want to be a maniac? Pust. A hoary light flashed by. The white-clothed youth quickly dodged, but an arm flew in the air, and blood bled from his shoulder. and the man in black was just a light pointing finger. You! The white-clothed youth was furious. The tip of his nose trembled, and the anger in his eyes tumbled. This black-clothed man was really good at being overbearing. The arm of an entry Sage 10 realm was easily chopped off by the man in black. The shot caused the livers and guts of everyone in the 2 dimensions and 4 elephants sect to tremble. For them, it's already a godsend. But the former patriarch didn't even have a chance to resist before an arm was cut off. You don't have a chance. The black-robed man's words fell, and all of a sudden, a powerful saint might flowed and spread out, enveloping the entire 2 dimensions 4 elephants sect. Everyone's figures trembled, unable to resist at all, and they fell to their knees on the spot, their hands propped up on the ground. Put, put, put. Those with weak cultivation had already sprayed blood from their mouths and noses, holding on for less than 3 seconds as their bodies exploded one after another. Blood mist filled the air. Sage, is your master not afraid that the extreme Holy Land will step in? The man in black sneered. The extreme Holy Land counts for a few. Boom! The white-clothed youth's eyes were radiant and brilliant. His body was surrounded by Tao rules and order, displaying an astonishing killing aura. Master, Patriarch Hao Chun was breathing heavily. The surface of his body was cracking. His blood was dense. Summon the old ancestor, or it may be able to save our lives. The white-clothed youth narrowed his eyes, and in a moment, the power of the Tao that escaped from his body was transmitted to Patriarch Hao Chun. And in the next moment, he felt that the pressure was no longer so strong, and fled from this place at breakneck speed. Meh, it's just a pointless struggle. Put, put, put. It wasn't even necessary for the man in black to make a move. Under the strong pressure, the disciples, elders, peak masters, and hall masters of the 2 dimensions and 4 elephants sect collapsed one after another, and tens of thousands of people were turned into a blood mist on the spot in a single moment. Tens of thousands of war beasts became dead souls as they screamed and wailed. You! The white-clothed youth fought hard, but in the end, it was just an ant tickling an elephant. Just a single pi refinement pierced through his protected Tao rhythms. The order runes exploded. His chest was pierced through, and his internal organs collapsed. Hao Chun! The white-clothed youth shouted. But when he paid attention again, the other party had actually moved away from this place long ago. Where was he going to wake up the old ancestor? I'm sprouting plants. The white-clothed young man cursed. Life and death crisis moment. Since childhood was adopted by his disciple. This time even backstabbing in him. Can imagine how much inner torture suffered. Run, run, run. Must run away from here. Saints. A saint. I've never seen one in my life. The old ancestor went to hell a long time ago. Where can we wake him up? And if we wake him up, he'll take us to hell with him. Patriarch Hao Chun tried his best to escape. The hearts of the disciples, elders, and others who felt the 2 dimensions and 4 elephants sect burst into pieces one after another went numb. In the face of absolute strength. What a clan! What bull asterisk camaraderie! What Jiba polarized Holy Land! None of it is ing worth his life. The man in black looked at Hao Chun in the distance and couldn't help but shake his head with a cold smile. As his fingers came together, a large fiery red gun several feet long actually emerged in the void, directly piercing through the void and penetrating his flesh. No! 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 Hao Chun screamed in horror as his forward body came to an abrupt halt. He looked down and wondered when a circular hole, the size of a soccer ball, had appeared. His body began to burn with inexplicable and terrifying flames, burning to ashes in a matter of moments. At this point, all of the disciples of the 2 dimensions and 4 elephants sect were wiped out. Elders, peak masters, and hall masters died without a burial site. The patriarch was reduced to flying dust. The corners of the white-clothed youth's mouth were stained with blood. Looking at the strong black-clothed man in front of him, knowing that there was no chance of resistance. In a flash, all the chi and blood in his body dispersed and he executed the blood shield technique that he had found in a secret place somewhere. Rainbow through the sun. The blood-colored silhouette cut through the sky. The young man in white wanted to escape from this place. But how could the man in black let go? The man in black raised his hand and waved it, and the sky was filled with thunder that surged and spread, covering the 8 directions as a terrifying might descended. Boom, boom, boom. The aura of destruction spread across the landscape, and there was death everywhere. Even though the white-clothed youth cast a blood shield, he still didn't escape the coverage of the thunder. Even with all the various means at his disposal, the soul is annihilated. Dead. All dead. The 2 dimensions and 4 elephants sect has raised their clan to destruction. The strongest person who appeared at the sacred 10 realm couldn't resist the man in black. The foreign spies watching from afar were in a state of shock. Rumble. With a loud bang, the entire 2 dimensions and 4 elephants sect transformed into an abyss of 10,000 feet. The place was silent. The man in black had long since disappeared without a trace. The sky suddenly shone with golden light, and a golden book was spread out across the sky, the Tao sweeping and filling the air, emitting the sound of the great Tao. The outer scouts of this place stared in disbelief, looking at the dazzling golden book stretched horizontally in the air. He murmured to himself, surprisingly, it's the scramble list. The contenders ranking has actually reappeared after 1,000 years? Buzz, buzz, buzz. A golden glow filled the sky. The writing appeared on it. Death Mountain, the best dark horse of the year. One person destroying the 2 dimensions and 4 elephants sect. Ranking on the contenders list 1999. Death Mountain. A system beep sounded in Yang Di Yuan's ear. Congratulations to the host for successfully exterminating the 2i4 elephant sect. Congratulations to the host who has successfully obtained the Great Emperor. Chapter 6, Great Void Technique. The war slaves were out to give the extreme Holy Land a congratulatory gift. The 2 dimensions 4 elephants sect was completely destroyed. The outer scout who was surveying the place only dared to go up after a long time since the man in black had left, and looked at the place where the 2 dimensions and 4 elephants sect had been completely transformed into an abyss of 10,000 feet. Removed from this place since the golden book hanging in Heaven's Gotham testified that Death Mountain had ascended the contenders list. Several of the outer scouts looked at each other, all seeing the surprise and dismay in each other's eyes. Death Mountain. What kind of power is this? In any case, go back and report first. For a moment, the 10,000 Dragon Sect, Qian Hang Palace, and Golden Dipper Mountain were all horrified. Not only did the message come back, the outer detective even spelled down recorded the transmission Jade, the master of the 10,000 Dragon Sect, the master of the Qian Hanging Palace, and the presiding officer of the Golden Dipper Mountain were currently looking at the images in the shadow transmission Jade in front of them without blinking. The man in black was strong and domineering, and just the holy might he released made everyone in the 2 dimensions and 4 elephant sect kneel down. Under the strong pressure, all of them burst into blood mist one after another. Saints must not be insulted. A wisp of might subdues heaven and earth. The master of the 10,000 Dragon Sect and also the master of the Qian Suspension Palace glanced at the old abbot of the Golden Dipper Mountain. If you continue like this, the old bald donkey will have someone rip your tongue out. Earlier the old host had just finished a mouthful of words, followed by a series of huge changes immediately behind. The 2 dimensions and 4 elephants sect had intended to send out their entire nest, but the result was that they died before they could even leave their home. Not only that, but a sacred 10-realm entry powerhouse also died tragically on the spot. Death Mountain. What kind of power is it? A saintly powerhouse is actually just its slave? Ancient books, however, have recorded that there are ancient Taoist lineages and sects that are killer families, but there is no information and writing about the Death God Mountain. So what exactly is it? It's not our turn next, is it? One time, the 10,000 Dragon Sect Master, the Qian Hang Palace Master, and the old monk of the Golden Dipper Mountain were all a bit terrified. That black-robed saint reappeared, and even if the 3 great sects were to join forces, they wouldn't necessarily be able to withstand it. Under the holy might, numbers could no longer threaten. And the message brought by the shadow transmission Jade had confirmed that even if one were to enter sainthood, one would only be able to flee immediately in front of a saint. The opportunity may only come once. The contenders list has not appeared for 1,000 years, and I didn't expect that after the destruction of the 2 dimensions and 4 elephants sect, I would accidentally know the power behind that black-clothed saint. 1999. I don't dare to imagine how much more of a fuss the Death God Mountain will make. After all, a power like us doesn't even have the qualifications to ascend to the end of the 10,000 name list. The Brawl ranking has reappeared. Is it any wonder that the legendary mystery is really coming? Killer Hall. A system tone appeared in Yang Di Yuan's mind. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. 1,000,000 kill value. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Sacred Medicine Garden. Congratulations to the host who has gained an ancient tea tree of enlightenment. Congratulations to the host obtaining the ultimate imperial weapon, the Human Emperor Streamer. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Great Sage Peak Realm War Slave. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 Sage Peak Realm War Slaves. Congratulations to the host obtaining the secret technique of Imperial Law, the Great Void Technique. Congratulations to the host obtaining the secret technique of the Emperor's Law, Thousand Blade Slash. The rewards for this one are pretty generous. The Emperor's secret technique then appeared for 2. There are also Great Sage Realm War Slaves, with the intention to communicate down. Congratulations to the host. The Sacred Medicine Garden has been successfully placed. Killer Hall East. That's where the spiritual fields are. At this moment, the smoky haze filled the sky. The aura was vast and misty, so thick that it could not be melted, and had already formed a substance, transforming into drops of spiritual liquid that fell like rain. Exuberant vitality emanated from the medicinal field. and a single whiff of it was refreshing. With the planting of the Enlightenment ancient tea tree, a leafy, verdant and lush ancient tree rises from the medicinal garden, and the dense mist and aura form a smoky haze of rain and fog, which makes one feel enlightened and refreshed when one is near. Brother, the mystery to come doesn't seem to be hush-hush talk, and then the miracle hush might actually appear. Yang Lingyuan looked at the golden book suspended in the ninth heaven, unable to return to his senses for a long time. Yes, but we have the power to defend ourselves now, and we don't fear any Holy Land, not even the ancient Tao system. Yang Lingyuan shook his head. Brother, the immortal scripture is indeed very strong. Just by practicing it for the first time, it allowed me to increase 1,000,000 giant strengths at the body casting first realm. I don't want to drag my brother down. After consolidating some time, I want to go down to the mountains to practice. Yang Diyuan stood with his hands in the air, looking into the distance and said, I think you're in love. Ever since you met the Holy Maiden of the Nine Heavens Holy Land last year, you haven't been able to stop thinking about it. Yang Lingyuan's cheeks were slightly red, somewhat embarrassed. Brother, what are you talking about? You don't have to feel that you don't deserve her. It's just a matter of time before your cultivation is restored. If you really want to be clear, brother will come to the door to propose marriage, and nothing will be a hindrance. Yang Lingyuan nodded, still insisting on his own idea, saying, Brother, it's still early. I believe I can stand up to your heights, and then I will personally conquer her, so that she won't always say that I'm a stinky child. I'm going to cultivate, Yang Lingyuan said, then turned around and prepared to leave. Walked a few steps, suddenly turned his head and said curiously, Brother, you once told me that you fell in love with Xin Yue at first sight. Are you very happy that she can come? Older brother, you want a saintly companion, don't you? East Hall, houses. The Red Xia Holy Maiden Su Yue was still unable to come back to her senses for a long time under the previous shock. The contenders list that hadn't appeared for 1,000 years had surprisingly reappeared. Or was it done by Yang Diyuan? At this moment, she was grinding her little tiger teeth. Her face was very upset that she was tied up by Yang Diyuan. Who the hell taught him to tie it like that? It's very unsafe for her that way. As a silhouette appeared, Su Yue breathed slightly sharply, her snow-white, rounded legs clamping down on the hem of her skirt, not wanting to get naked. What do you want? This girl can tell you that I'm the Holy Maiden of Red Cloud. This if you want to be unfavorable to me. The Holy Land of Red Cloud won't be able to spare you. Yang Diyuan crooked his neck. I won't even spoil the Wuji Holy Land, let alone the Qixia Holy Land. Besides, the Qixia Holy Maiden is the top 3 of the heavenly immortal list of the red-faced scourge, and many of the holy sons of the cultivation world have favored you. You, don't mess around. Su Yue's face reddened. Really some fear. All with a sobbing voice. My mother is the Red Xia Sacred Lord. I call my mother, and then call my father, and the old ancestors let them break your legs. Yang Diyuan, a flash, suddenly appeared behind Su Yue, scared, her eyes tears flashing, afraid that the next instant will reach out an evil hand. Snap, a crunch. Su Yue froze. Just a pain in the ass. Who dared to do that to her since she was a child? Who could do this to her? Yang Diyuan, count me as wrong about you. Come. I want to see how big and small you are. Come here and come here if you dare. Su Yue breathed rapidly, has begun to mouth the words. The voice decibel are a little louder. The corners of Yang Diyuan's mouth rose slightly as he whispered in his ear from behind. Holy Maiden Qixia, right now you're a prisoner. You're provoking me. I'll give you a surprise by arranging for you guys to meet a year from now. Oh. Su Yue's cheeks were as red as ripe rubies, all the way to the roots of her ears. Between shrugs of his nose, he felt a strange sensation on his chest and even squeezed it. Yang Diyuan, you forced your way into my mountain gate. You already owe me your life if I don't kill you, and now you dare to yell at me? Red Xia Holy Maiden Su Yue, small tiger teeth grinding, crunching. Knife people's eyes and gaze cannot be covered. What do you want? What will it take to leave me alone? For the period of 3 months, serving tea and washing and cooking will be regarded as further training. And when you marry as a wife in the future, it will save you from being tempered. You wish, so you'll be my squeeze? I won't do it, so I'll do it? No, not so good. So are you doing it? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dry. Alright. Su Yue looked at Yang Diyuan's clutches, and immediately subsided. Her voice became sweet, but in her heart, she hated to thwart him, and sooner or later, she would rub you underneath. The time wobbles. 2 days passed. Yang Diyuan taught his oldest brother to cultivate while he did so, while enjoying the supreme treatment of the Red Cloud Holy Maiden. The mind then reads the system. Order the war slaves until the extreme Holy Land. On the big day of the Holy Sun Yulinfeng and Holy Maiden Hua Yuelan's wedding, how could he not send a congratulatory gift? Chapter 7, The Greeting Gift Arrives. The Abyss of the Flower Whisperer's Life. the Holy Land of Polarity, located in a secret place in the east. The aura here is dense into a mist. The peaks are rolling, covering an extremely wide area, like a paradise. As far as the eye could see, the silver-white aura was so thick that it could not be melted and condensed into substance, and there were occasional roars from the ancient ferocious beasts, due to the wedding day of the Holy Son of the Extreme Tao Holy Land, Yu Linfeng, and the ancient family, the Flower Family, the Flower Language Lawn. All the major holy places and dignitaries had rushed to this place. It could be said to be an extremely grand spectacle, with the holy level carriages clear where the parking spaces were. Grand. For the extreme Holy Land, it could be considered a great fortune. After all, one could marry with the ancient family and become an ally. And in the future, the extreme Holy Land would have a much thicker base. At the same time, the holy sons and daughters of the various holy lands also came to support the event, although tomorrow is the proper day. But today, Yu Linfeng as well as Hua Yuelan were all dressed up in their attire, one handsome and the other heavenly looking, capturing the eyes of everyone present. The younger generation at the party. Hua Yuelan's hair fluttered and her eyes flashed with luster, extremely moving as she exchanged words with a group of holy sons and daughters. Yu Linfeng was likewise present. Brother, you really amazing talent. We admire. Even has entered the heavenly soul 8th realm. Division elders can be on your praise, but also by the extreme sacred ground is known as the next person sacred lord, but also won the flowers sacred maiden such as the fairy. We are very envious of Ah. The corners of Yu Linfeng's mouth rose slightly as he sat beside Hua Yuelan, still composed under the envious gazes of the crowd. He took his fiancée's hand and kissed the back of it, then raised his cup to drink with him. Many thanks to all of you who have come to say goodbye. This is the proceeds of one of my master's secret places, so I hope that all of you will not excuse yourselves. With a snowy snow mountain lotus dense with rich spiritual chi, releasing an aroma that makes people's taste buds open up, the crowd can't help but be surprised out loud. Brother Yu, this is into the saint level small medicine king? It's a bit too expensive? Yu Linfeng pretended to be unhappy and said, you all shouldn't be disrespectful. The major saint sons and saint daughters had no choice but to accept it. With their status, the lotus seed of the sacred level small pill king, although expensive, was not unavailable, and Yu Linfeng was also holding his hand in human affairs, which made them very appetizing. Of course there is another factor. Although Yu Linfeng has already arrived at the 8th realm, from has been to Yang Di Yuan this false sun identity to hide their whereabouts, with the big wedding event, is also considered to be for the Yu Linfeng formal debut to pave the way. Brother Yu, Saint's Flower, the reappearance of the contenders ranking, you should have gotten the news already, right? The Red Cloud Saint's son blinked his eyes and had a harmless face, but the others sniffed, but they knew that this was an attempt to give him an eyeful. After all, the competition list appeared on the Death of the Mountain, is because of what ascended the list, the 2 meters 4 elephants zone appropriate whetstone up, the 2 dimensions and 4 elephants sect was under the extreme Tao Holy Land, and for something like this to happen before the wedding, it would be considered a deterrent to the extreme Tao Holy Land in terms of prestige. Red Xia Saint's son is equally handsome, face like a crown of jade, face angular and sharp. Ignoring the hints of the saint's son of the 9 heavens sacred ground who has a good relationship with him, he continued, Brother Yu, you see nothing else. This is not a concern, is chaotic. Pouring wine. This person I bar no other advantages, is too much curiosity. The blood mines even if the immortal soil is taken away. The annual mining of the spirit stone is also sufficient to be in the hundreds of millions of right? Yu Linfeng light smile, but the heart flashed a trace of murderous intent. Face smile unchanged, cloudy and light. Stone brother, I understand what you mean. The ownership of the blood mine mountain is still in the extreme Holy Land, but the death of the mountain will be snatched away, indeed degrade the prestige of my extreme Holy Land. But a little power that is not known, just a little force. How many disciples of the mission hall can be staring at it? Red Xia sacred son Shi Yunlei turned out to be so then his eyes flashed with a strange color, and he took out a piece of shadow transmitting jade. Don't say that the black-clothed man of the Death God Mountain is quite fierce. As the image of the shadow transmission jade was played, the corners of Yu Linfeng's mouth twitched, especially when the black-robed man's holy might overpowered the entire scene. Without saying anything, Shi Yunlei invisibly smacked Yu Linfeng. No matter how powerful the disciples of the extreme Holy Land were, they had not yet reached the realm of saints, and this slap could be considered a fiery pain. The holy maiden of the 9 heavens sacred land shook her head and sighed in her heart. The 2 Yang Di Yuan brothers had befriended them, and Shi Yunlei and the 2 of them had even shared the same life and death in a secret place, which was to find a scene for him, as well as to vent the bitterness of his heart. This time he came to Shi Yunlei slipped away many times on the way, or was carried back by the elders of the division, and did not even have the opportunity to go to the blood mine to see. Is there any news from the 2 Yang Di Yuan brothers now? The Nine Heavens Sacred Maiden was quiet and had an extremely nice voice, like a big pearl falling from a jade disc, and her heart was indeed attached to one person, so she opened her mouth at this moment. Hua Yuelan shook her head. She knew that she had been close to false son Yang Diyuan, and also in the same clan. In the eyes of outsiders they were very affectionate, and there were even rumors that the two would form a Dao couple. Sister Lu was worried about little brother Ling Yuan, right? Perhaps it's possible that he has already died in the blood mine. Hua Yuelan poured a cup of wine, took a sip, and said, the two Yang Diyuan brothers were on the verge of death. When they were first taken in by the extreme Dao Holy Land, it was originally a recreational favor to them, and with the resources given by the extreme Dao Holy Land for so many years to assist them in their cultivation, even if they are false sons, they still have to remember the favor of the Holy Land. Besides, they didn't die, but practiced in a different place, so what's wrong with that? Having your cultivation wasted as a mining slave is another kind of cultivation? Sure, Yunlei's face was grim as he felt that this woman, Hua Yuelan, was a bit too vain and hard-hearted. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Yu Linfeng transferred the atmosphere in a few words. Hall of Killers. Not much. My extreme holy land can be crushed at will like crushing an ant. As for the Yang Diyuan brothers, long forgotten by him. From the very beginning, Yang Diyuan was just a tool, and would have been crushed by his father if he hadn't assumed the identity of a false son and accidentally appeared at the mountain gate of the extreme Dao Holy Land at a young age. A group of people are full of wine, began to talk freely. The Nine Heavens Sacred Maiden. Sure, Yunlei feel out of place in this circle, to the outside of the house to get some air, and no one blocked it. Yang Diyuan Yang Diyuan, I'm sure you're not a short-lived ghost, but you still owe me a meal of koanpeng meat. The Sacred Maiden of the Nine Heavens stood against the wind, standing in the pavilion of the small bridge, looking at the blue sky in the distance, a face reflected in her mind, counting down a year's trip to the secret land. Although there are dangers and 9 deaths, I have found something different. May you be safe. The two Yang Diyuan brothers were met with a huge change too quickly. They were in different holy places, and it was already too late to learn the news. Late night, Hua Yuelan gathered her hair around her ears and returned to her room to rest. She pinched her brow and waved away the figure of Yang Diyuan in her mind as she sat on the bed with her knees crossed. Yang Diyuan, I hope that you have a good reincarnation in your next life. This life as a false son, living for others is your destiny. The night breeze is brisk. Hua Yuelan meditation in the eyes slightly open and close. Inclined head sideways to look at the door of the room. Feel some sense of alienation. Carefully explored under the thought that they are overly tense today. Then did not care. Without realizing it, she actually felt her cheeks get slightly warm, and sleepiness swept over her. So she lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. And what she doesn't know is this. A black-clothed silhouette silently appeared within the room. The master has ordered a great gift for you. The black-robed man's palm probed at Hua Yuelan. One night passed. With the dawn, birds chirped and chirped in the branches of the trees. Hua Yuelan woke up in her sleep, covered in cold sweat, and in her dream there was a big invisible hand that grabbed her and threw her into the abyss of 10,000 feet. Holding her somewhat drowsy head, she slowly sat up from the bed. Something strange about her legs under the covers, and a tearing, stabbing sensation in her part. With the quilt turned over, Hua Yuelan instantly froze. Her eyes widened. Her pupils contracted extremely. She couldn't believe what she saw in front of her. How could my clothes be like this? Who is it? In the end, who is it? Looking around, Hua Yuelan's sheets were covered in blood. The palm of my hand felt the faint sound of breathing under the bedding on the side. She couldn't help but clench her fists. Breathing became rapid and his head was full of cold sweat. With the bedding being opened, just a black dog panting, eyes rolling white. Hua Yuelan was horrified. She is the holy daughter of the extreme Holy Land. She is the first daughter of an ancient family. Surprisingly, the day before the wedding, a dog was given. Who the hell did this? Hua Yuelan's divine sea roared, and thunder seemed to explode inside her head. For a moment, her body was trembling, her face was pale and bloodless, and her entire body was plunged into extreme blankness. Crunch! The door to the room was suddenly pushed open. The Red Cloud female disciple suddenly screamed in shock. She couldn't believe it and looked at Hua Yuelan, the hallowed Red Xia Holy Maiden. Surprisingly so prodigal, the night before the wedding, even shared a bed with, and saw red. Don't scream, Hua Yuelan rebuked sternly, and in the heat of the moment, a haze of light bloomed between her fingers, and the female Red Cloud disciple's head detached from her body on the spot, and she collapsed to the ground, too dead to die. But it was too late. Saint Sun Yu Linfeng heard the yell and instantly rushed in. At the same time behind his best friend there were also saint sons and saint daughters from various holy lands following closely behind him. So exciting? Sure, Yunlei's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene in front of him. Chapter 8. Not only does he dare but he also dares to do it. Saint's son Yulin Feng made a fool of himself. Amazing. The holy maiden of the extreme Tao had gone so far as to have an affair with a big black dog behind her fiancé's back on the day before her wedding. And it's been bumped. The moment. Hua Yuelan was trembling. Her body was in rags, exposing a large area of snow-white spring light, and many people couldn't take their eyes off of her. But when you think about it, it's disgusting. Who would have thought that the unattainable, high and mighty holy maiden would have such a pet peeve? At this moment, under the eyes of all, Hua Yuelan was breathing heavily. Her entire state was not quite right. With the influx of the crowd, she went crazy, releasing a prancing murderous aura, tears in her eyes surging madly. Scram! Scram! All give me a roll. Get out! For a while, the only person left in the room was Yulin Feng, who was dumbfounded and petrified. Outside the room, the crowd was frantically passing the word. One looked excited and shocked. As the holy daughter of the extreme Tao, but also the first daughter of the ancient family, if this matter is stirred up, not only will the reputation of the extreme Tao Holy Land be greatly damaged, and the face will be completely lost, but also the ancient family will be eager to personally kill this first daughter who does not have self-respect. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's really her meadow and her horse. She can juggle if she wants to. Love across races. I seem to have a new understanding. You guys don't think the holy maiden is being retaliated against, do you? Say what? This is the sacred ground of the extreme Tao. A few days ago, the great figures from all the great sacred grounds, ancient Tao lineages, and ancient lineages came, not to mention the saints. There are quite a few saints kings. Who would dare to make a move in this kind of spectacle? Once we investigate who it is, it will definitely be a result of immortality and the opening of a holy war. Do you dare me or does he? Sure, Yunlei was a bit gloating. He had been looking at that woman for a long time. Hua Yuelan was from the same sect as Yang Diyuan. Not to mention her love of vanity, she was also iron-hearted. A veritable green tea whore. The big black dog dares. He not only dares but he dares to do it. Yulin Feng, this cuckold seems a bit too much. Right. If all the other holy sons are okay, but they lost to the true son or the false son may not matter. This marriage is not going to work. You guys say, it shouldn't be the work of Death Mountain, right? It always feels chilling. Have to be what kind of strong person can be this calm? Kill simple, can then such a situation just retaliate? Under the eyes of the Saint King to strike, is emboldened or, inside the room, Yulin Feng is like a rotten tree, quietly looking at the bloodstained sheets on the bed and the panting and tired big black dog that had been there all night. The emotions were complex and hard to understand. He was green? A dog? Looking at Hua Yuelan in front of him, Yulin Feng wanted to pinch her to death. Yulin Feng, since he was young, his natural talent was not bad, and he had an exceptional physique. He broke the shackles of his physical body at the age of 1, and at the age of 21, he stepped into the heavenly soul 8th realm. Look around. The entire continent, among the holy sons and goddesses, was at the top of the list. He was absolutely certain that he could defeat 2 or even 3 of those holy sons and daughters who had shared a drink of wine and syrup with their cups and lights yesterday, and are in the absolute upper hand. But in the twinkling of an eye, he had thought that since today's wedding, not only could he hold a beautiful woman, but he could also take advantage of the situation to explore the soon-to-be-open secret land and astonish the world with a single battle. Well, in the end, it really is a battle to shock the world. The extreme holy maiden Hua Yuelan one night to fight the black dog. Asterisk 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 your ing next door. Even the calm and heavy Yulin Feng couldn't calm down. His fists scattered haze and smashed towards the big black dog one after another. In a split second, the whole dog's head was smashed. Blood and water were flying. Yulin Feng, whose cheeks were stained with blood, as if he had turned on berserk mode, looked at Hua Yuelan with bloodshot eyes, grabbed her arm, and roared harshly. Why? Why on earth? You won't follow me even with a dog? You man! Asterisk your asterisk stinking son. Boom! Hua Yuelan was incomparably emaciated, and with a double blow to his spirit and flesh, he was sent flying backwards on the spot, his chest exploding with blood and flesh, and spitting out a large mouthful of blood. The proud bosoms were knocked off. You ancient family, you have bullied people too much. Yulin Feng roared angrily. The whole room was turned into ruins in a blink of an eye. His angry eyes with a strong killing chance in his eyes, he walked outside, and for a while a group of holy sons and daughters didn't open their mouths to speak. Don't want to be on top of the gun. Without looking, one could guess how bad and angry Yulin Feng was feeling at the moment. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the are you looking at? In a flash, the holy son of the Smoky Xia Holy Land was suddenly struck by Yulin Feng, breaking his bones and tendons on the spot and flying backwards. Sure, Yunlei and the Nine Heavens Sacred Maiden glanced at each other and retreated behind them, both noticing the color of surprise in the eyes of both parties. Yu Linfeng's strength is even more amazing than they thought. The eighth realm is enough to crush them and fight. The Holy Son of the Smoky Cloud Holy Land was the real deal. A real example of bad luck. The heart of the Tao is unstable. The state of mind collapses. And the demonic barrier is born in the heart. If he can't walk out, 80% of him is wasted. Seeing Yu Linfeng under the anger striking out one after another, his fists were all bludgeoning. The smoky Xia Saint Sun also stopped defending. The brilliant colored haze filled the sky and unfolded his physical manifestation. But he was directly knocked apart by Yu Linfeng. I don't like the look in your eyes. Swish! Rainbow after rainbow streaked across the sky. The senior members of the division were alarmed and arrived here. The smoky Xia Holy Lord raised his hand and was a saint's pressure, sending Yu Linfeng flying backwards. Little child of the extreme Tao, is this the hospitality of your holy land? We come here in high spirits to congratulate you, and you let your own disciple my son in high spirits? I'll you up. Smoky Xia Holy Lord's hair and beard are white, but his body is very strong. Tiger back and dragon waist. He has a son in his old age. He is extremely grumpy and protective of his shortcomings. Seeing that his son suffered a heavy blow, and his physical vision was broken, he was furious, and his killing aura swept vastly, and the pressure of the saints permeated across. So how could he not be angry? In front of the smoky Xia Sacred Lord, a middle-aged man wearing a golden robe, full of majesty on his cheeks, with disbelief and stoicism, today is a big event. All the major dignified characters are there, not waiting to fall into their face. The extreme Tao Saint Lord didn't care about the smoky Xia Saint Lord's intemperate words. Instead, he looked at Yu Linfeng. What has caused you to lose your temper like this? Unstable Tao heart. Insufficient state of mind. Why don't you tell us in detail? Yu Linfeng would never say something embarrassing like that. At this moment, other than these two Saint Lords, many figures had arrived. Holy Lord of the Nine Heavens. Holy Lord Qixia. Ancient Taoist system. Lord of the Immortal God Mountain. Ancient family. Flower family head. I had a moment of anger and didn't hold back. Yu Linfeng naturally wouldn't say something embarrassing like that in public. That's like rubbing a shiner in his face. Wiped over and over again. Whispering, Yulan. An urgent shout rang out, only to see an old woman on crutches, trembling from inside the ruins to bring out the heavily traumatized and unconscious Hua Yuelan. Which goddamned, how dare you do this to my family Yuelan? Wifey, I'm going to go on a killing spree today. The old woman's body was full of aura. Killing intent instantly swept through the four directions. A terrifying pressure descended, and for a time, the many holy lords all looked horrified. King of Saints, Hannah Yulan's grandmother, eating tea has been in the wind for over 8,000 years. Sure, Yunlei stood smartly beside the Holy Lord of Qixia. In such a scene, if the wife went crazy and took out a few juniors, it would be bad luck. Yu Linfeng, where else do you wanna hide? CNM, I'm cockeyed, born with it. Don't like that look in my eyes? If you don't want to talk, I'll talk for you. The Holy Son of Smoky Xia spat foam yang in his mouth and spat blood foam on the ground, with the appearance of a furious teenager, but he was not stupid, and he only said part of it. Elder Flower, the Holy Maiden of Yuelan, it was Yu Linfeng who beat her up. What's wrong with that? This statement was made. All of a sudden, the great sage crone quit and was filled with killing intent. The terrifying pressure pushed straight into Yu Linfeng. The heavenly pride that died under the wife's hands is 1,000 if not 800. Today my wife makes the decision. This marriage is not to be. But you won't live today. The Holy Lord of the Extreme Tao had a grave expression on his face. And with a flash, he appeared in front of Yu Linfeng. This was the seedling that his master had his eye on. And he was still his senior brother in terms of status. Yu Linfeng, senior brother. The current you represents the face of my extreme holy land. How did things go? Why don't you tell us in detail? Crunch. Yu Linfeng's fists were clenched so tightly that his bones creaked and burst. Say. His words popped out of his teeth in a murderous rage. Chapter 9, unable to lock down the person behind the curtain, carrying 2 or more types of extreme Tao imperial armaments. Sure, Yunlei as well as the Holy Maiden of the Nine Heavens exchanged glances. Their hearts were incomparably happy. Looking at Yu Linfeng, who was tearing his heart out and in pain, it was simply a self-inflicted sin. Retribution comes so quickly. Right now, even in front of a group of elders of the division, personally say that he was green. The object of being green is still a big black dog. What kind of mental journey would Yu Linfeng, who was the saint son of the extreme Tao, be on? The eyes of the Holy Lord of the extreme Tao sacred land suddenly condensed, a bad feeling in his heart. Yu Linfeng, Tang's holy son of the extreme holy land, sacred master senior, on the day before the wedding, Hua Yuelan, the first daughter who was the fiancée of the ancient family, went behind my back to talk to A. With these words, in a flash, everyone's jaws dropped. The gazes of the red cloud's sacred lord, the nine heavens sacred lord, the smoky cloud's sacred lord, and the others all shrunk slightly. This is a big deal. The face of the extreme Holy Land and the ancient family was at stake. Yellow-mouthed child. Don't talk nonsense. The wife of the ancient world family's murderous aura was so great that she was close to striking out on the spot. Right or wrong? In plain sight for all to see. Yu Lin Feng was a little crazy. His Dao heart was unstable. His breath began to run amok. And he actually sprayed out a large mouthful of blood. The cultivation of the heavenly soul 8th realm also retreated to the earthly phenomenon 7th realm in this instant due to the disturbance of the Dao. This is what I saw with my own eyes. More so, they saw it with their own eyes. The face of my extreme Holy Land was destroyed by Hua Yuelan today. I have. Snap. In a split second, a big year thunderbolt was thrown out. The extreme Holy Lord had a murderous aura in his eyes. And Yu Lin Feng flew out backwards on the spot. The face was so gloomy it was almost watery. The hearts of a group of holy lords on the side are straight out. The extreme Holy Land is playing quite a flowery I thought it was a strong combination, but I didn't realize it was a cocoon. The ancient worldly family wife's murderous heart rose, and a great saint level of pressure swept out. Old man of the extreme Tao, no matter what, my family Yuelan is also the holy daughter of the extreme Tao Holy Land. You dare to tarnish my ancient worldly family's reputation. There has to be an explanation for this matter. A yellow-mouthed child with one side of the story makes me believe the old woman? Believe it or not. It's up to you. The Holy Lord of the Extreme Tao sensed that Yu Lin Feng's state was poor and that what he said was not false. And spoke. Well then, let's see what Hua Yuelan has to say. In a split second, Hua Yuelan's body was covered in a layer of haze. Her eyelashes blinked. She had already vaguely guessed what was going on. And at the moment she really didn't want to wake up. Nor did she want to wake up. It's just for one night. She felt incredibly gray in her life. Flower Whisperer. Flower Whisperer. What's going on? Quickly tell your grandmother, and I'll do you justice. Old woman. Hua Yuelan was breathing heavily. Her face was extremely haggard. She even wanted to die in one go. Or better than this kind of humiliation and torture. No matter what happened or not. From today onwards, she definitely wouldn't have a good life anymore either. Flower Whisperer. Say it. Say it. The Gusher family's wife gasped in anger. In the heat of the moment, he even slapped her back. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. That slap down. Hua Yuelan, however, laughed instead of crying, her voice tinged with despair and anger, and in front of the crowd of holy lords, she sneered. Yes, it's what he said, okay? All you care about is power, status, and dignity. But have you ever thought about how I feel? The Extreme Holy Land? Ancient Lineage Association? In the end, I, Flower Language Lantern, am nothing more than a pawn for you to fulfill your desire for power. The old man of the ancient world family was a bit incredulous. The wrinkles on his face trembled. Flower Language Lan, the face of my ancient world family has been disgraced by you. Yu Lin Feng. Ha 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 ha. This is your true face, isn't it? Getting married to me is also just paving the way for you to inherit the Holy Lord's throne in the future. Hua Yuelan, you've had enough. Yu Lin Feng roared. Bang, bang. The wife of the ancient family as well as the extreme Holy Lord both made their respective moves to knock out Hua Yuelan as well as Yu Lin Feng. This is not a small matter, and you all are expected to keep it a secret. The extreme Tao Saint Lord's face was extremely ugly. This time, the matter was so extensive that it was impossible to remove it from the root cause and stop the news from spreading. All the holy sons and holy lords of the great holy places stay here? A bit of a fool's errand. And if one didn't handle it well, the extreme Holy Land would be attacked by the group. Invite the extreme Tao Emperor's soldier, the everlasting mirror, within the holy temple of the extreme Tao. The holy lord of the extreme Tao as well as the wives of the ancient world family endured the anger in their hearts. They were full of murderous intent, knew something about the inner workings, and learned that it had all been set up. However, the person who made the move was also too arrogant, going so far as to make a move under the noses of so many saint lords as well as saint kings, not placing them in their eyes at all. Who the hell is it? If you dare to bully my ancient family like this, my wife will definitely behead you and not forgive you. The holy lord of the extreme Tao's Saint Tao rules flowed, and a terrifying haze of light erupted out, and for a moment, imperial might swept across the landscape, emanating from within the everlasting mirror above his head. Surprisingly, you can go back in time. As the mirror created ripples, the scene of Hua Yuelan returning to her room yesterday appeared on the everlasting mirror. Yang Di Yuan hopes that you have a good reincarnation in your next life. This life as a false son. Living for others is your destiny. Hua Yuelan's self-talk was still being recorded by the everlasting mirror. His grandmother frowned. Yang Di Yuan, is the fake son from before? Where is he now? Is he the one who is taking revenge on Hua Yuelan, my ancient family? The Holy Lord of the Extreme Tao slowly spoke. He has been dispatched to the Blood Mine Mountain, but word has come that the Blood Mine Mountain was taken by the Killer Hall, and the 2 dimensions and 4 elephants sect has been overthrown, and it is unknown if Yang Di Yuan lives or dies. With these words, he was trying to push the matter onto Yang Di Yuan. After all, Yu Linfeng was his senior brother, or the most outstanding person of the younger generation of the Extreme Tao Sacred Ground, and from the nature of the problem, he hadn't done anything wrong. Suddenly, the Emperor's might spread across the board and the picture on the everlasting mirror appeared to be distorted as a mysterious and powerful number of Emperors might spread out from the everlasting mirror. No good. It's imperial might. The Extreme Tao Saint Lord's eyes widened, and in an instant, his entire body flew backwards, and he who had activated the everlasting mirror bore the brunt of the blow, spraying blood from his mouth on the spot, with his chest pierced through, and an entire left arm being shredded. How could this be? The Holy Lord of the Extreme Tao's eyes were lax and shocked. There really is someone planning behind the scenes. Someone is doing this on purpose, wanting to make the marriage between our 2 families fail and even start a conflict. The Saint Lord of the Extreme Tao breathed in sharply, traumatized by the sudden imperial might, even though the wife of the ancient family had likewise failed to resist it, and was also included by the imperial might, her body all cracking open in a split second. It had to be said that the wife who was a great saint was very deep and had a substitute life treasure, and her body was reunited in another place. While she was shaking with anger, she was surprised. Surprisingly, someone has sneaked in at such a time and is carrying imperial weapons and more than one kind. The Extreme Tao Saint Lord was quite heavily injured, and the Tao of Emperor's might was intertwined in the wound of his left arm, making it a luxury for him to even think about regenerating his broken arm, and he needed to refine it to make it possible. Elder Flower, this matter has been made clear, and I don't think things have reached that irreparable point. The Extreme Holy Lord opened his mouth. Wifey, I know. The union continues, and you can round things off by saying they were on a kind of journey of the heart, only it failed. The Extreme Tao Saint Lord smiled on his face when he heard this. Elder Flower is wise, as I thought in my heart. When the big wedding event is over and the mystery will come, our 2 families will collaborate and join forces to fight together. Since you can't determine whether Yang Di Yuan is dead or not, then I'll leave this matter to my wife. Is my ancient family not something to be messed with? Since the other party is carrying an Emperor's weapon to isolate information and the longevity mirror is unable to detect it, I can also find out who the person behind the curtain is. Whoever it is, wifey, I won't let go. What really happened was quickly glossed over. To everyone's surprise, the wedding was still ready to go ahead, only to be put off. At the same time, the Extreme Tao Holy Land as well as the ancient worldly family uttered the wording Hua Yuelan and Yu Linfeng to conduct a mind experience to cover up the try. This eating is really ugly too. The smoky cloud saint's son heavily coldly snorted and cursed. Thanks to having a Saint Lord, old man. Otherwise, I don't know how many times he would have died. What mysterious willingness has done to them is wise. Sacred Lord Chisha was like an exiled immortal. Her temperament was elegant and beautiful. She took a sip of wine and agreed more. That's true is true. The mystery will arrive. The miracle boo arrives. If one can obtain the miracle order, it's equivalent to obtaining the key to enter the immortal realm. The 9 heavens sacred lord's gaze narrowed. The next few hours might be tough, with all the races competing to cross the border, and all the races competing for supremacy. How many of the powers on the supremacy list will be able to survive in the end? Brother Jiao Xiao is a bit pessimistic. A general will end up withered for all time. We've walked until now. All of us have stepped over mountains of corpses and seas of blood. What's at the end of the cultivation path? And how bright and splendid is the immortal world? I want to go and have a look. Side by side, Sure Yunlei as well as the 9 heavens sacred maiden laughed softly and transmitted. Those remarks are just to hoodwink the uninformed. Yu Linfeng and Hua Yuelan are going to continue to get married. I don't know what kind of expression they're going to have. The Holy Lord of the Extreme Holy Land and a group of elders presided over the wedding. The wife of the ancient family, the Flower family, was at the head as well as several strong men who emanated the aura of a sage king to bring Flower Yuelan, who was clad in a red wedding gown, up to the front. Let the wedding begin. Yu Linfeng held back the anger in his heart and looked at Hua Yuelan in front of him. Surprisingly, he still had to be green and still tied the knot, which made him somewhat unbearable. But the Extreme Tao Holy Land and the Ancient World family had made up their minds. It has to be done. 1 bow to heaven and earth. 2nd worship. Husband and wife worship each other. Rite of passage. Immediately after that, the Holy Lord of the Extreme Tao began to speak, and the scene was grand and powerful. Suddenly, there was a loud bang in the sky. A figure in black shone. By order of my lord, a great gift to the Extreme Holy Land. above the ninth heaven. The large screen nearly condensed into substance, and the image was the video of Hua Yuelan fighting bitterly with a large black dog in her room. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The scene suddenly boils over in silence. Chapter 10: Exterminating the Saint Lord. Ancient World Family Great Saint. Extreme Emperor Soldier 3-piece set. Who can stop? The whole place was abuzz. The man in black appeared strongly. A cultivation level is surprisingly at the peak of the Saint King realm. As soon as the picture came up, the Holy Lord of the Extreme Tao, as well as a group of elders, all stared with wide eyes. Couldn't believe the scene I saw in front of me. The Extreme Holy Maiden, the first daughter of the ancient family. Hua Yuelan actually had such a fetish. The most critical ones are still being publicized. Pressing the face of the Extreme Holy Land and rubbing it on the ground. The Extreme Tao Saint Lord's face was hard to see, and his face was extremely grim. The murderous aura is all over the place. Not to mention the ancient family flower wife who was in the Great Sage realm. The whole face was green. A murderous aura swept and swirled. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I didn't expect the Holy Maiden to play with such flowers. This is a waste. The Extreme Holy Maiden, Hua Yuelan, is afraid that she won't be able to hold her head up in the entire cultivation world. Not to mention Hua Yuelan, even Yu Linfeng is afraid that he wants to crush her to death, right? This is a freshly consummated marriage, so you can imagine the anger in his heart. Yu Linfeng is really out of his league. Wanted to use the momentum of the big wedding to make a strong debut, but didn't expect things to go to an extreme. Will become the laughingstock of the cultivation world. A holy son broke the news in a whisper. Didn't Yu Linfeng enter the 8 scenic heavenly souls? After learning the news on the spot, he almost exploded with anger. His Tao heart is unstable, and his cultivation has regressed to the 7th realm of Earth Spirit. Not only were the disciples who were congratulated by outsiders in shock and amazement, but even the disciples of the Extreme Holy Land all had a face like eating dirt and empathized. By now, whoever it was knew that the face of the Extreme Holy Land today was gone. Not to mention the ancient family, the flower family. Some disciples saw that Yu Linfeng's eyes were covered with bloodshot veins. His forehead veins were bulging, and his murderous aura was skyrocketing. His eyes were like knives, and he couldn't wait to kill Hua Yuelan on the spot in front of a crowd of people. And Hua Yuelan's delicate body trembled. The image in the air made her fall into an abyss as if she were in a 10,000 mile ice cave. Why is this happening? Why? Why? Who the hell is it? Who the hell is it? I'm going to kill you. Kill you. Any woman would be uncomfortable being announced in such a grand manner, or in front of a large crowd, with countless gazes staring at her, not to mention the images of her battle with the black dog still playing in the void. Unbridled. The Extreme Tao Saint Lord's killing intent was monstrous and he fell into a violent rage. As a Saint Lord, he only felt a fiery heat on his cheeks, and he immediately offered up the Extreme Tao Emperor's mirror of eternal life, and one terrifying ripple after another blossomed in the air. The everlasting mirror emanated imperial might, and as the saint's mana was injected into it, beams of light erupted from the sky, and the void was pierced through, the air exploding as it rushed towards the black-clothed man with a powerful force of law. Rumble. The man in black laughed softly as the Saint King's might swept across the scene, similarly activating the Extreme Tao Imperial armament, a terrifying might shaking the entire scene. For a time, many Saint Lords turned pale. They're just here to congratulate. It's not like we're at war. Who would have thought that there were forces that took advantage of this opportunity to arrive with extreme Imperial soldiers? And there were even cultivators as powerful as the Saint King realm, and for a time, Imperial might swept over the vastness and filled the air. Even a Saint Lord level figure was somewhat unable to withstand it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who the hell is this man in black? I can't believe it's so hanging. Really daring to come and punch the Extreme Tao Holy Land in the face at this time of the year. Did you hear? The man in black claimed to have a master behind him? You heard it too? I thought I heard it wrong. That's the Saint King realm. Master of the Saint King realm. What kind of existence is that TM? The Extreme Holy Land is afraid that it's going to GA? Many holy sons and daughters were safe and sound under the shelter of the Holy Lord, but they still did not feel good, and a sense of suffocation surged through their hearts, their foreheads breaking out in cold sweat. The gods fight. For a while, a figure withdrew from this place. He dodged into the distance until the pressure of the Saint King realm did not cover him, and only then did he let out a long breath. The Red Cloud Sacred Lord, the Nine Heavens Sacred Lord, the Smoky Cloud Sacred Lord, and the others all looked at each other in dismay. That black-clothed man was too powerful and had actually reached the peak of the Saint King realm. At the Saint realm, every small realm was a huge obstacle, and it was extremely difficult to take a step forward. Those who are not enlightened enough may even take hundreds of years to comprehend the true meaning of the next realm, and need the luck of chance to enter. Body casting, air containment, Dan concentration. spiritual veins, dharma points, treasure organs, earthly prana, heavenly soul, nirvana, entry into sainthood, sage, great sage, saint king, immortal, supreme, god king, half emperor, and great emperor. Ah, a saint king 13 realm powerhouse. Even that old woman from the ancient world family and the others were only at the great saint 12 realm. The void trembled. The rules of the great Tao hummed. The heavens and the earth will be overturned. The man in black was arrogant and overbearing, holding the extreme Tao heavenly demon halberd. The 10-foot-long imperial weapon exuded infinite magic and power, and with the injection of mana to catalyze it, the extreme Tao heavenly demon halberd erupted with terrifying killing power. The everlasting mirror's pressure resisted against the resistance. Although they were hedging, the ripples and power generated caused half of the extreme Holy Land's mountain gate to collapse. No, don't. I don't want to die. There was a lot of poofing. The disciples of the extreme Tao Holy Land who couldn't dodge in time were killed on the spot and turned into blood mist. The extreme Tao Saint Lord roared, his black hair fluttering, "All the elders help me. Unlock 1/10 of the power of the extreme Tao Emperor's armament and blast him to death." A figure looked serious but angry. The extreme Tao sacred ground had tragically killed many disciples. The ground was stained red, and at this moment, they didn't care about much. Their saintly aura vibrated, and they activated the true battle power of the extreme Tao Imperial Armament's everlasting mirror. The old woman has come to your aid as well. Extreme Tao Imperial Armament, Star River Umbrella. Buzz. Another terrifying Imperial might filled the air and shook out. The Star River Umbrella was splendid to the extreme. Various colored light haze flowed, covering a side of the sky, erupting with terrifying Imperial might, killing and destroying the tyrannical aura, and blasting at the black-clothed man together with the everlasting mirror. Extreme Heavenly Demon Halberd. Extreme Heavenly Demon Armor. Extreme Heavenly Demon Shuttle. The black-clothed man lightly drank, but he was pleasantly unafraid, as terrifying Imperial might swept across the length and breadth of the room, and the three extreme Imperial armaments blossomed, instantly stunning everyone. How is this possible? Extreme Tao Emperor Soldier. I can't believe he has three kinds. It seems to belong to the same kind. Can it be that it's the legendary Heavenly Demon Emperor's three-piece set? The various holy lords in the surroundings were shocked. What is the origin of this man in black? What background? Surprisingly, he was directly carrying three extreme Tao Emperor armaments. If a great war were to really break out, not to mention that the extreme Holy Land would have to be completely destroyed today, the entire ancient star would completely disappear into nothingness in the vastness of the universe. Suppress. The black-clothed man lightly drank, and in a flash, terrifying Imperial might streaked out. The void was crushed, the earth was devastated, and there were countless 10,000 feet deep abysses. If it wasn't for the guardianship of the extreme Imperial Armament Everlasting Mirror and the Star River Umbrella, the extreme sacred ground was afraid that it had already been transformed into a smoldering wasteland. Put, 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 just a handoff. The extreme Tao Saint Lord sprayed blood from his mouth, and his body began to crack, and the group of elders were even more flawed, their bodies exploding one after another, suffering heavy injuries, and the everlasting mirror was actually activated, defending on its own, to be detached from their control. Not good. Star River Umbrella. The wife of the ancient family was horrified. Her arm had burst into blood mist under the shock, and was subjected to the origin backlash. And the Star River Umbrella, being an extreme Imperial soldier, seemed to have received a provocation, wanting to fly out directly against the battle. Kill. The man in black drank softly. For a time, strong and domineering mana surged out, and the Saint King's secret power spread out, successively bombarding and smashing into the extreme Saint Lord and the ancient family's wife. No, no, no. The two yelled in horror. The native soul is burning. The divine sea was collapsing. The Saint King's strike destroyed the world. Chapter 11. Forcibly seizing two extreme Tao Emperor soldiers. The Holy Lord was terrified of the Death God Mountain. 14 realm immortal powerhouses make their appearance. The Holy Lord of Polarity died tragically. Extremely tragic. Being dry-humped by the man in black. Blood and water were flying. Couldn't even regroup his body. Completely dead in body and soul. It wasn't just the extreme Holy Lord. The wife of the ancient family, a great sage cultivator, similarly failed to resist the black-clothed man's killing spree and was blown apart by him. For a moment, everyone panicked. The surviving disciples of the extreme Tao Holy Land stared at the scene in front of them with wide eyes in disbelief. The Holy Lord is dead? How? The sacred Lord was at the level of a saint, about to touch the great sacred realm, and he died tragically just like that? They couldn't believe it. In their impression, they had never seen the Holy Lord make a move, but they all knew from the rumors that if he didn't make a move, he would turn the world upside down. But right now, he was unexpectedly blown away by the man in black with a single punch. The Star River umbrella as well as the everlasting mirror above the 9 heavens were still releasing their imperial might. And as the luster dissipated they suddenly subsided and were sent flying. The man in black took advantage of the situation and snatched it up. Elder brother. Yu Linfeng was enraged. By the waves of imperial might, the whole person flew backwards. His body cracked. If it was not for the defense of the treasures gifted by his master at the critical moment, he was afraid that he would have died on the spot. Ha 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 ha, dead. Dead then. How come there's still someone alive? Hua Yuelan looked insane. Her face was hideous. Where was the nobility and confidence of the previous holy maiden? She became like a crazy woman, her eyes bursting with killing intent. Yu Linfeng, they're all dead. Why aren't you dead? Why don't you go and die? I'll send you to die. Ah. The corners of Hua Yuelan's mouth revealed a bizarre smile as her mental state became maniacal and extreme, holding the long sword in her hand as she directly slashed over. Ah! Yu Linfeng suffered from the waves of Emperor's might. Blood was dripping all over his body, and under the forceful dodging, the chi in his body was unable to wrap around his whole body, and his left foot and calf exploded on the spot, with blood flowing out. Facing Hua Yuelan's attack, Yu Linfeng was angry and hateful. This crazy woman. I should have known that I should have killed her at that time. Pust. Yu Linfeng collapsed on the ground, his pupils contracting sharply as he screamed in terror, feeling his body dripping blood. My! Yu Linfeng shouted angrily. The whole man was assaulted by fear for a moment, and the dignity of being a man was gone. It was actually sliced off by Hua Yuelan's sword. I said it, so you cannot. Ah. So small. Hua Yuelan crazy laugh. Face hideous and maniacal. Hands dripping with blood, grasping the chicken and the egg. And then in front of Yu Linfeng's face, tearing up on the spot. Yu Linfeng, you deserve to die. You deserve to die. Ah. You deserve to end up with Yang Di Yuan. All give me death. Swish. And just then, the man in black suddenly appeared behind Hua Yuelan. The master has given an order. And you too, can't die so easily yet. Pust. Blood spurted from Hua Yuelan's mouth, and behind her, the black-clothed man's palm, pierced through her abdomen. The entire palm was blood red. At the same time, the man in black slashed across his cheeks, and several blood marks appeared on his white cheeks, which could not be repaired with the secret power flowing through them. My cultivation. As the black-robed man's palm withdrew, Hua Yuelan unwillingly knelt on the ground, her eyes hollow. Yu Linfeng was even more terrified and completely emboldened, and now he seemed to vaguely guess what was going on. From start to finish, it seemed as if it was all aimed at the two of them. Who is it? Yang Di Yuan? No, it can't be him. He's wasted. Even more so, being in a blood mine. Even if he didn't die under the contamination of the trick source, he would still be killed by the disciples of the Holy Land before he was right. Don't come over here. Roll. Get the hell out of here. Yu Linfeng roared harshly, but he could only move his body with difficulty. This man in black was an existence that had killed the extreme Tao Saint Lord and the ancient worldly family's great saint one after another. At this moment, Yu Linfeng was about to suffocate, looking at the black-clothed man in front of him, as if the god of death had descended and was wielding a scythe. He didn't dare to imagine what would happen if he lost his cultivation. Pust. Yu Linfeng sprayed blood from his mouth. His cultivation was ruined, not to mention that he lost his manly dignity, and even more so, as the blood splattered and erupted, one of his arms and one of his legs were cut off. It is my master's mercy on you, to leave you alive. The survivors present all looked panicked and hid in the distance, not daring to get too close. The man in black is too vicious. The great saints had all slaughtered and were still holding more than one extreme Tao Emperor armament. Now, he had even taken away the Polar Sacred Land's everlasting mirror and the ancient family's Star River umbrella. Confess. The master has orders and will overthrow the extreme Tao Holy Land in 3 months. The black-clothed man's Saint King Realm's pressure swept across the length and breadth. In a blink of an eye, the surviving elders of the extreme Holy Land and the people of the ancient family in the field had their bodies explode and their forms and gods were annihilated. Far away, the hearts and minds of the Red Cloud Saint Sun Shi Yunlei, the Smoky Cloud Saint Sun, and the 9 Heavens Sacred Maiden were shocked, and their scalps tingled. I didn't think it would turn out this way. The man in black was simply too overbearing. Yu Linfeng and Hua Yuelan's fate was extremely tragic. Losing their cultivation even made the extreme Holy Land and the ancient family lose face. What was waiting for them could be imagined. The Polar Sacred Land suffered a great loss. The Saint Realm elders and others aside, the disciples were killed and injured. And the most crucial extreme Tao Imperial soldier, the everlasting mirror, became a trophy for the man in black. The ancient family, head of the warforce, died more than 10 people, all in the great Saint Realm, but in front of the same king who holds the extreme imperial weapon. It is like an egg touching a stone, and there is no power to fight back. More than a dozen great saints. This was an undercurrent that could not be underestimated. And the ancient family's flower family was going to be devastated. What kind of existence is the Death God Mountain? It doesn't even scare the Holy Land. You're going to overthrow the extreme Holy Land in March? Does the Death God Mountain really have such strength? But why? After all these years, have we never heard of it? There are quite a few well-known holy places and forces on the continent. But the Death Mountain seems to have appeared out of nowhere. Mystery will arrive. The contenders list will change. And I'm afraid that the Wuji Star will be plunged into war. The breathing of several great saint masters became ragged as they were imprinting on what the outcome would be if they were to fight against the man in black in their place. The answer calls out. Even if they all worked in concert, it would still be hard enough to match them. The disparity in realms is one. The second was the suppression of the extreme Tao Emperor soldier. The man in black disappeared. It was like a ghost. Only a messy polar Holy Land was left behind. The mist of blood that remained in the air spoke of lives that had been lost. Far away in the void, a middle-aged man with a lofty head exudes a powerful demonic aura, and his cultivation is sufficient to have the strength of the Saint King realm. The Death God Mountain actually has such a terrifying heritage? Is that man in black just one of them? How many other Saint Kings like him are there? Just one kick away from breaking through to the immortal realm. He came from the ancient 10,000 Dragon's Nest. This bloodline has been passed down for an extremely long time. Known as the ancient Taoist system, it once reigned supreme, with great emperors appearing in their ancestry to rule an era. He was also a bit frightened. Although he was on good terms with the extreme sacred ground, he hadn't yet reached the point of fighting for his life. And the black-clothed man from earlier had already noticed him. He had a keen intuition that if there was even the slightest hint of killing intent, the man in black would not let him go. Until an hour long, several elders within the extreme Holy Land were only willing to show up for fear that the man in black would fish for law enforcement, and would have to give the extreme Holy Land a big and painful blow today. Tens of thousands of disciples died tragically. The Grand Elder of the extreme Tao Holy Land was breathing heavily, not daring to believe it. As a Saint King, he was only at the first rank, while that man in black was at the peak 12th rank of Saint King. He admitted that he had chickened out. Having lived for 8,000 years, he had long since lost the fervor and intent of his youth, and was afraid of death. Hua Yuelan, Yu Linfeng. Hey, today, we Polar Sacred Land planted a big heal in the cultivation world face. Be laughed off The pupils in the Grand Elder's eyes contracted. Complicated and difficult to understand. It's not good. It's not good. The treasure trove of the extreme Holy Land has been stolen. All the cultivation resources have been swept away. The battle techniques, secret methods, and even the inherited extreme Tao secret techniques have all disappeared. The spirit stones are gone for 10 billion. This statement was made. The entire Grand Elder of the extreme Tao Holy Land lurched for a moment, only feeling dizzy. Thousands of years of heritage, lost a big chunk of it. It's a good thing that the resources of the extreme Holy Land aren't in a food basket. The Grand Elder let out a long breath. Great Elder, are you referring to the extreme Tao Emperor Soldier Everlasting Mirror? But it's already been taken by the man in black. An elder on the side reminded and looked at the Grand Elder inside in his heart. This blow had already made the Grand Elder, who was in the Saint King realm, not too bright in his head. The Grand Elder couldn't help but roar to the sky. Death Mountain. The extreme Tao Holy Land, am at odds with you. Suddenly, a figure like a god, stepping in the air, white hair flying but the face of a young man, behind the back of a 10 feet high heavy sword. Ripples rippled as his feet stepped on the void. That's the previous Holy Lord of the extreme Tao Holy Land, extreme Tao Yuanshu. I'm afraid that one's cultivation has already arrived at the immortal realm. Body casting, air containment, Dan concentration, spiritual veins, Dharma points, treasure organs, earthly prana, heavenly soul, nirvana, entry into sainthood, sage, great sage, Saint King, immortal, supreme, God King, half emperor, and great emperor, the 14 realms of immortality. This extreme Tao Yuanshu was an existence that had lived for an epoch. Lifespan is over 10,000 years. It is said to have lived a second life. Chapter 12 Rewarding 100,000 Sage War Slaves. It can suppress all enemies. The extreme Tao Yuanshu's gaze was like a shuttle, as if it was able to pierce through the long river of history, and the entire person seemed to have come across the stars and rivers without bringing fireworks on earth. He muttered inside like muffled thunder, and the hearts of the various great holy lords in the distance exploded with a thud, all about to jump out of their bodies. All disperse. It's my extreme Holy Land that deserves this. When the extreme Tao Yuanshu opened his mouth, all of them didn't speak too much and clasped their fists as they left. He has entered the immortal 14th realm. The crowd was horrified. It was true as they suspected. the extreme Dao Yuanxu would temporarily replace the Holy Lord's position. Master, I am wasted. Yu Linfeng is not worthy to be your disciple. Please master, give me a death. Yu Linfeng spit out blood, no light in his eyes. How could he not expect? This plan will take this to come out of the world, but did not expect that it is to pass away. The extreme Dao Yuanxu stood in front of Yu Linfeng with a hint of heartache in his eyes. So what if you lose? So what if you lose your cultivation? Revitalize yourself. Gear up. Eradicate your own demons and subvert everything. Remember what I said to you? Yu Linfeng's fists were clenched, but it was difficult to control himself. His body had long since cracked. His arms, chest, and internal organs, bursting into pieces one after another. The apprentice remembers, as long as can't be ed to death. The extreme Dao Yuanxu nodded, looking at the fighting spirit that had reappeared in Yu Linfeng's eyes with some relief. Please, master, save me. I want revenge. I'm going to kill through Death Mountain. Pust. Yu Linfeng's body exploded one after another, and as soon as the words left his mouth, his head burst into pieces. Uncle Shifu, the Grand Elder, saw this and breathed a sigh of relief, but he saw Yuan Su's palm exploring. A wave of energy that transformed decay into magic materialized, and as the breath flowed, Yu Linfeng's flesh coalesced once again. This is the power of the Emperor Pill, the Grand Elder exclaimed in his heart and was quite eager. If he could get it within a short period of time, his chi and blood would not dry up, and he even had hopes of advancing to the next realm. Yu Linfeng recovered as before, only the cultivation had been abolished, and if it wasn't for the Emperor Pill to maintain and nourish his body, he was afraid that even his foundation would be broken. I'll pass on a method to you. With the present day you will be able to cultivate with half the effort. Yuanxu then looked to the side. Flora and fauna. She was in a state of insanity, and even though her cultivation was ruined, she still had an oozing smile at the corner of her mouth. Do you wish to be under my tutelage? Huayuan froze slightly and laughed fiercely. Worship under you? Now that I am an invalid, a sinner of the extreme Holy Land and the ancient world family, causing you to lose face and not be able to raise your head in the entire cultivation world, you will recognize me as a disciple? Yuanxu said, desperate, helpless. No one believes, but I know what kind of feelings you have at this moment. Feeling pathetic for your status as a pawn, and for the fact that you will be abandoned by the family if you have no value. I understand. Yu Linfeng breathing slightly sharply. Huayuan, he couldn't wait for her to die now, but he didn't want to disobey his master. Huayuan corner of the eye do not know when tears crossed. Yuanxu said, everything is not absolute. How many years? There must be more than 10,000 years, right? At that time I was like you, is also a family outcast. No value living, even a dog is not as good as the world family, no affection for the face. Even parents are not concerned about their own deaths and lives, and I have been sticking to the original heart. Consumed 1,000 years, finally became a saint. I destroyed the birth of their own people, and again will be my family like weeds uprooted. Not one left behind. Would you like to? The tip of Huayuan's nose shrugged. All the aggression vented at this moment, between the flashes of tears. Her breath trembled. I am willing, master. Oh, with the release of the power of the Emperor's medicine, Huayuan's body recovered with blood on her face, only that the bloodstains on her cheeks still left many horrifying scars, and she no longer had the stunning beauty of a holy maiden. From now on, the extreme Dao Holy Land will have me temporarily take over the position of Holy Lord, responding to the mystery of the not-so-day Death Mountain. As Yuanxu lightly spat out the words from his mouth, the Dao was surprisingly reproduced in the void, and the golden light was so bright that the golden book was as bright as the sun. The brawl list reappears. A vast and majestic voice that seemed to arrive across the long river of time pierced through. Death Mountain ranking 99th. A battle that shocked the world, suppressing the extreme Holy Land, the ancient family flower clan Sacred Lord, and the great sacred realm powerhouses. The potential is unlimited. As the sound vibrated, the disciples of the extreme Dao Holy Land were silent. It felt incredibly depressing. I didn't expect that it was just a black-clothed man that made the extreme Holy Land plant a big head. Yuanxu narrowed his eyes and looked again to see that the ranking of the extreme Holy Land had fallen outside of 100. Death God Mountain. Essence erupted in Yuanxu's eyes. Overwhelming my extreme Dao Holy Land in 3 months? I will wait. Asterisk. Is Death Mountain so fierce? I can't believe I made it into the top 100. On par with the ancient Taoist system? Red Xiaosain's son Shi Yunlei was a bit disbelieving and shocked beyond words. This speed was also too fast and fierce. It's only the second time it's happened. With just these 3 words, Death God Mountain was already listed as one of the top 100 forces in the contenders ranking. The Red Cloud Sacred Lord's beautiful eyes flowed. surprise evident in her heart. The Red Cloud Sacred Land should have made plans earlier as well. Where is young Vivian? It should have arrived normally this time. Sure, Yunlei scratched his head. Also puzzled. I also have not seen. Good thing that did not come. Otherwise with her nature, our Red Xia Holy Land may not have to be tossed in it. Holy Lord. I spoke blindly. You, adults don't remember the small man. Ow. My waist Sure, Yunlei screamed in pain and flew backwards, apparently forgetting that this is the mother of the Red Cloud Virgin Su Yue. Death Mountain. The corner of Yang Di Yuan's mouth lifted into a smile after he saw the Golden Book competition ranking hanging on the 9 heavens. Extreme Sacred Land. We still have a lot to play for. He sat on the recliner, gently rocking it, and beside him, the Red Xia Holy Maiden Su Yue beamed, half kneeling on the ground with a reluctant face as she fed him grapes. That timid look Su Yue could not wait to directly swing over with a slap and say change me. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. 10 million points of kill value gained. Congratulations to the host. 1,000,000 prestige points. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the Time Cultivation Room, 1 day is worth 10 years. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the secret technique of the Emperor's Law, the Heavenly Emperor's Fist. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the secret technique of the Imperial Law, the Great Sun Ruler's Palm. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the secret technique of Imperial Law, Reincarnation. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining 100,000 war slaves, the peak realm of the 12th stage of the saints. Yang Di Yuan was delighted. The payoff for this great gift is really high. 100,000 peak saint realm powerhouses. Looking at the entire Wuji star, one should be able to push across 10 million kills worth. You can redeem goodies at the system mall now. Even more so, 3 Empyrean secret techniques came directly at once. He then focused on the Time Cultivation Room. Prestige value. Time Cultivation Room, a stone room where 1 day is like 10 years, containing the laws of time and space, can be cultivated once a day. Users can engage in simulated sparring. No other restrictions. Prestige, the degree of reverence that outside cultivators have for Death Mountain, with which they can raise the level of Death Mountain buildings and unlock new locations. Yang Di Yuan gazed. No matter what, consume first. System Mall. Inside, there was a wide range of items, all kinds of things, wealth, couple, law and land, and moreover, it contained Emperor laws, Emperor soldiers, and physique. Emperor level formation, ancient 13 great killing formations. Kill value, 10 million points. Imperial armor, Fengtian paint halberd. Kill value, 10 million points. Extreme imperial armor, demon suppressing pagoda. Kill value, 10 million points. On top of that, there was even the ultimate warrior. Unparalleled divine weapons, immortal execution sword, immortal killing sword, immortal trapping sword, absolute immortal sword. Kill value, 100 million / handle. Extremely divine formation, immortal execution sword formation. Kill value, 1 billion. Yang Di Yuan suddenly felt that the people of the extreme Dao Holy Land should not all give GA earlier. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. You've received the Jedi one-off coupon. Hint, host can consume 10 million kill value to buy any goods with original price of 100 million kill value. Yoo-hoo. You know what to do. Tubes. By the Punisher sword. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. The purchase of the immortal Punisher sword is successful. That's kind of cool. What? Haven't eaten. Limp. Su Yue's nose banned in anger. Dead man. I'll bite you to death. Chapter 13, 10 billion spirit stones. The Death God Mountain was famous to the heavens. Red Xia Holy Maiden Su Yue ran after biting. It would have been an old acquaintance. These days even if Yang Di Yuan identity change, contact down Su Yue is still put down. At least Yang Di Yuan didn't act as bad as he did. The haul was not small this time. The spirit stones obtained alone amounted to tens of billions. There are countless various kinds of elixirs and wonders. It had to be said that the depths of the extreme Holy Land for nearly tens of thousands of years really couldn't be underestimated. There were also quite a few small pill kings, holy pills, and other resources among them. 3,000 small medicinal plants, and 1,200 sacred pills. Also gained 2 extreme imperial weapons. The man in black presented the Mirror of Eternal Life and the Star River Umbrella. The everlasting mirror is dense with luster and connotes imperial might, and was once the weapon of a great emperor whose life was intertwined, suppressing an era. And even though the great emperor has passed away, and his weapon is unable to play at its strongest peak, it is still the strongest weapon in the Wuji star. This is recognized and true. Yang Di Yuan's thoughts surged in. The might of the great emperor spread, and in a flash the everlasting mirror buzzed and trembled. The might emanated, and it actually discerned on its own and wanted to resist. But in front of the real emperor, a spirit is dissipated near to nothing. How can the extreme Dao Emperor soldier resist? like the will of an infant. It is easily pierced. The everlasting mirror blossomed with light and settled in Yang Diyuan's hands. Oh, the extreme Tao Holy Land is really smart. The true depths are stored within the Emperor's soldier. This is a great certainty that the Emperor's soldier won't be snatched away. As his mind probed into it, within the extreme Tao Emperor's soldier's everlasting mirror, the light shone brightly, like a land where chaos had first begun. Everywhere was gray and cloudy, and the space was extremely large, but it was full of spiritual substances, and there was even the presence of Emperor medicines, 2 peaches as big as a person's head, suspended in the air, the power of the Emperor drug diffusion. There is the sound of the dragon, but also the steam of the auspicious haze and the bloom, the immortal light of the vastness of the haze. Breathe a mouthful of it. Let a person refreshing. The body is light and unparalleled, the holy land of polarity. Yuan and a group of elders with grave expressions on their faces. Hundreds of people, led by the former, formed an intricate station, and under their feet even rose up a path of formation ripples. As they mouthed the words, Yuan's eyes glazed over to recall the everlasting mirror. After all, this was the Emperor's soldier of the extreme Tao everlasting Emperor, and it had an instinctive affinity for the people of the extreme Tao sacred ground, being able to sense the aura of the bloodline, not to mention the fact that the everlasting mirror, which was an extreme Tao imperial soldier, must not fall into the hands of others. The Holy Land's underlying strength stored within it meant that the extreme Tao Holy Land's bottom line in the face of the mystery to come was even more important. The crowd was neatly aligned, hands forming seals, hands reciting words, but the next instant, nearly everyone's face ugly up. Tiger body shook dramatically. One by one, the shape of the body are unsteady, staggering paralyzed on the ground, blood sprayed wildly in the mouth. How? The everlasting mirror can't even be recalled? Even the oral recipe, handed down by the extreme Tao everlasting great emperor himself, is ineffective. Yuan's eyes blossomed with a strange light, not wanting to give up, but he didn't expect the everlasting mirror to act as if it didn't recognize him, launching a wisp of imperial might from the distant side and hitting him hard. Pust! Yuan, an immortal 14th realm powerhouse, was sent flying on the spot, a translucent hole in his chest the size of his head penetrating him and crushing his internal organs. Yuan breathed sharply, his face showed an unbelievable color, and his complexion changed greatly. Bad. The everlasting mirror is no longer the everlasting mirror of my extreme Tao sacred ground. How is this possible? It is reasonable to say that even a half-emperor cannot erase the spiritual light within an emperor's weapon, and the everlasting mirror has been protecting my extreme Tao sacred ground for tens of thousands of years, and if it cannot be recalled today, doesn't that mean that my extreme Tao sacred ground is going to fall? The elders were in a state of panic, their foreheads sweating coldly. Without the extreme Tao emperor soldier, the Holy Land would have no shocking majesty in the outside world, just like a tiger without teeth. Summon the old ancestor. My extreme Holy Land is now green and yellow. The head of the battle force also lost most of the half, although the other Holy Land will not fall on the well, in response to the upcoming mystery, cannot be defended. It's the Holy Lord. As for Hua Yuelan as well as Yu Linfeng, they were arranged by Yuan Su to cultivate in a secret room. The two men sat facing each other, and when they looked around, their bodies seemed to be misted with a weird black aura. What a domineering and powerful technique. Sunflower's secret scripture. Death God Mountain. Yu Linfeng, will definitely leave you chickens and dogs behind. Death Mountain. Yang Lingyuan looked at the sudden appearance of a huge and majestic stone room, and a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. The stone room was incomparably large, and the entire body was covered with various runes and markings, flowing with a haze of light and mist. It was actually suspended in the air without any support. Walking up close is like being underneath a huge square box. Brother, is this the cultivation room you were talking about? Yang Lingyuan surprised, with the square box wide open. All of a sudden an auspicious descent, enveloped in his body, actually disappeared in place, reappeared, but in the box interior, the passage of time has become slow. Is it really true that one day is worth 10 years, as brother said? Yang Lingyuan's expression palpitated more and more. What did this represent? He could completely retrace his cultivation path in a short period of time, even arriving at heights that he had to look up to even in the old days. What does the immortal bone, immortal scripture have to do with it? Yang Lingyuan felt that the sternum contained terrifying energy, only that it could not be activated right now, and at the same time, it also contained a rich and vigorous vitality that fed back to his physical body, strengthening it at all times. Several days passed in a row. Yang Diyuan lived a beautiful life. Beside him there was a holy woman to entertain and do everything. Many days down the line, he found that Su Yue had become more and more pure to his business, and had even formed a habit. Perhaps it was because she realized that she couldn't leave this place, Plus she knew that young Di Yuan didn't have too much malice towards her, and remembered her old feelings from the past. Rumble. As an ear-piercing roar exploded, the air was exploding, and some of the Tao rules and holy might were actually sweeping through. The corner of young Di Yuan's mouth lifted. Ling Yuan has come out. Brother, I'm going to break through. With a flash, young Ling Yuan appeared in front of young Di Yuan, his body's qi and blood extremely vigorous, like a blazing sun, surrounded by a haze of strange colors, stepping on his feet as if he were stepping on a great sun. He was thrilled. After 5 days of cultivation within the cultivation room, the immortal scripture had transformed him, and the extreme heavenly demon body had even made him as if he had been reborn in nirvana, with extremely astonishing battle strength. He had fought his disillusioned self countless times. Surpassing others was easy. Surpassing himself was hard. Well, he made it. What? Little abyss, you're going to enter sainthood? Su Yue was extremely surprised. Her complexion was a bit appalled. She couldn't believe the scene in front of her. It was only a few days after she left? 5 days ago. She still clearly remembered that young Ling Yuan's cultivation level was only at body casting. What had he been through in just 5 days? Surprisingly, he raised 10 realms in a row. It's unimaginable. Body casting, air containment, Dan concentration, spiritual veins, dharma points, treasure organs, earthly prana, heavenly soul, nirvana, entry into sainthood, sage, great sage, saint king, immortal, supreme, god king, half emperor, and great emperor. As a holy maiden, Su Yue naturally knew how difficult this was. She had an extraordinary identity, a background that could make the majority of cultivators envious, and countless resources, but even so, she was still only at the peak of the 7th realm. How old is young Ling Yuan now? Just turned 18, not to mention anything else. With his current cultivation realm alone, he was enough to push across and hang an unrivaled opponent of the same generation. Coupled with his perverted physique, he could definitely cross over the ranks, and even the older generation of cultivators would have to look over their shoulders. The thunderbolt is coming. Go, brother, will sit for you. Yang Lingyuan smiled and nodded. Sister-in-law, I'll go first. Su Yue sighed in her heart. He seemed to have decided that he was young Di Yuan's woman, and after so many days, she was too lazy to refute it. In a flash, sitting cross-legged and standing above the martial arts arena, the sky dome exploded. Thunder rolled. Powerful holy might shot out through the thunderclouds. A sea of thunder covered one side of the sky, and the cloudless green sky and white sun in the blink of an eye became black as night. Today, test my true self with the thunderbolt. Yang Lingyuan lightly drank, his eyes erupting with radiant light, his battle intent full. Rumble. The sea of thunder fell and covered in all directions, and the Death Mountain Grand Formation was also dispersed by young Di Yuan at this moment. If not, the sea of thunder mixed with the power of the heavenly Tao, sensing the existence of the Imperial Formation, would descend with more than 10 times the destructive power, which young Di Yuan would not be able to withstand. Buzz. But so, Yang Ling Yuan as a true god descended, spirited, domineering and strong, his eyes gleaming. The vastness of the thunder descended, but did not block, directly with the body of the hard resistance. In addition to the clothing was destroyed, the treasure body crystal as jade, half of the body is not damaged. Boom, boom, boom. 81 seas of thunder descended in succession. One is stronger than the other. Young Lingyuan easily dealt with it, and in the end, he just opened his physical vision. The body of the heavenly devil was arrogant and domineering, and the last sea of thunder was directly broken by him. Su Yue revealed a shocked expression. 81 thunder seas passed so easily. Xiao Yuan's physique is so strong. This is the 9-colored divine thunder? Su Yue was once again startled. This was a legendary thunderbolt that only appeared when a former teenage great emperor broke through the realm. No, there's even a heavenly Tao 5 elemental robbery. Those shadows are the teenage great emperors who broke through the realm that year under the heavenly Tao's engraving? Yang Lingyuan's qualifications are surprisingly so terrifying, comparable to the great emperors of the ancients. Chapter 14, The Ancient Family's Death. Rumble. The 9-colored divine thunder in the sky and the heavenly Tao's 5 elemental robberies had unexpectedly fused together. Direct descent. At the same time, one teenage great emperor's shadow after another turned into a terrifying red aura with the heavenly Tao aura, heading straight for Yang Lingyuan. Good coming. Immortality scripture. Immortal bones. Secret art of imperial law, 1000-blade slash. Rumble. Yang Lingyuan went all out. His firepower was on full blast. His battle intent soared to the extreme. Those teenage great emperors, unable to truly encounter them in the same time and space. At this moment, the rules of the heavenly Tao were formed, which made him extremely invigorated. Terrifying ripples spread. Yang Lingyuan's battle spirit was overwhelming. meeting the battle with his 2 fists. For a time, he hardened himself against the Thunderbolt while also fighting with the teenage Great Emperor, not fearing at all, and even fighting back and forth. I'm not sleep deprived, am I? Little Abyss is surprisingly so powerful. Surprisingly, there are so many imperial techniques that aren't even from the extreme Holy Land. Su Yue was extremely shocked, and there was even a sense of oppression in her heart. Yang Lingyuan, such a teenage wizard, arrived at the Saint Realm at the age of 18, and the current situation, it was already very clear. Even if Yang Lingyuan's body was stained with blood, the thunder had already dissipated, and the teenage emperor's silhouette had consumed too much, and his body was nearly transparent. Buzz, buzz, buzz. It lasted for half a day. Yang Lingyuan's black hair flew like an undefeated teenage god of war as he sat on his knees and accepted the many benefits brought about by the baptism of the Thunderbolt. A day later, Yang Lingyuan was refreshed, truly opened his eyes, his holy might flowed, and he arrived at the 10 realms of sainthood. Rumble! The golden book rotated and floated in the sky, carrying the power of the heavenly Tao's rules, and the sound of vastness rolled in. Death Mountain disciple Yang Lingyuan, at the age of 18, stepped into the second stage of the 10 realms of entry saints, the extreme Tao heavenly demon body, smashing through 81 thunder seas, the 9-colored divine thunder, and the 5 elements of the heavenly Tao, recreating the might of the extreme Tao heavenly demon. Holy ranking individual comprehensive ranking, 18th place. The golden book is gorgeous. Brawl list reappeared, instantly stirring up the entire Wuji Star. Akashic Holy Land. Countless disciples were stunned and scrambled to look up with envy and shock in their eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell? Sacred ranking battle strength comprehensive ranking, 18? Is Yang Lingyuan so powerful? Surprisingly, it's from the Death God Mountain, the one that seized the blood mine not long ago, overthrew the 2 dimensions and 4 elephants sect, and also made the extreme sacred ground unable to raise its head in the cultivation world? An 18-year-old sacred realm entry powerhouse. He is the first person to appear on the holy list who was still under 30 years old, right? Mrs. Hang. The individual saint list under the contenders list, as far as I know, most of them are above 30 years old. In the Wuji Star, cultivators who are less than 100 years old are considered teenagers. Shi Yunlei's eyes widened, his complexion perked up, and his expression shone brightly as he murmured, I knew it, I knew that you, Yang Di Yuan, wouldn't go to your death that easily. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Yuan unexpectedly entered the saint. This TM simply, too hurt the heart. Shi Yunlei was a little disappointed again. He was the same age as Yang Di Yuan and his cultivation was at the peak of the 7th realm, but now Yang Lingyuan, who was 3 years younger than him, had stepped into the sacred 10th realm. The difference is simply too great. Shi Yunlei seemed to sense something, and his gaze looked towards the Qixia heavenly peak, where the Qixia sacred lord stood with her arms folded, her stunning face shrouded under a veil, and her beautiful eyes blossomed with a strange color. Death Mountain. Yang Lingyuan. What happened in the extreme Holy Land that day was really related to the 2 Yang Di Yuan brothers. Is it under the powerful cultivator who worships the Death Mountain? Not only did he restore his cultivation, but he also broke through realms one after another, arriving at the 10 realms of entry into sainthood. The Red Cloud Sacred Lord could not help but let out a sigh. The pressure in his heart was quite high, and when he thought of the little young Vivian who didn't know where to go to play wildly and didn't know how to progress in her cultivation, he heaved a sigh in his heart. If she could, as a mother, how would she want her daughter to carry a burden and pressure heavier than hers? For a while, the news spread quickly and spread. In the Holy Land of the 9 Heavens, the Holy Maiden of the 9 Heavens, Lu Yi, was emotionally agitated. Looking at the dazzling 3 words in the golden book in the sky, her hanging heart was finally released. Little Lingyuan, you've really surprised your sister. It's a blessing in disguise. This time it's a strong rise. Sister is happy for you. Wuji Star. All the great holy places shook. An 18-year-old sacred 10-realm powerhouse? Are you sure this isn't a joke? It's not an error in the contenders list? 18 years old. Putting it in the entire Wuji Star. What kind of heavenly pride teenager has this kind of talent and strength? Even ancient Tao lineages that had been passed down for more than 100,000 years didn't have such a terrifying new generation of heavenly pride. The Holy Land of Polarity. Countless disciples turned pale. Just feel the scalp tingle. Is Yang Lingyuan the Yang Lingyuan I know? Wasn't he deprived of his cultivation and banished from the blood mines? He should be dead. How did he become a Death Mountain disciple? Asterisk 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 asterisk. The previous series of events couldn't have been because of him, could it? The crowd of disciples seemed to have discovered an unimaginable secret. Yang Lingyuan is not dead. Then as a false son of Yang Di Yuan, can not also be said to be not dead? also worshipped under the Death Mountain? What happened to the Holy Maiden and Holy Sun seems to make sense. It's because of them that the Death God Mountain came to retaliate against my extreme Dao sacred ground, causing my sacred ground to suffer the tragic deaths of many of its elders. Not to mention the loss of extreme Dao Emperor armaments. The Grand Elder of the extreme Dao Holy Lands face darkened at his words. Death Mountain. Death Mountain. Yang Ling Yuan. If it was really their doing, was this because they saw Yang Ling Yuan's cultivation qualifications? Yang Ling Yuan didn't die. Yang Di Yuan died to avenge his brother's death? It's only been a few days? Yang Ling Yuan, who had his cultivation abolished, had not only recovered his cultivation, but had also broken through the 14th realm of Saint Entry. Simply amazing. Confused, Yuan Shu was furious beyond measure when he realized what had happened. A slap sent the Grand Elder flying, and his entire cheek was knocked off. Blood detached, blood flying across the face, extremely oozing. Since it has already happened, don't regret it anymore. Put all your efforts on reviving the old ancestor. We don't have much time in the extreme Holy Land. The ancient family, the flower family, asterisk 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 asterisk. The Star River umbrella can't even be recalled. What exactly happened in the extreme Holy Land that day? More than 10 great saints died tragically. My flower family is already unable to raise its head in the cultivation world, and losing the extreme Dao Emperor soldier will make me even more of a laughingstock in the entire cultivation world, and I'll be ashamed of my ancestors. The Star River umbrella cannot be lost. Grand Elder. This time, I've given up my old face. Tens of thousands of years of connections, and the flower family's favors have all been spent, and the other 3 great families have agreed to lend out the extreme Dao Emperor soldiers, heading to the Death God Mountain. I'd like to see if 5 immortal realm powerhouses can't kill him and me when they activate their extreme Dao Imperial armaments. Death Mountain. Big feast, celebrating Yang Ling Yuan's entry into the Holy Spirit. The crowd feasted and swept the table clean. Yang Di Yuan took out the holy medicine. Pipe enough. Yang Ling Yuan and Su Yuwei both shouted in excitement, and the extreme Dao Emperor soldier couldn't seem to suppress the smiles at the corners of his mouth. For a while, they were dining and drinking, and both of them were covered in a mist of light, and the holy medicine scent was too rich to be melted, spreading all over their bodies. Su Yuwei didn't notice the grace unfolding in front of her in the slightest. Yang Di Yuan was slightly stunned. There is light in the soul of this moment. Ah, brother. Brother? Yang Di Yuan wandered off. Su Yuwei looked down and instantly understood, covering her chest and revealing her small tiger teeth. Yang Lingyuan scratched his head and, as an afterthought, realized that he seemed to have disturbed his brother's pleasure. What's wrong? I want to go down to the mountain to experience the experience. In fact, in less than 2 days I stepped into the sacred realm. Perhaps it is because of the enlightenment ancient tea tree leaf that made me comprehend the immortal scripture, the imperial art thousand blade chop, and so on, but I found that after entering the sacred realm, I need to practice my heart and I want to go to the red dust and take a walk. Yang Di Yuan nodded. Going to find Lu Yi? Yang Lingyuan was still a teenager, suddenly a little shy. Brother. Oh, Su Yue came to her senses. I didn't realize that our younger brother Xiao Yuan likes the gentle sister type. Ah? Then what do you think of me? Sister-in-law is very nice and his brother's cup of tea. Su Yue beamed and picked up a piece of holy medicine and stuffed it into Yang Lingyuan's mouth, then settled down to murmur in a low voice. Who wants to be his woman? Bad. Great meal. Su Yue also noticed that her cultivation had refined drastically, watering down to enter the heavenly soul 8th realm. The blood mine is not guarding the treasure trove. I'm coming. She had originally aimed for the stone of returning origin within the blood mine. Who would have thought to encounter such a series of changes? Late at night, Su Yue sneaks into the blood mine, where she treats this place as her own home. Good Richin Chi. Spare the heavenly soul 8th realm. Su Yue also detected a slight chill. Looks solemn. Along the mine gradually deeper and deeper, the spread of black gas is for the bizarre source, but is not too dense. With the body of a golden crow bead placed in the hand, the spread of black gas is isolated. The ground corpses and bones are piled up. The coldness is cramped, but after all, it is a saintly woman, who has experienced a big scene, and did not cause any impact. The Gue Yuan is really horrible. The corpses and bones are no longer in human form, and they have been transformed into monsters. What in the world is the Gue Yuan? Need to board the human body to achieve the tricky change. Is it regeneration? Su Yue guessed in her mind. It's just a head. She became more and more cautious. The soft armor on her body were activated, given by her mother, while her hands were wrapped in a spreading haze, like a pair of jade-like gloves, emitting a glittering light. Up ahead, stones that were so thick that they emitted an endless black aura lay across the mining wall. Come on, come on, come on. A little girl doll after all. Hey, what's the flavor supposed to be like? The weird source of the black stone seems to be alarmed. For a moment, Countless oozing faces surfaced in the black gas, both human and demonic, as well as unknown creatures, and even quickly spread out, wrapped toward Suyue's feet. What beautiful feet and legs. It should be very sweet and savory, right? A crunchy bite. Suyue's scalp tingled as her body blossomed with radiant light, the power of the heavenly soul spreading and spreading. How? A little heavenly soul. How dare you act recklessly in front of the immortal realm? He. Little girl, come on. You have the honor of being this seat's carrier with your special physique. Chapter 15 The Truth About the Source of Trickery. Imprisoned 12-winged blazing angel. Fallen Holy Spirit on the infinite planet. Immortal realm? Suyue's cheeks instantly paled. Sure Yunlei. I hate you. Is this the heavenly soul realm you were talking about? Clearly immortal. Suyue breathed a cluster of breaths. The golden crow bead didn't even work, and the whole person was swept up by the black gas and pranced into the air. Finished. I'm going to hang up. My first kiss my first leaf my mother Little Young Wei no longer run around. You come to my rescue Facing the mysterious powerhouse within the guile source Blackstone, Suyue brought a sobbing voice of remorse. The black gas transformed into a tentacle that seemed to have condensed into substance, probing towards Suyue. No. Don't. That means yes. The voice of the mysterious powerhouse within the black stone of the eerie source carried an obscene meaning that made one's scalp tingle. Boom! Suddenly, a strong and terrifying aura spread out. The mysterious powerhouse within the trick origin black stone's complexion changed drastically as he exclaimed in horror. The black gas that was wrapped around Suyue instantly dissipated, and without waiting for her to fall to the ground, she was hugged by a person in her arms, and with consternation and astonishment as well as strong surprise, she saw that Yang Diyuan did not know when to appear. Isn't that touching? Suyue bared her baby tiger teeth, rubbing her snow-white teeth and looking down at the palm of her hand on her chest. I'd appreciate it if you didn't pinch. Oh, then do you want to give your body in return? Yang Diyuan heatedly laughed, his palms unconsciously squeezing twice more. You wish. I don't want it, so I'm leaving? Don't. Suyue was so startled that her breathing was a little short, and her snow-white arms hung on Yang Diyuan's neck even harder. On the side, the entire mysterious powerhouse within the black stone of the guile source was bad. What are you doing? A hero who saves the day? Flirting? Feed me dog food? Have you ever put this seat, an immortal realm powerhouse, in your eyes? You have had enough. The black gas within the Guiyuan black stone became darker and darker, rising up, instantly invading the entire blood mine. The strong pressure revealed. The blood mine trembled and hummed. The earth trembled, the debris burst out, and the ore collapsed. It was actually a direct strike against Yang Diyuan. The black gas rolled and transformed into a black palm that seemed to turn into substance, wanting to crush Yang Diyuan's head with one palm. Hands. Rumble. In an instant, the terrifying black palm that probed, even under Yang Diyuan's opening, exploded on the spot, flowing black liquid that could be seen materializing with the naked eye. The mysterious powerhouse within the black stone of the guile source screamed loudly and miserably. The black chi that rolled out instantly retracted, roaring lowly one after the other. This is what you forced me to do. Guile source flood. Rumble. The mysterious powerhouse was enraged and was actually injured. His heart was stunned and at the same time, he was much more shocked at the teenager in front of him. He was clearly less than 100 years old and looked to be in his early 20s, but he actually had the strength to be able to injure him. An immortal realm powerhouse. Moreover, between the words, they were filled with laws and Tao rhythms, and there was a crushing sense of destruction and momentum. The black gas rolled. Monstrous coverage. As if pouring out, rushing out from within the black stone of the weird source, but when it spread to where Yang Diyuan was, it was cut off by the invisible energy, and even the black gas trembled, instinctively collapsing to the two sides and circling around him. How did this happen? The immortal realm powerhouse was horrified. Break! Not waiting for him to take back the black chi. Under a word from Yang Diyuan, the black chi unexpectedly instantly disintegrated. The entire blood mine once again returned to bright. The black chi dissipated into nothingness, revealing the black stone on the stone platform, visible to the naked eye. Inside there was a gust of black chi revolving, shrinking in a corner within the black stone. Shivering. Who the hell are you? How could there be the presence of imperial might? A reincarnated great emperor? Terrified voices came from within the black stone, and the pitch black stone trembled as far as the naked eye could see. Suyue's beautiful eyes widened. Wow! Yang Diyuan is so powerful? Even immortal realm powerhouses are trembling in fear? She couldn't help but half squint her eyes and tap his cheeks with her finger. Speak! Are you Yang Diyuan or not? It's not possible that you've been taken over, right? Yang Diyuan revealed 2 rows of snowy teeth, his face somber as he smiled wryly. Jia. You've discovered all this? Foolish little young Vivian, then to tell you the truth, this seed Acacia sect patriarch, the most favored is such a lively holy maiden as you. Suddenly, the corners of Yang Diyuan's mouth twitched, his flirting mind instantly emptied, and he looked down. Let go. Su Yue was pleased. You think this girl is easy to bully? If you scare me again, I'll pull down the fish roe bag for you. The mysterious strong man within the black stone held his breath. See the two threw on the crazy spreading dog food, realized that this may be the perfect opportunity to slip away. On the spot insufficient palm-sized stone, a jumped off the stone platform. Ouch! Don't pinch my tail. Swish! The black stone shook violently for a while, surprisingly emitting a little girl's exasperated voice, immediately causing Yang Diyuan and Su Yue to be stunned for a while, their gazes tightly staring at the black stone. Pust! A smoke exploded, and the black stone unexpectedly transformed into a humanoid form, and a beautiful young girl with wings on her back and a demon's small pointed horns on her head appeared wrapped in black aura, while her tail was clutched in Yang Diyuan's hand. What are you? Yang Diyuan had also never seen such a rare species. Surprisingly, it was only the size of a palm, like a small doll. If it wasn't surrounded by black gas, it would look extremely cute. This seat, Dai Ai Xianzuan, is also known in the Jianghu as the 12-winged blazing angel. Snap! Yang Diyuan bounced her off with a headbutt. Honestly, or I'd like to taste what a 12-winged incandescent angel stew tastes like. Facing Yang Diyuan's threat, the 12-winged incandescent angel immediately drooped his head, like a frosted eggplant, and honestly told the ins and outs of his identity and background. Its homeworld was surprisingly not in the Wuji star. Looking at the vastness of the universe and the stars, the Wuji star was nothing more than a planet with a lot of life. As powerful as saints are, they can step into the air and travel the stars. And the 12-winged blazing angel informs that it comes from the realm of chaos. Chaos realm? Su Yue was startled. She had inquired about similar information from ancient books and secret texts, and had also heard her grandfather tell stories in which the chaos realm had been mentioned. That's the realm of the near immortals. It is known as the closest place to Xian. It was recorded in the ancient books that a place where all the great emperors of the ancient times would go to was very mysterious and seemed to be connected to the immortal world, where one could become immortal. Are you saying that the chaos realm was tainted? Brought about by a powerful fallen holy spirit? The 12-winged blazing angel corrected. My name is Emily. Not allowed to call this seat directly. Don't hit. This seat, I say is don't tug on my tail. We'll grow out of it. As early as 10,000 years ago, the Chaos Realm had already ushered in the mysteries, and there were even ancient great emperors who traveled inside to explore for things to become immortals, and if they found them it was possible to open the Chaos Realm gate and go straight to the immortal realm. But the mysteries were too terrifying, and the fallen Holy Spirit was just one of the weaker races in the mysteries, and yet it made 10,000 races drink blood one after another. My 12-winged incandescent angel clan was all wiped out. At that time I was still playing with mud. No, this seed is learning the ancient gods to make people, but I didn't realize that fallen Holy Spirit sought out the small world. What happened after that I don't remember. I only know that I was taken away by a fallen Holy Spirit, and when I awakened again, I was here. I was contaminated by the source of the fall. My essence was tightened and I was unable to leave the blood mines until I didn't awaken until 100 years ago. Su Yue's eyes widened as she stretched out her finger and nudged Qingqing's demonic horns, saying, then you're also an old demonic woman who's lived for 1,000 years, aren't you? Don't pretend to be AO. This holy maiden's eyes are snowy bright. Who's an old hag? This seed is only 3 years old. 3 years old? Qingqing retorted angrily, sitting on her but on top of Yang Diyuan's palm. Her cheeks puffed out. Only 3 years old? Then what are you so mad at me for? Believe it or not, I'll roast you. Qingqing at times scared panic. Hiding in the Yang Diyuan's shoulder next to the side of the gas, Su Yue said, you called Su Yue? The first time you meet, on Yang Diyuan. Love at first sight. Yes, a year ago the secret land life and death trip led you to him more inclined to heart. After parting, has been several times sleep dreaming of him, to him to do some screwed up secret. Su Yue blushed in a flash, her heart thumping, reaching out to grab at Qingqing. This thing, it could actually peek into other people's hearts. Dang, that's a scary ability. Your bull ting me. Slightly. People are not nonsense, Lu. Some time ago you arrived here, found that Yang Diyuan is still alive. Is that surprise? So deliberately provoked him. On this state, bundled even feel a different kind of stimulation. Su Yue was completely frantic. Looking at Yang Diyuan's gaze, she was somewhat at a loss for words, anxiously explaining. She did it on purpose. You know, this holy maiden has a very high vision. The Tao partner that I want to pledge my body to is definitely a hero of the world. The previous behavior to was on par with heroes. and now it's completely the head of the villains. Jia. Upset yo. If you do not think so, explain so much for what? Aha. I'll eat you in one bite Su Yue was completely frantic, but in the next instant she suddenly felt her body shaking, her consciousness drifting, her spirit lax, and she collapsed on the spot into Yang Diyuan's arms, completely fainting. Su Yue? Yang Diyuan's brows clustered, instantly probing to realize that there was actually a prancing black gas raging and entangling within his body, eroding the limbs and bones, the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, and spreading to the spiritual divine sea, but it was not detected by Su Yue. If you don't like her, just slaughter it. Qingqing is still complacent. There is a kind of playing the game to win the rush, arms wrapped around. Complacent. Hey, your human emotions are quite complicated. Well, like and do not say. Do not say still like but also cannot get the still do not like. Asterisk. Q. Qing was flicked off by a brainbuster and was dazed in 5 different ways. Strange. How I can't look inside. Hey, quickly take this seat away. It's so dark here. This baby is scared. She is infested with fallen holy light, and because of this, my people once became slaves of the fallen Holy Spirit. Chapter 16 Immortal Realm Powers. Holding Imperial soldiers and capturing the Death God Mountain. Death Mountain. Inside the room, Su Yue's mind was raging with powerful qi, and she slowly woke up, only to find a bizarre scene. Yourself actually soul out of your body? She looked at herself lying on the bed. Yang Diyuan was on the side easing her body. Yang Diyuan. Su Yue had never been in such a situation before, and had thought of every way and means to return to her original body, but she was bound by an invisible energy. No, she shouldn't have been taken over, right? Is it a 12-winged blazing angel? She can read minds and peer into hearts. It would be unforgivable to do anything to her family with her body. Right now, once occupied by the other party, the first one to strike was definitely Yang Diyuan. Yang Diyuan, can you hear me? Can you hear me? I'm Little Yoi. Little Yoi. What to do? He can't hear you. Su Yue, in her soul state at the moment, circled around Yang Diyuan for several times, but the other party remained oblivious. Yang Diyuan gently coughed, his qi and blood surging. He wanted to tease Su Yue. Who would have thought that in the state of the soul, she was naked, and as she fluttered, her snowy whites were trembling, and she was completely exposed to Yang Diyuan's eyes. At the moment, he was grooming Su Yue's body, and the remnants of that black qi carried a different aura and secret power. Fonkai Su Yue around him shouting, every inch of skin to see carefully. Su Yue did not know why, but there was a different sense of excitement in her heart, resting on the fullness in front of her body. Used to be a fairy, now a pervert? Exposure mania. Suddenly, a familiar voice entered Su Yue's ears, and it was actually a 12-winged incandescent angel, showing a small head, lying on Yang Diyuan's shoulder, glancing contemptuously. You can see me? It's not just me. He can see it too. We're not blind. The 12-winged incandescent angel pointed at Yang Diyuan. Well, it's a good reveal. The soul is a little shaky. What? Can Yang Diyuan see it? Su Yue's stream of rebellious blood nearly rushed straight to the sky. You saw everything? She couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. It's okay. Yang Diyuan opened his mouth. Su Yue hoofed it into the body. Instantly Su Yue returned to the body, cheeks visible to the naked eye in the red. Why aren't you awake? The 12-winged blazing angel laughed softly. Of course it's shy. As far as I know, your human race is quite attached to this piece, especially the females. Of course the technical building is a different story. The sound of Su Yue's teeth grinding came from her, and she stormed up on the spot, grabbing at Qingqing on Yang Diyuan's shoulder. Where are my clothes? Su Yue's delicate body was exposed in the air. The breeze brushed by a slight chill, slowly raised her head, but she saw that Yang Diyuan's eyes were straight. Scream. Yang Diyuan started to get busy. This dress is a bit big and a bit white. Su Yue is self-absorbed. Shut up in the house and don't show your face. What a rich spiritual essence. Feeling the majesty and essence of the ancient tree, the 12-winged blazing angel instinctively drooled. She was a bit surprised that holy pills were surprisingly everywhere in the medicinal garden. Crucially, there is also an ancient tea tree of enlightenment spread across the landscape. It's like heaven on earth. Old man, start a pot of oil. Yang Lingyuan looked at the palm-sized little girl in surprise, somewhat amazed. So Big Point is actually immortal realm? Or a 12-winged blazing angel? Is it time to eat? Holy pills, I want holy pills. The 12-winged incandescent angel truly did not consider himself an outsider. Sitting on the table with a knife in one hand and a plug in the other, with her body suspended in the air, Qingqing opened her eyes again but was surprised to find that she was put into the pot. For a moment, he wailed and begged for mercy. Leave me alone. I'm still useful. I can mine. Really? Yang Lingyuan said. A person can dig it. But the flavor of a 12-winged incandescent angel can be only this one chance. 10 billion spirit stones a year. I'll send 4. Absolutely. Yang Lingyuan was shocked. And Yang Diyuan on the side was also a bit moved. That means that during these years inside, you didn't miss out on wow. A few moments later, mountains of spirit stones 100 feet high were piled up within the compound. The total number is extremely impressive. It's 20 billion. It's over. My dowry is gone. Yang Lingyuan laughed lightly. You didn't say you were only 3 years old, so you've started saving for a dowry at such a young age? Of course. We, the 12-winged blazing angel clan, need huge spirit stones to sacrifice our spirits on the occasion of our adulthood, and we will completely transform into human form and have the cultivation of the half-emperor realm. The two of them were a bit surprised when they heard that the 12-winged blazing angel clan, their bloodline was so perverted? Adults are half-emperors? So, what powers do you have now? Otherwise we'd still like to get a taste of the 12-winged incandescent angel. Qingqing gasped and sprayed tears. You guys are really insatiable. So half-braised, half-baked? Emily's form tightened at once. The body emerges from the boiling black gas. All of a sudden the body changes. Surprisingly adult size. Black fog. Half-emperor realm pressure release sweeping longitudinal out. While Qingqing mouth reads. Possessed spirit. In a split second, Yang Diyuan's figure moved. And his own cultivation unexpectedly skyrocketed rapidly. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host, and the 12-winged incandescent angel Qingqing's spirit possession is successful. Congratulations to the host's current realm breakthrough, half-immortal. Hint, the host and the 12-winged incandescent angel in the state of possession. The cultivation can reach the immortal realm. The time limit, 1 day. Yang Diyuan? He had a breakthrough in his realm. The body exudes a misty immortal light. The vastness of the surging mist steam. To do a real meal xia drinking mist, like an immortal descending. Every move is like an immortal, with the light of the immortal rhyme. Brother, you, Yang Lingyuan was a bit uncertain, only to see a layer of black mist emerge, and the aura of his brother Yang Diyuan's body changed abruptly. Hoo. Tired of this seat. Yang Diyuan looked at the black fog wrapped, has evolved into a human high appearance of the 12-winged incandescent angel Qingqing. Delicate body on the immaculate, bright and holy. Soft and limp lying on the body of Yang Diyuan. A few moments later, the black fog dispersed, once again returned to the size of the palm. She was a little dizzy, the whole person like drinking wine pulp, swaying left and right, not a few steps, lying on Yang Diyuan's hand, holding his fingers and huffing and puffing to sleep. Brother, Yang Lingyuan was surprised and didn't understand what was happening. 12-winged blazing angel clan. Yang Diyuan seems to know why the clan was exterminated when the chaos realm mysteriously arrived. Not to mention that their native bloodline is strong, and adults are half-emperors. This ability of possessing a spirit alone could directly allow the possessor's cultivation to climb rapidly, sparing him from advancing another realm. If he waited for Qingqing to reach adulthood, wouldn't Yang Diyuan's cultivation in the possessed state be raised by 3 or 4 great realms? Night Ridge Mountain. The void trembled as a line of more than 10 figures broke through the void and arrived, each emitting a powerful aura. They had all reached old age, but even so, the chi and blood in their bodies had not dried up and were as strong as 10 rounds of blazing suns, burning. The realm of every single one of them was ridiculously high. At the immortal 14th realm, Clan Elder Hua. This time we, the Gusu clan, the Mountain Moving clan, and the Easy clan, have brought the Extreme Dao Emperor soldier to help you reclaim it. We don't have any other purpose. We just want to borrow your great emperor's scriptures to take a look at them, to imprint ourselves and take a step further. When the mystery will arrive, our 4 ancient families will join forces and will surely be able to obtain the item for becoming an immortal within the miracle hush. The Flower Clan elder had a head full of white hair. His face was grave, and he replied with a smile, but in his heart, he was helpless to the extreme. The extreme imperial armament Star River umbrella being taken. This was a serious and great sin. It might even cause the ancient family to fall, and having reached their height, it was inevitable that there wouldn't be any enemies who were paying attention. Without the Extreme Dao Emperor soldier, it would be a toothless tiger that would be targeted by all parties. Don't look at the 3 clans of Gusu, Monshan, and Prowler right now, but that was also for the great emperor scriptures that were inherited by the clans that would never be leaked. Don't worry, my Flower Clan spits a nail, and I'm counting on you all this time. It's not true that the Death God Mountain has 3 Extreme Dao Imperial armaments, and it's even obtained the Star River umbrella as well as the Everlasting Mirror, but from my point of view they can't really be quenched to gain recognition in a short period of time. Together with a total of 16 Immortal Realm powerhouses like us, the Death God Mountain will surely be destroyed, and we may be able to obtain unexpected harvests at that time, or even a family may be able to obtain a second Extreme Tao Emperor soldier. They exchanged words calmly. All of them had already lived for a great many years. Many of them were already at the age of 10,000 years, and after the words fell, they looked away from where the blood mine was and turned into streams of light and swept away. Chapter 17, Delivering Emperor Soldiers by Miles. The Immortal Realm powerhouse suffocated and died miserably. Great Emperor present. Death Mountain is located. 16 Immortal Realm powerhouses arrived. Looking at the 1,000-meter radius surrounded by a 1,000-foot-high city wall, his expression was slightly stunned. Ha! The district Death God Mountain. It doesn't even have a decent mountain gate. An Immortal Realm powerhouse spoke out and laughed coldly. The Immortal Realm pressure swept across the scene, his voice descending like divine thunder, instantly sweeping across the entire Death God Mountain. Where are the men of the Death Mountain? We, the 4 ancient world families, are visiting. Why don't you quickly kneel down to welcome us? The voice was extremely penetrating, spreading within the Death God Mountain. Inside the Death Mountain, Red Xia Holy Maiden Su Yue blushed, unable to forget the previous image for a long time, muttering her little mouth, her beautiful eyes blinking as she fed young Diyuan fruits. Not bad. Use a little more force. Su Yue was furious. Looking at young Diyuan who was completely getting the better of him, she immediately probed her hand and pinched at the soft flesh of his waist. Are you pinching? Believe it or not, I'll start pinching you? Yang Diyuan feigned a glare, and Su Yue inclined her head, exasperatedly grinding her small tiger teeth, seemingly thinking of something and making up his mind. His hands rhythmically pounded on young Diyuan's thighs, followed by rubbing his shoulders and pounding his back, blowing hot air in his ears, his voice becoming sweet. Dare I ask Master Yang if this is a good strength now? Young Diyuan forced himself to calm down. His neck could be said to be his untouchable territory. A strange and charming feeling pervaded, nodded and said, not bad, that is, when you rub my shoulders, can you not act like you are breastfeeding me? So, you want it? No, don't want to. Young Diyuan was immersed in the beauty raider, and with the 3 great emperor-level formations to isolate it, what sound could come in, outside of Death Mountain? With the clear wind sweeping several withered yellow leaves slipping past in front of them, they actually stood for a long time without hearing the people within the Death Mountain step forward to respond. A crowd of Immortal Realm powerhouses. Cut the crap and just do it. No matter what the Death God Mountain says, there shouldn't be any Immortal Realm cultivators, right? Even if there is, can it hold back the 16 of us? Besides, we're carrying 3 Extreme Tao Imperial armaments, and with them activated together, even a half-emperor should be able to resist. In a split second, the Immortal Realm powerhouses of the 4 ancient lineages of the Gusu, Easy, Moving Mountain, and Flower clans looked at each other and immediately prepared to strike. Boom! 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 A terrifying aura was released. The secret power of the Immortal Realm destroying the world spread out. The void was collapsing, far beyond the destructive power of a Saint King Realm powerhouse. The surrounding laws and Tao rhythms, the power of heavenly rules and order were all rippling. One of the Immortal Realm powerhouses struck out, heading straight for the mountain gate, wanting to completely turn this place into ruins. The Xia light erupted, directly hitting, but in the next instant, a terrifying and swift killing chi spread out. Reflecting back, the Immortal Realm powerhouses didn't even come to have the time to react, and they were hit by the Xia light on the spot, directly blowing up. Swish, swish, swish. This change instantly caused the remaining 15 Immortal Realm powerhouses to change their colors drastically, and then they looked at the companion who was struck by the haze light, but he actually died on the spot. As powerful as they were, it was easy to regenerate with a drop of blood, regenerate a broken arm, and reorganize their fleshly bodies, but now, they couldn't even regenerate, and the light of the origin turned into ashes. The spirit god sea was completely extinguished, and even their essence, spirit, and blood and flesh were all evaporated. Immortal Realm powerhouse, dead. The crowd of Immortal Realm powerhouses were horrified, all of them looking extremely ugly and shocked to the extreme. How can this be an emperor-level grand formation? This Death God Mountain actually has such terrifying underpinnings. The emperor-level great formation is hidden in nature, and we didn't even realize it. The Immortal Realm powerhouse breathed a little sharply. Spare them such a great power. Touching the emperor-level big formation also dare not really hard to break through. Once that is the great emperor vertical and horizontal overwhelming killer weapon. Is the bottom card in the duel with the great emperor. The Flower clan elder's face was green and purple, feeling that the previous shouts had not been heard by the people of the Death God Mountain, and had been isolated by the emperor-level formation. Even with the death of an Immortal Realm powerhouse at this moment, the people of the Death God Mountain didn't even know about the arrival of their group of uninvited guests. This is a great shame for them. As an immortal realm powerhouse, which one of them was not a highly respected existence in the cultivation world? At this moment, he was even more in possession of an extreme Tao Emperor soldier, yet he was so passively ignored by the Death God Mountain. Deception. A group of people all soared in anger, their hearts fuming, wanting to overthrow this place, but then he turned his head and was overwhelmed. Death Mountain. They had investigated. Being able to possess 3 extreme Tao Emperor armaments and stirring the extreme Tao Holy Land into a muddy river with just one Saint King. How could he do it so easily? This Death God Mountain, like a divine soldier, appeared suddenly, and neither its background origin nor its roots were known. The only thing that was known was that the younger brother of Yang Di Yuan, who had been expelled from the extreme Holy Land in the past, had worshipped here and resolved the death crisis. I'm knocking Rewa. The 2 immortal realm powerhouses of the Gusi lineage were in a state of rage. This was simply a disregard for them. The immortal realm powerhouse who had died earlier was a companion of their clan. They were still laughing and joking together before they came, ready to go back to study the great emperor's scriptures together. But in a blink of an eye, they were running off to the Yellow Springs, catching them all a little bit off guard. At that moment, the 2 looked at each other, directly offering the extreme imperial weapon, only to see a rod of fire-red gold double halberd floating in the air. In the immortal realm's secret power to promote, woody rotating, imperial power diffuse and volatile, under the control of the direct rush to the imperial array. Boo! The terrifying might was released, and in the instant it didn't enter the great emperor formation. The extreme golden dual halberd disappeared from their sight, just like a clay ox entering the sea. Not only did it not erupt into terrifying ripples, it didn't involve the formation even more. Not this. In a flash, everyone was stunned. Golden halberd. This is the Gusi lineage of the ultimate emperor soldier, fully activated. The power and the expected but very different. Even if a stone falls out of the water will splash ripples only. But the ultimate emperor soldier golden halberd directly into the great emperor array after disappearing without a trace. A little of the ripples are not caused. Not good. Poof. The 2 immortal realm powerhouses of the Gusi lineage looked horrified. Their pupils contracted extremely. But the extreme Tao Emperor soldier severed its connection with them, like a masterless object that had not entered the Death God Mountain. Not to mention that they were also subjected to the backlash of the Emperor soldier's disconnection, spewing out blood in their mouths, staining their white beard stubble and clothing red. What? The crowd was even more appalled. Not only did he not see anyone from the Death God Mountain when he arrived here, but he lost an immortal realm powerhouse in a single strike, and now even the extreme Tao Emperor soldier had disappeared. For a while they could neither move forward nor backward. The strongest members of the Gusa clan had green faces and their livers were twitching with anger. They traveled thousands of miles to die? To deliver the extreme imperial soldier? Death Mountain. Not even a single silhouette had appeared from the beginning until now. The invisible scorn caused endless anger to well up in their hearts while at the same time being extremely jealous of the Death God Mountain. What to do? What level of power the Death God Mountain really is we don't know yet. But since they were able to activate a complete great imperial formation to guard the mountain gate, they're at least at that level of the ancient Tao system. 3 extreme imperial armaments. 3 great imperial formations guarding the mountain gate. Just how much more depth does the Death God Mountain have that we don't know about? Is it hard to believe that there are still supreme powerhouses at the level of supreme lords and god kings in the Death God Mountain? The hearts of a group of people were like ashes. Not only were they unable to force an attack at the moment, they were even more unable to withdraw at will. At least the Gusi lineage was unable to retreat peacefully. The extreme Tao Emperor's golden twin halberds were unknown, and if they were to be lost as a result, they would be the culprits. Old flower head, you're really old and slippery. This time my Gusa lineage has been victimized by you. Regardless of the outcome today, your Flower Clan's great emperor scriptures will also be available for my Gusu lineage to watch and study. The Flower Clan elder knew that there was no way back. If he rebuffed at this moment, not only would he hurt his friendship, he would even be hated by the other party. And the loss of the extreme Tao Emperor soldier was not a small matter. Go! I'll go in with you to explore. Flower Clan old heart across. The eyes show the determination of the intention. The voice of the Flower Clan with the people. The same Gusa line also has a person step forward. The 2 looked at each other. The divine sense release. Carefully refer to the great emperor array pattern. Explore the road ahead. Cautious and careful step into the front of the large array is located. The rear of a crowd of immortal realm powerhouses heart for no reason a throbbing. How many years of fame? At this moment the Death Mountain in front of them, but also has a sense of vestigial vision that is not weaker than the major forbidden land of life and death. Get in there. There were no fluctuations in the great imperial formation. Is it hard to believe that the sound is fake? Can you only play one strike? Yet just the next moment, 2 miserable screams came out one after another. The 2 immortal realm powerhouses were on fire. the Great Emperor Array was completely activated. Obviously a mistake was made in the process of forward exploration. All kinds of terrifying beams of light flew horizontally. Extremely powerful. The two figures only the immortal realm powerhouse of the Gusi lineage ran out. But they had already lost their souls and their flesh was like burning paper, turning into ashes. In their eyes was actually a strong fear. Just except for one step of the Great Emperor Array, then they would be dead in this way. Dead. Dead again. Two immortal realm powerhouses died. How come? How come? What exactly is so terrifying about this Death God Mountain? At this moment, however, the Death God Mountain at the moment was like an abyss of death. And whether it was an extreme Tao Emperor soldier or a cultivator powerful enough to be in the immortal realm, they didn't even manage to see the side of the disciples of the Death God Mountain. This Great Emperor Array is simply a bronze wall, an unbreakable barrier. Ask who in this world has the ability to break open this array? I'm afraid that even great emperors in the world are a bit tired of facing the three major formations. The deaths of the two immortal realm powerhouses confirmed the thoughts of the rest of the people that the Death God Mountain's great imperial formation was never just for show. It was an overwhelming barrier that could truly be activated. Unbreakable. Moving Mountain's lineage have no access to the scriptures of your great emperor. So I'll go first. Swish. The Easy Clan, don't have that chance. Leave for now. In a flash, the six figures transformed into long rainbows, opening up the void and about to flee this place. They are all old, undead, living fossils who have seen the essence of the matter clearly. Death Mountain. Whoever enters dies. The Gusi lineage had already taken the extreme Tao Emperor soldier in for the Great Emperor scriptures. They didn't want to follow in their footsteps, and at the end of the day, the Gusi lineage had already shifted their thoughts. The Flower Clan's extreme Tao Emperor soldier would be gone if they didn't have it. But they couldn't lose it. This also led to the tragic death of an immortal realm powerhouse of that clan under the Great Emperor formation. What? Suddenly, the void collapsed. 6 immortal realm powerhouses, the 2 races of cultivators, from the void popped flying. A terrifying energy secret force instantly pierced through the void. They were instantly dead souls. Do not dare to believe. Looking behind them in the sky, suddenly appeared a black-clothed figure. The Great Emperor? Chapter 18, 16 million killing values. Gather the Immortal Execution Sword. Immortal Execution Sword formation. The moving mountain as well as the free and easy lineage that were ready to flee this place and were no longer prepared to get involved were terrified beyond measure. Only to see a black-robed man, crossing the void, standing in the air, just appearing, exuding an extremely powerful and terrifying aura. That exuberant power of chi and blood, with a strong pressure, without having to move. So that a group of people present all trembled crazily. One by one, their complexion changed drastically, their livers and guts were trembling, even as a strong person of the immortal 14th realm. In front of this black-robed man in front of them, they were all like little chickens. Their bodies could not even stand up steadily. What kind of training is that? What strength? This black-clothed man was a genuine great emperor. The great emperors of the ancient world. Each one of them was transcendent and overwhelmingly immortal, spanning an era and commanding an epoch. That's a symbol of cultivation to the extreme. More so, it is the spiritual will of all cultivators on the path of cultivation. It's a benchmark. It's hope. It's eternal life. No one didn't want to become a great emperor. Who can span the ages and cross the starry universe? Who can deserve the name of the great emperor of the ancients? There are just a handful of them. Each one of them is a supreme generation, courageous and destructive. And right now, they actually truly saw the absolute great emperor standing in front of them. Having come all this way, it's a bit unworthy of the Death God Mountain's prestigious name if we don't die a death. The man in black floated out of the dust. The emperor's might was restrained. Even so, there was still no one who dared to make a real move. From the moment he appeared, his aura crushed them comprehensively. What are they? Daring to take on a great emperor. What's more, it was still a great emperor who was in his prime at the right age, whose flesh and blood had not dried up. Poof, poof, with several muffled sounds in succession. The immortal realm cultivators from the mountain moving vein as well as the easy vein knelt on the spot. What with the dignity of an immortal realm powerhouse? What family prestige? Can it outweigh their lives? The most crucial thing was that the mystery would arrive. And they, as the underpinnings of the ancient family, controlled the future and inheritance of the entire family. Immortal realm powerhouses were already considered to be the top tier of the ancient world family's battle force. And even if one died, it would be a great loss, with both forces sparring. Often just that one immortal realm powerhouse could change the entire battle. Hope for a new life. My free lineage. The mountain-moving lineage. Admire the envy of the Death God Mountain. Specially come here to look at the miracle. Unintentionally disturbed the great emperor. Hope the great emperor led us a way of life. The mystery will come. The great war will come. We die for the right thing. but the clan late generation of later generations still need to hope for. Please, Great Emperor, open your net. Poof, poof, frame, frame. The ground exploded one after another and deep craters appeared. Those were immortal realm powerhouses kowtowing, hoping that the black-clothed emperor would let them go. This death mountain is simply terrifying. They really regretted coming to this one, just wanting to have a look at the great emperor scriptures. With their cultivation and strength, if they lost their extreme emperor soldiers and also lost their lives, that would simply be too much. In the future, when the cultivation world talks about it, the ancient family will not be able to raise its head for the rest of its life, and there will be people who will say, look, that is the ancient family that sends heads and extreme Dao imperial soldiers for 10,000 miles, but it is really generous. My day. Ah. On the side, the lips of the Flower Clan as well as the immortal realm powerhouses of the Gusi lineage were trembling, terrified that a great emperor had appeared, while at the same time incomparably indignant that the moving mountain and prosperity lineages were simply too much of a dog. Kneeling just like that? No hesitation at all. Master has orders. When these words came out, everyone's livers and guts trembled wildly, and their scalps seemed to be uncovered. What's the word? What kind of talk is that? Ah, the Great Emperor, a powerful person of the Great Emperor realm. Surprisingly, they're just slaves of the Death Mountain? There's an owner up there? It's the Master of Death Mountain, isn't it? To be able to make a great emperor all submit willingly, and still not follow, saddle up and call himself master, his realm strength, and how strong would it be? It can't be a fairy? This statement was made. Everyone was shocked. Don't dare think about it. A great emperor opened his mouth and personally said that he was under his master's orders, so how could it be false? In an instant, everyone panicked as if they were being bombarded by 5 thunders, extremely regretting why they had rashly created karma with the Death God Mountain for the sake of the Great Emperor scriptures without thoroughly seeing the situation. Is it that you don't want to die early enough? The master sees that you and others have gone out of your way to come all the way here, and have specially ordered. The hearts of the people were suddenly glad, feeling hopeful for life. Give you all a good ride. Swish, the words landed. It's like death is ringing a bell. In an instant everyone was enveloped by an inexplicable aura of fear to the extreme. Some of them were even guessing that if they saw their relatives down there, they could be honored to the core and blow their might by saying, I was killed by a great emperor, and you guys are afraid that you haven't even seen him, right? Make a move. Let's catalyze the extreme Dao Emperor soldier together. I don't believe it. Pust. The flower race immortal powerhouse opened his mouth, but before he could finish his words, he was blown up by a single look from the black-clothed great emperor, his blood and bones vaporizing and turning into a wisp of smoke, dead beyond repair. Great emperor, strong as he is, with a single look, a single movement, a cultivator as strong as an immortal realm cultivator wouldn't even have a chance to react. Sacrifice the imperial soldier. Swish, swish, the moving mountain vein and the easy vein no longer hesitated. The other party had already made up their minds to cut off their roots and kill them. What else was there worth continuing to make false pretenses? They could only harden their heads, press down the fear and despair in their hearts, and exert all their strength to activate the extreme Dao Imperial armament in a split second. In a split second, the extreme Dao Emperor soldier ascended into the sky. The Emperor's might was vast, an iron rod and a feather fan, emitting a haze of light, spewing out auspicious aura while the power to kill was unleashed. Not only were the immortal realm powerhouses from the easy and moving mountain lineages fighting against each other, even those from your flower family and Gusu lineage were similarly striking out, exerting their secret powers and fully activating their extreme Dao Imperial armaments. Bang! The clanging sound shook the ears. The immortal realm powerhouses didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless and urged their extreme Dao Imperial armaments to resist the black-clothed emperor. But they didn't notice that space and time seemed to have condensed at this moment. The black-clothed emperor appeared behind them as leisurely as if he were strolling. Put, put, put. The cultivators of the moving mountain lineage died instantly and tragically. The people of the Gusu lineage had likewise not survived. Several immortal realm powerhouses were killed on the spot without even having the chance to react. No, can't die. I'm not happy to die like this. The remaining people roared with unwillingness and rage. The pupils in their eyes contracted and trembled, but they couldn't even see the silhouette of the black-clothed great emperor. Bang, bang, bang. The haze was so bright that a group of immortal realm powerhouses sprayed blood from their mouths, and under the joint attack of the two great extreme Dao Imperial armaments suspended in the air, they failed to cause any damage to the black-clothed emperor, who had actually sent the extreme Dao Imperial armaments flying with his bare hands. The power dissipates and internalizes. The metallic trills emitted were like celestial music, and like grand immortal sounds that made their ears explode. The Great One, surprisingly strong to such an extent. Ha 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 ha. Go up the road, go up the road. there were already immortal realm powerhouses who had lost the will to resist, waiting for death with open arms and a hint of madness in their eyes. Pust. In a split second, there was silence and peace outside the Death Mountain, counting the golden twin halberds. At this moment, Death God Mountain had acquired 3 more extreme Dao Emperor armaments. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host. 1. 6 million kill value. Hint, the host can buy a supreme divine weapon. Ding dong! The system can recover the extreme Imperial Soldier. Unlock the trade-in feature. Hint, recovering an extreme Imperial Soldier and returning the host an absolute divine soldier. Inside the Death Mountain, Yang Di Yuan leaned back on his recliner, refreshed, and the Red Xia Holy Maiden Su Yue smiled and maintained a sweet smile. Such a timid life made him feel like he was healthy and living a long life. He mentally communicated with the system. Trade in the old for the new, counting the previous Everlasting Mirror and Star River Umbrella for a total of 5. Ding dong! Hint, the current host returns to fit the Immortal Execution Sword formation. Do you want to exchange the remaining Immortal Trap Sword, Immortal Killing Sword, Immortal Extinction Sword and Immortal Execution Sword formation for new ones? The corner of Yang Di Yuan's mouth slightly raised. Knowing things, tubes like this are his favorite. Redemption. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. The exchange was successful. Congratulations to the host. He has obtained a supreme divine weapon, the Immortal Trap Sword. Congratulations to the host. He has obtained the ultimate divine weapon, the Immortal Slaying Sword. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the absolute divine weapon, the Absolute Immortal Sword. Congratulations to the host. For obtaining the greatest formation of all time, the Immortal Execution Sword formation. Chapter 19, The Death God Mountain's mighty name shakes the 8 directions. The fallen Holy Spirit appeared. The golden book in the sky shines brightly. The scramble list reappeared. The sound of restoration came out. The 4 ancient lineages united to gather 16 immortal realm powerhouses and traveled to Death Mountain to retrieve the extreme Dao Emperor soldier for the Flower family, and died tragically in front of Death Mountain's gate. Excluding the Flower family, the 3 ancient families' extreme Dao Imperial armaments changed hands. Current ranking of Death Mountain, 36. Brawl list reappeared. Inside the Death Mountain, Yang Lingyuan was overwhelmed with excitement. That's an ancient family, 10,000 years old. 16 immortal realm powerhouses were jointly deployed, and they died tragically on the spot. Lao's tactics are becoming more and more difficult to see. At the same time, the security of the foot was reassuring, and he no longer had to worry about letting the backstabbing occur. Brother Yang, why are you guys so powerful? Su Yue was extremely surprised in her heart, only knowing that Yang Diyuan had sent out a man in black, and if it wasn't for the reappearance of the contender's ranking, she wouldn't have known what that man in black had done just now. Surprisingly, he swept away 16 immortal realm powerhouses. At this moment, she became more and more determined to enter the cultivation room. Small point. The corner of Yang Diyuan's mouth rose slightly, somewhat flattered. Sipping his tea, then looking at Su Yue, he said, "Right, open the legs. I want the bucket." Yang Lingyuan stared at the side with a look of disbelief. "No? He's been practicing for a few days and you two have developed to this level? Gotta. Looks like I'm a little redundant." Yang Lingyuan had the sense to walk away and entered the cultivation room to consolidate his cultivation. Su Yue cheeks flushed, could not help but blush and lower her head, her fingers fiddling with the corner of her purple dress. After hesitating for half a day, she blushed and said, Now, well, I'm a little impatient for the mouth rush." Swish! In a flash, Su Yue's skirt opened wide, and the dazzling white light unfolded to Yang Diyuan's gaze. The tea he just drank in his mouth almost didn't spray out, and under the banner of not looking for nothing, while probing his hand, he moved the barrel under Su Yue's seat, and the tea in the cup was poured into it under Su Yue's stunned gaze. "No, not." Su Yue's brain went a little down. "I really just want the barrel. Go to hell." Suddenly, a tone appeared in Yang Diyuan's mind. Ding dong. Su Yue has a change of heart. Unlock character emotional values. Name, Su Yue. Admiration value, 70 plus. Emotional ties, love. Identity, the daughter of the Holy Lord of Qixia, the daughter of the human emperor of Dali, and the inheritor of the immortal mountain of the ancient Taoist system. Yang Diyuan was slightly startled. This system is so user-friendly too. Name, Yang Lingyuan. Admiration value, 100. Emotional ties, kinship. Identity, the younger brother of the Lord of the Necropolis, the orphan of the ancient Taoist system. With the golden book reappearing, the chatter resumed. The news was like a raging storm that swept through the major cities, holy lands, ancient Dao lineages, and ancient lineages. Death Mountain is so strong and domineering. I love it so much. I don't know if Death Mountain accepts disciples. Who could not love having such a protective mountain master? All 16 immortal realms have been bloodied. This world is going to be unsettled. I thought that the mystery to come would be a tough battle to fight, but now it seems that the Wuji Star is going to be in complete chaos before the mystery arrives. The Great Sanctuaries, the Nine Heavens Sacred Lord, the Red Xia Sacred Lord, the Smoky Xia Sacred Lord, and the other Sacred Lords were all shocked into disbelief. It's only been a few days? The Heaven's Path contest list surfaced one after another. No doubt about it. The main characters are all Death Mountain. It was as if God blocked God's death, Buddha blocked Buddha's death, and broke through all obstacles. The great holy lords had a decision in their hearts. Right now with the momentum of the Death God Mountain had become unstoppable. To be able to kill 16 immortal realm powerhouses and seize 3 extreme Dao imperial soldiers, this was no longer something the Holy Land's underpinnings could fight against. Even the ancient family are blatantly unafraid. Immortal realm said to kill, said to slaughter, its strength, heritage is enough to prove that the current Death Mountain can be said to be mysterious will come when the hottest and able to enter the miracle of God Bu candidate forces. I don't know if I can lend a hand or two. I didn't expect that after the Death God Mountain's strong debut, a power of the level of our Holy Land would instead become the bottom of the list of those who get the key to immortality in the miracle Bu, the Holy Land of Polarity. The crowd of disciples lost their confidence under the successive informations of the Heaven's Path contest rankings. Immortal realm powerhouses lost 16 at once, counting the imperial weapons of the Flower family and the extreme Dao Holy Land. 5 had been captured. Add to that the 3 that were already available in their own right, and it was extremely impressive. The Death God Mountain, our extreme Holy Land, is under death control. We thought we could compete with us, but it turns out that the Death God Mountain even dares to mess with the 4 ancient families together. The backbone and the backbone behind it is imaginable. Isn't the Death God Mountain afraid that these ancient world families will hold together and attack as a group? Mystery is coming. Everyone is in danger. And with the Death God Mountain being so strong and overbearing, it will cause dissatisfaction from many forces and even the ancient Dao system, and it's likely that they'll be the first to be cleared out. Inside the Great Hall, Yuan Su was distraught, and behind him, a group of elders from the extreme Dao Sacred Land, with strengths between saints and saint kings, all collapsed, all like frosted eggplants after learning the latest news about the Heavenly Dao contest ranking. That was 16 immortal realms. Such a force, placed in the entire Wuji Star. Even if they traveled to the ancient Dao system, they wouldn't dare to kill them so forcefully, or even take away the extreme Dao Emperor soldier. The great elders were surprised. Yuanshu was also shocked. Being in the immortal realm, he seemed to be able to feel the pressure pounding down on him. The words said it was early. Extreme Dao Holy Land and Death God Mountain are already incompatible, and the extreme Dao Imperial soldier has been snatched away. Even if they put down all their dignity and face and go to Death God Mountain on their knees to beg for forgiveness, they don't see the other side can let them go. Yuanshu let out a long breath and said, "There is no need to worry too much. I have already transmitted the message that my senior brothers and sisters received the message to come back from the stars, as well as the old guys inside. After seeing the message I perceived that the coffin boards can't be suppressed either, and they are going to revive early." The great elders were instantly delighted. The look on his face was exuberant. In this way, there would be more than 20 immortal realm powerhouses appearing in the extreme Holy Land, and there would even be supreme powerhouses at the supreme level guarding the Holy Land. This is where the Holy Land's heritage lies. After the meeting was adjourned, Yuanshu exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His face was full of exhaustion. He came to the secret room and released the secret power that isolated everything. Yuanshu sat on his knees, and behind him, a soul body with a black aura slowly emerged. Fallen Holy Spirit. Back then, when the blood mine appeared, all the great Holy Lands fought for it, and it was eventually taken by the extreme Holy Land, and Yuan Su had participated in the battle, and accidentally brought out the fallen Holy Spirit while exploring the immortal soil to repair the Emperor's corpse. After so many years, you still haven't found the 12-winged incandescent angel. Wanting to ascend to Supreme, God King, or even Half-Emperor, is never possible in a short time. Genghis said, "I know you have another way. You and I sign a contract. With your cultivation and body, one strike costs part of your flesh and blood. You win hemp, the ancient family, the Flower family." After the tragic deaths of powerhouses as strong as the Immortal Realm and the announcement of the Heavenly Dao competition ranking, the Flower family's group was furious. And now not only were they heavily killed and injured and greatly depleted, the extreme Dao Emperor soldier still had not been recovered. 16 Immortal Realm powerhouses died on Death God Mountain. It's just too much of a head-scratcher. When one thought about it, the depth of the Death Mountain was simply unimaginable. Someone prepare a car. This clan lord will personally travel to the Gusu, moving mountain, and easy veins. Now the only way for the ancient family to embrace the group is to fight a battle against the Death Mountain when the mystery will arrive and win the key to immortality within the divine miracle hush. Chapter 20 Su Yue's entry into the Holy Spirit. The ancient family. The Gusu lineage. The Gusu sect leader was an old man. And after hearing that his family had traveled to the Death God Mountain and had not only lost the extreme Dao Imperial soldier, but had also tragically died several immortal realm powerhouses, his face turned green for a moment. Death God Mountain. The Gushu sect leader narrowed his eyes, his body releasing a powerful aura that was close to the 15th realm supreme level, just one step away from becoming a supreme. 3 immortal realm powerhouses, just like this, died, causing the Gusu lineage to suffer a great deal of vitality. In the ancient world family, such powerhouses were numbered. One death in the contemporary era would mean one less battle force when the future mystery would arrive. It seems that at present, only the 4 ancient families can embrace the group, with the power and strength of the Death Mountain. I'm afraid that there are supreme powerhouses, or even people who are near emperors at the level of the God King, such as otherwise the 16 immortal realm powerhouses will not die easily and tragically, and they are also sees the extreme Dao Emperor soldier. The Gusu lineage was filled with people up and down, their hearts shocked beyond words. First it was the extreme Holy Land, and now it was the ancient family. Death Mountain until now also know a Holy King realm powerhouse, had made a fuss about the extreme Holy Land. I thought the Holy King is already the peak. I did not think that the Death Mountain actually still have the strength to make the immortal realm powerhouse die tragically. My Gusu lineage is considered to be a railroad iron plate, in order to the great emperor scripture, and the Death Mountain tainted with the cause and effect. Don't know how it will end. It wasn't just the Gusi lineage that was shaking. Moving mountains a lineage. Easy ones, just as bad. The clan lord was being crushed, and because of a piece of great emperor scripture, he had actually lost his clan's extreme emperor soldier, and was to be held primarily responsible. Alright, now that things have happened, it's no longer helpful to pursue responsibility. And now that the situation is dire, the other 3 families should think the same as we do, and will embrace the warmth of the group and work together to defend against the Death God Mountain. It's only been half a day in the past. The 4 ancient lineage families' wordsmiths then converged on one piece and explored more than just that. The strength of the Death God Mountain amazes us. I thought that the disparity in heritage was overwhelming, but I didn't realize that the overwhelming disparity was actually ours. The only way to hold together now is to group together. The 4 ancient lineages will resist together, or they may be able to fight against the Death God Mountain. Seconded. Under the study of the 4 great families, they all felt that this resolution was the best and most stable approach at the moment. Otherwise, if their 4 great ancient world families' extreme Dao Imperial soldiers were taken, even if the Death God Mountain was not there, it would be hard not to have other forces of the same level come out. What do you all think? The Flower Clan speaker spoke. One can only make a rough guess as to the present-day depths of the Death God Mountain, and that is that there are at least 2 or 3 supreme realm powerhouses. Body casting, air containment, Dan concentration, spiritual veins, Dharma points, treasure organs, earthly prana, heavenly soul, nirvana, entry into sainthood, sage, great sage, saint king, immortal, supreme, God king, half emperor, and great emperor. This point is nearly unquestionable. Immortal realm powerhouses carrying extreme imperial weapons, not only killed but also captured extreme imperial weapons. Even if they are sitting on God King near Emperor cultivators will not be surprised. The key is, how many people? I suggest that we should activate the ancient family's underpinnings now, to prepare for the mystery that will come, and counting the time it is estimated that it won't be too long. The strongest person from the Gusu lineage spoke. The Death God Mountain nowadays is really unable to guess its depth. What we said earlier is just the result we deduced based on the tragic deaths of immortal realm powerhouses. The Death God Mountain may be even more powerful than we imagined. And the depth and majesty of its depth is even deeper and more majestic. We can't afford to be careless anymore. The 4 talkers knew that if they were to make another careless mistake this time, then everything would fall apart and they wouldn't even be able to wait until the mystery would arrive. For now, press on. Our 4 ancient families will intercommunicate and defend against the Death God Mountain while at the same time defending against the other families' incursions. Death Mountain. Several days passed in succession. The Red Xia sacred maiden Su Yue's attitude changed, and she could be said to have taken care of Yang Di Yuan in every way. All of them could guess whether Yang Di Yuan wanted to eat fruit or grapes next, or lacked something to play with inside his hand. Want to get into the practice room? Su Yue looked delighted, but forcibly suppressed the excited heart-trembling hands, full of unconcern. How could it be? You know what? You're sick. I am not sick. I'm so healthy. How could this holy maiden be sick? Look at that. And a stiff upper lip. Su Yue beamed and ground her teeth. Don't want to go? Su Yue instantly changed her face and smile, cheerfully said, of course I want to get in. Seeing as you've gone out of your way for so many days, then this mountain master will reluctantly let you go in and have some fun. Yo ho! Red Xia Holy Maiden Su Yue joyfully jumped up from her original position, even hugging Yang Di Yuan as a kiss, full of red eyes to escape from the original place, rushed to the cultivation room. I must reach sainthood entry by the time the mystery will arrive. Su Yue's face was grave, and there was a great deal of pressure in her heart. This concerns the Qixia sacred ground, as well as Dili, and the ancient Dao system that grandfather is a part of. She doesn't want to either, but born that way. Fate cannot dictate itself. Her loved ones, her family, though they had never forced him to do anything, but now she knew what she needed to do. What for mystery will come. It was likely to trigger a collision of holy wars, immortal wars, and even ancient Dao systems. Brother, you too this did not? Yang Lingyuan heatedly laughed strangely with a melon-eating expression. One palm lightly clenched into a hole, and a finger was handed over. What's wrong with you? Yang Di Yuan deliberately made a stern face. Who taught you that? Yang Lingyuan proudly raised his head. Full of confidence, the heart seems to have an invincible mind. Pointed to his shoulder head of the 12-winged incandescent angel Qingqing. She said, so that is still early stewed well. The words fell. Yang Lingyuan said with a solemn face, brother, ghostly conspiracies are infinite. The hearts of people are hard to measure and hard to distinguish. The human race is still like this. Not to mention the foreign races. Their hearts are bound to be different. Have you forgotten what happened in the extreme sacred ground? Yes, we carried the dying us back to the holy land of the ultimate way when we were young. But the purpose from the beginning was for you to be this false son. Yang Di Yuan looked at Yang Lingyuan. In his heart he was familiar with his oldest brother's thoughts and insistence, and a slight difference in opinion arose. Yang Lingyuan, first of all, one thing you have to remember. Strong force can be called invincible, can be said to be undefeated, but all things are equal. Life is precious, and killing will only make us lose our heart. Yang Lingyuan sighed lightly, nodded, and sent Qingqing, who had been sleeping for several days in a row, to Yang Di Yuan. Brother, I am going down the mountain. Yang Di Yuan nodded. For this matter Yang Lingyuan said more than once, also agreed with his idea. The child will have to go to the free range, can't be guarded by their side. Moreover, after entering sainthood, whether or not the Tao heart was solid, whether or not the mind was calm, and whether or not the experience was complete, were all crucial, and by using the cultivation room in a single-minded manner, the speed of advancement would already be impeded, much less complete, and the realm would be flawed. Yang Di Yuan agreed that Yang Lingyuan should go out for training, and all of his own imperial arts had been given to him to cultivate and realize in the cultivation room. When some time passes and the imperial art is sharpened a bit deeper, leave with Su Yue. Brother, there is no need to be concerned. I naturally have my things to do. I have not done anything for myself for the past 20 years, and now these days I feel the peace and comfort I deserve. But the mystery will come, and there are immortals above the great emperors, so how can I be weary? Yang Lingyuan was startled. Brother, is it possible that the great emperor is really not the end? The mystery will come to an end, and obtaining the key to immortality will only allow you to enter the immortal realm? Maybe, so take the time to improve yourself, and have a brother for everything, who will always be a strong support for you. Several days passed in succession. There was some movement coming from the cultivation room. As Su Yue's figure emerged, she became more and more near immortal, exuding a dazzling haze of light. Her body was exquisite, undulating and staggering, and the holy might that surrounded her was like an exiled immortal in the dust, her temperament becoming more and more outstanding. Yoo-hoo! I, Su Yue, am out. As the sunlight blossomed, she transformed into a long rainbow and flashed to Yang Di Yuan in an instant, giving a passionate embrace and a passionate kiss on the spot. Shocked, Yang Lingyuan stretched out his fingers to cover his eyes. Brother, sister-in-law, you formed a Dao couple and you're still hiding it from me? Yang Di Yuan laughed lightly. Older brother, when the day comes for brother Ga, he will never hide it from you. Brother, so can you Ga now? I want to eat the mat. Su Yue laughed lightly, a brilliant smile above her stunning face. I've already entered sainthood, but cultivating the indoor isolation of the rules of the heavenly Tao. I have to go through the baptism of heavenly thunder and feel the pressure of death before I can be considered complete and flawless as a saint. Boom, boom, boom. 991 seas of thunder were brewing. 9 heavenly divine thunderbolts converge. The 5 elements of the heavenly Tao's hijacking blossomed. The rules recorded in the heavenly Tao seal engravings spread as the young emperor broke through the realm. In a flash, all the holy lands and ancient lineages were stunned. Another person from the Death God Mountain has been sainted? Chapter 21, The Holy Lord. The human emperor's throbbing. Rumble. The thunder in the sky roared and carried through the 9 heavens, and the entire sky was blackened. Su Yue was extremely domineering. The battle spirit soared to the extreme. His divine valor is no weaker than that of Yang Lingyuan. the golden light all over his body skyrocketed, and one golden veil after another appeared in the void, wrapping his body, and he was invincible in the world. A forward-thinking aura that seems to break everything. Human Emperor's hegemonic body. Yang Diyuan knew that this was Su Yaowei's physical anomaly, strong and overbearing, originating from the bloodline of the greatly human emperor. Boom! The sea of 81 thunderbolts passed through with ease. Immediately following the 9 heavenly thunder, the heavenly Dao's 5 elemental robbery suppressed and ran alongside the teenage great emperor's silhouette. Bastard true body! As Su Yue lightly shouted, behind her emerged a sky full of golden haze. Radiant light, 100 feet high phantom emerged, moving keenly and quickly, every move like running thunder exploding. Hard to resist the thunderbolt at the same time, striking out dryly and decisively, fighting with the teenage great emperor's silhouette. Clang! Madaka! The sound is deafening. The lightning was all pierced by the golden body of the Dharma phase. A drop of golden essence blood coalesced and transformed into a sky full of divine haze. The Tao rules were all partially worn away, and the teenage great emperor's silhouette was dimmed. Half a day later, Su You's face was calm and excited, and she was not afraid of facing the teenage great emperor, even if she was injured. She also operated the scripture mysteries and recovered quickly, and with the baptism of the thunderbolt, Su Yue entered the sacred realm to perfection, and her spirit was sublimated, entering the 4th stage of sainthood. Su Yue surprise, cultivation room, 1 day against 10 years, if it is widely open to accept disciples, is definitely a big help. The great holy places, moreover, will thus pull up a great deal of quality. Congratulations, sister-in-law. Yang Lingyuan congratulated. When the family, above the 9 skies, the golden book is bright and dazzling, and the heavenly Tao contest list online. Red Xia Holy Maiden Su Yue stepped into the saint realm today, entering the 4th rank in 1 day, and ranked among the saint ranking comprehensive ranking, 27. The voice was vast and majestic, with the heaviness of history. No surprises. The Heaven's Path contest ranking caused waves once again. The great sanctuaries are nearly numb. How many days has it been? The contenders list, which had been silent for 1,000 years, surfaced one after another, and they were a bit incredulous that there was a holy maiden level character who had managed to step onto the holy list. The rankings aren't bad. In the top 30, that's a bit of a stretch. Quite a few saint sons and goddess level figures felt a strong sense of frustration. Red Cloud Holy Maiden. Shouldn't she be at the 7th realm? How could she be so swift? Even if she advanced, she should be at the 8th realm. Akashic Holy Land. Main Hall. The Red Xia Holy Lord sat cross-legged, pinching a lotus seal in his hand, covered in light, as if he was in the middle of a light cocoon. The surrounding holy might filled the air, and the rules and order spread across the world, swirling with runes, and there was a hidden great Tao seal surfacing. Little young Vivian has stepped into the entry sacred 10 realm. The Red Cloud Sacred Lord's breath stuttered as excitement and surprise appeared on her face, and she couldn't help but be shocked for a long time as her eyes opened and there was a glow flowing between them. By the looks of it, she should have stumbled upon a great fortune and chance, or else as a mother, how could she not know the virtues of her own daughter? But on second thought, what kind of chance was it that would allow little young Vivian to advance so rapidly? Even if it was a secret land at the level of the sacred realm, it wouldn't allow her to directly step through the 8th realm and 9th realm. The Red Cloud Holy Lord was puzzled. The little girl is less than 2 or 3 years old. Now enter the 10 realms of sainthood. Such cultivation and talent was shocking, at least throughout the long history. Even a teenage great emperor would be nothing more than that, right? Only a legendary level figure like that could arrive at the 10 realms of sacred initiation in such a short period of time. Did you consume the imperial medicine to improve your qualifications? If not, simply cannot be explained. In addition to the death of the mountain of Yangling Yuan, and so on, initially arrived at the extreme Holy Land had not far from the blood mines. It is difficult to hear that the blood mines were taken. Want to explore the treasure within the shenanigans source? The Red Cloud Sacred Lord was a little less daring for a moment. If it was as she suspected, then wouldn't little Yue have been residing in the Death God Mountain all this time? That was the place where all the strongest of the face immortal realm had died horribly. The Red Cloud Sacred Lord's breath stuttered for no reason, and a cold sweat broke out all over his body. At least now it seems that little Yue should be unharmed. Qixia Sacred Lord is a little distracted. Suddenly thought, Death Mountain if evil. This period of time and has not been in extreme danger, coupled with such a fast progress, is not forced to practice the law of dual cultivation? Getting here, the Red Cloud Holy Lord instantly summoned the Dali Human Emperor. Unbeknownst to him, the Dali Human Emperor was similarly in the midst of shock. As a father, and extremely doting father of his daughter, this life he was ready to step into hell with one foot at any time when he knew that his daughter had descended into this world. Little Yue has a lively character and is unwilling to cultivate. This kind of godly progress, can't it be that she is greedy for quickness and has taken a crooked path? Suddenly, he had a feeling in his divine mind, and the projected silhouette of Lord Wife appeared in front of him as if the real body had descended. A 1-to-1 replica. Little Yue is most likely at the Death God Mountain, and I'm now going to use the extremely Taoist Emperor's armament to probe her whereabouts and trajectory. Well, I know. I'll take care of this matter. The Red Cloud Holy Land can't do without you right now. The Red Cloud Sage Lord's face slumped as he admonished. Don't do it the hard way. After hanging up the projected shadow, the human emperor let out a long breath. Arrange the next temporary replacement of the human emperor position. The Death God Mountain recently rise too rapid. All the Holy Land are afraid. Ancient families are one after another blood. If he was really in the Death God Mountain, he needed to be prepared to die. Chapter 22, Acquiring the Extreme Imperial Soldier Again. Immortal Emperor Pill Peach Garden. Prepare to pinch the Extreme Dao Holy Land. Death Mountain. Yang Lingyuan passed by Lao's residence. Suddenly his cheeks flushed. Vaguely, he heard Yang Diyuan panting with the Red Xia Holy Maiden Su Yue. Red Cloud Holy Maiden Su Yue. This is completely conquered by his brother? Only to hear the Red Xia Holy Maiden Su Yue let out a delicate cry, her aura gradually weakening. Outside the door, Yang Lingyuan heart-thumping, old brother playing so flowery tweed. Su Yue's breathless voice came out. The next instant, Yang Lingyuan then saw the Red Xia Holy Maiden Su Yue, her clothes a little ragged, walk out from the door, her face fleshy and red with luster. Which? I didn't hear anything. Passing by. Yang Lingyuan covered his eyes and hurriedly explained. Rather like a thief. Su Yue froze. What's up with that? She had thought that she had already reached the 4th stage of sainthood, so how could she get out of the small grievances she had been feeling for the past few days? But who had thought that Yang Diyuan was like an undefeated god of war, overwhelming and invincible? Even if she had entered the sacred 4th realm, possessed the human emperor's hegemonic body, and inherited her bloodline, her torso was still dangerously close to being broken down and completely disintegrated in the course of the exchange of blows. As for Yang Diyuan, he merely waved his sleeve casually, and the holy might she had released instantly dissipated. It's a monster. A year ago, Yang Diyuan's cultivation was clearly inferior to hers, but now, Yang Diyuan was like a heavenly god above the 9 heavens, and she was like the soil within the earth's surface. A complete difference, not at all on the same level. The difference is too great. Thinking carefully, that night within the Blood Mine Mountain, the night that subdued the Guile Source Black Stone, also known as the 12-winged incandescent angel Qingqing, was not by chance at all, and even less so was the fact that Qingqing had been restrained, but rather that Yang Diyuan was truly powerful to that extent. Su Yue waved her fist. Little Ling Yuan, Louis E is my closest friend and bosom friend. If you dare to talk nonsense about anything, careful, I'll blow my ear off with her. Yang Ling Yuan's mouth corners clear, completely unconcerned. EE is very mature and has her own opinion. She will not change her mind just because of 1 or 2 words from you. But it is your sister-in-law R. Before he could finish his sentence, he was popped on the head by a popping chestnut from Yang Diyuan. What are you blindly thinking about? It's just practicing and sparring. I'll let her feel the sinister nature of society. Yang Lingyuan deflated his mouth and mumbled in a low voice. He hasn't even passed through the door yet, and he's already starting to be biased. Seeing that Yang Diyuan made a move to fight, Yang Lingyuan immediately dashed out. Red Xia Holy Maiden Su Yue glared at the two of them in exasperation and returned to her residence to rest. Yang Lingyuan turned back again, but kept his distance from Yang Diyuan, afraid of receiving another popping chestnut. Brother, I feel that sister-in-law's cultivation has refined a great deal again. Honestly, is she practicing the way of dual cultivation? Old man, have you ever heard of whips in cold water and broom gotta stew? This day, Yang Lingyuan was ready to go down the mountain to practice. Yang Diyuan prepares 3 drops of Great Emperor's Essence blood for him. At critical moments, it can be a release that can sweep away everything. Yang Lingyuan nodded heavily. These days, after he entered the Saint, he was intoxicated on top of the drilling of various imperial arts, and had made great progress, and was quite impressed, wanting to realistically testify to his own strength and battle power. Red Xia Holy Maiden Su Yue was a bit stunned and flirted. What about your brother? Is he really ready to let me leave here? He wouldn't be unable to part with it, would he? Well, my brother said we'd go down together. Su Yue looked at where Yang Diyuan's residence was located, and a trace of unspeakable emotion suddenly rose in her heart. Feeling empty. Su Yue, you really don't have a crush on him, do you? He's funny though, and a great sense of humor, and sometimes immodest. It's even more badass. But she's all set to leave here. Can you really be indifferent and pretend that nothing happened? Perhaps. There is more than a chasm between him and me. Su Yue and Yang Lingyuan walked out of the Death Mountain gate in pairs, and behind them, the Great Emperor formation surged into a swirling diameter channel. Yang Lingyuan looked at Su Yue, who took 3 steps back and solemnly said, "Mystery will arrive. All the great holy places, ancient families, ancient Tao lineages will go all out. If expected well, some forces have already started to work on reviving the sleeping underpinnings. When the miracle hush appears, it's hard to predict the outcome. As a saint daughter, saint son level characters should know better than me how the probability of becoming the fate of a joint pawn is." Su Yue's footsteps slightly paused, her demeanor somewhat unnatural, lively and cheerful by nature. Her face rarely showed hesitation. Before returning to the Holy Land to assume the responsibility on their own, now you still have the opportunity to meet my brother. Holding hands, kissing, embracing, Yang Lingyuan said the truth. The mystery will come. All the races to fight for the throne, only for the key to become a fairy, and get it or lift the religion to fly up. The wind brushed lightly. Su Yue's hair was blown and fluttered, and then also turned her head, reappearing the small dimples on her face with her small tiger teeth. I believe that on the day of goodbye, my heart, the hero of the Gaishur, will come with his feet on the 7-colored auspicious clouds. If I really become a pawn in the marriage, Xiao Lingyuan, do you think your brother he will appear? Not waiting for young Lingyuan to speak, Su Yue, as if talking to herself, continued. His current height is not at this time I can match up. Perhaps there will be a fairy like the 9 heavenly fairy to capture his heart. Before I have always thought of myself as a Snow White, but it really came to that point. I want to be a time Cinderella. Want once. Favoritism and exception. Ding dong. Su Yue's adoration value increases by 20 points. Yang Diyuan was slightly stunned, and together with before, Su Yue's adoration value was already as high as 90. Without realizing it, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His gaze could pierce through nothingness, gazing at the two Su Yue, and as his figure drifted away, Yang Diyuan knew it was time to make a move. Protect the way for my brother. Don't make a move until it's a life and death crisis. Go. As Yang Diyuan's words fell lightly, the great Emperor Realm War Slave's eyes flickered with essence as if he had received a command, and he respectfully said, "Yes, master." In the next moment, the black-clothed great emperor concealed himself in the void. Ding dong. Hint, the current training room can accommodate 30,000 people to train together. May I ask if the host chooses to enter the 30,000 battle slaves of the Peak Bao Dirt realm that are already there? Enter. Ding dong. 30,000 Peak Treasure Viscera realm cultivators enter the cultivation room. Congratulations to the host. The proficiency of the cultivation room has risen, and the real world can be evolved, and the war slaves who enter the cultivation can reach the highest immortal realm. Is the cultivation limit set to the peak of the immortal 14th realm? As the system beep sounded again, Yang Diyuan's heart rejoiced. In my previous life, I read all the major online literature. The gold finger this understanding of the matter. It is really the first time to meet, but also happened in their own bodies. 30,000 peak immortal realm powerhouses. Looking at the entire Wuji star, or even the cosmic stars, it was extremely dazzling. Right? Set. Ding dong. Setting successful. Alert, arrival at the peak battle power of the immortal 14 realm. Countdown, 7 days. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. The system usage time arrived in January. The host receives a big package of stage rewards. Is it on? Turn on. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 peak battle slaves of the Great Emperor realm. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the ultimate imperial weapon, the 9-dragon divine whisk. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the immortal emperor's pill, the peach tree garden. Yang Diyuan was a bit surprised. The peach tree garden. Should that be what he understands it to mean? Sure enough. Medicine for immortality, peach tree garden. Range, 500 acres, 1,000 grains. Introduction, 1,000 peach fruit trees. Blossom once a day. Bear fruit once a day. Can reverse life and renew life for 5,000 years per tree. It's kind of cool. Immortal Emperor Pill. Now speaking here in Yang Diyuan. That is inexhaustible. Take as much as you want. Yang Diyuan's eyes narrowed. There was no need for the extreme Holy Land, the 4 ancient lineages, to exist. At the beginning of the abolition of his cultivation, cut off the future. 100 insults sent to the blood mines. Everything is the extreme Holy Land caused. If it wasn't for the system, he and Yang Lingyuan, I'm afraid they would have died a horrible death. Right? Much less the quiet and cozy time on Death Mountain these days. Chapter 23, 30,000 Immortal 14th Realm War Slaves. Tremble. Extreme Holy Land. Name, Tiyuan Yang. Age, 21. Training, half immortal. Physique, pure Yang sacred body. Taoist fetus. Imperial techniques, Immortality Sutra. Extreme Heavenly Demon Technique, Thousand Blade Slash, Great Void Technique, Great Sun Rulai Divine Palm, Heavenly Emperor's Fist, Reincarnation Technique, Imperial Soldiers, the Ultimate Heavenly Devil Armor, the Ultimate Heavenly Devil Halberd, the Ultimate Heavenly Devil Shuttle, the Human Emperor Streamer, the Nine Dragon Divine Whiskey, Emperor's Formation, Life and Death Formation, Trapped Formation, Imperial Formation, the Sword of the Immortals, 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 the Greatest Formation, the Immortal Execution Sword Formation, Emperor's Medicine, Wudo Ancient Tea Tree, Peach Orchard, Lotus Seed of the Way X 17 pieces, War Slaves, 11 from the Great Emperor Realm, 100,000 from the Saint Realm, 10 from the Great Sage Realm, and 30,000 from the Immortal Realm, Training Room. Kill value, 10 million points. Prestige value, level 0, can be upgraded to level 2. All items in the Prestige System Mall can be purchased with crazy $0. Cultivation Room, Peak of Immortal 14th Realm, Current Ceiling, Occupied Land, Blood Mines, Mountain Gate, Death Mountain. Yang Di Yuan glanced at the attribute panel. Prestige Mall. The conditions for opening level 2 had already been met since the time when the Extreme Holy Land and the ancient Flower family became the laughingstock of the cultivation world after making a big fuss over the Extreme Holy Land. Open the Prestige Mall and upgrade to level 2. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. The Prestige Mall is unlocked. Congratulations to the host. The Prestige Mall has been upgraded to level 1. Congratulations to the host. The Prestige Mall has been upgraded to level 2. As system beeps surfaced one after another, the panel appeared in front of Yan Diyuan. System Mall. Within this module, there are 2 areas in the upper left corner. One is the System Mall Hanzhou. One is the newly opened Prestige Mall. Ideas pour in. The Prestige Mall was opened. As far as the eye can see, there is a wide array of merchandise everywhere. There were all kinds of grades, down to body casting and up to the peak of the Immortal Realm. Everything from pills, formations, artifacts, and then all kinds of wealth couples and magic land that cultivators need. And underneath the item where the price is located, flesh down to 0. All items here are available for purchase at will, and there is no limit to the number of times. Holy medicine? Come on, give me some. Point it to death. Sacred level spell formation? Give it to me. 7 days later. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. 30,000 battle slaves of the Treasure Viscera realm. All of them have been promoted in their cultivation. Current cultivation level, Peak of Immortal 14th Realm. Tip, the system will be a fine product. It can blind the heavens opportunity. No need to ferry. The war slaves still have the same combat power. Not the aura of the Immortal 14th Realm. Surprisingly so much. 12-winged incandescent angel Qingqing awakens from her slumber. Since that day when she showed her powers, then, because of the power of the backlash, he had never awakened. She felt like she had to slow down, only to find an incredible sight. Within the entire Death Mountain, as far as the eye could see, the densely packed black-clothed figures were all at the Immortal 14th Realm cultivation level. All of them. Emily almost fainted in shock. Compared to a true immortal, at this moment, she was still in the infant stage and was unable to utilize her full strength. Even so, she all thought that in this small Wuji star, she was considered to be the best of 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 the best. But now, Qingqing was so scared that her eyes were dripping with tears, doubting that she was dreaming, and her pretty face was scared but white. The Death God Mountain actually has such a bottom? Ding dong! Prestige Mall $0 purchase arrives. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 30,000 sets of Immortal Realm battle armor. Congratulations to the host obtaining 30,000 Immortal Realm level 9 Heavenly Dragon horse mounts. One time, the 30,000 black-robed men of the Immortal 14th Realm were covered in golden light, covered in battle armor, and riding on their hips were the 9 Heavenly Dragon's horses that had wings on their backs and a bright golden light all over their bodies. Ding dong! Detected the host laying down a flat mind. The secret art of the great emperor that one possesses, turn on automatic cultivation. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host. The Heavenly Emperor's fist has been cultivated to the state of flawless perfection. Congratulations to the host. The immortal scripture has been cultivated to a flawless state. Congratulations to the host. The extreme heavenly demon technique has been cultivated to the flawless state. Congratulations to the host. The 1000-blade slash has been cultivated to the state of flawless perfection. Congratulations to the host. The great void art has been cultivated to the flawless state. Congratulations to the host. The great sun ruling divine palm has been cultivated to the state of flawless perfection. Congratulations to the host. The reincarnation technique has been cultivated to the state of flawless perfection. Yang Diyuan was like an enlightenment for a moment. As a great emperor cultivator, there was no repulsive reaction to receiving the memories of the various imperial art secret cultivation methods. Every kind of emperor art practice, as engraved in the depths of the bone marrow, the soul branding general, real as their own by one perception deduction to the extreme top exactly the same. Ding dong, detecting 30,000 immortal 14th realm war slaves, who have not mastered secret arts, emperor realms, etc. And whether to pass them on without side effects or loss, pass the power. Ding dong, 30,000 immortal 14th realm war slaves, automatically adapted to the corresponding realm for the degree of imperial art transmission. In a split second, Yang Diyuan clearly sensed that the true battle power had increased more than several times on the 30,000 immortal 14th realm battle slaves. In a split second, imperial might filled the air and swept away. A radiantly luxurious and extremely extravagant golden chariot lay horizontally above the void. In front of them, 9 divine dragons at the level of great emperors stretched out horizontally, but they only acted as charioteers, each of them lifelike, their dragon roars shaking the heavens and the earth. Departure, Polar Holy Land. Chapter 24. Immortal Mountain Lord is Yang Diyuan, the shock of the ancient Tao system's Immortal Mountain Lord. Akashic Holy Land, the return of Yui Su. Greetings, Holy Maiden. The two mountain watchmen looked shocked. It turned out to be true that Su Yue had entered sainthood just as the contenders list had said. Calculating this way, at her age, only 23 only, she had already arrived at the cultivation level of many older generation figures. The most crucial thing was that before she left the last time, the Holy Maiden's cultivation had clearly just stepped into the Heavenly Soul 8th realm. How many days has it been? Holy Maiden Su Yue's cultivation broke 2 major levels in a row? Hollywell. The 2 gate watchmen opened their mouths to congratulate each other. No harm. No harm. You don't need to be discouraged. Just study hard and practice hard. I believe that in the near future, you will surely step into the Saint realm. The 2 Dao children nodded solemnly, showing even more respect for the Red Xia Holy Maiden Su Yue. A person of her level, easygoing and approachable, was incomparably rare. Take care, Holy Maiden. Su Yue heartsteel and excited. See other people's cheeks shocked color. Extremely exhilarated. This is never had. Suddenly want to fool around. Qixia Scramble Martial Arts Arena. The crowd of disciples studied diligently and practiced hard. The shadows of people and shouts rose and fell, and many disciples' eyes stared, their faces showing excitement and envy. Greetings, Holy Maiden. Su Yue nodded, pretending to clear her throat in an old-fashioned manner, and with her hands behind her back, she said, "Where is Saint Sun Shi Yunlei? Senior sister." Shi Yunlei received the news from his followers and instantly swept out from within a cultivation cave, heading straight for the martial arts arena. He could even see that the breath of the crowd of disciples condensed. The Holy Maiden was trying to establish her authority. Surprisingly, there was truly a holy might permeating her body. In such a short time, Su Yue has truly entered the sacred 10 realm. The saint sons and daughters of the same generation were all at the peak of the 7th realm to the 8th realm in terms of strength cultivation, but now Su Yue directly entered the saints. It can even be said to be unrivaled in its generation. What kind of amazing encounter had made her change so much during this period of time? Senior sister, congratulations. While Shi Yunlei congratulated her, he said to her with concern, "Master was worried about you during this period of time." Su Yue said, "There's still time to catch up. Hurry up. I'll go back to my mother after sparring with you." Shi Yunlei's eyes widened and his figure backed up on the spot. "If you want to hit me, just say so." Su Yue smiled cheekily, and on the spot, her body was filled with holy might, and wherever her body passed, part of the great Tao runes remained in the void. Fast and swift. Boom! Shi Yunlei's eyes condensed, anticipating in advance, directly offering Red Xia Divine Flame, a horrifying outburst of fire, instantly sweeping across the entire field. Many people stared in astonishment, shocked. If they didn't know what to do and retreated in advance, I'm afraid that they would have long since been caught in the wave. Pust! Red Xia Divine Flame was split. The sea of fire dissipated into nothing. Shi Yunlei flew backwards with blood spilling from his mouth. He slowly looked up. The pupils in his eyes contracted, and he took a long breath and then accepted it frankly. "Thank you, senior sister, for being merciful, truly into the saints." A gap of 2 great realms. A strong sense of falling short and frustration swept over him, and although he had expected it, it still made him feel pressured and helpless. "By the way, where exactly have you been during this period of time, senior sister? It can't really be that you went to the blood mine, right?" Su Yue glared, instantly remembering the matter of the 12-winged incandescent angel. "You still have the face to say that if it weren't for this holy maiden's great destiny, She would have died in the hands of such a supreme powerhouse in the immortal realm. Sure, Yunlei was shocked and burst his head in a hurry. If not for Su Yue's collection of strength at the critical moment, his head might have been blown up in a single shot. You want to kill elder brother, don't you? The next moment, without waiting for Su Yue to reply, above the martial arts arena, a silhouette appeared out of nowhere, seemingly penetrating through the void and directly appearing. It was actually the Red Cloud Sacred Lord. Mother! Not waiting for Su Yue to speak, immediately, she was like a little chicken, being carried by the Red Cloud Holy Lord and appearing in the middle of the Red Cloud main hall. Red Xia Holy Lord's face was extremely ugly. Reaching out, a ruler full of power surfaced in his hand. On the spot, Su Yue was scared white. Her body's holy might filled the air, instantly dodging her own mother's stick that was pumping towards her. But sacred might, diffuse part of the Tao rules in Great Tao Chi rhyme. The beautiful eyes of the Red Xia Sacred Lord were once again shocked on the spot, and the holy list displayed really can't be faked. Her daughter had truly become a powerful person in the Sacred Ten realm. Mother, you don't me, or else I'll find father. Find him. You think it will work? It has to be good. My dad has thick skin, so if you hit him, you can't hit me, and dad loves being hit by you. Holy Lord Chixiao's face darkened as his divine mind probed his body. During this period of time, what opportunities were there to directly enter sainthood in a short period of time? The Red Cloud Sacred Lord was getting more and more alarmed. Su Yue's physical qualities were extremely amazing, not to mention that even her underpinnings and foundation were built very firmly. It's not about pulling things up. It's true that the 10 realms of entry are correct. Body casting, air containment, Dan concentration, spiritual veins, Dharma points, treasure organs, earthly prana, heavenly soul, nirvana, entry into sainthood, sage, great sage, saint king, immortal, supreme, god king, half emperor, and great emperor. Surprisingly, there is the residual scent of the emperor's pill. The Red Cloud Sacred Lord's face turned oddly shocked. Emperor medicine, even in the great holy land that belongs to the bottom level of existence, will not easily come out to use. And on Su Yue's body, the aura of the emperor's pill was incomparably thick, as if she had truly taken it. Yeah, awesome, right? I entered a secret place like the Peach Blossom Garden, where holy medicines were like vegetable gardens, and there were even ancient tea trees of enlightenment. And the villagers there were so enthusiastic that they treated me like a guest. The Red Cloud Sacred Lord was a bit unconvinced. Speak human. Mother, can't you understand? Red Xia Sacred Lord's face changed again and again. Ring ruler in his hand. Dao rhyme rope into substance. Instantly tied Su Yue. 3 days do not beat you on the room. 2 days do not scold mention carry dumping coats you. Swish. Suddenly, a figure rushed over. This person was dressed in a dragon robe. His eyes were shining, like a divine lamp. His temperament was extraordinary. A dragon chi was majestic and vast, and between the dragon walks and tiger steps, he aided the ring ruler that was about to fall. Lord wife, it's not necessary. It's not necessary. That person was no one else but the human emperor of Dili, Su Yue's biological father. Father, save me I have been sainted. Mother still whipped me like a child. The greatly human emperor gave a reassuring look and patted Holy Lord Chixiao's back. Come and soothe your breath. You can't make a mistake with her. What if you give yourself a bad temper? Su Yue's eyes were a bit grumpy. Father, Dad, what Dad? Don't call me father. You're so angry with your mother that you've been sent out to beg for food, so why don't you tell me now and stop worrying your mother? Where have you been all this time? Su Yue said. Blood mine. In a flash, the Red Cloud Sacred Lord as well as the Dili human emperor both changed in color. According to the news they had been informed long ago, before the extreme sacred land and the ancient family flower family joined forces, the place had been occupied. Judging from the Heaven's Path contest rankings, it was already within the scope of the Death Mountain. The Dili human emperor's pupils contracted slightly. His mind skipped a beat as he probed the state of his daughter's body, and received a transmission from his wife. It's not a problem. His physique is very good. It's reached the 4th stage of saint entry. The heart and mind of the human emperor of the great legend shook as he entered the 4th stage of sainthood. Instant ecstasy. How could his daughter be mortal? Ouch. The Holy Lord of Chixiao's face darkened at the sight. And instantly, the greatly human emperor's ears were twisted around by her. Is that the point? What kind of existence is the Death God Mountain? The two hearts and minds were wildly shaken. Death Mountain. It was not to mention that he had successively caused the extreme Holy Land and the ancient world family to suffer defeat. Even the extreme Tao Emperor's soldiers had seized 5 of them. 16 supreme powers of the immortal realm combined their efforts and failed to return. At least, in the present day, all the great holy places were incomparably afraid. While not daring to get involved in karma, he was also creeped out, fearing that Death Mountain was too ambitious. In the mystery will come before the strong out. Shocked the major holy places not to mention. It is difficult to guess its real purpose is why. If it is for the key to become immortal. The bottom line is this. Su Yue had unexpectedly become a sacred 10-realm entrant at the Death God Mountain. And now, a peaceful return. Didn't pay anything? How is this possible? How can there be any good things that fall out of the sky? Free is never lunch. Little Yue, quickly tell your father about your visit to the Death Mountain and what happened to you inside. Or else your mother will beat your father in a moment and he won't be able to stop you. Su Yue pouted and opened her mouth to explain, making the ins and outs clear. What? You're saying that the Death God Mountain Lord is Yang Di Yuan? That Yang Di Yuan, the one whose identity and cultivation false sun was discarded by the extreme Holy Land? The Red Xia Holy Lord and the Great Lai Human Emperor stared in disbelief. After the incident from the extreme sacred land, the ancient world family had another spate of bloodshed. Not to mention the loss of their underpinnings, they also lost their extreme Dao Emperor soldiers. And Yang Di Yuan's maximum ceiling is only a fake holy son of the extreme Holy Land. Not to mention the fact that his cultivation had been wasted. How could he recover his cultivation in such a short period of time and create such a huge force as the Death God Mountain? The heritage that they possessed was only stronger and not weaker than the various holy lands and ancient families. You see, you don't believe me when I say it's true. And you don't believe me when I say it's not true. If you guys want to take the opportunity to beat me up, just say so. Or else you won't be able to beat me up when I become a Saint King. Swish, swish, swish. A residual shadow cut through the void. Appear in the house. The leader was a stout middle-aged man. And the three behind him were white with hair. And their realm was clearly in the immortal 14 realm. Father, meet the uncles. The Holy Lord and the Human Emperor saluted. No harm done, my little granddaughter. Yo, Grandpa's here to make it right for you. What are you afraid of when you've already been sainted? Don't worry, you're the holy daughter of the Red Xia Holy Land, the Human Emperor's own daughter, and even my immortal mountain's successor. Who would dare to touch you? Su Yue blinked and said, Grandpa, what if it's Death Mountain? Crowd, granddaughter, this period of time, was it really at the Death God Mountain? The immortal mountain lord was somewhat astonished that his granddaughter had entered sainthood, still at the 4th rank, with such a talent, throughout the entire Wuji Star. That was an extremely strong existence. The future is unlimited. At her age, she was comparable to a teenage ancient great emperor. Sit down, don't be anxious. The immortal mountain lord laughed lightly. Granddaughter, you weren't bullied in the Death God Mountain, not to mention that you also gained a heaven-breaking chance. As far as I know, the two Yang Di Yuan brothers, they should have also worshipped in the Death God Mountain. Su Yue shook her head and said, Grandpa said this is some stolen concept. The two brothers, they are indeed the people of Death Mountain. Only, Yang Di Yuan is the current Death Mountain master. Chapter 25 Looking Beyond the Extreme Dao Holy Land. On the eve of overthrowing the Extreme Dao Holy Land, Lord of Death Mountain? It's Yang Di Yuan? Are you kidding me? One time, everyone in the main hall had their jaws dropped. How is that possible? Death Mountain is extremely strong nowadays. Even if it was an extreme holy land, the ancient world family dared to do it, not fearing the depths it possessed. The current Death God Mountain was even more capable of beheading immortal realm powerhouses and seizing extreme Dao Emperor soldiers. Although it could not be verified, the predecessor of the Death God Mountain, they dared to conclude, definitely belonged to an ancient Dao lineage that had been passed down for nearly 100,000 years. If not, it would not have been possible to do a series of events that startled the Wuji Star, making a big mess of the Polar Sacred Land. The Polar Sacred Land became a laughingstock in the cultivation world. The 4 ancient lineages were bloodied, and 16 immortal realm absolute powerhouses died tragically. The immortal mountain lord could make a guarantee that even the major ancient Dao lineages would have to give face to the 16 immortal realms supreme powerhouses in the face of them, and wouldn't easily make grudges and cross swords. This, in turn, will cause outrage. The situation would be extremely unstable if they were to join forces at that time. The Lord of Death Mountain is Yang Di Yuan? This was even more mind-boggling to them, thinking this whole thing is simply impossible. The Death God Mountain was able to shed blood on 16 immortal realm supreme powers, so it couldn't be that Yang Di Yuan had already grasped an even more powerful card than the immortal realm. The bottom line is this: everything depends on being strong. In this Wuji Star, a big fist was the hard truth, and it was the law of all things. If Yang Di Yuan really grasped the Death God Mountain, what level of cultivation and strength was he at? The difference between before and after is too great. The Red Cloud Sacred Lord as well as the Dili Human Emperor didn't even believe it. Father, this child is still so jocular. It's you who are spoiled. The Dili Human Emperor spoke, his face solemn. If Yang Di Yuan is the Death God Mountain Lord, then we shouldn't cultivate. What kind of strange encounters couldn't possibly allow him to grasp the power capable of overthrowing an immortal realm Jedi powerhouse? The immortal mountain lord raised his eyes and then said, Death God Mountain Yang Lingyuan also became a sacred realm entry cultivator just like you? What do you guys rely on? He felt that an 18-year-old sacred realm entry cultivator definitely had a great future ahead of him, and even more so as a disciple of the Death God Mountain. So if they were to marry, not only could they make friends with a teenage prodigy, but they would be able to advance and retreat together with the Death God Mountain. Well, Grandpa, put away your calculations. Yang Lingyuan already has someone he loves in his heart. Su Yue spoke. That's a little regrettable. The immortal mountain lord smacked his lips. Yang Di Yuan should also be a Death God Mountain disciple. After the Death God Mountain occupied the Blood Mining Mountain, he worshipped the Death God Mountain and became a disciple. Only he is far less talented than Yang Lingyuan, the immortal mountain lord guessed. After all, Yang Lingyuan had been announced by the Holy List, and Yang Di Yuan has been silent. Who could believe it when he said he was the Lord of Death Mountain? Suddenly, a silhouette entered the Great Hall. It was none other than the Red Cloud Saint Sun. Shi Yunlei, Sacred Lord. The outside spies have pinged the news that the Death God Mountain has made a move. Shi Yunlei stared blankly, then saluted the Dili human emperor. Death Mountain is going to make a move? Moment. Everyone in the room was shocked. The Death God Mountain was extremely strong nowadays, and when it struck, it was absolutely earth-shattering. What's the exact news? The Red Cloud Sacred Lord asked. According to outside scouts, the Death God Mountain has offered up a golden chariot at the level of an extreme Dao Emperor soldier, and there are even many black-clothed men in the immortal realm of absolute power following it, and the direction where the target is located is the extreme Dao sacred ground. In addition to that, the external scout also learned that the four ancient lineages, the Flower Family, Gusu, Easy, and Moving Mountain, have already embraced the group because of the loss of the extreme Dao Emperor soldier, and in such a situation, the Death God Mountain still sent out its manpower, seemingly wanting to be overthrown along with the extreme Dao sacred ground. The crowd's pupils shrank. The Holy Land of Polarity. The four ancient families. It's trying to catch them all in one fell swoop. Full purge. What kind of vigor and courage is this? It's no less than being at war with 5 holy places at the same time. What kind of heritage does the Death God Mountain have that it dares to act in such an overbearing manner? It's simply too unbelievable to believe. This matter is of great importance. If the Death God Mountain is in trouble, the probability that the Polar Sacred Ground will be able to resist with certainty is not low. After all, the Polar Sacred Ground has now revived its underpinnings, and the Polar Yuanshu is even an immortal realm absolute powerhouse, and its fellow lineage brothers and sisters seem to have returned from the astral battleground as well. The Dali human emperor's eyes were gloomy. In this battle, the Death God Mountain is trying to establish its current position. The immortal mountain lord stood up, and behind him, 3 immortal realm extremely mighty clan elders spoke. Mountain Lord, go and take a look. The Death God Mountain is strong and overbearing and fierce, but we don't know anything about its underpinnings, so we need to find out, and our immortal mountain should also make plans early. It's inevitable. The mystery will come, not only at the level of the Holy Land and the ancient lineage, even the forces at the level of the ancient Dao system are going all out. It is said that in the era when the great emperor fell, the ancestors of the extreme Dao Holy Land were friendly with the ancient Dao system Qinghuan Immortal Palace, so I wonder if they will make a move this time. Su Yue was shocked. The status and level of the Green Luan Immortal Palace was no longer something that could be pinpointed at the level of a Holy Land. With an underlying heritage of more than 100,000 years, it had been a long time since the ancient Dao system had been at war, and the dormant underbelly was bound to shine when the mystery would arrive. All parties shook. The 9 Heavens Sacred Land, the Smoky Cloud Sacred Land, and many other sacred lands had received news of external exploration. Death Mountain strikes. The first time it came out so all-encompassing. Surprisingly, he wanted to overthrow the extreme Holy Land while the 4 ancient lineages were also not spared. Trying to attack on this day, the 9 Heavens Sacred Lord was horrified and appalled. What kind of certainty and backbone does this Death God Mountain have to besiege the 5 major forces at the same time? The resurgent underpinnings within the Holy Land were all shocked at this moment as well. Even if it was as strong as a supreme power in the immortal realm, the revived previous generation figure of the 9 Heavens Sacred Land had a feeling in his heart. I think the Death God Mountain is going to open the seal of the gods' battle today. At the same time, inside the Smoky Cloud Sacred Land, there was also a tremor. Upon learning the news, a secret meeting was held immediately. Nowadays, the Death God Mountain was already in existence that made all the great holy lands fearful. The extreme Dao sacred ground had already sealed the deal when it lost face and lost its extreme Dao Emperor soldiers on that day. The Holy Land of Polarity. Yuanshu looked at the several figures in front of him and said, "Senior brother, senior sister, senior brother, This time we have to go all out in the extreme Dao Holy Land. The revived heritage, with all the older generation characters, should also be out. The Death God Mountain bullied me, occupying the extreme Dao Emperor's soldier. First of all, have to admit that the Death God Mountain but has the strength. But we are not a good messenger for the extreme Dao Holy Land either. Inside the Great Hall, a figure were all strong and powerful. Their killing aura and battle intent was great. The extreme Dao Holy Land had become the laughingstock of the cultivation world, not to mention the loss of face, but also the loss of the extreme Dao Emperor's soldier. They were already in a state of flames with the Death God Mountain. Either he lives or I die situation. Yuanxu senior brother, don't worry. Senior brother, I have already stepped into the Supreme 15th Realm. There are also all the Immortal Realm senior brothers and sisters. I thought that the day when we return to the great battle again is when the mystery comes. I didn't think that there would be such a force as the Death God Mountain. Don't worry. Now that our extreme Holy Land has entered the full preparations for war, the disciples are on the same page and are full of battle spirit. Inside the Great Hall, a group of old undead, living fossil-level old generation powerhouses, awakening from their slumber, were so powerful that even though their origin had been depleted and their chi and blood had dried up, they were still able to exert their peak battle power a few times. Greetings to all the senior uncles and masters. The crowd of Immortal Realm absolute powers present saluted these old men and women, with these living fossil-level powerhouses of the older generation in attendance. Even if they were to go to war with the Death God Mountain, they would have the backbone to do so. They, at the very least, had supreme-level combat power, with the powerful arriving at Half-Emperor, and there were many God King Realm powerhouses as well. Yuanxu said, according to the tip-off, the Death God Mountain has moved out, and many forces are shaking to run straight to our extreme Holy Land. A living fossil-level old man knocked his walking stick in his hand. Since the Death God Mountain has come, even if he spells out his old life, he will let them have no return. Suddenly, an imperial might float and rose in the air. Outside the extreme Holy Land, the void was penetrated, and a flowing golden haze, accompanied by a chariot of imperial might rising, came across the sky. 2 men in black served. It was as if there was a big man sitting in the car. 9 divine dragons with majestic chi and blood flowed with might. Their dragon roars emanated, and the entire extreme Holy Land began to tremble. What? Surprisingly, we're using an extreme Dao Emperor soldier as a substitute carriage. Those 2 men in black. It's the Death Mountain. The same black-clothed man who caused havoc in my extreme Holy Land that day and wasted the Holy Son and Holy Daughter, as well as the Holy Lord and a bunch of elders, was the Death God Mountain. The crowd of disciples were horrified. That day, the same king-level black-robed man arrived with 3 extreme imperial armaments, so it could be said that he was going to kill through this place even before the bottom had recovered. Not only did it make the extreme Holy Land a laughingstock, it's more like killing the Holy Lord. Abolish the cultivation of the Holy Sons and Daughters. After capturing the extreme Dao Emperor soldier, he left with ease. Since then, the extreme Holy Land was disgraced and laughed at everywhere, and the dignity of the extreme Holy Land was completely gone. Coming! How dare Death Mountain! How dare you really want to overthrow my extreme Dao Holy Land? Today, let you have no return. Become the dead souls and corpses at the feet of my extreme Holy Land. Chapter 26, 9 Dragons Pulling a Cart. The shock of the extreme Holy Land. Outside the extreme Holy Land, far away, a space ripple shook. The void was opened, and a figure restrained its own breath and concealed itself in the void. It was clearly the Holy Lord of the Red Cloud Holy Land, as well as a group of elders. On its side, the Dali human emperor stood with his hands behind his back, standing one in front of the other with the old man of the ancient Dao system's immortal mountain lord. At the same time, the eyes of the 3 immortal mountains' immortal realm absolute great powers condensed. Extreme Dao Emperor soldier. According to the news, the Death God Mountain still has 3 other imperial armaments, used for the appearance of the extreme Holy Land on that day, and surprisingly, there are still other imperial armaments, counting the 4 pieces from the ancient family as well as the one from the extreme Dao Sacred Land. That's 9 extreme Dao Emperor armaments. At this moment, even supreme powers had a look of shock in their eyes, simply by virtue of what they knew. The depths of the Death God Mountain would certainly not be weak. It was even stronger when compared to an ancient Dao lineage like Immortal Mountain. What is the origin of the Death Mountain? It's amazing how majestic it is. The Immortal Mountain Lord also felt a slight tremor in his heart. As a Mountain Lord, he was one of the few people in the ancient Dao system whose cultivation was in the near imperial realm under the God King realm. At this moment, it still felt like the Death God Mountain was unfathomable, like a sleeping dragon. No, that divine dragon pulling the cart is actually emanating imperial might. Can it be that it's a half-step great emperor of the demon race? The Immortal Mountain Lord's eyes shook as his heart was greatly shocked. This statement was made. The human emperor, the Holy Lord of Qixia, and a group of Chisha elders on the side were all shocked. Half-Emperor Realm. 9 dragons pulling a cart. What kind of existence is the one sitting inside? Surprisingly, he was able to get the demon race's half-emperor to pull the cart. What a strong and domineering thing to do. Those who saw it couldn't help but breathe in at the moment. I already felt that the Death Mountain was overestimated, but now that I look at it, it was still underestimated. Those 2 men in black. I can't see through them. The Immortal Mountain Lord's breathing was slightly shortened. As a near-imperial person, he was a little trembling in his soul, just relying on his intuition to feel it, but he actually detected a strong crisis of death. If he released his divine mind to probe, he believed that he would even die. The other party had the strength to kill and suppress the God King realm in seconds? Demon half-emperors were only worthy of pulling carts. So wouldn't the 2 black-clothed men serving at the side already be half-emperors perfected, ready to step into great emperors at any time? If they had broken the limits of their minds, they would have become emperors. The Immortal Mountain Lord was a little afraid to think about it. Cold sweat broke out behind their backs. Immediately, he whispered a reminder. From now on, don't speak rashly, and even more so, don't transmit your voice to discuss, and we'll stay away from each other some more. This statement was made. The crowd's color changed drastically, knowing that this ancient Taoist system's words are extremely strong, and being able to say such words in a strict manner. The one from the Death God Mountain is absolutely unbeatable. The Red Xia Sacred Lord as well as the Dali Human Emperor could see the horror in the eyes of both parties and retreated backward another 1,000 miles from their original positions, watching from afar. With their current cultivation levels, even if they were thousands of miles away, they could still see the situation in the extreme Holy Land. Far away, the Smoky Cloud Sacred Land, the 9 Heavens Sacred Land, and the others had all arrived. All of them were holy lords as well as some of the more powerful cultivators within the Holy Land. When they saw that the ancient Tao system Immortal Mountain Lords had all appeared, their hearts were shocked. We're going backwards too. That one is a near imperial God King realm. There must be a reason for this deed. Let's not get too close, for fear of mutations, and not get involved. The Smoky Cloud Saint Lord and the 9 Heavens Saint Lord spoke one after another. The moment. In the midst of the polar Holy Land, Yuan Su and a group of senior brothers and sisters all swept out from the main hall. His body's aura was released, and the immortal 14th Realm's absolute powerhouse was sitting there, making the disciples of the extreme Holy Land's hearts and minds slightly fixed, bringing some bottom line. Don't worry. Today, these old undead and living fossils like us will sit in for you juniors. I'd like to see what kind of heavenly power the Death God Mountain has to presume to overthrow an inheritance like my extreme Holy Land. Another old man opened his mouth, his voice stern with a sneer and mockery. Yuan Su leaped into the air, with his senior brothers and sisters behind him similarly following, swinging to confront the chariot that emanated imperial might. Since your excellency has arrived, why don't you show yourself? Yuan Shu carried his great sword on his back and said, "It was your excellency who threatened to overthrow my extreme sacred ground that day. Wasn't it your excellency who spread the word that you have arrived today? And looking at the situation, it doesn't look like it's going to be a war. Can it be that you want to return my extreme sacred grounds imperial soldier? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Are you out of your mind? Or did Shou eat too much? How did it grow to be so big? My mountain master. He can do what he says. Overthrowing a small holy land like you, hand in hand. You can be dusted off with the snap of a finger. The sky can be turned upside down with the wave of a sleeve. A group of small people who do not know how to die. Don't quickly kneel down and kowtow. Read on the basis of you and other sincere repentance. My family mountain master has great mercy, and can send you to reunite with your family members in the hell earlier." The 12-winged incandescent angel Chingching was not one to take offense, and she disliked back on the spot. For a while a group of immortal 14th Realm's supreme powers had black lines all over their faces, as if they had eaten a dead child, and their faces were gloomy to the extreme. Anger exploded. Death Mountain. What a mouthful. Even the group of old undead and living fossils sitting down below were enraged at this moment. It's a naked slap in their face. Living to their age, face is valued more than anything else. Now that the Death God Mountain had taken a second offense and thrown their face on the ground, not to mention, it was like pulling another big pile and sticking it on their face. Yuan Shu, there's no need for words. Slaughter him. Let the cultivation world and the world know that my extreme holy land is not to be messed with. One of Yuan Shu's senior brothers shouted loudly, exuding the pressure of the immortal realm on the spot, holding a large stick in one hand as he killed forward on the spot. Senior brother. Yuan Shu's mind was flabbergasted and he spoke out to stop him, but it was too late, only to see the man in black merely raise his hand and point a finger. On the spot, a rainbow light flashed by, so fast that the people present were unable to react in time. Only a poof was heard. That immortal 14th realm's peerless powerhouse had his body pierced through on the spot and his head exploded into pieces. The body was invaded by the intertwined Tao rules, tearing and disintegrating, directly dead. Shidoshi. The anger of a group of immortal 14th realm absolute great powers soared with anger and resentment, and their eyes flashed with sadness. Below, the crowd of disciples from the extreme Tao Holy Land stared wide-eyed. It was as if the mind had been hit by a sledgehammer. It twitched a few times. It was like an overcharge. This is simply amazing. The ones who were crossing over on the top were all supreme powers of the extreme Holy Land's immortal 14th realm and above. It only just came out. He was killed on the spot by the black-clothed man from Death Mountain with a pointing finger. It's not too powerful. That was the immortal 14th realm. When placed in the various Holy Lands, they all belonged to the peak battle power. As for Yuanchu's senior brothers and sisters, all of them had returned from the starry sky battlefield with monstrous battle power. However, when facing that man in black, he was still like a child, easily crushed. That man in black, what kind of cultivation is he? What strength? Is it hard for that man in black to already be a half-emperor? Yuanchu's senior brothers and sisters were horrified, their scalps tingling. The killing move of the party. They all saw it, but the gap was too wide. There wasn't even a possibility of dodging. Putting themselves in their shoes. If they were in their place, they wouldn't have been able to dodge that move just now. Yuanchu's fists were clenched. Killing intent erupted in his eyes, but a voice rang out in his heart. Immediately afterward, his eyebrows widened and his eyes were delighted. It was the 12-winged blazing angel. What a strong aura. The Tao rules are internalized. The order is simplified. And every move is as normal as a normal person's. He is no longer a near imperialist, but at least at the half-imperial realm. Below, those living fossils and old undead sitting in the town, with their fiery eyes and holes, saw something of the situation. It looks like Death Mountain has two tricks up its sleeve. Stand back, dolls, and let us old undead come. You, are the inheritance of the Holy Land also the future? The living fossils and old undead of the extreme Tao sacred ground were ready to strike. Each of them had a stooped figure, but as the words fell, a terrifying radiance and aura unexpectedly erupted from their bodies. Each one was strong to the extreme. Such as supreme beings and god kings were in the minority, and one of them was even at the half-imperial level. Polar Sanctuary. Ha! Suddenly, a voice of playfulness and mockery came from within the chariot. Many disciples of the extreme Holy Land felt familiar. Immediately afterward, the color of the gods changed and became clear. Is it Yang Di Yuan? Listening to the voice, it's actually the same as Yang Di Yuan. No, it can't be right. He's already had his cultivation and identity abolished. How could he have such a miraculous encounter? Even if he regained his cultivation, it's impossible for him to be so strong. Hua Yuelan's face was covered in scars and his expression was hideous. After sniffing, his eyes lost their concentration, followed by shaking his head angrily. This is impossible. Impossible. She was a little out of control emotionally, even more uncontrollable. She didn't want to think about it, but Hua Yuelan knew that she couldn't deceive herself anymore. And that was Yang Di Yuan, once a false son. He was deprived of his identity and cultivation and sent to the blood mines, falling from heaven to hell in one day. She had even sent her disciples to the blood mines to kill him. But now, Yang Di Yuan not only didn't die, shake it up even more, become a man of the mountain of death. Being seated within the chariot of the extreme Tao Emperor soldier, the 9 divine dragons acted as cart drivers, not to mention, there were even 2 major black-clothed men in front of them, with ridiculously high realm cultivation. It's almost ironic. The difference between the people she used to see as dirt under her feet and tried to avoid was really too great, too vast. Only the disparity is not Yang Di Yuan. Instead, it's her, Flower Whisperer. Yang Di Yuan. Yang Di Yuan. Flower Whisperer next to the lawn. As the former culprit, the main culprit Yu Linfeng was furious and could not suppress the anger in his heart. He couldn't believe it. Yang Di Yuan, who had once been wasted by his own hands, turned out to be the culprit of everything. It was Yang Di Yuan who was behind the big wedding that day, until a series of changes occur. He doesn't even know who the real culprit is. TMs. Yang Di Yuan, I don't believe you've reached that point. Maybe it's just being seen by the Death Mountain seniors to take this out for you. I'll never believe that you regained your cultivation. Swish, swish. Only the black-clothed man quickly struck out. It actually instantly collapsed the great formation of the extreme sacred ground, and the haze scattered and splashed. The light exploded, and Hua Yuelan and Yu Linfeng were shocked. It was actually tackled on the spot by the man in black. No, no, I have stepped back into cultivation. How can you be? Same time, the Immortal Realm Jedi powerhouse from the extreme Holy Land was shocked and struck out on the spot. Chapter 27, One Finger. 1. Slaying Jedi great powers like slaughtering dogs. the last of the underworld emperor corpses. Rumble. The man in black strikes. The polar sacred land's protective mountain formation was all shattered, rigid and uncast, domineering and strong. In front of a crowd of immortal 14th realm powerhouses, he captured Hua Yuelan as well as Yu Linfeng into his hands. The two were horrified and shocked beyond words. Yang Di Yuan, it's really you. Hua Yuelan was shocked, and a brief look of disorientation appeared on her face, her cheeks having long since turned ugly. Yu Linfeng was even more incredulous, and when he saw Yang Di Yuan's face, his entire body was about to go crazy. Since that day, not only has he lost his cultivation, chicken and egg, it was also given the prestigious name of the cuckold sacred body. It made him bitter, anger, trying to punch the death mountain through. It was a good thing that he practiced the dharma taught to him by his master, the sunflower secret code, as well as the mysterious substance handed to him by his master. Not only did he return to the top, he even stepped into the peak of the 8th realm. He knew that this was an evil skill, but he had no choice. What happened to the Noheim people? He was going to become invincible in the world and the strongest person in his generation, but now it's all water under the bridge. Learning that the person behind the strike was Yang Di Yuan, right now even a supreme powerhouse of the immortal 14th realm could be killed in an instant, causing him to feel a deep sense of despair and powerlessness. How does feel now? Hua Yuelan and Yu Linfeng were helpless and desperate. It's you! Why is it you? Why did you do that to me? We were at least once in the same clan. After you were dispatched to the blood mines, I made it a point to find someone to end your suffering who wouldn't become a monster under the contamination of the trickster source. You don't think of my goodness, but you do this to me instead. Do you? Facing Hua Yuelan's angry roar, the 12-winged blazing angel just gave her 8 or 9 big ear thuds on the spot. Chow! You're a Kiba you, to commit injustice and still speak so righteously. The corner of Yang Di Yuan's mouth slightly raised. The 12-winged incandescent angel has the meaning of pleasing within, afraid of returning to the death god mountain to be roasted by him. Now at the mention of the word barbecue, the 12-winged incandescent angels were a little chilled and instantly wilted. Kill it! With these words from Yang Di Yuan, the detained Hua Yuelan as well as Yu Linfeng were instantly horrified. Master, help me! Put! 2 blood mists exploded on the spot. Hua Yuelan and Yu Linfeng are dead. The despair in their eyes before they died cannot be expressed in words. What's more, they couldn't believe that the black hand behind the scenes was the Yang Di Yuan, who had long been forgotten by them. Hua Yuelan and Yu Linfeng died tragically. The immortal realm Jedi powerhouse from the extreme Dao Holy Land looked shocked and furious. Those living fossil-level figures who had already regained their cultivation were even more furious. Killing breath is full of it. Kill. The strife begins. The 2 black-clothed great emperors received orders. On the spot, his body was swept and spread across the entire extreme Holy Land with imperial might. What? Imperial might sweeping through. They're not half-emperors. It's the real deal great emperor. For a moment, everyone present was shaken. Earlier, the black-clothed man hadn't released his aura, and there was no way to perceive it. But right now, the black-clothed great emperor took the initiative to strike, and the pressure that erupted instantly caused everyone's dead souls to rise up and their livers to tremble. The great emperor. This is a great emperor, and not just one. Surprisingly, he really follows the orders of Yang Di Yuan. Yuan Su, who was on the side, looked stunned. He was the one who hugged back the Yang Di Yuan brothers back then. Being a false sonship was also his proposal. It was because the 2 of them were underqualified in terms of talent. But I didn't expect that it would trigger such a great battle and result. Pust. A flower of blood exploded in the air. Yuanchu's senior brothers and sisters and brothers. All of a sudden, their souls were dead. Their complexions were horrified. Their bodies exploded with essence. And all sorts of defensive treasures, attacking divine objects, were thrown out, trying to fend off an attack from the man in black. But it was all in vain. Can't defend it at all. Various treasures were penetrated by the long rainbow released by the man in black, and the rules of the great Tao escaped as the treasures were struck, turning into broken iron, with no energy left, and exploding on the spot. What? The long rainbow was unstoppable, carrying a destructive energy that was invincible across everything. So what if it's a supreme power in the Holy Land? With the man in black just ticking his fingers, one after another died miserably, not even a chance to reorganize his flesh. Bully, strong, in front of the black-clothed emperor. Everything was futile. Anything is a delusion. How? The gap is surprisingly large. Yang Di Yuan actually has a great emperor realm powerhouse guarding his side. Is it possible that he has another background? Yuanchu was horrified. He had drawn his great sword long ago, but he didn't have the confidence to fight. Although he was in the immortal realm, the other party was 2 great emperors, enough to push across all. Kill those old undead living fossil level characters. staring wide-eyed. The superiority in their hearts had long since disappeared, had thought that they had seen a lot of the world, but now that the great emperor appeared, how could they live? Trying to escape is even more of a delusion. Only backwater. Brothers, fight with me. Pust, an old immortal at the supreme level, as soon as his words fell, was blown up by the man in black's fist, the shocking Tao ripples spreading, shaking the immortal realm that attacked close to him into bleeding from his 7 orifices, and the surface of his body began to crack around him, and then exploded on the spot. The Great One is unstoppable, tough as nails. How come? Yang Di Yuan can even make a great emperor powerhouse guard beside him as if he were a retainer? I don't feel awake yet. Don't be so sleepy. If we lose, we're all going to sleep through it. The disciples of the extreme Tao Holy Land, each one of them looked shocked and trembled, their eyes filled with fear and despair. Nothing seemed possible otherwise. The polar sanctuary will be overthrown. This group of disciples of theirs could instantly collapse and explode even under a single look from someone. Simply, the thing they regretted the most ever was becoming a disciple of the extreme Tao Holy Land. Yang Di Yuan, make them stop. Everything is my fault. It has nothing to do with the extreme Holy Land. Yuan Shu shouted and rushed forward, blocking the senior sisters and brothers who were rushing from the back of the extreme Holy Land as well as a group of elders who had recovered their cultivation. Yang Di Yuan sneered. The black-clothed emperor still struck out eloquently, his killing aura turning into substance as he crisscrossed the area. Invincible. Pust, pust, pust. One blood light followed another. Blood flowers were exploding. Heads rolled. They were no match for the black-clothed great emperor. Far away, the immortal mountain lord was even more desperate. What did they see? That's a great emperor? It's the real deal. Imperial might swept across the entire field. Spare me the distance. Still feeling that terrifying pressure that made them gasp for air. The intense feeling of suffocating death. So close. Yang Di Yuan is really Yang Di Yuan. How does he have such unimaginable powers? Because of what? And that allows him to dominate the powerhouses of the great emperor realm? Can it be that it's really as little young Vivian said? That Yang Di Yuan is really the mountain lord of the death god mountain? The Red Cloud sacred lord looked horrified, his heart and mind shaking furiously, and for the first time, he felt so tingling. The shift in Yang Di Yuan's identity was a bit too much for her to accept, much less guess. What had happened in the Blood Mine Mountain to make Yang Di Yuan become the mountain master of the Death God Mountain? And what was the origin of the two black-clothed great emperors? And how could they willingly dominate for him? The group from the ancient Tao system has really come, wanting to get in on the action. The immortal mountain lord's eyes narrowed slightly, only to see in the distant void, a silhouette was like an exiled immortal in the dust, carrying an invincible conviction. But at this moment, on their faces, shock and horror were written all over them. The Death God Mountain actually has such depth. Great Emperor, ah, that's it. One of the people from the Green Luan Immortal Palace was breathing heavily, with shock and amazement in his eyes. Can you see the roots of Death Mountain? Which ancient Taoist system is it? I don't know why the name was changed. It's not common to see an inheritance like the ancient Tao system that is more than 100,000 years old, but the Death God Mountain seems to have appeared out of nowhere. AI. A middle-aged man from the Green Luan Immortal Palace shook his head inside. I hope that the Death God Mountain can give my Green Luan Immortal Palace a face. This is something that the Palace Master personally entrusted to me. Make sure to let me come and say mercy. You're not going then? Those old bastards from the Polar Sacred Land are almost killed. The one who opened his mouth earlier was named He Guang, one of the 3 great experts of the Green Luan Immortal Palace. He rubbed his head and said, "Don't you think I'd get killed up there too? So you're still going on? Wait until you've killed almost all of them before you go on. After all, the corpse of the Palace Master's once deceased person hasn't come out yet, so let's play it safe first." Taoist He Guang nodded, and the beside him, the Green Luan Immortal Palace elder was somewhat speechless. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The 9th heaven is exploding. Thunder rolls in the sky. A body covered with dense red hair, can only roughly see as a human form. From one of the extreme Tao Holy Lands, it shot up, so fast that the air exploded and the void collapsed, directly blocking the black-clothed great emperor's body. It's an emperor corpse, founder of the extreme Holy Land. Extreme Emperor, the immortal realm powerhouse from the extreme Holy Land exclaimed, hope rising in his eyes. Pathetic! The corpse of the great emperor has been released, and we, the unfilial children and grandchildren, do not have the ability to protect this inheritance. Ah! Yuan Shu let out a shout, his voice deafening. Please, Imperial soldier. The void trembled furiously. A long whip that emanated terrifying Imperial might swung back. It actually fell into the hands of the corpse of the extreme Tao Emperor at once. Yuan Shu let out a long breath in his heart. This time, he really had to thank Qingluan Immortal Palace for being able to help. If not, they seem to have no room for maneuver in the extreme Holy Land. Chapter 28 Absolute Divine Soldier Immortal Punishing Sword, tearing the extreme Tao Emperor alive. The Holy Land of Polarity. The corpse of a great emperor. The Holy Land of the extreme Tao is really like the secret rumor that after the extreme Tao Emperor fell, his corpse did not rot and decay, and he personally carved a brand during his lifetime, refining himself into a puppet. An emperor's corpse coupled with an extreme Tao Emperor soldier is no less than a great emperor's personal presence. It's just that some of the might and the power of the Tao can't be utilized. The Red Xia Holy Lord was slightly startled in his heart, and the Dili human emperor's eyes similarly shrank. This was one of the strongest underpinnings of the extreme Tao Holy Land. Today, I didn't expect the Death Mountain to be too strong, and the two black-clothed men both seemed to have the power of a great emperor, and they were overwhelmingly powerful. A bunch of Immortal Realm absolute powerhouses from the extreme Holy Land were beheaded one after another like ants. The underpinnings of the old generation's revival also surged wildly with murderous aura and soared with battle intent after the revival of the Emperor's corpse. Rumble! Brilliant divine haze flowed and released, swirling with all sorts of long rainbows. The extreme imperial weapon Xinghuan whip sliced through the void from afar. The rules of the great Tao flowed, and the void of this place began to collapse, falling into the hands of the Emperor's corpse. The Emperor corpse was covered in blood-red hair, half a meter long. Even though it was a corpse, it exploded with endless power. Covered in a layer of silver light, the Emperor's might blossomed and directly fought with the black-clothed Emperor. Bang! 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 The void was collapsing. The two figures crisscrossed the 8 directions. The great Emperor was devastated. The rules of order flowed, and the traces of the great Tao dimmed. A genuine black-clad great Emperor. The corpse of a man who had been a great Emperor in the past. They were extremely fast, and a group of Immortal Realm extreme powers from the extreme Holy Land, as well as many old undead living fossil-level characters had varying looks on their faces. Fear, shock, and surprise surfaced on many faces. The Emperor corpses only fought with a black-clothed great Emperor. The locations pranced and penetrated the void. The polar sacred ground was located to lose their silhouettes, and immediately after that, the terrifying great Emperor pressure flowed above the Wuji star. The ripples trembled, and the entire Wuji star trembled violently at that instant. Even if the Emperor corpse holding enemy soldiers is still not the black-clothed Emperor's enemy, less than half a column of incense time, the black-clothed Emperor fists to kill the gas straight to the 9th heaven, domineering and strong, vertical and horizontal. The Emperor corpse in the hands of the green Luan whip was even a black-clothed Emperor punch avalanche. It came off on the spot. What? The jaws of the crowd of old undead from the extreme Holy Land were staggered. They couldn't believe their eyes. That was the corpse of the extreme Tao Emperor. Had suppressed an era. Nowadays, even though the Emperor's corpse was carrying a curse, it was still overrunning everything, and even if a half-empire showed up, they would all die miserably. Not to mention, with the support of the Green Luan Immortal Palace, the Emperor corpse's power skyrocketed even more with the extreme Emperor soldier in hand. But that's the case. The corpse of the extreme Tao Emperor, after only a few moments of exchanging blows, appeared disheveled and was completely pressed by the man in black. The most critical thing is that the black-clothed man didn't even offer the extreme Emperor soldier. Bang! 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 In the stars, vast and infinite, the two figures exchanged blows one after another. Each collision was enough to turn the sky upside down and destroy the earth. If it wasn't far enough away, the Wuji star would have exploded under the shocking pressure of the Emperor's might and the power of the Emperor's body. That man in black is not a great Emperor? We were wrong in our previous guesses. They are not half-emperors. It's a real great Emperor. In the extreme Tao Holy Land, a group of old undead-level characters looked horrified and froze in place. How? They were horrified, shaken, and scared. A black-clad great Emperor. Surprisingly, he willingly drove for Yang Di Yuan. Throughout history, nothing like this has happened. It's like a first for the world. Yang Di Yuan. How old is he? It's just that his own cultivation is unknown. But just the fact that so many two black-clothed great emperors are defending him is enough to prove that his origin and identity are extremely uncomplicated. The Immortal Mountain Lord's expression grew more and more grave when he heard what the Red Cloud Sacred Lord had said. There was no mistaking what he perceived. That black-clothed man was truly a great emperor. In that case, the earlier intuition was true. As a person who was close to the emperor, at this moment, he was able to clearly perceive that the black-clothed emperor in the starry sky was actually completely in the absolute upper hand from the very beginning until now. Even if the emperor's corpse was holding an extreme emperor's weapon, he was unarmed. It still presses the other side to catch their breath. Pust. Starburst. The emperor corpse's body was all pierced by the black-clothed emperor, and the Tao flowed as his body all broke apart in a flash. His body surface cracking like a broken mirror, exploding on the spot. The shattered flesh lying across the starry sky was writhing, trying to recover, but the black-clothed emperor offered a terrifying sea of fire. burning all over the spot, a terrifying red aura and searing temperature. The infinite star was all rippled. What? One time, the many old undead of the extreme Dao Holy Land were breathing heavily. Their eyes widened. With their cultivation and strength, they could naturally view to a great distance. Even if it was the starry sky, they couldn't believe their eyes. The emperor corpse of the extreme Dao Emperor was actually broken by the man in black. The body was broken into pieces of flesh. It's the power of the curse. Suddenly, an old undead at the half-emperor realm from the extreme Holy Land had surprise on his face. Buzz! In the sea of fire, dead chi flowed from the emperor's corpse, carrying with it an insidious coldness and horror, and it was actually recoalescing under the strong burning of the sea of fire. The emperor's corpse was different. All the blood-colored fur on his body disappeared. Same time, the cohesive emperor corpse, where the eyes of the head were located, flashed with a fiery red and dazzling light, and his aura exploded once again. The extreme Dao Emperor's green Luan whip penetrated the void and was once again taken into the hands of the extreme Dao Emperor's corpse, and a divine furnace silhouette emerged from the roiling starry sky. The divine furnace was not a solid entity. It seemed to have been cohesively carved out with order and Dao rules, and its power was limitless. And for a time, that piece of emptiness and the heavens and earth were about to be included in the divine furnace as it released its divine haze. Extreme Dao Divine Furnace. The immortal mountain lord's eyes were glazed over, his spirit trembling, with incredulity in his eyes. The everlasting mirror is not the imperial soldier held by the great emperor of the extreme Dao during his lifetime. This extreme Dao divine furnace is, in that era, the great emperor of the extreme Dao was rampant throughout his life, suppressing and invincible for an epoch, but to the late years of his fall, although leaving behind the emperor's corpse, the extreme Dao divine furnace disappeared without a trace, becoming an unsolved mystery. The extreme Dao emperor is extremely formidable, having fought with a great emperor, literally crushing the other party, and by virtue of the extreme Dao divine furnace, refining the other party to death. Even the other party's extreme Dao emperor armament melted. There are rumors that the extreme Dao emperor doesn't belong to this world, and the materials used for the melting and casting of his imperial soldiers are suspected to come from the immortal realm. Boom! 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 Ripples of might shook and rolled. The emperor's corpse was holding an extreme divine furnace that looked as if it had been transformed into a finger, while the other was holding a green Luan whip. The divine might was greatly released across the 8 directions, and the 2 kinds of might suppressed down to refine and shatter the black-clothed great emperor. Rumble! The black-clothed emperor is pleasantly unafraid. His body's might unexpectedly exploded in an instant. The killing gas is majestic, actually has the air of hitting the heavenly immortals in the 9th heaven. A red long sword held in the hand. It was certainly the immortal Punisher sword, the Jedi soldier. It was even stronger than the extreme imperial soldier. Simply waving it, it instantly rolled up miles of stars and rivers. Sword light rushing into the sky. Sword intent killing the heavens. Pust! What kind of weapon is that? It actually instantly split the extreme Dao Emperor armament and the extreme Dao Divine Furnace, and even the Emperor corpse was twisted to pieces. Chapter 29 Qingwan Immortal Palace is a Jiba Anchor Ah? Still wanting my mountain master to give him face? The black-clothed great emperor stood in the middle of the starry sky, with the Punisher's sword in hand. Under the sword light, it seemed as if the stars and rivers were being split apart, and wherever they passed, the stars were collapsing and the rules of the great Tao were being worn down. The green Luan whip in the hands of the emperor's corpse issued a resounding and ear-piercing sound, and the space rippled, but as if it were tofu, it was split into several sections by the sword light on the spot. Countless people were shocked and filled with disbelief. The extreme Dao Emperor soldier was a weapon that the extreme Dao Emperor had cultivated throughout his life. It was hard and made of extraordinary materials, but now it was actually shattered under the black-clothed man's sword. What the hell kind of weapon is that? Surprisingly, there was such a strong and domineering energy, and it was even harder than an extreme Emperor soldier. Put. Emperor corpse eyes flashing red, now only the instinct to fight. With the muscle memory and life in the exchange, cohesion of the extreme Dao Divine Furnace exudes infinite devouring and refining energy. The void can be housed, but by the sword light Cleave's Dao collapsed. The god type is no longer completely disappeared. The extreme Dao Emperor soldier was shattered. The condensed extreme Dao Divine Furnace dissipated into nothingness. The Emperor corpse of the extreme Dao Emperor was simply powerless to resist, and was once again split up on the spot. This one was extremely thorough. The immortal execution sword god in the hands of the black-clothed Emperor Xia filled the starry sky. The rainbow light shone in the 8 directions of the universe and spanned across the boundless star river, breaking down the starry universe and penetrating through the starry sky and river, with its own invincible power. And the Emperor's corpse was torn apart by the sword chi between the Xia light steaming. It went up in smoke completely. What the hell kind of weapon is that? It looks like it's just an ordinary red longsword. but it's so powerful that it can't even resist an extreme Tao Imperial armament. And it shattered an extreme Tao Imperial armament just by the sword's light streaking across it? Everyone in the extreme Tao Holy Land was shocked beyond belief. And the living fossil-level old generation figures were even more scared out of their wits. Emperor's corpse, arguably the last of their reserves today. However, it didn't occur to him that the Emperor corpse of the extreme Tao Emperor was holding the extreme Tao Emperor soldier, and had even condensed the extreme Tao divine furnace that had killed the world in his lifetime. But he still wasn't an opponent against the man in black. Being strongly extinguished, ended up with no bones left. Even the extreme Tao Emperor soldier that the Green Luan Immortal Palace had assisted, also collapsed, and as the residual flesh and blood of the extreme Tao Emperor's corpse completely evaporated into nothing and dissipated from the world, the Green Luan Whip, which had lost its divinity, transformed into shattered iron and flowed down into the starry sky. The extreme Imperial soldier, shattered. The Emperor's corpse flies away in ashes. The black-clothed Emperor won strongly. The Red Xia Holy Lord, the Smoky Xia Holy Lord, the Nine Heavens Holy Lord, and the others were all horrified to witness a struggle between great emperors, and although they were only looking at each other from a distance, it left an indelible mark on their hearts. The black-clothed Emperor was as strong as he was. Death Mountain, unstoppable. At the same time, another place, the direction where the Green Luan Immortal Palace was located. As a half-emperor realm powerhouse and one of the three greatest experts of the Green Luan Immortal Palace, He Guang's mouth twitched. The Emperor's soldier, shattered. He felt like his heart was bleeding. Extreme Tao Imperial soldier. No matter which power it was placed in, it was an extremely strong and domineering existence, and it was the face that suppressed everything and manifested majesty to deter the eight directions. But in front of that black-clothed man, but so unbearable, the earth falls apart. The Green Luan Whip divinity is no longer turned into mortal iron, was broken into many pieces, even if all retrieved, but also just a pile of material rareod material just want to be in the rewarming to the level of the Emperor soldier. Hope has been very small. The Holy Land of Polarity. A group of old undead level powerhouses who did not hesitate to vaporize their origin power and consume their chi and blood sources were all grimacing, shocked and angry, and many of them had a deep fear in their eyes. Just one black-robed man had such astounding battle power. What kind of power did those two strike together? They could really watch. Two men in black, only one out. At first, they wanted to make a move to capture Yang Di Yuan while the Emperor's corpse bought them time to overthrow a man in black. But the more you fight, the more you see, the more you panic. Yang Di Yuan seemed to be a single force with only 3 people. But those 2 black-clothed men were real great emperors. The great emperor was alive. And even from the battle in the square, it seemed that he was still in the prime of his life. In the prime of his life, how can you fight against the extreme Holy Land? Kill it! Yang Di Yuan snapped. The 2 men in black instantly released a terrifying pressure. And in an instant, the remnants of the extreme Tao Holy Land's formation collapsed on the spot. And countless disciples screamed in shock and trembled, and were crushed to their knees on the spot. It's not just them. The remaining 2 or 3 people, including the elder brothers and sisters of the same generation of Yuanshu, similarly fell into the air, smashing the earth out of a deep pit, and knelt there, a powerful person at the level of a living fossil, even if he had the intention to fight, but he had the heart but not the strength, and under the black-clothed emperor's pressure, who would dare to disobey? All fall to their knees. Rumble. Unexpected mutations. In the void, a figure hovered in the air, coming at speed and blocking most of the pressure. It was clearly the He Guang half-emperor of the Green Luan Immortal Palace. My name is Green Luan Immortal Palace in Light. I wonder if the Death Mountain Lord can give the Green Luan Immortal Palace a face. And seeing as the Green Luan Immortal Palace Lord was an old friend of the Extreme Tao Emperor in the past, show mercy and give the Extreme Tao Holy Land a way out. Wagwang wearing a Taoist robe, but a bald head, neck also hung a rosary. I do not know whether it is derived from the Taoist or Buddhist. In any case, some of the 4 unlike. Green Luan Immortal Palace. Sure enough, it's appeared. Although I, Immortal Mountain, am in the same ancient Tao lineage, a power like the Green Luan Immortal Palace has been passed down for over 200,000 years, or even further. It has long since surpassed the vast majority of ancient Taoist heritage. Their predecessors' origins and backgrounds are even more mysterious and astonishing, and it is suspected that they also have backstage support in the heavenly beyond. The Immortal Mountain Lord opened his mouth with a somewhat grave expression. The ancient Tao system could be said to be a giant-like existence in the entire Woji star. The Green Luan Immortal Palace, on the other hand, was the best of the ancient Tao lineages, sitting on the top 3 hegemonies. It was only in the ancient Tao system, the 3 hegemonic forces, including the Green Luan Immortal Palace, had not been displayed in the eyes of the world, and those who knew about it were only a handful. and the disciples and legacies under them were said to be sent to the starry sky battlegrounds after the age of 18. The bottom of the Qingwan Immortal Palace is never known to outsiders, even the Immortal Mountain, which was also an ancient Tao system. Let's put it this way. The disparity between the previously overthrown two dimensions in Four Elephants sect and my Immortal Mountain is the disparity between the Immortal Mountain and the Green Luan Immortal Palace. He Guang is one of the three strongest people in the Green Luan Immortal Palace. Thousands of years ago, it was already a powerhouse at the half-emperor perfection level. Who knows if he's certified as an emperor after so many years? And the mystery will come. And since Wu Guang has appeared today, it represents the attitude of the Green Luan Immortal Palace. The eyes of the Red Cloud Sacred Lord and the others narrowed. Even they, only today, got to know part of the hidden secrets of the Green Luan Immortal Palace. Middle of the field. Wacko blocked strongly. The words were as soft as they could be, and they were surprisingly unafraid in the face of the great emperor's pressure. Death Mountain Lord, listen to the words of Wu Guang. The mystery will come. Any power has the possibility of ascending to immortality. Why should we compare ourselves? Pust. The black-clothed great emperor struck out blatantly. The immortal punishing sword killing gas is majestic and vast. The speed of the speed on the spot will be in light of an arm cut off, and the absolute divine might flow, Tao intertwined, and the light of the wound by the order of the runes impeded. Want to recohesion, not conditioning 1,000 years, can only be a one-armed man, forcing Lai Lai Court Jiba Ankara. The will of the Mountain Lord cannot be violated. What kind of ass sucker are you? Even if the palace master of the Green Luan Immortal Palace arrives in person, he'll still chop. The 12-winged incandescent angel opened his mouth with a wide grin. Wacko was horrified. Before the next instant, he saw the black-clothed great emperor slashing at him once again. Chapter 30, Sword Chop and Light. Overthrowing the extreme Holy Land. Acquired 100 great emperor war slaves. Wacko was horrified. He didn't expect the people of Death Mountain to be so strong and domineering. From start to finish, not even the one sitting inside the Facetan chariot. It's just a word for the ultimate Holy Land. Then he was killed by the men in black. He Guang's eyes gleamed as his terrifying cultivation at the half-emperor realm erupted, dodging across the scene and shouting, Death God Mountain, do you guys really want to come down so hard? I'm from the Green Luan Immortal Palace. I'm just being a peacemaker. Everything can be talked about. May respond to him. There was only the terrifying sword light of the man in black. Pust. Wacko was furious and stormy. From the beginning to now, as soon as he spoke, the only thing that responded to him was a sword, and his arm was cut off. Now the man in black was even stronger to leave him behind. Death God Mountain, are you guys really reckless and want to form a bond with my Green Luan Immortal Palace? This will not do you any good, and will even bring about the destruction of the mountain as a result. Wacko exclaimed, the rosary beads on the neck, emitting a strong light, with extreme energy, breaking free from the thread, the whole 16 of them, rotating at high speed in front of Wacko, wanting to resist the man in black. Clang! The sound is deafening. Higuain's complexion changed drastically, and all sorts of means came out, but one after another, they were shattered by the men in black. Disintegration. The long sword was invincible, destroying everything. The void was cut apart. The Tao was worn out, and a look of horror appeared on Wagwang's face as he let out a miserable scream. In a flash, Wacko was split open on the spot, separating left and right into two halves, scattering blood and flesh all over the place. The Green Luan Immortal Palace's Higuang Daoist, dead. The group of people from the extreme Holy Land had thought that the Green Luan Immortal Palace stepping in would make the Death God Mountain scornful, and even escape with this. But who would have thought? The strong and domineering nature of the Death God Mountain was beyond their imagination. It had that kind of aura of God blocking God's death and Buddha blocking Buddha's death. Put no power in their eyes. Bad. Our extreme Holy Land, are we really going to fall today? Tens of thousands of years of inheritance to be buried today. The group of old and undead characters from the extreme Tao Holy Land panicked. Until now, one by one, they hadn't really realized it. Death Mountain is simply too divine. Ancient Tao lineages as titanic as the Green Luan Immortal Palace were not even placed in their eyes, let alone the tiny extreme Holy Land? Death God Mountain. When it's really going against the heavens, is it hard to believe that you want to compete with an ancient Tao lineage like the Green Luan Immortal Palace on the occasion of the mysterious advent? The Immortal Mountain Lord's eyelids jumped wildly. His heart incomparably shocked. The great holy places have stood for tens of thousands of years without falling. There must be strong reasons within. If the force that wanted to attack the extreme Holy Land at this moment was them, Immortal Mountain, with the appearance of Taoist Wu Guang just now, acting as a peacemaker, they would have to consider the Qingluan Immortal Palace, and would even retreat as a result. But Death Mountain is different. Surprisingly, he ignored anyone, any powerful force. Such an aura and vigor of pulling out a sword and doing it made the immortal mountain lord feel a rush of blood. "Dad, what's wrong with you?" The Dali human emperor felt something in his heart and asked as he noticed the difference in the immortal mountain lord. "No harm done." The immortal mountain lord looked at the three people of the same clan behind him. The corners of his mouth revealed a smile. "It's just that I remembered how young I was in the old days, and as I got older and older, I experienced more and more things. And when I first went out on a horse with a gun, and whoever blocked and dried up whoever was in my youth, there was some nostalgia for it. The power of the Death God Mountain is beyond our imagination. For now, don't mess with it, and can't afford to mess with it. Otherwise it is likely to be like the extreme Holy Land. Inheritance for tens of thousands of years, looking to be overthrown. In the meantime, far away, several people from the Green Luan Immortal Palace stared in amazement. Taoist Wacko. Dead? The Death God Mountain unexpectedly didn't care and didn't even put the Green Luan Immortal Palace in their eyes. As powerful as the half-emperor realms he Guang Daoist, all said kill? It's almost as if the knife stabbed his ass and opened his eyes. In the entirety of the Wuji Star, they had never seen an existence that dared to call out to such a hegemonic level power as the ancient Dao system's Qingluan Immortal Palace. Middle of the field. Yuan Shu breathed in sharply. Looking at the situation in front of him, there would no longer be any other surprises appearing, and their extreme Dao Holy Land, all of them, knelt on the ground, down to the disciples, up to the immortal 14th realm's supreme powerhouses. There were also the old undead and living fossil-level old generation powerhouses that had just been revived not long ago. They were all suppressed by the Mountain of Death. Death Mountain Lord, we, the extreme Holy Land, recognize our mistakes. I implore you to hold your head high. Let my extreme Holy Land have a way out. We, the old guys, are not worthy of death. Everything is a decision made by our higher-ups. It has nothing to do with the disciples under the door. And with your strength, they can't threaten. The group of old undead guys from the extreme Dao Holy Land were breathing heavily, each with a determined gaze, wanting to exchange their own deaths for a future for the extreme Dao Holy Land, in order to preserve some of the payload of the Polar Sanctuary. Although the Polar Sacred Ground would fall from grace as a result, it was at least preserved. Yang Di Yuan sniffed without any extra words. Kill. Cutting the grass doesn't get rid of the roots. Waiting for trouble later? He's not that stupid. Even though those so-called scourges could not turn any waves in his eyes. No, the extreme Holy Land, curse you in life and death. Curse you Death God Mountain. Heaven struck by thunder. As soon as Yang Di Yuan's words came out, the gang of old nobodies from the extreme Dao Holy Land all began to spit out fenugreek, but it was in vain. The figure below, under the shock of the two black-clothed great emperors, bursting into pieces one after another, the flesh collapsed and turned into a mist of blood. The divine sea idea wants to survive? Not at all. On the spot, they were suppressed by the emperor's might, and the Dao rules filled the air and intertwined, all of them being worn out. Put. The extreme Holy Land, from top to bottom, nearly everyone, was completely wiped out. It's like Shura Purgatory. Even powerful people like the immortal Mountain Lord had their eyelids fluttering as they watched, not to mention the Red Cloud Holy Lord as well as the greatly human emperor, all with reverence. Death Mountain, can't be messed with. Extreme Holy Land, all destroyed. Yang Di Yuan waved his hand. The 12-winged incandescent angel small head nodded like pounding garlic. The black-clothed man on the spot to cast a great magic power. The entire extreme Holy Land to move away. Spare the underground rich dragon vein. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully overthrowing the Holy Land of Polarity. Congratulations to the host. He has gained 1 billion kill value. Congratulations to the host. He has gained 200 million prestige. Congratulations to the host. The prestige mall can be unlocked to level 4, currently level 2. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the supreme divine weapon, the heaven-opening battle axe. Congratulations to the host. The maximum ceiling of the cultivation room has been raised to peak of the half-emperor realm. Congratulations to the host. 100 battle slaves of the great emperor realm. Chapter 31, Punishing the Immortal Sword Formation. Refining the harmonious light emperor. The corners of Yang Di Yuan's mouth rose slightly as he listened to the beeps in his head. Under the clear wind and warm sun, the extreme Holy Land was completely removed today. Many people watching from afar were scared to death. The strength and dominance of the Death God Mountain was beyond their imagination. At the same time, Qingluan Immortal Palace's Guang Daoist, as one of the three great experts, would definitely cause a stir after being cleaved to death by the black-clothed great emperor, and would even make enemies as a result. Green Luan Immortal Palace, located in a small world where the East Sea of the Infinite Star was located. The outcasts are not known. The moment. Inside the Green Luan Immortal Palace, a middle-aged man with clear-cut angular cheeks, a tiger's back and waist, A body of muscles spread out horizontally. Every move he made was filled with a sense of power. His eyes flashed with flashy light, and he was wearing a cardigan fur plush coat, the material of which originated from a half-emperor realm great demon. His eyes gleamed with a hint of lethargy as he rested his palms on his cheeks and his elbows on the dragon chair, looking down disdainfully at the crowd of Qingyuan Immortal Palace's powerhouses below. How is the extreme Holy Land? This time it's kind of paying him back for his favor. The Green Luan Palace Master's voice carried a hint of sighing and remembrance. He and the Extreme Tao Emperor had once been close friends and had an irreconcilable relationship. This time, the Death God Mountain that appeared out of nowhere was so strong that it attacked the extreme Holy Land. And the Qingyuan Immortal Palace would not just sit back and do nothing. Below, the auras emanating from the group of powerhouses were extremely powerful, and the immortal 14th realm powerhouses didn't even have a seat in the Grand Hall. At least their cultivation levels were at the half-emperor realm. Green Luan Immortal Palace and Light, including the three masters. This place stood two, a man and a woman, look extremely young, including and Light. Are the palace master promoted up the heart? The man's name is Shi Giorgio, the woman's name is Shi Lei. Not twins, biological siblings, but adopted by the palace master since childhood in given names. Shi Giorgio voice is a little sharp. The move is dignified and elegant, handsome and extraordinary, his voice with a little hesitation, but still truthful. Palace master, extreme Holy Land was destroyed. The Death God Mountain is strong. The extreme Emperor corpse holding a green Luan whip, the Tao convergence of the extreme God Furnace, is not the opponent of the Death God Mountain black-clothed people. Qingyuan Immortal Palace Master, eyes condensed, the coziness on his face dissipated into nothing, with a hint of anger. Where's Wagwan? Guan used the Green Luan Immortal Palace's identity as a peacemaker, wanting to defuse the situation and let the Death God Mountain spare the extreme sacred ground. But the words were only one sentence long before he was cleaved to death and his half-imperial detachment was annihilated. The Death God Mountain has sent out great emperors. It should have revived the old generation of powerful people, but it doesn't see any followers, and it doesn't correspond with all the ancient great emperors in history, as if they appeared out of thin air. Palace Master, Shi Giorgio suspects that the Death God Mountain should be related to the Aoi Heavenly Emperor, should be in possession of the Puppet Emperor technique, and has already reached the realm of out of this world. When the Green Luan Palace Master sniffed, he crooked his neck, and the sound of clicking bones rang out in all directions. Palace Master, further news will not be known until Wagwan returns. Shi Giorgio spoke out. In the next instant, the bespectacled Lei Lei looked startled. The face changed dramatically. What's wrong, brother? Palace Master, Wako is dead. I know he split. Ha, you mean the real body? For a time, the Green Luan Immortal Palace shook. Time back to half an incense stick ago. The corners of Yang Di Yuan's mouth rose slightly. This Green Luan Immortal Palace's Wagwan was really careful. Surprisingly, it was only a diversion that came. Deal with him. The two black-clothed great emperors respectfully saluted. Yes, master. The next instant, two black-clothed great emperors, one holding the immortal Punisher sword and the other holding the absolute immortal sword, forced a figure into the starry sky. The big battle is imminent. Everyone didn't expect it. The Green Luan Immortal Palace's Higuang who came to this place was surprisingly just a detachment. The real body, on the other hand, is hidden in the shadows and has never shown itself. But even so, it was still discovered by Death Mountain Lord Yang Di Yuan, and directly sent out two black-clothed great emperors, chopping off the roots and thunderous means. It's too tough. This is really a hard fight with the Green Luan Immortal Palace. The Immortal Mountain Lord's expression was shocked, and his breathing trembled slightly. In the Wuji Star, in the face of the upcoming mystery, in the ancient Taoist system, the major powers have nearly defaulted and will take sides. When the time comes in the Wuji Star will be divided into three. One is the East China Sea, the Green Luan Immortal Palace. The second is Jade Iceberg, an Antarctic snow mountain. The third is the pole of the northern summit, the pure land of the hanging sky. These three were the three great overlords in the ancient Tao system. But now, is the Death God Mountain actually going to break the situation and become the fourth great overlord? Death Mountain, don't do everything too well. Do you really think you can take down this emperor? You are taking your own life. My Green Luan Immortal Palace will let you. Death God Mountain, live to see the mysterious arrival for the key to immortality? From today onwards, you, Death God Mountain, are sealed by my Green Luan Immortal Palace, and you are exterminated. Yang Di Yuan took a sip of the ancient tea of enlightenment and drifted a bit. The words are too dense and raucous. The next instant, the void trembled and the aura of a great emperor filled the air. Two more men in black, each holding the immortal killing sword and immortal trapping sword, rushed into the starry sky. What? Two more black-clothed great emperors. This Death God Mountain, the predecessor in the end is what root and foot origin. Surprisingly, there are such strong underpinnings, and 4 great emperors have appeared alone. The Red Xia Sacred Lord, the Great Lai Human Emperor, and the others were horrified. They were a little disbelieving what their eyes were seeing, because it's just too fantastic. 2 great emperor realm powerhouses, once again, appeared. Who could stand that? This little heart of mine, ah. Smoky Xia Sacred Lord covered his chest and his legs went weak. I had thought that a Holy Land level existence was already not weak, but when he saw it today, it was like a blow to his head and a splash of cold water. The Polar Sacred Land was overthrown, not to mention, even an overlord level existence like the Green Luan Immortal Palace dared to mess with it. Even more shocking, that's a great emperor. 2 more? But there was also some small gloating in his mind. Daoist He Guang, one of the 3 great masters of the Green Luan Immortal Palace. What is the mental journey like at this moment? It's extremely frustrating, isn't it? Pust. The Wakwan Daoist stared wide-eyed, blood staining the starry sky as multiple wounds appeared on his body. It was supposed to be 1-on-2, unable to gain the upper hand, but at least there was some resistance. But now, 2 more black-clothed great emperors joined the battlefield. Let him a mouthful of reverse blood sprayed out. Thousands of years of cultivation of body, mind, and heart, but today to break the defense. Break the big defense. IU and hashtag of it. Have the guts to fight 1-on-1. Boom, boom, boom. The 4 black-clothed great emperors came out in unison, extremely domineering and strong, and surrounded the Higuang Daoist in a circle, and it was difficult to defeat them with 2 fists, so even if they had the chance to resist a few punches, it would be considered a good thing. Close to being rounded up, Daoist Wako's eyes were as gray as they could be. How could he not have expected such a day? In full view of the public, he was violently beaten by 4 men in black. Grass, grass, grass. Hit people without hitting their faces. Kick someone without pushing their balls. Put, put, put. Wako spat out blood one after another, holding back to a fault. There was no way to fight back. The emperor's body was knocked apart one after another, bursting into pieces, and then painstakingly reorganized before being knocked apart again. None of which was enough for the 4 black-clothed men to share. You guys, that's enough. Daoist He Guang was filled with killing intent. His battle intent soared wildly as he used extreme means. Terrifying Dao rules filled the air and order rippled. Pust. A long sword pierced through Daoist Wako's chest. Put, put, put. The holes in Daoist Wako's body were almost like fishing nets. Blood stains the stars. The eyes of the 4 black-robed men flashed with a strange light. Immortal Execution Sword Formation, Refine. Chapter 32 Absolute Divine Armor 5 Consecutive Draws. 3 Hegemonic Level Forces. The Immortal Legion descended upon the ancient world family. Grass. Ah. Emperor He Guang released his true body of Dharma and tried to defend against the Immortal Execution Sword Formation. But everything was in vain. The sword formation was extremely powerful, and the imperial weapon he was holding was in pieces. Sword chi raging vertical and horizontal whistling. The starry sky was torn. The rules of the great Tao in front of it are not enough to see. In the rapid dimming, and the light of the great Emperor Grief, he had meticulously lived his entire life, and even when he was promoted to Great Emperor, he was still cautious, but he did not expect to break his defenses one after another under the forces of the Death God Mountain today. I can't die. I still have to help the Palace Master ascend to the immortal world. How could I possibly fall in defeat like this? Put, put, put. He Light Emperor's physical body obliterated. The sword chi is bright and vast. The rainbow spreads all over the starry sky here. The surrounding stars such as the infinite star, just by the ripples of the chi wave, can't withstand it, and it explodes on the spot, and blossoms the last gorgeous light in the starry sky. Pust. Emperor Wakwan was extremely unwilling, but so what? All the dermas and many phases were all worn down, unable to resist at all, and the extreme Tao Emperor soldiers nourished by their lives were all broken down into scrap metal at this moment. How is that possible? The Death God Mountain would actually have an even more terrifying base than the extreme Tao Emperor soldiers. Those 4 swords, they definitely exceed the existence of Emperor soldiers. The Wako Emperor roared in anger, but everything was about to fall. Flesh obliterated. The soul body ceased to exist. The starry sky returned to its tranquility. Infinity Star. Countless people stared in wide-eyed horror, only to feel their scalps go numb. The commotion in the starry sky was not small, and the ripples released caused the entire Wuji star to tremble. If they weren't far enough away, they felt that with the strength of those 4 black-clothed great emperors, they could easily refine the entire Wuji star to death. The Death God Mountain has strongly appeared, destroying the extreme Holy Land and refining one of the 3 great experts of the Qingwan Immortal Palace. Guang. This is now considered to be an undying situation with the Qingwan Immortal Palace. The Immortal Mountain Lord was breathing heavily. He had thought that this time he would be able to see what the Death God Mountain had in store for him. But everything had exceeded his expectations. He didn't expect that the Death God Mountain would overthrow the extreme Tao without any effort. What's more, I didn't expect that it would also lead to the Green Luan Immortal Palace's Higuang Emperor. Even so, Death Mountain still won easily. Drop everyone's jaws. Back to the mountain. As soon as Yang Di Yuan's words came out, the four black-clothed figures in the starry sky returned, gaining a foothold beside the golden chariot and directly penetrating the void, disappearing without a trace. Only the extreme Holy Land, which had already been destroyed, was left behind. Death Mountain. Congratulations to the host, who has won 10 consecutive draws of the Extreme Imperial Soldier. Congratulations to the host, who has won the 5 consecutive draws of the Jedi Divine Warrior. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the Supreme Divine Weapon, Tian Yuan Locked Armor. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the Ultimate Divine Art, the Immortality and Immortality Creation Technique. Yang Di Yuan leisurely reclined on the reclining chair. Refreshing. Extreme Imperial Soldier. 10 consecutive draws. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the Ultimate Imperial Weapon, the Devouring Abyss Halberd. Congratulations to the host, for obtaining the Ultimate Imperial Weapon, the Seal of Prosperity. Congratulations to the host, for obtaining the Extreme Tao Imperial Soldier, the Heavenly Tao Vorpal Hammer. Congratulations to 10 Imperial Soldiers in hand. Looking at the entire Wuji Star, which power would have so many Imperial Soldiers? Absolutely jaw-dropping. Jedi Warrior 5 in a row. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the Supreme Divine Weapon, the East Emperor's Bell. Congratulations to the host, for obtaining the Supreme Divine Weapon, Regulus Sword. Congratulations to the host, he has obtained the Supreme Divine Weapon, the Demon Refining Gourd. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the Supreme Divine Weapon, the Great Thunder Sound Bow. Congratulations to the host, for obtaining the Supreme Divine Weapon, the Divine Nong Ding. Yang Di Yuan narrowed his eyes. The might of this absolute divine weapon was a great deal more powerful than the Extreme Emperor Soldier. At least in the current Wuji Star, it could be said to be a destructive existence. Facing an Extreme Tao Emperor Soldier also belonged to a descending blow. He scanned the panel. Name, Tiyuan Yang. Age, 21. Training, half immortal. Physique, pure Yang sacred body. Taoist fetus. Imperial techniques, Immortality Sutra. Extreme Heavenly Demon Technique. Thousand Blade Slash. Great Void Technique. Great Sun Rolai Divine Palm. Heavenly Emperor's Fist. Reincarnation Technique. Imperial Soldiers, Extreme Heavenly Devil Armor. Extreme Heavenly Devil Halberd. Extreme Heavenly Devil Shuttle. Human Emperor Streamer. 9 Dragons Divine Whisker. Devouring Abyssal Halberd. Seal of Prosperity. Heavenly Tao Voodoo Hammer. Emperor's Formation, Life and Death Formation. Trapped Formation. Imperial Formation. Unparalleled Divine Weapons, Immortal Execution Sword. Immortal Trap Sword. Immortal Execution Sword. Immortal Killing Sword. Heavenly Battle Axe. Tian Yuan Lock Armor. Dong Huang Bell. Xian Yuan Sword. Pillmaker's Gourd. Great Thunder Sound Bow. Shin Nong Tripod. The Greatest Formation, the Immortal Execution Sword Formation. Unique Divine Art, Immortality and Immortality Creation Technique. Emperor's Medicine, Wudo Ancient Tea Tree. Peach Orchard. Lotus Seed of the Way X 17 pieces. War Slaves, 111 in the Great Emperor Realm. 100. 000 in the Sage Realm. 10 in the Great Sage Realm. And 30. 000 in the Immortal Realm. Kill value, 1,110,000,000 points. Prestige value, level 2, can be upgraded to level 4. All items in the Prestige System Mall can be purchased at Crazy $0. Occupied area, Blood Mines. Mountain Gate, Death Mountain. The Polar Sacred Ground is overthrown. Even the Higuang Emperor, who the Green Luan Immortal Palace had stepped in to mediate, died tragically. The Infinity Star was completely sensationalized. Countless forces felt their scalps numb and trembled when they learned the news. Death Mountain. This is going against the grain. Not only did he overthrow the Extreme Holy Land, not to mention, he even dared to kill someone from the Green Luan Immortal Palace? The brawl list reappears. Death Mountain. Actually ranked in the top 10. From the side, the 3 hegemonic level forces of the Qingluan Immortal Palace, Jade Ice Mountain, and Hanging Sky Pure Land all have great Emperor Realm powerhouses sitting in their ranks. At least 5 or more. At the moment this is a rough guess. After all, the contenders list is only ranked based on the battle power at the time of the outing. Who knows how many black-clad great emperors there are in the Death Mountain? Like that? No, that's a bit unrealistic. Do you really think that great emperors are cabbages and planting one is one? Worshipping the Death God Mountain is not the way to worship. Just watch. This time, after overthrowing the Extreme Holy Land and beheading Wiguang, the Qingluan Immortal Palace won't let go of the Death God Mountain. The Great Sanctuaries. All shocked. especially the Smoky Xia Holy Lord and the Nine Heavens Holy Lord who personally showed up to watch, as well as the Red Xia Holy Lord and the Dili Human Emperor. Resuscitate the Holy Land's underpinnings, right? The extreme Holy Land possessed that kind of underpinnings, and all of them ended up dying miserably. So who knows what kind of strange things will happen before the mystery arrives. Right. Restrain the disciples under your door and don't mess with the Death God Mountain. Not very secure. So from now on, this Holy Land will seal the mountain until the mystery arrives. Same time, the 4 ancient world families were all dead. They were in a similar position as the Polar Sacred Land had been earlier. All had provoked and offended Death Mountain. At the moment each and every one of them was panicking, their mental defenses going through. 4 great emperors. How is this possible? If the Death God Mountain has a grudge against us for our previous offense, will the extreme Holy Land not be a step behind us? Quick! Quick! Hurry! How is the recovery of the clan's underbelly coming along? Quickly get in touch with Moving Mountain, Gusu, and Easy. The 4 of us will hold together to prevent us from being broken by Death Mountain one by one. Green Luan Immortal Palace. The palace master's complexion turned warm and angry, with murderous aura flowing in his eyes, and as he sat down towards that, his body's aura was releasing, and even Hey Giorgio and Lei Giorgio, who were great emperors, felt a gust of heart palpitations. Palace master, and light died, suppressed and refined to death by the 4 black-clothed great emperors of the Death God Mountain jointly. The weapons in their hands are suspected to be supreme divine weapons with strange power. Is it possible that they have also been to the chaotic sea? Green Luan Immortal Palace master killing aura. Shi Giorgio, Lei, as well as in light he personally promoted up. More Green Luan Immortal Palace important combat force. But at the moment the loss of a major general. He was furious. Same time, Antarctic snowy mountains. It's full of white mist, hexagonal drifts of snow, and snowy armor everywhere. Jade iceberg. It was like an ice palace, with crystal clear ice sculptures everywhere. Beautiful and magnificent. Inside an ice temple. Like an exiled woman in the dust, sitting on an ice chair, her skin is snow white and beautiful, crystalline lubrication, her handkerchief to cover her mouth and nose, gently coughed. What is the origin of the Death Mountain? Find out? Below the same is a number of beautiful face of the woman. Voice cold, sister, Death Mountain origin mysterious and unpredictable, the roots of no way to find out, but according to its table to see, the real heritage should not be worse than the Green Luan Immortal Palace. Or would not dare to front with the Green Luan Immortal Palace called the board. It seems that after the mysterious arrival, the pattern is going to change a little bit. There is no need to be cross or weak, and for the time being, we will watch from the sidelines. The pole of the North Peak hanging Sky Pure Land. Like Jade Ice Mountain, the geography is extremely harsh. Jade Ice Mountain is snowy all year round. The hanging Sky Pure Land, on the other hand, is a desert in the middle of nowhere for millions of miles. A group of ascetics are here. Faith. It is the source of all hope, also the root of hope. Mystery will come. The Death Mountain movement is too strong. Fall or not, but also depends on one's own destiny. But the day of the agreement with the Green Luan Immortal Palace should be coming. An old man with a dry and thin body, his face full of wrinkles, sighed in a low voice when a bitter cultivator arrived. Pure Lord, the Wuji Star reports that the extreme sacred ground is overthrown, and that a group of supreme powers of the immortal 14th realm have descended on the 4 ancient lineages. Chapter 33, with the flick of a finger, the ancient worldly family was annihilated. The hanging Sky Pure Lord's eyes were glazed over. The face became solemn. How much? The bitter cultivator wore a bitter smile. According to the Wuji Star report, there are at least thousands of immortal realm supreme powers, descend upon the 4 ancient families. What kind of underpinnings was this? To be able to cultivate so many 14th realm extreme powers out? What power is it? Death Mountain. Hanging Heavenly Pure Lord. It's not just the hanging Sky Pure Land. Jade Ice Mountain. Qingwan Immortal Palace was likewise. How could there be so many immortal realm powerhouses in the Death God Mountain? This is beyond perception. Immortal realm supreme powers, each one is incomparably rare. Often only that one can appear within 10 million people. Death God Mountain. There are actually so many immortal realm absolute powers? Countless forces, too, felt their scalps tingle at this moment. Those 4 black-clothed great emperors were just one of the underpinnings. There were so many people alone that were immortal realm supreme powers. What exactly was the Death God Mountain plotting? Rumble, ancient family, where the Flower family is located. The news just got out not long ago only. It hadn't even received a call back from the Easy, Moving Mountain, or Gushu lineage. The ancient Flower family then felt one terrifying aura after another descend. The crowd of ancient world family elders looked horrified, their faces full of unbelief. As far as the eye could see, the sky was filled with the figures of black-clothed men, densely packed and occupying the void. Moreover, each one's cultivation was incredibly strong. It is comparable to the heritage of ancient families. Surprisingly, they were all supreme powers of the immortal realm. How come? Can it be that my flower family, too, is going to follow in the footsteps of the extreme Holy Land? The older generation figures of the ancient family, the flower family, were all a bit shocked and panicked, not to mention the juniors within the clan. One by one, their bodies were trembling. Even if they were holding on to the wall, their legs were softening. Under the breath shock alone, it made their divine sea tremble, and their limbs and bones were trembling. Is the immortal realm, Death God Mountain, trying to overthrow my flower family? Damn it! If it wasn't for the extreme Holy Land, my flower family wouldn't have gotten involved with the Death God Mountain. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Rumble! A horrible breath was released. The gazes of the group of black-clothed men were like torches. By order of the Mountain Lord, overthrow the ancient world family. Boom! 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 Damn it! Please, old man, revive the underbelly. Put! Put! Pust! Terrifying ripples of energy were rippling. The ancient family, the flower family, was in chaos. The immortal 14th Realm's supreme powerhouse was crunching and killing indiscriminately. The ancient family flower family was simply powerless to resist. Old ancestor, save us! A living fossil-level figure of the half-emperor realm completely revived. His breath swirled and surged as he was feeling the beauty of his former glory, and he directly struck out, wanting to behead immortal realm powerhouses. But the next instant, a terrifying rainbow cut through. A living fossil-level figure of the half-emperor realm died tragically on the spot. His head pierced through, his body burning and turning into ashes. How could it be the great emperor? The half-emperor realm powerhouse's soul body roared with unwillingness, but it suffered from restrictions, and the soul couldn't even leave the body, burning into pieces. Put, put, put. One of the flower family's underpinnings. One of them counted. All of them bloodied. Can't even make a wave. How can this be? Enough tens of thousands of black-clothed people. All of them are immortal realm powerhouses. Is it possible that my flower family has become the public enemy of the Wuji star? Immortal realm powerhouses from all the forces converged into one? The flower family's older generation figures who had just revived and didn't even have time to understand the situation were terrified beyond belief. Even though as a divine king, they could hang on to the immortal realm, they were instantly exterminated by the black-clothed great emperor, the Malagasy. Ungrateful grandson! Ungrateful grandson! This is the time of year when you ask me to resuscitate a dry chicken and pluck its feathers. It's not enough to die one, but you have to give one away? Boom! 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 All the resistance of the ancient family, the flower family, was futile. All the deadly battles are for the betterment of the soul. Just under an hour had passed. The ancient family, the flower family, was completely destroyed. After the extreme Holy Land, the fallen ancient family. Asterisk 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 ah. What exactly is the origin and background of this Death God Mountain? The ancient family flower family has sent out tens of thousands of supreme powers. That's just as well. One can think that the Death God Mountain is trying to break them down one by one. But Gusu, Easy, and Moving Mountain, they were likewise not spared. All of them are facing the same situation as the ancient family flower family. A great emperor is sitting at the helm, and a supreme power of the 14th realm is charging. Looking at the entire Wuji star, even the Green Luan Immortal Palace doesn't have such depth and strength, right? Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for destroying the ancient flower family. Chapter 34: Ancient World Family Overthrown. The Green Luan Immortal Palace invites foreign aid, and the Killer God Dynasty is beyond the heavens. Fear, shock, thriller. Everyone in the ancient lineages of the Gusu, Easy, and Moving Mountain lineages were trembling. What did they see? Countless men in black descended, surround the ancient family. They were stretched out across the sky. Out of the corner of your eye, the flower family has been overthrown. How did it happen so fast? No matter what, they're also an ancient family, with a powerful and majestic heritage, and they're even said to be extinguished. Is this an invincible horizontal push by Death Mountain? First, they overthrew the extreme sacred land, and now even the flower family has become flying ashes, and without any surprises, Gusu, Easy, and Moving Mountain will also follow in their footsteps. The great holy places were shocked and stunned. Even the old generation of absolute powerhouses within the clan that had just been revived and were preparing to face the mysterious but early revival of their underpinnings were shocked to the core. What the hell is Death Mountain all about? We, this group of old farts, are all scared to look at this. So many supreme powers. Even if we put them in the previous epochs, they are all appalling existences. No power can have so many experts. Yes, it's fortunate that you bunch of grandson thieves didn't mess with the Death God Mountain. or else the end of the extreme sacred land. The ancient worldly family should have been staged in our sacred land. The peaks of the Gusu vein exploded one after another, and countless disciples screamed and wailed in panic. Broken arms and stumps flew across the room, facing the black-clothed man's attack. It could be said that he was all but crushed without any chance of victory. Pust! A silhouette exploded. Blood mist filled the air, and his soul body was broken. That's a half-emperor realm-old ancestor that just revived. Let's descend. Facing the Death God Mountain is nothing short of a death-like existence. The sky is full of supreme powers and there are great emperors sitting in the town. How can we fight against it? Fight and die. Surrender and perhaps there is hope for life. Put. There were some living fossil-level figures in the Gusu lineage who had long since seen the situation clearly. Now, they were completely on the chopping block, letting the people of the Death God Mountain fiddle with them at will. There was no resistance at all, but even if he fell on the spot and betrayed, kneeling down and begging for forgiveness, he was ignored by the black-clothed mighty men and attacked by the group, and in a few breaths he lost his breath, and his body died. The Mountain Master has ordered that no one be left behind. Bleeding skulls, corpses all over the place, blood stains the withered mountains. Death Mountain, you do this without fear of committing public outrage. This move is detrimental to the peace of heaven. The great Tao will not be able to look past it, and in the end you will bring about your own destruction. Put. The Gusi lineage. All of its underpinnings collapsed. The disciples of the ancient world family are all dead. Where do they care about family friendship? One is one if they can survive. But it was all in vain. Some of the talented teenage girls were ready to transfer from the secret passage, but they were suppressed on the spot by the great emperor and their forms were destroyed. The Gusi lineage. A tragic death. At the same time, the places where the moving mountain and easy vein were located were all reduced to ruins. A mountain of corpses. The four ancient families. All destroyed. The infinity star shook. Everyone was horrified beyond belief. The four ancient lineages, following the extreme Holy Land, were destroyed in one fell swoop. How strong and domineering is this? There was no doubt that Death Mountain stood up. There were also quite a few existences in the ancient Tao system that felt pressurized. This Death God Mountain is really going to be the enemy of the world. The extreme sacred ground is negative to him and was destroyed. The four ancient lineages took offense to the provocation and were also exterminated. Even the Green Luan Immortal Palace's Higuang Daoist, who surprisingly held back for many years, and few people knew about his promotion to Great Emperor, died at the hands of the Death God Mountain. Mystery is coming. Wu Jixing is going to change the sky. Buzz. The Tendo Scramble list is reproduced. Death Mountain, top 10 in overall strength. Rumble. All the forces of the Infinity Star were shocked. The four ancient lineages were destroyed together, and the Death God Mountain has sent out a base of absolute great powers. It's simply a shock without a sound. I thought that 4 great emperors would already be the limit of the Death God Mountain, but I didn't expect that there would be tens of thousands of absolute great powers. This is unbelievable. Never heard of any power that has such majestic reserves. Tens of thousands of supreme powers, all of them immortal realm powerhouses. At least hundreds of thousands of accumulations, right? The Death God Mountain came out strong before the mysterious arrival. Is this a preparation to get the key to immortality and prepare to raise the religion for ascension? Green Luan Immortal Palace. Once the news was out, everyone's jaws were dropped in shock. Back to the Palace Master. Death God Mountain is provoking our Green Luan Immortal Palace, overthrowing the extreme Holy Land, not to mention the 4 ancient lineages at the same time. This is a naked provocation of my Green Luan Immortal Palace's majesty. Hey Giorgio and Hey Lei looked unimpressed, holding an anger in their hearts. Others in the room, however, thought differently. That being said, the Death God Mountain has a lot of momentum nowadays. Even the Heavenly Tao contest ranking has recognized it, and in a short period of time, it has directly advanced to the top 10. There are even tens of thousands of immortal realm powerhouses. There are still great emperors sitting around. It can be said that, just how many unemerged underpinnings the Death God Mountain still has, we don't know. Perhaps this is just what the Death Mountain Master wants the outside world to know. Mystery is coming. This is the big picture. It's about whether or not my Green Luan Immortal Palace can regain a foothold in the Sea of Chaos. Palace Master still hopes to think twice. Many half-emperors spoke one after another. The Palace Master revealed a playful smile. The Death God Mountain had put it in the past. It was an existence that was casually crushed to death. Now it does have to be mysterious. Counting the days. The appointment with the Hanging Sky Pure Land is also coming up. So after the manpower is properly prepared, prepare to attack the forbidden zone of life and death in 7 days' time to capture the immortality pill. Palace Master. Also, hey Giorgio, belonging, by the two of you, Go and seek out the assassin god dynasty Heavens Beyond Heaven and send out some of their underpinnings, so that they can go out and assassinate the death god mountain lord at a negotiable price. Hey Giorgio and Leilei's complexion stared as a slight fear appeared in their eyes. Killer god dynasty beyond the sky. That's a terrorist organization that spreads throughout the heavens and the world. Even the Green Luan Immortal Palace, which was once based in the chaotic sea, did not dare to offend. The Slayer god dynasty Heavens Beyond Heaven was an existence that truly surpassed the great emperor realm. Yes, Palace Master. A mysterious little world was located. Hey Giorgio and Hey Lei looked stunned. The face was shocked. The killer god dynasty is indeed strong and majestic, and the only small worlds created by the great emperor realm alone are only used as trading points, along with the code word pairing. Layer after layer of vortexes floated in the small world. Hey Giorgio and Lei Giorgio are caught up in this. Sealed the five senses? The two were shocked. Even as great emperors, they were somewhat numb and clawed at this place, unable to see their fingers, as if they were in the darkness of an absolute realm. Target? An old voice came out. Death Mountain Master. Yang Di Yuan. It would be even better if there was all the information about him and what exactly he founded the Death God Mountain with. The pale voice was silent for a moment, then spoke. 10 Chaos Stones. She Giorgio and she Lei looked shocked. 10 Chaos Stones. The value of the piece alone is astounding. Even if it was a supreme divine weapon, at most, it could only be added to one piece. And Yang Di Yuan, the head of the Death Mountain Lord, wanted 10 of them? Put in the Chaos Sea. It could be the price of exterminating a clan. What level of assassin are you going to send out? Although he is surrounded by great Emperor realm powerhouses, he may not be very strong himself. The old man's voice was bland and unruffled, yet there was a strong pressure that instantly made the two feel their scalps go numb. The rules of Heavens Beyond are to talk only about the target, the price, and nothing else. Remembering that you are the descendants of the Green Luan Immortal Palace and that my master has some affinity with him. This is why I didn't slaughter you. Hey Giorgio and Lei Giorgio looked ugly, but they didn't dare to get angry at all, and respectfully said, it was the two of us who slipped up. Here are 10 Chaos Stones. In the next instant, when the two of them regained their five senses again, they had already been expelled from the small world. Both saw surprise and consternation in each other's eyes. That old man definitely has a cultivation above a great emperor. Death Mountain. Ding dong. Are the 30,000 peak immortal realm war slaves entering the cultivation room? Are the 100,000 saintly war slaves entering the training room? Hint, the current upper limit of the cultivation room is the peak of the half-emperor realm. Chapter 35 130,000 half-emperor realm powerhouses. Mystery will arrive. The Slayer God Dynasty's outer heaven slayers are out in force. Ding dong. 30,000 peak immortal realm war slaves have entered the training room. 100,000 peak saint war slaves have entered the training room. Hint, it takes 3 days and 6 days respectively. 6 days passed. Death Mountain. A system beep appeared in Yang Di Yuan's mind. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. 30,000 peak immortal realm war slaves have arrived at the peak of half-emperor. Congratulations to the host. 100,000 peak saint realm war slaves have arrived at the peak of half-emperor. 130,000 half-emperor realm powerhouses. The corners of Yang Di Yuan's mouth rose slightly. With such a force, there would be at least some ability to defend themselves after the mysterious arrival. Green Luan Immortal Palace, Jade Ice Mountain, and Hanging Heaven Pure Land. These three hegemonic level forces had mysterious origins and backgrounds, and it has been passed down for more than 100,000 years. According to the news, these three forces are backed by Backstage, but Yang Di Yuan was not afraid. Life and death are not important. Let's do it if you don't like it. Fighting for the bottom, he, Yang Di Yuan, really had this backbone right now and was not afraid of anyone. System Mall. With the mall open, the Prestige Mall can now be leveled up. Whether to upgrade the Prestige Mall? Hint, current Prestige Mall level 2. Elevate. The Prestige Mall has reached level 3. The Prestige Mall has reached level 4. Ding dong. Prestige Mall. Unlock the Pseudo-Emperor Soldier. Hosts can go crazy with $0 purchases. It can be purchased without consuming any kill value or prestige value. Yang Di Yuan's eyes flashed with a strange color. When you look around, it's true. All kinds of pseudo-imperial soldiers, battle armor, and other things were popping up all over the place. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 130,000 pieces of the pseudo-imperial weapon, the Death God Scythe. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 130,000 pieces of the pseudo-imperial weapon, the Deathlock Armor. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 130,000 pieces of the pseudo-imperial weapon, Death's Boots. armed on all fronts. It doesn't cost anything anyway. Buy it and be done with it. Prestige Mall. It's a good one. With this, you may be able to roll in a wave of wealth. Boom, boom, boom. The entire Wuji star suddenly appeared to be greatly shaken. The heavenly Tao's haze filled the sky and bloomed. The mist steamed. But the starlight in the sky was incomparably bright and glittering with luster when it was daytime. The runes of order swirled in all directions. The entire Wuji star was all revitalized. Mystery. It's a mystical precursor. The mystery is really coming. The opportunity to become immortal. Countless people were excited. And all the cultivators felt their chi and blood boiling as the color of anticipation in their eyes grew more and more intense. Quite a few places appear purple vortex. Range is not big but dazzling immortal light. Majestic immortal chi child escape. Just close to. As if the soul is going to sublime general. Body smooth. Limbs and bones are relaxed. The mystery really is coming. There's no time to lose. Let's set off and attack the forbidden zone of life and death with the Green Luan Immortal Palace. In the hanging sky pure land. The old man with a dry and thin figure had a strange color in his eyes, and his figure trembled slightly with speechless excitement. Meanwhile the various holy places were silent and exuberant on this day. Holy Lord, the Holy Land's underpinnings have all been revived, waiting for the mysterious arrival. Smoky Hollow Sanctuary, the Holy Land of the Nine Heavens. Daily, there were also all the major ancient Tao lineages, sects, all of which saw the dawn of hope on this day and went all out to prepare for the mysteries. Outside of Death Mountain, a middle-aged man with extraordinary features, sword brows and starry eyes, and a plump god like jade, stood outside. He was shocked at the depths of the Death God Mountain, but at the same time, he was amazed at the mysterious manifestation. The mystery really is coming. It shouldn't take more than 7 days for a miracle boo to descend. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. Let's go to my little nephew first. The figure then ran through the void, and a vague imperial might filled the air. But for a moment, the middle-aged man reappeared. Yang Lingyuan was in a mountain range. In front of him, a great demon at the level of a saint died and his corpse transformed into his body, which was actually a great ape king, entering the 4th stage of sainthood and cutting down the 2nd stage of sainthood against all odds. The middle-aged man Yang Qingshan's eyes slightly condensed, the joy on his face was not concealed, and the corners of his mouth raised into a smile. Who are you? Yang Lingyuan looked at the middle-aged man without any concealment, and instantly alertly flashed to the side, from whose body he felt the breath, such as On's, but there was another kind of unexplained sense of closeness. Yang Qingshan's face had a slightly guilty look on it, saying, there is no need to worry, I have no ill will towards you. Speaking of which, it is me as the third uncle who has failed to protect you. Yang Lingyuan's expression was stunned when he heard this, with instinctive revulsion in his eyes. I'm an orphan. Apart from my brother, I don't have any relatives. Yang Qingshan was understanding and understood Yang Lingyuan's feelings, saying, back then, there was no choice but to do this, in order to ensure that the Yang family's bloodline would continue. So it's normal for you two brothers to have grudges in your hearts. Yang Qingshan opened his mouth and spoke of the roots of the two men, a large family with a background strength not weaker than the 3 hegemonic level forces. Back then, it was a hand-to-hand arm wrestling with the Green Luan Immortal Palace, but I didn't expect that the Green Luan Immortal Palace's background would be so powerful. Having stood in the chaotic sea, if Father Yang had not already crossed over to that level, he would never have been able to save the day, beheading the previous palace master of the Green Luan Immortal Palace. Back then, when the Yang family was in turmoil, the 2 Yang Di Yuan brothers, who were the first family, arranged to leave in advance to prevent the Yang family from being completely destroyed. What if I don't go back with you? Just like back in the day, when we were forcibly sent away, and now we are forcibly tied back up? Yang Lingyuan's eyes were tinged with resentment. Yang Qingshan leisurely sighed, his tone filled with guilt and regret. Your biological father and mother, after that battle back then, their vitality was greatly injured and they suffered from a serious disease. They had searched all over the starry sky, but they still couldn't reverse it. And just at this moment, the void trembled. Yang Lingyuan's complexion tightened as he felt a deadly threat descend. Slayer God Ultra Outer Heaven Slayer? Yang Qingshan was enraged, his body filled with imperial might as he directly rushed over. Pust. Chapter 36 Great Emperor's Shadow Assassin tragically dies, sending troops to the forbidden zone of life and death. Intercept the immortality pill. Pust. Yang Qingshan coughed out blood and pushed Yang Lingyuan away, but he was pierced through his body by a war spear stabbed out of the void, only seeing the war spear, not seeing the figure. Yang Qingshan was thrown away by the war spear. His belly, flesh and blood were penetrated. The mountains behind him all appeared to have a big tremor. Pieces of ancient trees turned into debris under the ripples, and the earth appeared to have a terrifying abyss. Yang Lingyuan was astonished, not expecting Yang Qingshan to be all involved in danger. suffering heavy injuries in order to save him, only to see a silhouette slowly emerge from the void, behind the war spear, dressed in purple gold and black armor, nearly armed to the teeth, with a pair of eyes flickering red with a shadowy and murderous aura. In the air, killing intent nearly condensed into substance. Ling Yuan Go. He's a shadow assassin from the Killer God Dynasty's heavens beyond heaven. His cultivation is at the Great Emperor realm. Yang Ling Yuan's breath clustered as he felt a deadly threat, and while his heart grew a little fond of young Qingshan, he directly sacrificed his emperor's blood. Rumble, rumble. The terrifying essence blood hovered in the air, releasing an appalling pressure. The surrounding avenues were being worn down, the void was collapsing, and everything in the vicinity seemed to be worn down by the energy released by the emperor's blood. What? The shadow assassin's eyes were startled, and he actually felt an extremely dense and dangerous aura in that emperor's blood. The battle spear in his hand was powerful. The haze blossomed like the Milky Way tilting down. The power was boundless and overwhelming, actually wanting to blast young Ling Yuan to death before he completely activated the emperor's blood. Not far away, young Qingshan figure trembling, looked shriveled. Just now that blow almost let him die miserably, if not with a divine body phantom, body protection soft armor. He this half-emperor, to die miserably on the spot. Imperial blood. Young Qingshan had all sorts of doubts in his heart, but not caring about anything else, he directly struck out and exerted his full power to stop the shadow assassin. Boom! Young Qingshan suddenly shot out explosively, and the shadow assassin's eyes flashed with a fierce killing intent, and he kicked out, and the void was wide open. Ling Yuan must escape. Live. Yang Qingshan was furious. His flesh and blood exploded as the shadow assassin struck out at random and heavily injured him. Buzz, 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 kill. Yang Ling Yuan roared. Emperor blood fully activated. At this moment the shadow assassin had already boarded in front of less than half a meter. The war spear arrived first, to penetrate his skull, but unexpectedly emperor blood out. The war spear on the spot into pieces. How could this emperor's blood be so powerful? The shadow assassin was puzzled. His expression was shocked, his eyes flashed with panic. He wanted to evacuate this place, but unexpectedly, that emperor's blood directly wrapped him. The terrifying power of burning, making his dead soul. All sorts of Dao rules and order runes came out. The great emperor's mighty pressure filled the air, and the whole person flashed into the starry sky. No, no, no. The shadow assassin was horrified. His great emperor's body was vertical and his emperor's might filled the air, but he couldn't resist that drop of fully erupted emperor's blood. Surprisingly, it turned into a divine furnace to completely refine him. Give me the town. Rumble. The shadow assassin was in a rage, and with all sorts of means at his disposal, he finally realized that the emperor's blood was somewhat dimmed. There's a chance. The shadow assassin was ecstatic, but in the next instant, his head was chopped off by a figure, both halberds stained with blood. The black-clothed emperor, Yang Ling Yuan's protector. At this moment, his eyes were filled with killing intent, and he exploded with all his might on the spot to prevent the shadow assassin from reorganizing his physical body. Put, put, put. Dao rules filled and spread. Order flowed, and imperial soldiers sprawled across. The black-clothed great emperor was strong and overbearing. Rumble, rumble. No, how can this be? I can't believe I didn't detect his aura. The shadow assassin was appalled, but in a few moments, he was completely dead. Flesh crumbles, the soul disintegrates. Yang Ling Yuan let out a long breath, received a transmission from the black-clothed great emperor, wiping a handful of sweat from the top of his head. He still had his heart in his mouth. If it wasn't for the backhand given to him by his brother, Yang Di Yuan, as well as the black-clothed great emperor who was always protecting his body to make a move, he would really have to go. The Slayer God Dynasty, heavens beyond heaven, was already preparing to make a move against the Death God Mountain. The void is in turmoil. Yang Qingshan panted as he found his way back to the Wuji Star from the endless void, and was just in time to notice the scene in the starry sky, and immediately looked horrified. The depths of the Death Mountain were truly extraordinary. The two brothers, Yang Ling Yuan and Yang Di Yuan, had a strange encounter, and now their momentum was even comparable to the three hegemonic level forces. Even the Dao Protector was at the Great Emperor realm level. Yang Qingshan's eyes shrank, suddenly sensed something, and at that moment, his expression changed. Not good. The Dao rules intertwined underneath his feet, runes flowing, and his figure was so fast that he returned to the mountains and rivers once again in a near instant, only to see Yang Ling Yuan being grasped by a woman in her hands. Let go of me. Who are you? Who am I? I'm your aunt. Be honest and follow me back to the Young family, or I'll have you drawn and quartered. The middle-aged woman glared angrily, but the next instant, swordlight emerged in the void. The middle-aged woman's breath was shortened, and an arm was cut off on the spot. Stay under the halberd. Pust. The middle-aged woman was shocked and instinctively threw down young Ling Yuan and resisted, but she did not expect the halberd to go through her head on the spot. The black-clothed great emperor held a war halberd, and when he hit his eyes, there were 3 emperor's soldier auras flowing on his body. Yang Qingshan only felt his scalp numb. Death Mountain's present-day heritage exceeded his imagination. The Yang family branch even presumed to bring young Ling Yuan back by force. This is a crossroads. According to the previous exchange, after learning that the Yang family, born of antipathy, this moment this strong, undoubtedly intensifying the feud between the two sides. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Without waiting for young Qingshan to speak, there were actually several more figures descending in the void, their breath strong and domineering, with imperial might flowing from their bodies, holding young Qingshan hostage on the spot. Once he dares to make a move, he will definitely be killed immediately. By order of the mountain master, I am escorting you back to the mountain. Rumble. The air is turbulent. Several figures disappeared. After waiting for young Qingshan to fix his eyes, he was already in the middle of the Death God Mountain. Asterisk. Young Qingshan was shocked. Here he actually felt the pressure of countless half-emperor realm powerhouses. Even each of the pressures was stronger, more domineering, and more ferocious than the one he had come from. 10,000 half-emperors? This can't be right. Yang Qingshan was shocked beyond belief. His expression was stunned, and under the breath feeling, he nearly had a suffocating feeling of death. Tens of thousands of half-emperors. What kind of battle power is that? Even the Yang family back then didn't have this kind of heritage. What shocked him even more was this. Invisibly there were even more existences of many Dao Great Emperor breaths, and there were not a few of them. Without any hesitation, with the current Death God Mountain, it could definitely push across the entire Peerless Star, even the 3 hegemonic level forces such as the Qinghuan Immortal Palace. Young Qingshan saw a man figure, rich god like jade, appearance, and he is more than a little similar. This is his second brother's eldest son Yang Di Yuan. Send troops to the forbidden zone of life and death. Yang Di Yuan ordered. In a flash, 20 great emperors were out. Tens of thousands of half-emperors followed, stepping on the void and crossing over, disappearing above the Death God Mountain. Yang Qingshan's heart is almost jumping out of his body. This is wanting to intercept Qinghuan Immortal Palace and Hanging Sky Pure Land not? To do so was to truly wage war against the Green Luan Immortal Palace and the Hanging Heaven Pure Land. The immortality pill in the forbidden zone of life and death could renew the life of an existence like the Green Luan Palace Master. This move is undoubtedly hitting them where it hurts. The immortality pill had surpassed the existence of the Emperor pill. The power is infinite. Yang Di Yuan was lying on the reclining chair. His eyes flickered with essence between opening and closing, and his body was even surrounded by the immortal haze mist. How could it be? The great nephew has already stepped into the realm above the great emperors? Surprisingly, he carries an immortal aura on his body. I'll never be wrong about that. Chapter 37 Golden Crow Immortality Pill arrives. It's comparable to an immortal medicine. The Land of Inquiry. The 8th Forbidden Zone of Life and Death. Attack the Forbidden Zone of Life and Death and seize the Pill of Immortality. The Palace Master of the Qinghuan Immortal Palace and the Pure Master of the Hanging Sky Pure Land stood side by side in the void, with silhouettes below them and murderous intent filling the sky. The two hegemonic powers had both sent out their underpinnings to jointly attack the forbidden region of life and death. Kill. The Forbidden Zone of Life and Death was filled with rules and intertwined with Dao rules, and there were even accompanying terrifying beings in it. They were as solid as rocks, like stone men, and they were vertical and horizontal, cloaked and covered, and the great battle was about to start, and all parties were stirred up. The Hanging Sky Pure Land also has quite a number of powerful experts, once unassuming, but now it seems that they are by no means ordinary, and there are as many as 3 or 4 great Emperor realm powerhouses. The major ancient Taoist system looked grave. The Qinghuan Immortal Palace and the Hanging Sky Pure Land could be said to be overwhelming, destroying everything along the way. The peak battle power opened the way. The 4 great Emperor realm powerhouses opened the vanguard, and the stone race beings were undefeatable. Boom, boom, boom. Terror of the Emperor's power flow. Dao intertwined. Life and death of the Forbidden Zone shouting and killing. Everywhere blood. Can be said to be a mountain of corpses. The stone tribe spirit is also courageous and domineering. If it is not the Emperor shot, destroyed in collapsed body, even in the Tao intertwined under the flow of cohesion again, as if the immortal body, far away, the Jade Ice Mountain Lord and his own sister spread out horizontally in a void, looking astonished. Looking at this situation, the Green Luan Immortal Palace and the Hanging Sky Pure Lord are going to fight for the Forbidden Zone of Life and Death and control of the Immortality Pill in one go. The Forbidden Zone of Life and Death rumor has it that this land is not owned by the Wuji Star but from the Immortal Realm. It is surprisingly impossible to destroy it under the strike of a great emperor. and it is inextricably linked to the immortal realm. It seems that seizing the immortality pill is only one aspect of it. Jade Ice Mountain Master has two. Is a twin sister? At the same time, under the door disciples are all women. This vain no man has appeared. Rumble. The paths are intertwined. Order flow. The battle of life and death Forbidden Zone has reached a fever pitch. Suddenly, there was a terrifying aura rising within the Forbidden Zone of life and death. And the stone race beings actually still had an existence of the Great Emperor realm, reviving at this moment. Put. A full 6 figures, nearly in human form. Their physiques were strong and overbearing, and as soon as the party appeared, large swathes of the Green Lawn Immortal Palace and Hanging Heaven Pure Land fell to the ground in pieces. Green Lawn Immortal Palace, Hanging Heavenly Pure Land. You bully the stone too much. Boom, boom, boom. The Hanging Sky Pure Lord and the Palace Master of the Qingwan Immortal Palace struck out together, their killing auras rushing to the heavens, overbearing and powerful, as terrifying lights intertwined and streaked across, attacked together. The voice of the Palace Master of the Green Lawn Immortal Palace was deafening, and a full 8 figures intertwined and diffused to meet the 6 stone race living great emperors of the Forbidden Zone of life and death. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Hanging Sky Pure Land, Qingwan Immortal Palace lost a lot of people and consumed a lot. At this moment, under the head battle, those who were a little bit closer, simply could not escape in time, and on the spot, they were affected by the ripples and instantly blew up. It simply couldn't withstand the ripples that erupted from their battle. You are delusional. The Forbidden Zone of life and death is indeed a mountain range in the immortal world, and there are even more rules of the immortal way. You suffer death. Suddenly, the 6 stone race beings roared, their bodies blossoming together with radiant light, surprisingly with immortal power intertwining and swirling. The terrifying power of immortal light, intertwined with rules and runes, actually condensed into a terrifying net of light like a fishing net, and in a flash, it covered the entire life and death forbidden area in its entirety. Put. The ministries under the 2 hegemonic level forces were simply unable to resist. The giant net interwoven by the immortal Tao rules was like a descending strike, sweeping across and destroying. In just an instant, more than half of the ministries all died miserably. The Palace Master of the Qingwan Immortal Palace as well as the Pure Lord of Hanging Heaven also felt the deadly threat and went all out, their killing aura shocking the heavens and the earth, resisting the giant net of rules while completely blasting one of the stone race beings to death. Buzz. The battle was violent. Terrifying ripples of the Forbidden Zone of life and death were blooming. One of the great emperors of the stone race beings died tragically, and their numbers plummeted on the spot, being directly pressed. Please, immortal medicine, avenge my clan. The 5 stone race beings roared, and even in this instant, they went all out. Their bodies might float and burst out, and they all ingested into one of the divine mountains in the Forbidden Zone of life and death. Click. 2 more stone race beings collapsed, their bodies ceasing to exist, and those who survived and still fought back roared in a low voice. You guys underestimate the existence of the Forbidden Zone of life and death. Is the pill of immortality not something you mortals can covet? The immortal pill has matured. Moreover, it has its own spiritual intelligence. Together with the immortal power to nourish and warm it, it has stepped into the threshold of immortality. Today, all of you will die a horrible death here. The Stone Clan beings roared. The Green Lawn Immortal Palace Master as well as the Hanging Sky Pure Master's hearts and minds were wildly shaken, only feeling a tingle in their scalps as they truly felt that throbbing from the heart. Put. All of the stone race beings collapsed. The Palace Master of the Qingwan Immortal Palace as well as the Hanging Sky Pure Master also had a lot of attrition, breathing heavily as their eyes condensed above the divine mountain. Surprisingly, a terrifying and dazzling radiant light exploded. A lifelike golden crow spread its wings in the void, swirling out terrifying rules, its body surrounded by haze and immortal chi filled and intertwined. Buzz. It was filled with a medicinal fragrance and carried an infinite amount of power, and it unexpectedly offered up a terrifying sea of fiery flames. Do you really think we are unprepared? The chaos pool. Buzz. There was a roar. Whistling. The Palace Master of the Green Lawn Immortal Palace offered a large stone pool from the divine sea. The chaotic chi was dazzling, carrying a terrifying tugging and suppressing force as it soared out, wanting to devour the Golden Crow immortality pill. Buzz off. A terrifying glow bloomed. The Golden Crow's body actually released a shocking power. Immortal chi intertwined horizontally and horizontally. The void was collapsing, and the surface of the forbidden area of life and death was exploding. No good. After the immortal pill is nourished and warmed by immortal chi, it gives birth to a spirit, comparable to a near immortal above a great emperor. Boom! The chaos pool exploded. Quarterbacking. The Golden Crow immortality pills might swept and wreaked havoc, For a time the whole piece of life and death forbidden area was covered by the cage, and the living beings in this place were all overthrown and died miserably, and their bodies were all destroyed. Golden Crow Immortal Medicine vertical, eyes with pride and disdain. But the next instant, the void was exploded. A palm probe out, directly pinched the neck of the Golden Crow Immortal Medicine, regardless of how to struggle, are unhelpful, and finally the hand slapped to the Golden Crow Immortal Medicine a big ear thunderbolt. The scene fell silent. The Golden Crow Immortality Pill was taken in the air, far away. The Green Luan Immortal Palace's palace master coughed up blood with a large mouth, and beside him were Shi Giorgio, Shi Lei, and the pure lord of the hanging heavenly Pure Land and the three great emperor-level figures. The emperor's detachment burned. The two hegemonic forces died and were heavily injured. It's amazing that someone else ended up fishing. It's Death God Mountain Lord Yan Di Yuan. Chapter 38 Qingwan, Hanging Heaven's Anger. The Black-Clothed Legion descended. The 20 great emperors were shocked all over the place. The land of inquiry, the forbidden zone of life and death, bones in piles. The hanging sky Pure Land and the Green Luan Immortal Palace suffered great losses, and the ministries that they brought to attack the mountain were nearly completely wiped out. Seeing the Golden Crow Immortality Pill appearing in the world, with its haze of light and immortal aura misting over the entire forbidden area, it was suddenly intercepted by a black hand. It made everyone watching and stopping to drop their jaws in amazement. There are also quite a few Immortal Realm Absolute Powers and Supreme God Kings, with the Qingwan Immortal Palace joining forces with several great emperors of the Hanging Heaven Pure Land. The dawn of victory was about to be ushered in, but in the end, it was surprising that the fruits of victory were intercepted by others. The Immortal Mountain Lord was followed by an old man, with white hair, wrinkles all over his face, dense age spots on his body. His teeth had fallen out, and his torso was dried up and shriveled like nothing else, but he stood there with an invisible pressure and aura. He was the 38th generation of the Immortal Mountain's Tao lineage inheritor, even more great emperor, numbered immortal heavenly emperor. For the sake of mystery, the chance to become immortal, sealed himself for many thousands of years, and in the last few days completely revived, ready to compete for the chance to become immortal and live the next life. At this moment, a trace of amazement and shock appeared on the immortal heavenly emperor's face. The palace master of the Green Luan Immortal Palace and the pure lord of the Hanging Heavens have been put on the spot. Countless efforts and sacrifices have gone down the drain, and the fruits of victory have been ingested by others into their pockets. Old ancestor, what do you think of the strength of the person who made the move? The immortal celestial emperor's face showed a solemn look, sighing with envy, but also with shock. Someone near immortality. The Immortal Mountain Lord froze, his eyes growing more and more intense. Old ancestor, do you mean to say that his realm has already broken through the great Emperor Extreme and has successfully stepped into the threshold of immortal attainment? The immortal heavenly emperor nodded. His figure was stooped, but his gaze was shining, his lips trembled a little, and a strange light appeared in his eyes. Right, a person who is close to immortality. In that period of time, there were also such existences in the chaotic sea, and there were not a few of them. They had already mastered the immortal power. That kind of existence should definitely not be messed with. The immortal heavenly emperor's expression was tinged with envy and awe. In terms of his physical condition, with his chi and blood dried up and his origin nearing exhaustion, it was already difficult to compete with the younger generation like the palace master of the Qingwan Immortal Palace, the Hanging Sky Pure Lord, and the Jade Ice Mountain Master. Another place. Who is it? Qingwan Immortal Palace master staff figure stood up, the corner of the mouth stained with blood. The body exudes a majestic killing machine, as if caught in the rage of the ferocious beasts. The terrifying imperial might swept and spread across the perimeter of the void collapsed. The avenue emergence have been grinding dim. Who the hell is it? The Green Luan Immortal Palace master's murderous aura washed over the sky, into a frenzy. The Pill of Immortality had long since been regarded as his favorite possession. This time, uniting with the Hanging Heaven Pure Land and attacking the forbidden zone of life and death, it was at great cost. Half of the bottom half was deployed. Hundreds of Supreme and God King realm powerhouses died. Dozens of half-emperor realm powerhouses had fallen. At the final hurdle, even the great emperor's bilocation that they had cultivated was worn down and their Tao was damaged. It was thought that the great emperor's doppelganger could be used as a tolerance. And in the end, the real body was revealed, and the forbidden zone of life and death was forcefully attacked. And in the process, the Pill of Immortality was seized. But on the contrary, there is a mysterious strong man, even able to break open the space of the forbidden zone of life and death. Here is the hidden immortal power. With part of the immortal rules, outsiders simply cannot interfere with it. Even a great emperor. If not, they wouldn't have consumed so much of their reserves to make a strong attack. Shi Giorgio and Shi Lei are also holding a lot of anger in their hearts. As vanguards, they were consumed even more. and when the Great Emperor's bilocation was fighting against the stone race beings, it directly injured the main body. The divine sea was trembling, and cracks appeared in the foundation of the Tao. The Golden Crow immortality pill dissipated into nothingness, being grabbed by the mysterious black hand, as if carrying a small chicken. The hanging Sky Pure Lord also had a face as black as coal. Teeth were crunching. Find it. Judging from the fluctuations that appeared just now, the immortal power that person harbors isn't dense. We can snatch it back by joining forces with the divine artifacts that remain within the chaotic sea. In a split second, the 6 or 7 great emperors, including the hanging Sky Pure Land and the Green Luan Immortal Palace, walked in their true bodies and headed straight to the depths of the forbidden zone of life and death, the place where the Golden Crow immortality pill had been grabbed by the Black Hand, and each of them exerted their own means, and their great magical powers filled the air with raging power. The Golden Crow immortality pill, for them, it was an existence that renewed their lives. The value was extremely astonishing, far exceeding that of an imperial pill. It was even more fundamental to whether or not they would be able to obtain the opportunity to become immortal after the mysterious arrival. Not to be lost. One time, the cultivation world soars. The word is out. It was like the wind swept across the entire Wuji Star. The Green Luan Immortal Palace and the hanging Heaven Pure Land fell into a violent rage. The 2 mountain lords of Jade Ice Mountain looked solemn and breathed slightly sharply, and with the divine artifacts in the Chaos Sea, they spied part of that person's true appearance and origin. The Death God Mountain is really bold, daring to bear grudges with the Green Luan Immortal Palace and the hanging Sky Pure Lord at such a critical moment, and competing for the Golden Crow immortality pill. It looks like the background of the God of Death Mountain is far beyond what we thought. Perhaps it is a local force in the Chaos Sea, or maybe the life and death forbidden area is surrounded by immortal power. The Great Emperor cannot break through the void. Yeah, that place is filled with intertwined immortal energy and immortal Tao rules. Even a full force strike from a Great Emperor might not be able to destroy this place. All of the major ancient Tao systems were astonished and shocked. The mysterious Black Hand easily took away the Golden Crow immortality pill that the Green Luan Immortal Palace as well as the hanging Heaven Pure Land had their eyes on. It's like wild game grown in your own back garden. Invisible slaps on the faces of the 2 hegemonic level forces snapped. It's not just Jade Iceberg. Another orientation. The young family of the ancient gated court. Before we even make our move, the Golden Crow immortality pill has already changed hands? Was it the work of the Death Mountain? Those 2 full-blooded orphans from back then? Yang family, a middle-aged man immortal style. A white robe around the body ruffled Emperor Wei as well as if there is no immortal Rochiyun. His eyes carried a trace of unbelief. It's hard not to be. That the immortal object was taken away by him that year? If not, how can it be explained? The Heavenly Emperor's orphan is only in his early 20s in age. In such a short period of time, it is impossible for him to have grown to such an astonishing level, right? But if it is by virtue of that immortal artifact, a look of ecstasy appeared in the eyes of the current head of the young family's gates. Come on, man, how did that one go? The great holy places were in an uproar. The existence of 3 hegemonic level forces had caused such a shocking event to occur. The divine object in hand flew away, nearly made everyone's jaw drop. Can't believe it. First, there was the Death God Mountain's strong extermination of the Green Luan Immortal Palace's great emperor He Guang. Now, there were mysterious black hands, snatching the Golden Crow immortality pill that the Green Luan Immortal Palace and the hanging Heaven Pure Land had their eyes on. Some people were even speculating if it could be the Death Mountain that did it. Something big is happening again. Death Mountain has made a move. I can't believe the Black Legion was deployed. Target, straight to the forbidden zone of life and death. What? What are they trying to do here? Attacking the forbidden zone of life and death or trying to completely overthrow the hegemony level forces? Rumble. Outside the life and death exclusion zone, almost everyone's eyes widened. The void bloomed with gorgeous light, and one black-clothed figure after another stepped out from it. The number was so great that it nearly filled the side of the sky. When outsiders looked over, they couldn't help but let out a gasp of amazement. Was this the entire army? Looking around, countless black-robed powerhouses were dressed in armor and holding weapons that, when felt carefully, were actually pseudo-imperial weapons. The whole set. Beyond that, the warhorse that the black-winged powerhouse was riding on his hips was more than just the half-emperor realm. It's more than that. All of the black-clothed men. The number of them was so large that it was tens of thousands. And the most crucial thing was that every single one of them had a cultivation at the half-emperor realm, releasing a mighty pressure that spanned the ring, forcefully pressing down on the emptiness, and looking down on everyone present. Such an aura nearly made the cultivators who were watching from afar drop their jaws. I'm sprouting plants. All of them are half-emperor realm powerhouses? The black clothes. They came from the Death God Mountain. Boom, boom, boom. The void collapsed. The rules of the great Tao flowed. and the runes of order expanded. In front of the black-clothed legion, 20 figures stood across the sky. The breath was strong, dominant and powerful. All of them were actually emanating imperial might. Emperor. Emperor Wei? 20 places. All of them are great emperors. Death God Mountain is going against the heavens. To have such a bottom. Everyone felt that their dead souls were shaking and their spirits were trembling. Such a scene, the sense of visual impact straight on, made them about to suffocate. My mountain master has ordered that from this moment on, the forbidden zone of life and death is my Death God Mountain territory. Those who tread it will die. Chapter 39. So what if two hegemonic level forces siege the forbidden zone of life and death? Everyone clammed up. Each one of them showed panic and was shocked to the core. The great. I can't believe there are 20 of them. And those tens of thousands of half-emperor realm black-clothed powerhouses. This is going against the grain. To unify the entire Wuji star? Many were in awe and felt their scalps tingle. When the immortal mountain lord saw the scene, his breath almost didn't come up and he nearly fell into the void. His eyelids kept jumping. No, it isn't. Old ancestor. Tens of thousands of half-emperors. 20 great emperors. 10 immortal mountains wouldn't be able to compare to a single Death God Mountain right now. Go! The immortal emperor was getting goosebumps all over his body. Shocked to the core. The sea of gods was humming. The chi and blood in his body was suppressed to the extreme. And he tugged the Death Mountain Lord and ran wildly into the distance. Just kidding. He's lived so long. Never have I seen such an amazingly powerful force. 20 great emperors. Same as out of Death Mountain. There were even tens of thousands of half-emperor realm powerhouses. What kind of concept is that? Invincible simply. Although it was said that there were a large number of half-emperor realm powerhouses in the chaotic sea, they were by no means cabbages everywhere. Now that 20 great emperors and tens of thousands of half-emperors were from one sect, one could imagine what kind of situation changes were going to happen in the Wuji Star today. The three hegemonic level forces, whether Qingluan, Hanging Sky, and Jade Ice had the ability to counteract them or not he didn't know. But dealing with an ancient Taoist system like the Immortal Mountain was simply much simpler than crushing an ant. The Jade Ice Mountain Master's entire body was stunned after seeing it, her ears roaring and exploding like divine thunder from the 9 heavens falling on her mind. What kind of concept is that? What level? 20 great emperors, tens of thousands of half-emperors, even the war beasts were half-emperors. What kind of resources and background does the Death God Mountain have, to have such a majestic to earth-shattering underpinnings of? The pattern is going to change. Death God Mountain might become the newest hegemonic level power. The Jade Ice Mountain Lord breathed a little sharply. Sister, should we revive? Jade Ice Mountain Master took a long breath, forced composure, trembling voice. First, forget it, the mysterious will be close at hand. The depth of the Death God Mountain exceeds our imagination. 20 great emperors can only be revived in order to have a chance to fight against it. Qingluan and Hanging Sky are afraid to have bad luck today. The Jade Ice Mountain Lord was shocked to an unimaginable degree in his heart. At random, there were 20 great emperors and tens of thousands of half-emperors. This is just the bottom of the barrel that is on display for the world to see. What other cards does the Death Mountain have? Who knows? In the forbidden zone of life and death. Not to mention tens of thousands of half-emperors. Those 20 great emperors alone were enough to cause their forms to be scattered. That's 20. On the contrary, the Hanging Heaven Pure Land as well as the Green Luan Immortal Palace, together with the Palace Master as well as the Pure Master, there were only 7 of them. The Green Luan Palace Master appeared to be calm on the surface, but her throat rolled involuntarily, her eyes unblinking as she stared at the void in front of her. The 20 black-clothed great emperors spread out horizontally. Death Mountain. The Green Luan Immortal Palace was covered in murderous intent, but it quickly subsided. Taking Shi Giorgio lay with her and turning a direction to prepare to leave from the other end of the forbidden zone of life and death. At the same time, the Hanging Sky Pure Lord didn't dare to stay on. It was a bit too intimidating. The forbidden zone of life and death has a mysterious origin, suspected to be the mountain where the immortal realm fell, and it also contains immortal power and immortal Tao rules, so if it really goes to war, I don't know what kind of changes beyond the control will be caused. Pure Lord, you and I will discuss the matter of the alliance on another day. The two hegemonic forces fled. Countless people dropped their jaws in shock. A Wuji Star hegemony level existence would not dare to go toe-to-toe and leave directly. Everyone was shocked. Has the toughness of the Death God Mountain reached this point? The crowd threw surprise at the depth of the Death God Mountain, thinking that things would finally come to an end and the Death God Mountain would become the biggest victor, not only obtaining the Golden Crow immortality pill, but also occupying the forbidden zone of life and death. But the next instant, the 20 black-clothed great emperors in the sky struck out brazenly. The first 4 were each holding the 4 swords of immortal execution in their hands, and the other black-clothed great emperors were each holding extreme imperial weapons. with high battle intent, directly launching an attack on the Hanging Heaven Pure Land as well as the several great emperors of the Green Luan Immortal Palace. The Mountain Master has ordered that the grass needs to be cut and the roots removed. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Terrifying imperial might swept through the 8 directions and across the ring, and in the forbidden zone of life and death. The 20 great emperors each dispersed, 10 to a team, and surrounded the Green Luan Immortal Palace as well as those from the Hanging Heaven Pure Land. Asterisk 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 asterisk. She Georgia legendary soul. The most feared thing still happened. This attack on the forbidden zone of life and death. The loss of a lot of people, although it has not yet touched the bones of the Green Luan Immortal Palace, but also suffocated to the extreme. The immortality drug did not get not to mention. Each cohesion of the great emperor's bilocation all died tragically. Their own traumatized. Right now, the Green Luan Immortal Palace was led by Palace Master Lu Qingluan, and the 3 of them were unable to escape at all. And the black-clothed emperor's strength was surprisingly beyond their imagination, having already reached the peak of the extreme Tao. And it wasn't too much of a stretch to say that he was a person of the near immortal. Lu Qingluan was filled with domineering aura and murderous aura. Although there were 10 great emperors surrounding and attacking, she was not afraid, and she had the idea of invincibility in her heart. But when she thought about the current situation and the upcoming mystery, she had to focus on the big picture. Death God Mountain. Don't take things too far. You guys, mystery will come. 1,000 worlds, 10,000 races fight to cross. The major forces of the Wuji Star need to embrace the warmth of the group. Boom! A terrifying red aura swept through, and the opening Lei's body was pierced through on the spot. Staggering. Noisy. Kill. Chapter 40, Exterminating the Green Luan, Chopping the Hanging Sky. Outside the life and death exclusion zone, many were amazed. The Death God Mountain had truly struck out to surround the 2 hegemonic level forces. The Green Luan Immortal Palace and the Hanging Heaven Pure Land have already suffered heavy deaths and injuries, and most of them were already exterminated when they fought against the forbidden zone of life and death. So there's no longer any suspense at this moment when the Death God Mountain makes a strong move. The hearts of the great holy lands trembled. The Death God Mountain had appeared a few times as too strong and overbearing, and now it had even directly confronted the 2 hegemonic level forces. However, at this moment, the 2 hegemonic level forces were not visible in this place, and facing the many great emperors of the Death God Mountain, as well as the endless black-clothed legions, it was obvious at a glance which one was stronger or weaker. The ancient Tao system's hegemonic level has been shaken. The Qingluan Immortal Palace and the Hanging Sky Pure Land, a palace lord and a pure lord, are being targeted by the Death God Mountain, and if they die here, the pattern will undergo a huge shift. I don't know if Jade Ice Mountain will go down. Every strike of the Death God Mountain has brought fright to the entire Wuji Star, and the underpinnings are simply too terrifying. Isn't that so? In the beginning, letting the extreme sacred land lose face, only a Saint King was deployed. To the later extermination of the extreme sacred land, the ancient world family, and the strong beheading of the Qingluan Immortal Palace's Wuguang Emperor, now that the bottom of the barrel is beginning to show, it's simply going to scare everyone to death. I'm sure that even the hegemonic level forces in the ancient Tao system would be shocked and numb. 20 great emperors, tens of thousands of half-emperors. With such a battle power, one could definitely push across the various holy lands. The ancient family is no exception. The Death God Mountain truly has the power of the Geishur invincibility, surprisingly striking out today, catching Chung Luan and Hanging Heaven off guard. Jade Ice Mountain Master's hair was like a waterfall, shining with a glistening luster. Standing in the distant void, his eyes flashing with strange colors, carrying surprise and shock. Sister, Lu Qingluan once stood in the sea of chaos, with unimaginable depths. Will he really fall today? Fallen? How is it possible that what you see in your eyes may not be true? And like that kid's prudence, can be learned from Lu Qingluan. Ah, roar, then so. That Lu Qingluan's, boom, rumble, rumble. The forbidden zone of life and death, immortal power intertwined, a huge silver white net spreading across the sky, enveloping it, containing the rules of the immortal Tao, the great emperor's full strength, but it only caused the void to slightly ripple, the earth trembled, and the mountains shattered. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hey Giorgio Lei's eyes were filled with shock and anger. It's just that the Golden Crow immortality pill hadn't arrived. At this moment, they were also surrounded by the great emperors of the Death God Mountain. The situation was grim and critical, and the numerical superiority made it extremely likely that they would die a horrible death at this place. They could even imagine that after beheading them, the Death God Mountain would completely take over the forbidden zone of life and death, which was filled with immortal power, as well as immortal Tao rules, and contained unimaginable treasures. By Death Mountain, as if it were in the bag. Palace Master go first. The 2 of them, Qi Qi and Lei Qi, blossomed with haze, and all kinds of means came out, offering up their extreme imperial armaments, with terrifying radiance shining brightly, illuminating the 8 directions, patting back for Lu Qingwan, and fighting with the black-clothed Great Emperor. The sound was deafening, like the divine drums in the 9th heaven were beating, alarming the 8 directions. The Great Emperors were fighting, but they could put their best foot forward and face the danger of being injured before they could hard leave the 2 black-clothed Great Emperors behind. In just the blink of an eye, Shi Giorgio and Lei Lei suffered heavy injuries, and the gap between them and the black-clothed emperor was so wide that even though they were both great emperors, their strengths were as different as mud and clouds, separated by a moat that could not be crossed. Fist and foot collision. The black-clothed emperor's physical body's toughness again let their hearts surprised. Shi Giorgio Lei's body flew out backwards one after another. The extreme imperial armament in his hand was knocked away, and his arms, legs, and feet blew up, and even though they were recoalesced, they were still being pressed by the black-clothed emperor. Chop! The black-clothed emperor opened his mouth, his murderous aura rushed into the sky, and the immortal execution sword came out, and Shi Giorgio was split in half by force on the spot, and the ground and peaks that contained the rules of immortal Tao were sliced and chopped up. Hey Giorgio! Lei Lei's eyes flickered with rage, angrily roaring, his body bloomed with infinite divine light, all kinds of brilliant beams of light scattered and collapsed in all directions, and as far as the eye could see, cracks began to appear on the surface of his body, and the blood was dense. But judging from the aura that surged out from his body, the power was raised by a large amount, and he had moved some kind of forbidden art. Pust, pust, pust. The void exploded. Lei Lei rushed out strongly, forcefully resisting the 4 black-clothed great emperors. Even though the god was valiant and unstoppable, he was still being crushed, his body bursting into pieces several times, his breath shriveled up, no longer at its peak, and he was eventually forced by the black-clothed great emperors to cut off his head, refining it off in a raw manner. Green Luan Immortal Palace. 3 great experts, completely dead, falling into the forbidden zone of life and death, decapitated by the black-clothed emperor. The scalps of the various Holy Lands powerhouses were numb with shock as they thought that if they were to replace themselves, they feared that the black-clothed great emperor would have to dry them out with a single punch. Hey Giorgio! Hey Giorgio! Lu Qingwan's lanky figure erupted with imperial might, extremely strong, his fleshly body was formidable, with rage in his eyes. He repelled 2 of the 6 black-clothed great emperors that had surrounded him, but the next instant the 4 great emperors that had beheaded Heike and Hei Lei had surrounded him, leaving him poorly equipped to cope with the situation. Heavenly light method. Lu Qingwan burst out, his body shone with bright golden light, illuminating the entire forbidden zone of life and death. The fire of life was burning, his chi and blood rushed to the sky, the extreme Tao Emperor's weapon appeared on both of his fists, like a glove worn in his hand. Divine valor was incomparable, but in terms of his physical body, he was not afraid of the black-clothed emperor, and the difference wasn't that much worse. But now, with 10 black-clothed great emperors and even more supreme divine weapons, it could be said that he was fully restrained. True elemental body. Lu Qingwan was sent flying backwards, spewing blood from her mouth. Her flesh and blood were exploding. Her 2 fists were hard to beat her 20 feet. Her heavenly aura was about to be lifted up, and her emperor's blood stained the forbidden area. Rumble. It's really as I expected. Lu Qingwan's true body is not in the Wuji star. The corners of the Jade Ice Mountain Lord's mouth rose slightly. The forbidden zone of life and death. The immortal Tao rules filled. Immortal power intertwined. But the next instant, Lu Qingwan's head above, a horrible shadow appeared. Outsiders look like the real body of the Dharma, but only a small part of the people know that the shadow that appeared is the real body of Lu Qingwan. Who doesn't know where he is? Death God Mountain. Today I exterminate you and the other black-clothed great emperors, and on another day, I will surely destroy the Death God Mountain for all eternity. Lu Qingwan shouted violently, his essence and blood burning, his robust body cracking. Rumble. A horrifying void presented itself, exactly the same as Lu Qingwan, with an inexplicably terrifying aura. His figure was enormous and boundless. One palm could hold the infinite star in its grip, and at this moment, he raised his finger and twisted it towards the black-clothed great emperor. Even the giant net interwoven with immortal power was worn down and ripped open. Absolute. Divine soldier? Lu Qingwan froze, only to see the black-clothed emperor holding a battle axe in his hand, and the finger that the real body projection had stretched out was chopped off on the spot. He spurted blood from his mouth. The eyes were a little dull, no longer as bright as they had been earlier. Chop! The true body's shadow collapsed. Lu Qingwan's killing intent filled the sky, and he who wanted to blow himself up was surrounded and blown away by the black-clothed great emperors one after another. Buzz! In the end, Lu Qingwan was like a dried-up balloon. Her body was completely shredded by the heaven-opening battle axe. The form and the spirit are all gone. The palace master of the Qinghuan Immortal Palace died. Lu Qinghuan, hanging heaven pure lord, breathed in sharply. He did not expect that Lu Qinghuan, such a figure with a background, had died tragically. The situation on this side was even more severe. The three great emperors of the Pure Land counterparts had fallen, leaving him alone to struggle for support. And at this moment, when he saw Lu Qinghuan die tragically, his aura was weakened. I'm not willing to Chapter 41, Occupying the Forbidden Zone of Life and Death. The Forbidden Zone of Life and Death. The hanging sky pure lord roared in rage, launching a final struggle, his dried-up body dripping with blood. His left eye began to flash red, and a terrifying energy escaped from within himself, wrapping around his body. It's just a blink of an eye. Hanging heaven pure lord's dried and withered body began to expand. From the beginning of the dying old man, became extremely stout. Then the Green Luan Immortal Palace master Lu Qinghuan, more robust, body straight up to 10 feet high, all the muscles gnarled, just like a beast-like angry roar. A layer of bloodlight was draped around his body, as if there was a monster hibernating within him. Kill, kill, kill. Hanging heaven pure lord Li Honghe's might exploded, and the roar he emitted was mixed with bizarre original sounds, beast roars, and the sound of a woman's eerie scream. The method practiced by the hanging sky lineage is very weird. It's about planting demons in the body of the Tao and letting the demons parasitize in the body. That's why the cultivators of the hanging sky pure land all have a dried up and almost skeletal appearance. The Jade Ice Mountain Lord opened his mouth, seemingly opening up his sister's eyes. No wonder it looks like he hasn't had enough to eat. Skinny skin and bones mold. It seems that it's all been absorbed by the demons. Li Honghe roared angrily, with a demonic sound, but instead of fighting with the black-clothed great emperor for real, he kept retreating, shouting up to the sky, "Sumeru Mountain Lord, when else do you want to see?" This statement was made. The great holy places were in an uproar. The immortal heavenly emperor of the immortal mountain all trembled with his eyebrows. Sumeru Mountain. Sure enough, before the arrival of the mystery, all of the major hegemonic level forces had already found their respective alliances. Existences like ours that are at the bottom of the ancient Tao system. After the mysterious arrival, I'm afraid that we can only have a mouthful of soup, right? The Jade Ice Mountain Lord and his sister also had their eyes condensed, looking into the distant void, outside the forbidden zone of life and death. A radiant Buddhist light was blooming, pressing the entire void, and the monstrous power of faith blossomed. Void Wang Ming trembling, the peaceful sound of the avenue in the diffusion. Listen carefully, there are ancient Buddhas and Zen chanting scriptures, ritual chanting of Buddhism. Close, the void is more golden light in the illumination, such as the light of the setting sun, illuminating a party. A man with a robust figure, wearing a locking cap on his head and a palm-sized string of rosary beads around his neck. The monk's clothes on his body were faded to the waist, revealing a muscular body. His right hand held a demon-subduing pestle and mortar, and his feet stomped on the emptiness, with Buddhist scriptures jumping with every step he took. He slowly raised his head, but it was to reveal an extremely young cheek, looking just middle-aged. Cokes Mani Cokes. The Jade Ice Mountain Lord was slightly stunned, looking at that familiar cheek, as well as its slightly raised head and the cross scar on its cheek. She actually didn't expect that the current Mountain Lord of Mount Sumeru was still an old acquaintance who had once come from the Sea of Chaos. Just like her and Lu Qinghuan, the monstrous power of faith was extraordinary, wrapped in golden light, and wherever it passed, golden Buddhist scriptures swirled and cheered, and a golden mantle emanated golden radiance and flew out from the hands of the Lord of Mount Sumeru, with its body flickering with mysterious runic symbols, and even more golden Buddhist Dharma secret transmissions burned into it, suppressing the suspended heavenly pure Lord on the spot. The sea of bitterness has no boundaries. Turning back is the shore. Li Honghe stole the devil of hell from my great Sumeru mountain back then. Today you will be suppressed and sealed into my great Sumeru mountain demon suppressing pagoda for 1,000 years to repent. Sumeru Mountain Lord mouth bloomed lotus. Step by step Buddha tire. Mantle from the void enlargement directly suppressed to the hanging sky pure Lord. Will be buckled in the mantle. The entire life and death forbidden area is a tremor. At the same time 3 Zhanghai Black Buddha niche. All when the angry eyes of the state of Vajra. In a tripartite situation outside the mantle, brilliant Buddhist scriptures entwined the void, transforming into golden bells that surrounded them in layers. Repentance for 1,000 years? I think it's just a play for outsiders. Others just don't know. Mysterious descent. The alliance between the Great Sumeru Mountain and the hanging sky pure land. The price is afraid of the demon blocked within the demon suppressing pagoda, isn't it? You say is not its sister. The Jade Ice Mountain Lord breathed in slightly, his gaze fixed on that Sumeru Mountain Lord's body. Gentlemen of the Death God Mountain, I, Mount Sumeru, am undoubtedly an enemy of you and the others. The Lord of Mount Sumeru opened his mouth and made his intentions clear. However, in the next instant, the Sumeru mountain lord's eyes trembled, but he saw the 20 great emperors of the Death God mountain unite their efforts and attack the mantle together. The golden Buddhist texts that enveloped them all began to crumble and collapse, and even the 3 black Buddhist shrines shook. The Sumeru mountain lord's eyes condensed and he smiled helplessly. In that case, Li Honghe will be given to you. When the words fell, the 3 Buddhist shrines glowed, and the miserable screams of Li Honghe within the mantle rose and fell, hideous and horrible, emitting demonic sounds, as the mantle rose off the ground. But the red aura of Li Honghe's body was seen to be flickering, and the demons on his body detached from Li Honghe's body. No, no, Sumiko, you. The mantle turned over. The big demon was locked in it. 3 black Buddhist shrines rose up above the edge of the mantle, emitting strange light, the red demon inside as if it was not solid, like a mist, trying its best to rush out of the mantle, but was blocked by the Buddhist text. A few times ended in failure. Li Honghe roared, like a deflated ball. His essence shriveled, and he was killed on the spot by the black-clothed emperor's forceful chop. The mantle flew ash and landed on top of Sumeru Z's palm. He sent the Buddha's name out of his mouth and looked towards where the Jade Ice Mountain was. Farewell, everyone, we will see you in the mysteries in the future. According to the poor monk's opinion, the major forces of the infinite star do need to embrace and warm themselves to survive in the mysteries, and even to obtain the key to immortalization. The chaotic sea has been occupied by the mysteries. The terror of the mysteries is far from what you all think. Now that the Wuji stars are each on their own, they will be crushed by the mysteries one by one. After the words fell, all the great holy lands fell silent, marveling at the strength of the Death God mountain, which had brainlessly exterminated both the Hanging Sky Pure Lord and the Green Luan Palace Lord. Again, they were amazed at the words of the Lord of Mount Sumeru. For the mystery, they never understood it deeply enough. It was only recorded in the ancient books, and there were a few strong people who passed it on by word of mouth. Now that a hegemonic power like the Sumeru mountain lord had opened his mouth, all the great holy places, ancient lineages, and some ancient Tao lineages that weren't considered to be very powerful were all a bit intrigued, but they also understood that it was a bit of a pie in the sky. The Lord of Mount Sumeru left, the Lord of Jade Ice Mountain left, and the existences of all the great holy lands and ancient Tao lineages also resentfully went far away, each having their own thoughts, each speculating. From today, the great Mount Sumeru appeared in the middle of everyone's field of vision, so it must have already accomplished today's purpose, collecting people's hearts and minds, and also for the purpose of growing their own bodies. At least in the midst of the hegemonic level forces, Mount Sumeru was definitely a mysterious existence, relying on the power of faith and showing goodwill. Hanging heavenly pure land. A middle-aged man with his hands behind his back had the corners of his mouth slightly raised as he looked at the Sumeru Z that appeared in front of him. Many thanks to the mountain lord for his help. Li Honghe betrayed my father and stole the great demon from Sumeru mountain, and now that he doesn't care about his former suspicions, his heart is very grateful. The Lord of Mount Sumeru collected and pinched the Buddha's name, saying, there is no need for the monk to be like this. This devil has already been purified, and now it will be handed over to the monk. And then I hope that we will work together to fight against the arrival of the mysterious Chaos Realm. Lu Qingwan killed out, followed by 12 heavenly kings and 8 hell shura, each with 7 strong breaths, all with immortal power on their bodies. Lu Qingwan tiger back and bare waist, temperament Sai Xian, eyes look into the distance. Wuji star, is also time to go back. I did not expect the split to fall. The Death Mountain. Ha, compared with the mystery of the Chaos Sea, it is not worth mentioning. Death Mountain. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. You've been rewarded. Chapter 42, Chaos Stones. Smelter. The mystery arrived. Death Mountain. Yang Xingshan's 2 eyes were as white as bronze bells. He couldn't believe what he saw. Yang Di Yuan, the great nephew who had been sent away to save his life under the compulsion of the young family of the ancient gate court, was unexpectedly so strong. There is immortal power in the body and the dazzling. Even raised his hand to break the void, not afraid of immortal power entangled in the life and death forbidden area of the void. A hand will be the golden crow immortal pill grabbed back? Such a means. Simply Thailand is astonishing. Even if it is the ancient sect, the hegemonic level power, would not dare to do so. The forbidden zone of life and death, from the ancient records, had existed for millions of years, having fallen from the immortal realm in the first place, carrying with it the terrifying rules and shackles of the immortal Tao. It was like a small world that was isolated. But right now, Yang Di Yuan brought back the golden crow immortality pill without any effort or movement. It was simply going to shock his jaw. Qingluan Immortal Palace, hanging heaven pure land, spent a lot of manpower and material resources, heavy losses, but also can only be tough to attack the mountain. But in the end, but nothing to get, not to mention the heavy losses, everything is done in vain. Yang Qingshan was breathing heavily, unable to imagine what young Di Yuan had experienced. What kind of miraculous encounters he had, to have such an astonishing cultivation in just less than 30 years. The Golden Crow Immortal Pill was radiant. The cylinder body bloomed with a golden aura, like a great sun, dazzling with the light of a terrifying flame, but it was easily grabbed by young Di Yuan's neck, and no matter how much he struggled, it was to no avail, and the feathers on his body crashed down partially. It was shocked, as if to see the god of heaven, the heart shocked to the extreme. It is the Golden Crow Immortal Medicine. In the life and death of the Forbidden Zone and the nourishment of hundreds of thousands of years, before the achievement of today's mighty, the whole body of the immortal power suffused, but also sensed the life and death of the Forbidden Zone with the part of the immortal rules, but even so, is still being ignored by the young man in front of the eyes, casually broken. The fragrance of the medicine fills the air, and the smell of it really refreshes the mind. The corner of young Di Yuan's mouth rose slightly, squinting his eyes, only to feel the sweaty hairs all over his body stretching and closing. The immortality pill really lived up to its name. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for successfully occupying the Forbidden Zone of life and death. Congratulations to the host, who has successfully killed the hanging Sky Pure Lord, the Green Luan Palace Lord's bilocation, etc. Congratulations to the host, obtaining a first-order immortal spell, Extreme Meteor Killing. Congratulations to the host, obtaining a first-order immortal technique, Purple Sky 5 Elements Heavenly Thunder Fist. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the first-ranked immortal weapon, the Jinhen Sure Blade. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the first-order immortal weapon, the Obsidian Armor. Yang Di Yuan's heart moved slightly. Immortal Laws and Immortal Soldiers. This was the first time they had been acquired. He checked the message. Ultimate Meteor Killing, a ranged attack that spreads a monstrous web of immortal power, condensing the gods and goddesses of the 8 directions and suppressing all things. Purple Sky 5 Elements Heavenly Thunder Fist, prompted by immortal power. It can bring together the Purple Sky 5 Elements Heavenly Thunder, killing and shaking the heavens, with nothing unbreakable and indestructible. Immortal magic is divided into 9 orders, with 9 being the higher. As for immortal soldiers, generalizations were given. There are corresponding grades, beginning, middle, high, etc., after which the rank is presently unknown. Yang Di Yuan checked the attribute panel. Name, Tiyuan Yang. Age, 21. Training, half immortal. Physique, pure Yang sacred body. Taoist fetus. Imperial techniques, Immortality Sutra. Extreme Heavenly Demon Technique, Thousand Blade Slash, Great Void Technique, Great Sun Rulai Divine Palm, Heavenly Emperor's Fist, Reincarnation Technique, Imperial Soldiers, Extreme Heavenly Devil Armor, Extreme Heavenly Devil Halberd, Extreme Heavenly Devil Shuttle, Human Emperor Streamer, 9 Dragons Divine Whisker, Devouring Abyssal Halberd, Seal of Prosperity, Heavenly Tao Voodoo Hammer, Emperor's Formation, Life and Death Formation, Trapped Formation, Imperial Formation, Emperor's Medicine, Wudo Ancient Tea Tree, Peach Orchard, Lotus Seed of the Way X 17 pieces, Unparalleled Divine Weapons, Immortal Execution Sword, Immortal Trap Sword, Immortal Execution Sword, Immortal Killing Sword, Heavenly Battle Axe, Tian Yuan Lock Armor, Dong Huang Bell, Xian Yuan Sword, Pillmaker's Gourd, Great Thunder Sound Bow, Shin Nong Tripod, The Greatest Formation, the Immortal Execution Sword Formation. Unique Divine Technique, Immortality and Immortality Creation Technique, Immortal Technique, Extreme Meteor Killing, First Level, Purple Sky 5 Elements Heavenly Thunder Fist, First Level, Immortal Weapons, Zen Hangshan Blade, First Level, Yaoji Armor, First Level, War Slaves, 111 in the Great Emperor Realm, 130, 000 in the Half Emperor Realm, Kill Value, 2, 000, 000, 000 points, Prestige Value, Level 4, can be upgraded to level 5. All items in the Prestige System Mall can be purchased with crazy $0. Occupied Land, Blood Mines, Forbidden Zone of Life and Death, Mountain Gate, Death Mountain, Golden Crow Immortality Pill tossed and turned for a long time. Some panting, finally recognized the reality in front of him. No longer make unnecessary struggles. Spreading his arms and feathers, he squeaked, his eyes with helplessness and despondency. Come on, eat me, maybe this is my life. Yang Di Yuan asked what kind of existence the Forbidden Zone of Life and Death was, originating from the immortal world, and even more so the forbidden zone of this place, where opportunities and treasures should be abundant. This place produces chaos stones, which are indispensable for the casting and refining of supreme divine weapons. There are also many rare and precious mines, divine iron, and so on. It is rumored that the Forbidden Zone of Life and Death should still have some of the immortal objects that were left behind in the immortal realm back then. Well, It has to do with the key to immortality in the mysteries. Yang Di Yuan had a more generalized understanding in his mind. Then, you should have quite a bit on you, right? Golden Crow immortality pill. Eyes tightened. Mouth hardened. How can? I just came out today, moisturizing nearly hundreds of thousands of years. Clang. Suddenly, a smooth, flat stone fell from the feathers of the Golden Crow immortality pill. Hey, there really is a piece. This is what I got by chance in the forbidden zone of life and death. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. Unlocking the smelter. Hint, consuming chaos stones, you can forge extreme imperial armor. Yang Di Yuan's eyes appeared with a strange color. You want to eat, just eat. Why this look? Soon after, Golden Crow immortal pill wants to die hard. All have. In the life and death of the forbidden zone, scavenging for many years of treasures. All the hand to give away. Hateful. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. He has gained 100 chaos stones. On the side, the 12-winged incandescent angel also dropped her jaw in shock, looking at the chaos stones piled high mountain-like all over the ground. The chaos mist filled with haze and vaporized with a fairy aura, making her more and more fluttering. This chaos stone is a tight passable currency even in the chaos realm. For the killer god dynasty to be able to come out, they must have spent chaos stones and been invited by a certain power to do so. Yang Di Yuan nodded, knowing that the chaos stones were worth a lot, and also slightly guessed that those who dared to make a move against them should be just a few, with the Green Luan Immortal Palace being the most likely. Killer God Dynasty, even if it is down and out now, but it is still a behemoth. Back then in the Chaos Realm, were about to kill crazy, all the major giants' forces, several existences with immortal backgrounds, were all killed, sensational for a long time. The inheritance does not know how many eons ago. Mystery will come. By then even the Slayer God Dynasty will inevitably descend here and start fighting a bit. Yang Di Yuan learned quite a few hidden secrets in the mouth of the 12-winged incandescent angel Chengcheng, such as the mysterious arrival of the miracle hush appeared. But there is more than one entrance. The more entrances one occupies, the larger the territory one gains, the more treasures and chances one gains, and perhaps the appearance of many unseen races, such as the weakest existence in the miracle hush, the fallen Holy Spirit. They can be described as underworld puppet masters who can control dead races to fight for them. If the entrance to the miracle hush cannot be captured, the creatures and communities within the miracle hush will walk out of the miracle hush through the entrance. If it comes to that, Chaos Sea's current situation, it will be played out in Wuji Xing before long. Yang Di Yuan had heard Qing Qing say something. After the Chaos Sea encountered the mystery, the gap was too large for the natives to resist, and the Chaos Sea was swallowed up by the mystery under the 10,000 years of struggle. And he didn't know what happened to it. Rumble. The sky shook. One terrifying vortex after another accelerated once again. Some in the sky, some on the surface of the earth, and some even deeper underground. Mysterious runes of order, rippling through the infinite star. Yang Di Yuan's eyes stared. Mysterious. Arrival. Chapter 43, Mysterious Terror. Countless opportunities. Death Mountain into Miracle's hush. Mysterious arrival. In the entire Wuji star, a full-blown outbreak. Various whirlpools swirled with rules and order runes while sweeping black gas, with thousands of strange and numerous entrances, and even more medicinal scents filled the air. Various visions abound. The entire Wuji star was thrown into turmoil. Mystery arrives. Mystery arrives. The chance to become immortal. The path that breaks the end of the emperor has appeared. The great holy places were in an uproar. The revived old undead and living fossil-level old generation powerhouses were thrilled. All of them had already used their reserves and powerful resources to recover and revive, and their life's chi and blood flourished. If possible, they will be given the living out the next life immortal pill in the midst of the mystery. The 9 heavens sacred ground, the red cloud sacred ground, the smoke cloud sacred ground, and so on were all on standby. From the disciples down, to the elders, the sacred lords, and the revived old generation powerhouses within the sects, all of them were fully loaded up, and after seeing the situation, they were ready to march into the divine miracle hush. The sky of the 9 heavens was blossoming with extraordinary colors. Various colors of light were flying, as if coming to the holy land of the immortal Tao. The haze was 10,000 feet high, the clouds were steaming, and the light of the immortal Tao was spreading, and the entire Wuji star was intertwined with an aesthetic picture scroll. Mystery, for them, is danger and death, but also new life and hope. 9 heavens, red cloud, and smoky cloud have formed an alliance. So I hope that we will embrace each other and get everything we each want in the divine miracle hush. At the same time, the ancient Tao unification had each made their own moves, and many of them had joined forces and were preparing to march in. At the same time, there were also quite a number of loose cultivators who couldn't wait to enter the miracle soon after it appeared. Because the reason why the mystery was mysterious was that the treasures and chances contained inside were able to have the possibility of letting them soar to the heavens. Many cultivators, who had broken their heads and their backs, flocked into it. Above the ninth heaven, the golden book reappears. Mystery arrives. All races fight for supremacy. Just this sentence, however, it touched the hearts and minds of countless powerhouses and cultivators, and their bodies were shaking with excitement, thrill, and even more longing for the infinite possibilities of the future. Only half a day has passed. There were many forces in the entire Wuji Star alone that could not hold back and broke into it from the entrance. There are already forces that have entered. Mysteriously there are great terrors present. The ancient Tao system, ancient lineage, and hegemony level forces have yet to make a move. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Miracles within the Boo Big Riot. There are beasts roar. There is also a horror indistinguishable race hissing sound. If not the entrance to the rules of the intertwined diffusion, the horror of the sound ripples out, will make many people suffer. Dead! 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 All dead! Ha 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 ha! I told you! This is not chance. This is the abyss of death. To enter there is to lead to the underworld. Everyone will die. Soon. Then the news came. 10,000 Dragon's Gate. Qianhuang Palace. The Golden Dipper. Near total annihilation. The three parties were in the power. And only one person escaped with his life. The man had gone insane. And after escaping from the entrance of the miracle hush, he had been severely injured. Stained with black mist. Half of his body infested with something inexplicable. Leaving white bones, while the other half was intact. Some people want to explore the source of the black fog, but the end is extremely tragic. Want to rescue, ready to know from its mouth more miracles. Boo hidden people were invaded by the black fog, like a virus-like spread. Once in contact, all were infected. The spiritual will of those who lost their minds. The physical destruction of the collapse of the person. A short period of just a few breaths. All fell. The black mist is terrifying. Don't touch it. Some people were horrified. Once the black mist came into contact with it, it was impossible to dispel it. And within just half an incense burner, powerful people such as those in the Saint King realm corrupted. Their flesh dried up, and their origin depleted extremely quickly. The man who escaped from the miracle hush claimed that he had taken a divine fruit in the miracle hush. Otherwise, under the invasion of the black mist, it would not have been able to support his escape and he would have died on the spot. At the same time, many people learned from its mouth about some of the things in the miracle hush, which was vast and boundless, with no daylight and eternal night, filled with dangers everywhere, and countless opportunities. At the same time, all sorts of weirdness came out of nowhere. The three clans had just entered and found the divine fruit, and they were supposed to be allied, but they fought and killed each other because of the divine fruit, giving terror a chance to take advantage of it. Many people speculated that even if the three clans weren't hostile to each other, they wouldn't have escaped the black mist when they saw that the divine fruit was acting up. This result was tantamount to giving many forces a blow to the head. The divine miracle Boo was not that good to break into. There were too many dangers. The great holy places couldn't hold back, and with the power of alliance, they strongly entered the divine miracle Boo an entrance. They learned from their mistakes and set dead rules. No matter if they saw any chance or strange encounter, they should get along with each other, and they should not backstab. Soon, ancient lineages and ancient Tao lineages went out one after another to fight in the divine miracle hush, and the living fossils of the older generation suppressed the excitement in their hearts and entered the divine miracle hush. Overlord level forces are out. Word is out. The Green Luan Immortal Palace, Hanging Heaven Pure Land, Jade Ice Mountain, and Great Sumeru Mountain all launched into action, entering the divine miracle Boo forcefully at nearly the same time, and just after entering only, there was a great upheaval, with countless shouts of killing and screams of misery. Qingluan Immortal Palace. Lu Qingluan's real body is now, even stepped out of that step, is already a near immortal, stepping on the threshold of that step, and behind him also brought 12 heavenly kings, 8 parts of the Hell Shura, and waged war with the mysterious race, and won, occupying one side of the territory. After settling down briefly, they'll expand the miracle hush, expanding to the outskirts and searching for more opportunities. Death Mountain. Yang Di Yuan narrowed his eyes. There was no way he wouldn't make a move. 100 great emperors, 130,000 half-emperor powerhouses, nearly fully armed, straight into the miracle Buan entrance. This caused many forces to marvel, speculating that with the depth of the Death God Mountain, the fruits of victory obtained would not be lower than those of the hegemony level forces. Chapter 44, The 10 Great Terrors Within the Miracle Hush. Golden Race Indestructible Beings. Infinity Star. Mysterious Arrivals. All forces were in an uproar. After the major hegemonic level forces went out to conquer the Miracle Boo, the Death God Mountain did not stand by and watch. How can there be such a majestic bottom? The sky is filled with blackened figures. There are surprisingly 100 black-clothed great emperors in the Death God Mountain. Each one of them is holding an extreme emperor soldier, or even an extreme divine soldier, half-emperor realm powerhouses, armed to the teeth, in such great numbers, over 100. Many were appalled. Quite a few cultivators of the infinite star were stunned by the scene in front of them, and the vastness of the Death God Mountain's heritage made their teeth chatter. The sheer volume, the strength of the cultivation. At least none of the hegemony-level forces had ever seen such a wonderful and unforgettable scene. Miracle Boo. The blackness is infinite. The eternal night is vast. Everything in sight was out of reach. Only those with high cultivation can peer into the distance. As an entrance vortex flowed and the rules swirled, Yang Di Yuan arrived wearing the obsidian armor and riding the 9-dragon golden chariot. Behind them followed 100 great emperors and 130 half-imperial realm powerhouses on warhorses, like an army pressing down on them. Occupy one side. But even so, compared to the miraculous sprawling landscape, it still looks like a drop in the ocean. Too small. This place was vast and boundless, and as far as the eye could see, everywhere was black, dry, sluggish, and withered, synonymous with this place. At the same time, there are a lot of refreshing medicinal scents coming out from everywhere, which are at the two extremes of the scenic environment of this place. This is the Miracle Boo. Yang Di Yuan narrowed his eyes, drinking the ancient tea of enlightenment, circumference deep surrounded by a wisp of immortal chi child, just like the dust immortals. Haze steam dense occasion, a piece in a piece of black fog invasion and arrival. The black mist was vertical and horizontal, as if a god or devil was about to arrive, whistling and sweeping, extremely fast, arriving sharply from a distance, as if it had sensed the aura of Yang Di Yuan and the others, and wanted to engulf them. Wherever the black mist passed, everywhere was filled with the smell of death. And there had been a Saint King realm powerhouse who healed the survivors who fled from this place, but was still infested and fell on the spot. The black fog cannot be resisted. The only thing that can stop it is immortal power and chaos stone, but it is only enough to protect itself. 12-winged incandescent angel Ching some chills, had faced in the chaos sea. Let her recall some bad memories. Her family, all in the chaos sea. Mysterious arrival after the fall. Tragic death. Disappearance. Yang Di Yuan was not slow, re-emerging ahead. Several great emperors, holding overwhelming divine weapons, the leader of the black-clothed man holding the Zenhanming blade, on the spot to exert means. In a flash, the encroaching black fog seems to feel the terrible breath, but also changed its orientation, turning the other direction. As the black mist faded away, Yang Di Yuan's eyes were like torches. Golden light blossomed, and he saw that there was actually an inexplicable morose ghostly shadow in that black substance. It was a god like a devil, with a destructive aura. And he vaguely saw that ghostly shadow turning back to stare at him, and the two balls of light in the black mist flashed like the eyes of the ghostly shadow. Mountain Lord, mysterious fruits have been found, accompanied by divine objects, the black-clothed emperor reported. Yang Di Yuan nodded and went straight to that one spot. The black mist is horrible, with immortal soldiers to make the other party afraid, which turned the direction. Otherwise, if it was an unusual force, it would have been swallowed. Yang Di Yuan's chariot stopped in a void. As far as his eyes could see, looking far ahead, another piece of rolling withered mountains, a rich and fragrant aroma poured out of his nose. This was imperial medicine. As it approaches, to get a glimpse of the whole picture, rolling withered mountains, long into a valley, crystal gourd vine hanging across the center, rose up, 100 meters high, 2 gourds bright crystal, flow of light. There are wisps of immortal gas in the winding. The 2 gourds, one for the fruit and the other for the weapon, were similar in shape, but the patterns around them were very different. A bloom of light that illuminates part of the night. Same time, hundreds of pairs of cold and ghostly eyes lit up in the darkness with a fierce killing intent. But they were actually wolves. Their cultivation is not bad. Surprisingly, as they move forward, the body gradually change, such as humanoid, originally 4 limbs on the ground, change to human power to walk. Their body fur flow of light, a crystal, although the human power to walk, but retained the fur and the wolf head. The head wolf at the head, with many scars on his face, looked ferocious. Human race, this is my Snow Wolf King's territory. This is our belongings. Why don't you leave quickly? The head wolf spat out human words. His cultivation was not bad. If he didn't look at the strong black-clothed people around Yang Di Yuan, he was afraid that he would have struck out on the spot. Yang Di Yuan waved his hand. In a flash, some of the men in black moved. Hundreds of snow wolves stood in a certain shape and looked at the head wolf. Unworthy. The Snow Wolf King was the first to charge, leading the snow wolves in a charge. But the more the Snow Wolf King fought, the more hasty he felt. This group of black-clothed men had frighteningly high cultivation levels. To think that it had cultivated for 1,000 years and was only one step away from reaching the great emperor realm, yet it was overturned on the spot by a black-clothed man with a slap. At the same time, with a number of black-clothed people out, the Snow Wolf King only felt his scalp numb and his liver and gallbladder trembled. The black-clothed people only came out partially. Surprisingly, each of them was a half-emperor, and the leaders were even at the level of 2 great emperors. The man in the chariot is the only one who looks up to the man in the chariot. What kind of person is he? In his impression, after the chaos sea erupted, the human race in the lower realm wouldn't be this strong. Stop! Snow Wolf King hissed. Its pack damage half. Many turned into corpses fell to the ground. Flowing blood unexpectedly did not converge on the ground. This place is even as if there is a living organism. Sucking, quickly did not into the ground surface. My mountain master, I want you to talk about the situation of this place. The black-clothed emperor holds the absolute divine weapon. The Snow Wolf King's liver and guts are trembling. Never met such a person. Now the truth against its neck. At every turn there is a danger of life. Not to mention to save the emperor medicine and divine objects. Their own muddy bodhisattva across the river. The Snow Wolf King was like a chicken pecking at the spot, nodding his head like pounding garlic, saying that he knew everything and said everything. A few moments later, there is an extra pack of wolf corpses in this area. Yang Di Yuan would not let him live. If it was anyone else, the Snow Wolf King would not even say a word more. This place is much bizarre. The horrible black fog is one of them. Known as one of the top 10 horrors in the miracle hush. It originates from where it does not arrive. Perhaps the Snow Wolf King is not qualified to know. Previously the black fog reversed direction. Emily was puzzled. There were things she had only heard about and had not seen with her own eyes. There is a second terrifying presence. This place is not the surface, but some kind of creature. Yang Di Yuan was also a bit surprised. Inside the vast and boundless miracle hush, the place where one's feet stepped was surprisingly not real ground, but the skin of some kind of creature. Then how in the world did the imperial medicines, divine objects, divine fruits, etc., that were born out of this place come out? Killed the Snow Wolf King? You've got a lot of guts. This is the result of the battle I've been looking at. I am an indestructible being of the Golden Clan. Grab it and get out. It's mine. Ahead. Several figures walked out from the darkness. As many as 6 people. Each radiant. Their entire body was wrapped in golden skin with a metallic texture. Clanging as they walked and rubbed together. Their eyes flashed with red aura and carried a fierce killing intent. And they actually had cultivation that was not weaker than that of the half-emperor realm. The 12-winged incandescent angel blinked and looked at Yang Di Yuan. Where did the stupid come from? A mere half-emperor. Daring to speak so loudly? Chapter 45, Acquiring 3 Ancient Immortal Laws. The key to immortality appears. The golden race undying beings laughed coldly. And on the spot, the 6 of them swirled with golden light and colorful haze. And layer after layer of metallic trembling sound escaped from their bodies. At Yang Di Yuan's signal, several black-clothed half-emperors rushed out on their warhorses. Swords and knives resonate and tremble. 6 gold race indestructible living beings are not afraid. All together rushed out. They carry a special kind of potential. Raise their hands and feet to give a kind of mysterious and unpredictable atmosphere. Elegant and dusty. The action seems extremely slow, but it is fierce and domineering as God cast. A few photos. Will be black-clothed half-imperialist knocked back. Ha, but that's just it. You are the first ones who are still so arrogant in the territory of my Golden Clan's undying beings. Yang Di Yuan did not care, and saw through some of the essence. The golden race indestructible beings operated a kind of law, which was quite similar to Taiji, with yin and yang coexisting, rigid and flexible, plus their fleshly bodies were even more extremely strong, perhaps originating from their bloodline. The black-clothed emperor struck out. The 6 golden race undying beings' complexions became solemn, sensing the aura of the black-clothed great emperor, and immediately their bodies exploded with metallic tremors one after another, 991 times, and the power in their bodies was even greater, several times stronger than when they had fought the black-clothed half-emperor, and their battle power skyrocketed straight up. Today, I will use you and the others as whetstones to sharpen myself for this young lord, the leader of a gold race indestructible living spirit low drink. Speed is very fierce and domineering. To half-emperor of the cultivation of the confrontation, seems to have the invincible faith, can push everything like, and the black-clothed great emperor cut open fierce fight. Rumble, rumble, rumble. It had to be said that the gold race's indestructible living spirit flesh body was extremely strong. After running that kind of law, it had the momentum of 4 or 2,000 pounds, and surprisingly fought with the black-clothed great emperor back and forth. The sound of clanging shook the ears. The golden race's indestructible living spirit's chi and blood trembled, and he was sent flying backwards by the black-clothed great emperor. the golden clothes on his body were broken down. And surprisingly, radiant golden blood flowed out, and the latter sucked in a cool breath, and his expression grew more and more grave, and his dharma once again operated, wanting to take the head of the black-clothed great emperor straight away. Pust! The eyes of the young lord of the Golden Clan's undying being stared as his golden body was unexpectedly broken open, and the black-robed great emperor's palm was like a blade, leaving many wounds on his body. Surely it's still a bit forced? It doesn't matter. Today, this major is going to slaughter the emperor. The gold race indestructible living spirit let out a low drink. His body rippled with layers of golden light, taking in the soul. Surprisingly, there is an invincible potential outbreak. With him as the center, an invisible energy field swept across the vertical and horizontal. Surprisingly, the passive into active, and the black-clothed great emperor to kill. The sound of the sound shocked the heavens, and the ring of the world appeared layer after layer of energy ripples. The black-clothed emperor had unexpectedly fallen into a disadvantage. I thought of it, this is the golden armor sage lineage from the ancient times. Their flesh is hard as hell and their bodies bleed golden blood. To put it bluntly, they are very much related to the Xuanwu lineage. They are skewered. Emily suddenly opened her mouth. It made Yang Diyuan cry and laugh a little. Who did you learn all these words from? Their bloodline changes, and the hard turtle shell of their ancestors transforms into skin and flesh, and they even have the plumes of the phoenix lineage, which allows them to fly through the sky and escape from the earth. The method of operation, also extremely strong, is said to be some kind of ancient immortal method. What exactly is unknown. Seems to have originated from the immortal world's supreme Taoist lineage. Clang, rumble. The battle in the field was extremely intense, and it was undeniable that the flesh and blood of the golden race's indestructible beings were too strong, counterattacking the great emperor without losing the wind under the operating energy field. And with the two colored wings of light spreading out behind their backs, their speed soared in a straight line. Yang Diyuan laughed lightly. Alright, the trial ends here. Slaughter it. This statement was made. The Golden Clan's undying being sneered as he was now at his absolute peak. This energy field, isolating the divine sea, was unable to utilize other means, and could only fight for flesh. The next instant, the Golden Clan's undying living young lord, however, was violently staggered as the speed of the black-clothed great emperor became furious and incomparable, and even the power of his attack became devastating, with a great momentum that once again pressed down on him and disliked him. Young lord, the remaining 5 golden race undying living spirits froze, then realized that something was wrong and shouted in alarm, fearing that the young lord would bleed here. And then the Golden Crow undying living spirit clan would surely be enraged. Put, put, put. The Golden Clan's undying living young lord spewed blood from his mouth, and his hardened body unexpectedly burst into pieces one after another under the black-clothed great emperor's fist blade. Flesh and blood exploded. How is this possible? The Golden Clan's undying beings were horrified. His internal organs were cracking and disintegrating, and he was a bit panicked. Who exactly are you people? Why do you know the ancient immortal laws as well? The golden race's imperishable being's young lord was shocked and startled, only to see the black-clothed great emperor raising his hands and feet. His body was unexpectedly draped in thunder and lightning, splitting and snapping, harboring an endless aura of destruction that spanned across the 8 directions. Even though the Golden Clan's undying living spirit young lord had exerted his most proud physical body and dual-colored light wings, he still fell into an absolute disadvantage. Purple Sky 5 Elements Heavenly Thunder Fist. The black-clothed emperor operated this method, with thunder entwined around his body like an undefeated god of war, and the 5 colors of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth light hovering around his fist's edge, and he was invincible in all directions. The Golden Clan's undying beings' eyes widened as they knelt before the black-clothed great emperor on the spot, the light on their bodies dispersing, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth with a fawning expression. Wrong, spare my life, hand over the ancient immortal law. The black-clothed emperor opened his mouth, and the golden race's undying living young lord nodded his head, completely lacking any semblance of a backbone. Good talk, good talk. The golden race's undying beings were extremely humanized at the moment, like a junior in a tavern who had received a message, and between the illusions of his palms, light flickered and an ancient book appeared. Ancient Immortal Dharma, Avenue Without Limits. The Golden Clan's undying living spirit young lord hemmed and hawed. This is exclusive to my clan. Even if I give it to you, you won't be able to learn it. Not far. The 5 Golden Clan undying beings' hanging hearts were temporarily released. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host, who has acquired the ancient immortal law, the great Tao of Infinity. Do you practice? Do war slaves practice? Great Emperor War Slave Cultivation. Yang Diyuan designated the black-clothed great emperor who was at war with the golden race's indestructible beings to practice this method, and in an instant, he turned around. The black-clothed emperor was covered in bright golden light, metallic tremors chirped, and 99 to 81 wave ripples were released. What? How did you? The young master of the Golden Clan's undying beings as well as the other 5 peers were shocked, their faces full of dismay and shock, unable to believe the scene in front of them. That's an ancient immortal law. Ancient immortal laws that are unique to the clan. They gold race indestructible living spirit with this ancient immortal law and the mystery in the foothold. Occupy a party. Fame is quite big. Did not expect. Just give the other party just. Has been cultivated? This is not normal at all. The heart of the Golden Clan's indestructible living young lord is dripping blood. Done. Abolished. Hasty. Careless. He can imagine that his own old parents can use 100 feet long war spear a meal dislike estimate his downfall, and the next instant, the golden race immortal being's eyes widened, only to see the densely packed black-clothed people in front. They actually displayed their cultivation of more than 100,000 people. All are TM half-emperors, and 100 great emperors? Previously, those black-clothed people did not leak the slightest bit of their breath, so that the golden race's indestructible beings thought that they were just ordinary cultivators who had entered this place. But right now, it appalled him. If we go by strength and cultivation, it can already be compared to the Golden Clan's undying beings, right? The Golden Clan's undying living young lord breathed in sharply and showed his goodwill on the spot, giving 2 more ancient immortal laws, seized from other clans. Although it was not as good as the Great Tao of Infinity, it was similar. Senior, it was our dream wave today, so I hope you'll be kind enough to forgive me. I, the Golden Clan's indestructible beings, advocate peace even though I'm based in the mysteries, but I just want to step out on a different path and hone myself. You keep these 2 ancient immortal laws as a sort of meeting gift from my gold race's indestructible beings when we first meet. At the same time, the young lord of the undying beings of the Golden Clan spoke of many more horrors to be aware of in the Miracle Boo. For example, even the half-immortals are not allowed to trespass 1 step into the earth of doom or the abyss of calamity. The will to survive is at its peak, fearing that the one sitting inside the chariot would split him with a slap. More than 100,000 half-emperor powerhouses, 100 great emperors. Such a power is comparable to the Gold Tribe's indestructible beings. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the distant void trembled, a steady stream of black mist swept and spread, and there were even 10,000 beasts roaring and roaring, and the ground shook. Immortal light streaked across the sky as a brilliant crystal rose into the air, shining in all directions and illuminating the Miracle Boo. Looking around, the full picture of the Miracle Boo here was also presented to the eyes of the crowd. The key to immortality. Go! The Golden Clan's undying living young lord was just about to leave quietly, but he was wrapped up in the black-clothed great emperor and taken away along with his companions. Chapter 46, First Generation Mission. Immortal Realm Cultivation. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the ancient immortal technique, Jintian technique. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the ancient immortal law, the Great Thunder Sound Law. These 2 books were obtained from the hands of the young master of the Golden Clan's undying spirit, and they are of extraordinary grade, so they are considered to be an unexpected harvest. The imperial medicines as well as gourds in this place were also pocketed by young Di Yuan. In the distance, brilliant crystals shone in all directions, draped with light, illuminating the night and allowing a partial glimpse of this place in its entirety. The crystal was bright, dazzling even, rising up in the distance. For a while, many forces around them caught wind of the situation and quickly arrived, and a portion of the familiar faces of the Wuji Star also appeared. Jade Ice Mountain, Great Sumeru Mountain, etc., converged in the distance. On top of that, there are even more native beings on the prowl. The key to immortality, which touches everything, will only appear of its own accord when it is open. The Golden Race's undying beings also carried exhilaration and excitement in their hearts. The key to immortality was also extremely important to them. Miracle Hush Medium. With the appearance of the key to immortality, a great riot occurs. The ground rumbled and trembled, and 10,000 beasts hissed and rushed and roared, similarly controlled by high-level great demons. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The hissing was constant. There were actually the body voices of great demons surfacing one after another. Stop that group of outsiders. Swish, swish, swish. The words fell. Terrifying rainbow light streaked through the air. Imperial might spreading and even emanating part of an immortal aura. Those are the 8 demon emperor true lords of the demon god temple. They've all appeared. The eyes of the Golden Clan's undying beings shrunk. Yang Di Yuan saw that tens of thousands of beasts on the ground were running around in countless numbers, surrounding from all directions, dividing into various teams and beginning to block the rest of the forces that were chasing after them. In the distance, the 8 demon emperor true lords, each with great magical abilities and great magic power, their breath strong to the extreme, revealed their own bodies. The leader is the golden-winged roc, a wave of wings, instantly soaring 10,000 miles, extremely amazing, plump and flashing golden splendor of the red-yellow feathers, crystalline and radiant, flow of divine light, mixed with the immortal atmosphere, floating outside the immortal. The 8 demon emperor true lords were led by him, and behind them were the terrifying Koan Pangs and giant dragons. Each was strong to the extreme. Jade Ice Mountain Lord, eyes with hope and excitement, surrounded by a number of old crone, breath-strong decision, with a vertical and horizontal momentum, in the face of the siege to the 10,000 beasts, do not hide not to avoid, but instead, the long drive, as if breaking through the bamboo, miles of ice. Yang Di Yuan saw it really well, an old crone of Jade Ice Mountain, after opening her mouth and lightly shouting, her chi and blood surged and tumbled, undergoing a huge change, and actually restored her youthful beauty in the blink of an eye, and her cultivation mana has exceeded the peak of the great emperor and stepped into the level of half-immortal. That strong person from the Jade Ice Mountain, just lightly blew a breath. In a flash, a horrible frost that was visible to the naked eye, swept across 10,000 miles, and the 10,000 beasts that were besieging and attacking were frozen one after another, and could not be blocked at all. Only some of the demonic beasts dodged away and tried to continue to lunge forward, but they were killed by the Jade Ice Mountain Lord with a sword. At the same time the Great Sumeru Mountain went out, was a group of monks wearing robes, holding a Zen staff, holding a mantle. The Great Sumeru Mountain Lord led the way, surrounded by many older generation powerhouses to support them. They relied on the power of faith, lighting up the darkness of a side, 10,000 beasts running around, but one after another. They were taken into custody and locked up in the middle of demon-suppressing pagoda. Asterisk. So ferocious. Something's not right. The Golden Clan's undying beings breathed a little sharply. It's not quite the same as it used to be. Kill. Yang Di Yuan gave the orders. Sitting in the 9-dragon chariot, the black-clothed half-emperor was vertical and horizontal, and the 10,000 beasts couldn't hold up at all. Exclusion. Several eye rays erupted from afar, unexpectedly trying to encircle the footsteps of Yang Di Yuan as well as Jade Ice Mountain, Great Sumeru Mountain, and the others. The light of the eye was bizarre and oozing, surprisingly spreading over a party of miracles booing the heavens. Vast and huge, the eye alone, as large as the size of a limitless star, was converged by the demon emperor true lord with his mana. Those eyes, flowing with divine aura, their blood-red pupils rippled as a murderous aura swept over them. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The heart of the golden race's undying beings trembled, only feeling a little panicked, as if they were in the midst of horror, so terrified that their bodies were trembling slightly. Run the ancient immortal law. The Golden Clan's undying living young lord broke off, alerting his fellow clansmen as a defense. Bang, bang, bang. There was a lot of poofing. There were quite a few people from Jade Ice Mountain and Great Sumeru Mountain who, due to their low cultivation, were caught by the eyes on the spot and exploded from their original position. If it wasn't for the fact that the power in question possessed a strong person who made a timely move to isolate it, the deaths and injuries would definitely be very heavy. We underestimated the miracle hush. We underestimated the living beings here. Those 8 demon emperors, they've already taken that step. Jade Ice Mountains. That old crone's eyes flickered with gorgeous light. Very solemn, the entire Jade Ice Mountain, with her on a par with only 2, stepping into the field of half-immortal just. The key to immortality is near. Buzz, buzz, there was a rumble. That huge eye was like a sea-pin, instantly stopping the people from the Great Sumeru Mountain and the Jade Ice Mountain, who were hesitant whether they still wanted to fight for it or not. In that case, they would surely be confronted with those 8 demon emperors, but in terms of cultivation, they weren't enough to fight against it, unless joint. Boom! Yang Di Yuan narrowed his eyes, knowing that things could not be rushed. He slowly stepped out of the chariot and stood on top of the platform as countless black-robed men saluted. And his appearance caused the people of Jade Ice Mountain and Great Sumeru Mountain to show their dismay and surprise. They didn't expect it. It was surprising that the Death Mountain's mountain lord would be so young. Moreover, the bottom line was majestic, and there were as many as 130,000 Black Clothesman half-emperor realm powerhouses alone. There are even 100 great emperors accompanying them. This kind of power, when placed in the Wuji star, could be pushed sideways. Hundreds of great emperors, in their humongousness, were more than capable of blasting down half-immortals. Yang Di Yuan raised his hand. Immortal power vastly filled the air. Milky white streams of air and rainbow light flashed by the naked eye, transforming into a terrifying meteor on the spot, with fiery light streaking across the sky, blasting and smashing into that eye. Buzz, buzz, buzz. This place is in turmoil. Yang Di Yuan's sudden strike shocked many people. The Golden Clan's undying beings were nearly wide-eyed. the young lord of his clan, who also looked stunned, did not expect this one to be so strong that he is already a half-immortal. And the strength is even stronger than the old undead of other forces by a large margin. The ultimate meteoric kill. Rumble. It's only an instant. The terrifying eye was then pierced by countless meteors emitting monstrous flames, and that eye was dripping blood until it dissipated from the void. The key to immortality is not far away. The golden-winged rock at the head of the 8-demon emperor True Lord's eyes flickered coldly as they looked at each other from afar, confronting Yang Di Yuan with their gazes on one piece. Ding dong! War slaves can learn the ancient immortal method, the ultimate meteorite kill, the great Tao of nature. Yang Di Yuan communicated mentally. Enhance the strength of the war slaves. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host, all the war slaves, for successfully learning the ancient immortal method, the ultimate meteoric slaying. Congratulations to the host, all war slaves, for successfully learning the ancient immortal law, the great Tao of nature. Congratulations to the host, all the war slaves, for successfully overlearning the ancient immortal method, Jintian technique. Congratulations to the host, all war slaves, for successfully learning the ancient immortal law, the great thunder sound law. It's more than that. The immortal laws that Yang Di Yuan had obtained from the system also allowed the war slaves to learn. Congratulations to the host, all war slaves, for successfully learning the immortal technique, Purple Sky 5 Elements Heavenly Thunder Fist. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, on your mission. Yang Di Yuan was a little surprised. This was the first time the system released a mission. From start to finish it was what he did and the system gave the corresponding reward. Mission, obtain the key to immortality. System reward, Immortal Realm Training. Chapter 47 130. 000 Half-Immortal Realm War Slaves. Can push everything across. Half-Immortal. True Immortal. Immortal. These three realms were learned from the mouth of the 12-winged incandescent angel Ching Ching. It was also said in the mouth of the Golden Race's immortal living young lord. Even as powerful as where the Chaos Sea was, no immortal had ever appeared. Immortal realm powerhouses had transcended everything. For the immortal, perhaps only that immortal realm exists. Mission, obtain the key to immortality. Reward, host obtains the peak cultivation of the immortal realm. Reward, the host will receive 100 half-immortal realm war slaves. Reward, the host will receive 50 true immortal realm war slaves. Reward, the host will receive 5 immortal realm war slaves. Reward, the host will receive the sacrificial Dao level immortal technique Eternal Nerve. Reward 6, the host will receive the sacrificial Dao level immortal technique Bastard Sword Technique. Reward 7, the host will receive the sacrificial Dao level immortal technique Inner Scenery Map. Reward, the host will receive a sacrificial Dao level weapon, the Beijian Immortal Streamer. Yang Di Yuan checked the system prompt. The eyes couldn't help but shrink. This reward is simply awesome. Although it was not yet known what level of Dao sacrifice level immortal laws and weapons were, just listening to the name alone was extremely extraordinary. Fire appeared in Yang Di Yuan's eyes. In addition to sacrificing Dao level immortal techniques and weapons, his cultivation would also leap over true immortal and reach the immortal realm. There were even 100 half-immortal realm war slaves and the like. The key to immortality is imperative. The corner of Yang Di Yuan's mouth slightly raised, along with the various laws, all for the black-clothed man to learn after. The strength simply skyrocketed by a large margin. It can be said that with the added power of the system, all kinds of scriptures can be learned instantly. But right now the situation is a bit grim and quite complicated. Not to mention the Jade Ice Mountain and the Great Sumeru Mountain, both of which have half-immortal realm powerhouses. Not to mention the 8 demon emperor true lords that existed in the divine Miracle Hush, who have stepped into the half-immortal realm. It's a little difficult to get. Miracle Hush is really mysterious and terrifying, and the number of strong people is as great as it is. Yang Di Yuan was somewhat emotional. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. 1 billion kill value. You can upgrade the level of your training room. Hint, the current maximum cultivation limit of the cultivation room is the peak of the half-emperor realm. Leveling up to the peak of the half-immortal realm. Yang Di Yuan's eyes lit up. Before the practice rooms can take time. Right now, if one wanted to obtain the key to immortality, there simply wasn't enough time. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. The cultivation room has been upgraded. It can be gifted to the host to arrive at the highest level of cultivation without consuming time. The current cultivation room is up to half-immortal realm since the height. Do you choose to enter? Enter. Now there's no worries. Just do it and be done with it. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. 130. 001 war slaves. All of them are in the cultivation room. Congratulations to the host. The war slave cultivation has been successful. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining 130. 001 half-immortal realm war slaves. The undying holy spirit of the Golden Clan was all a bit dumbfounded. Just now there were densely packed black-clothed men surrounding the perimeter, but in the blink of an eye they disappeared without a trace. This made him not know whether to be happy or sad. After all, the opportunity to escape had arrived. But just a blink of an eye, the group of black-clothed men unexpectedly reappeared again. The Golden Clan's undying living young lord couldn't help but somewhat doubt his eyes. Is it hard to look at it the wrong way? Old eyes? It's not right. 10% has to be 100% wrong. The young lord of the Golden Clan's extinguishing spirit breathed slightly sharply, and in his heart, he became more and more certain that this group of black-clothed people had just had a blink of an eye to blink, disappearing only to reappear in the same place again. Previously, although there were a number of great Emperor realms' slight aura flowing from the black-clothed man, all of them had disappeared now, and even the half-Emperor realm powerhouses had changed their aura. Right now, he didn't even dare to look at the black-clothed men. Each of them carried an extremely strong sense of oppression. This kind of feeling, he had only felt it from his old man in the half-immortal realm. It's over. It's over. It's over. I'm in the wolf's den. The young lord of the Golden Clan's undying beings had a bitter face. Boom! 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 The air exploded in the sky. Brilliant crystals suspended in the air vibrate the 9 heavens and 4 fields, like a round of bright silver moon, hanging high in the sky, illuminating the 8 directions. This place and many forces from afar rushed to this place. Dad! The heart of the young lord of the Golden Tribe's undying beings was overjoyed. His eyes flashed with a strange color, feeling that his savior had come, and the Golden Tribe's undying beings rushed with the strongest members of their tribal clans, wanting to compete for the key to immortality as well. A golden light flashed vertically and horizontally with a bright radiance, shuttling from in front of the people of Jade Ice Mountain and Great Sumeru Mountain, heading straight for Yang Di Yuan's side of the sprint. They, the Golden Clan Undying Living Spirit Clan, all seemed to look the same. Their shapes and faces seemed to be carved from a single mold, unlike the human race, which could be distinguished by virtue of their cheeks, just as mosquitoes, flies, etc., are nothing but different in size and race, but if they are similar they cannot be distinguished at all. Son of a daddy come. That figure was very fast, almost in the blink of an eye. It penetrated the void and came to this place, shouting, but at the same time, it violently turned its body, plowing long furrows in the ground, bringing up several feet of dust. It actually came to a sharp braking, turned around in full circle, and turned around and went back. The old eyes belong to those silly roe deer. How can I have my son? The young lord of the Golden Clan's undying beings was instantly dumbfounded when he heard these words. If that hadn't been his own father, he swore he would have absolutely laughed out loud on the spot. Silly elk? Old eyes? But how could the young lord of the Golden Clan's undying beings know what his father was thinking? At the time, his hanging heart was scared to death. That group of men in black, there were too many of them, but he didn't put it in his mind. The strong cultivation of a half-immortal was enough to push across, but after the proximity, he was violently horrified. The golden skin tingled all over his body. The group of black-clothed men did not reveal their cultivation though. However, as the clan lord of the Golden Clan's indestructible beings, he had already detected a danger that was terrifying to the extreme, and it came from his body's instincts. Half-immortals. Are all half-immortals? That group of more than 100,000 black-robed people couldn't all be half-immortal realm powerhouses, could they? The Golden Clan's undying being's clan master's liver and guts trembled and his soul was in danger, so it could be said that he was so scared that he was about to have a seizure. How could my own son, that stupid roe deer, have provoked that kind of existence? Not far away, the half-immortal realm powerhouses from Jade Ice Mountain and Great Sumeru Mountain were also in a slight trance, noticing something wrong on the black-clothed man's side. Moreover, a local being, skimming in front of them and thinking he was going to turn on them, circled back in the blink of an eye. The Green One Immortal Palace's people are here. The Jade Ice Mountain Lord's eyes condensed. It was true that as she had guessed earlier, Lu Qingwan's true body had never been in this earth realm, but had always been in the chaos realm for cultivation. That's more than 10 half-immortal realm powerhouses? An old crone from the Jade Ice Mountain. Her eyes glazed over and her complexion froze a little. She hadn't expected that a junior like Lu Qingwan would have a strength that wasn't weaker than hers. Behind him were many figures, and although their auras were both weak and strong, they had all arrived at the half-immortal realm level. Yang Di Yuan? The grudge between you and me will be settled with you when this seat obtains the key to immortality. Lu Qingwan's aura was near immortal. His figure was stout, domineering and strong, and with a heavy sword behind his back, he immediately charged at the 8 Demon Emperor True Lords and slashed them. Chapter 48 8 Demon Emperor True Lords defeated. The strife resurfaced. Rumble, rumble, miracle hush medium. The big battle is imminent. All the people around them held their breath and looked solemn as they watched from a distance. Lu Qinghuan's true body has already reached half immortal. Stepping into that level, as a descendant, the talent qualification is really amazing. And then fighting with the 8 Demon Emperor True Lords. All of them are the same half immortal, but they are not afraid in the slightest. Jade Ice Mountain is located. An old crone commented. Her heart is very touched. She lived a great number of years before arriving at this level of half immortal. How difficult and thorny. Naturally, it is no longer clear to see Lu Qinghuan and her in the same realm, but also at the peak. The heart of the heart is greatly touched. Sighing. It's still early. This first time I entered the miracle hush, I found the key to immortality. Perhaps it means that there may be many keys to immortality. The apprentice will find them for the master, so that you can live out your next life. The Jade Ice Mountain Lord solemnly said. Old bones cackle. I thought that I had seen through the red dust, but in the end, I still can't escape my destiny. The master can still fight. How can I let you little doll put yourself in danger? The old crone opened her mouth. Her gaze glanced over to where Yang Diyuan was, and said to the Jade Ice Mountain Lord, be careful of that guy. He's not right. It can be said that he's very wrong. There are half-immortal realm powerhouses around him, and there's more than one. The Jade Ice Mountain Lord was slightly stunned, and in his heart, he became more and more wary of Yang Diyuan as well as those men in black. In the Wuji Star Death God Mountain is extremely special. Suddenly appeared, pushed all parties horizontally, destroyed the Holy Land, slaughtered the ancient family, and even took away the Golden Crow immortality pill with his bare hands in the forbidden zone of life and death. Yang Diyuan is extraordinary. Rumble. Ahead. All sorts of haze was rippling, like a fierce wind and rain. Ripples raging, terrifying beams of light streaking across, shooting in all directions. Lu Qinghuan had a stout figure and was very fast. His body was accompanied by dots of immortal splendor, and there were even thunder flames and other entanglements, hegemonic and overwhelming, and without saying a word, he directly fought against the 8 Demon Emperor True Lords. He seemed to have invincible beliefs, taking the brunt, with a kind of one-man courage, domineering and overwhelming, even when facing the 8 Demon Emperor True Lords. He also fought 1 against 2, not losing the battle. Heavy sword without a blade, skillful as heavenly work. Lu Qinghuan every sword swung down, drive monstrous might, horrible momentum. This place emptiness are appearing many cut big mouth, but under the mysterious rules, quickly recovered as before. Good timing. The leader of the golden winged rock unfolded his plump and full feathers, flashing with streams of light, just like a big sun rising in the sea. The light shone in all directions, wrapping his whole person in it, with extreme speed, and wrapped in a fierce and castless offensive power, rushing towards Lu Qinghuan. The big bang happened. The golden winged rock unfolded its attack, domineering and strong. The horrifying energy wave instantly exploded. The ground violently trembled. The sound was deafening. The powerful half-immortals in the forces of the various parties successively used their great magic power to protect the people of the various families. But even so, the energy wave under the big explosion still penetrated. Those with low cultivation were slowly bleeding from the 7 orifices, and many of them fell to their knees, having difficulty in breathing, and in a cold sweat. Lu Qinghuan flew backwards, but was only slightly injured. The key moment to release the mysterious art, immortal power surging, in front of his body to condense the milky white crystals visible to the naked eye, will be wrapped in all aspects of him, even if he was bombarded with smashes. The earth appeared in a large crater. Itself is also unharmed. Lu Qinghuan eyes flashing luster, red aura flashes and disappears. His body once again erupted a terrifying energy, strength to enhance a large section. He held a heavy sword. The starting momentum with a special flavor, seems to have rules in the flow, although slow, but very pressure. The golden winged rock are staring at the grave, face serious, careful to deal with, and then its surrounding. Lu Qinghuan brought back the 12 heavenly kings. 8 hell shura, are not weak, cultivation at least in the realm of half-immortal. There are 1 or 2 only weaker than Lu Qinghuan. The number of suppression, the remaining 7 demon emperors, was attacked by a group of people, has fallen into the wind. Golden Ling immortal feather, golden winged rock drank lowly. His eyes became more and more incandescent, displaying a vision. Not only did the sea rise out of a big sun, there was even a blood-colored red moon rising, visible to the naked eye. A detachment such as the golden winged rock appeared in it, with feathers spreading out, and the feathers were like a divine weapon, falling from the 9 heavens, and shooting towards Lu Qinghuan. Chop! Lu Qinghuan is not shocked and not afraid. Heavy sword carrying monstrous momentum, immortal power winding, outbreak of terrifying power, seems to split the miracle boo, falling down like a downpour of feathers partially chopped. Lu Qinghuan hairless, with the sword to break the momentum, do not look at the sky of the feathers, will be the earth to shoot out countless deep craters, but he stood in place but intact. Pust! The golden-winged rock breathed in a cluster of breaths as Lu Qingwan's sword light streaked across and through, breaking some of his feathers while shooting through his head. Golden-winged rock stained with blood, but not dead. The blood moon big sun is still hanging high. The feathers shot out of the sky, even if it is pierced into the ground, but under its traction. Once again reverse direction. The sky, the ground, the surrounding, the whole of the Lu Qingwan will be surrounded. Lu Qingwan realized. His complexion was shocked. His body rippled with boundless immortal power. The transparent crystals converged again, wrapping him up. The surrounding feathers instantly surrounded him, just like a divine weapon, transforming into a tornado storm. The terrifying clanging sound was deafening, making people's eardrums explode. The passive defense of Lu Qingwan's ears were dripping blood. The plume of the golden-winged rock wanted to tear the crystal defense on his body. Visible to the naked eye, the power of the plume was not bad. The crystal defense on Lu Qingwan's body had already appeared to be gaping, and even shrunk a few dimensions from its previous thickness. The earth was devastated. The withered ground was littered with deep pits, a mess, and a terrifying and destructive aura filled everywhere. The golden-winged rock was in the middle of the great sun and the blood moon, and blood dripped from the brow of the doppelganger as his body was disorganized and began to dim. But so, golden-winged rock low-voiced taunted. But the next moment, the eyes instantly tightened, but found that Lu Qingwan did not know when to appear behind. Instinctively sensed the danger, wanted to avoid but it was too late. Pust! The golden-winged rock was dyed in blood, its body nearly chopped in half as it fell heavily to the ground. Big brother! The 7 great demon emperor true lords immediately shouted harshly at the sight of the situation, looking anxious, each of them wounded, their bodies stained with blood, and parts of their bodies exploding with flesh and blood. The Koan Pang hissed and operated a special method, and in a moment, a faint milky white light swept over the 8 demon emperor true lords, and they unexpectedly disappeared into the center of the battlefield in an instant, appearing in another place, spanning thousands of miles. The golden-winged rock's body was about to be split open. The wounds where the skin and flesh were connected were horrifying, and the internal organs were flowing out, recovering quickly after running the ancient immortal law, but his face was incomparably pale. Wait a little longer. One of the 7 hall masters of the Demon God Hall is already on his way here, and there are even all the demons of the Demon God Hall. This time our Demon God Hall is determined to win. Koan Pang revealed a strange attitude. It is said that one of the weakest hall masters has already stepped past the half-immortal, and is already in existence of a half-step true immortal. They know that they are now undefeated. The key to immortality is important. Don't chase after the poor enemy. Lu Qingwan opened her mouth, and in an instant, the 12 heavenly kings and the 8 hell cultivators transformed into a long rainbow and appeared beside Lu Qingwan, ready to obtain the key to immortality. Suddenly, golden light blossomed in the sky and earth. Runes flowed, the magnificent sound of chanting sutras and saluting Buddha rippled in the air, and the golden swastika symbols were like jumping musical notes, transforming into a strip of Buddha's lotus that wrapped around them. Same time, where the hanging sky pure land was located, a person with a shriveled and withered body, a red aura flickered in his eyes, and the demons captive in his body possessed him, transforming into a muscular and gnarled giant, 3 meters tall, with speed and physique exploding in all directions, and with astonishing strength, and attacked in a single move. When faced with the key to immortality, anyone would want it. Great Sumeru Mountain and Hanging Heaven Pure Land have indeed formed an alliance. The Jade Ice Mountain crowd was amazed. Death God Mountain, Yang Di Yuan, actually so calm, as in watching the play. Not ready to make a move? Chapter 49 The Black Hand. See Black Hand again. Mission accomplished. Obtain the key to immortality. The Great War has broken out once again. The key to immortality. Such a divine object. No power would sit back and wait. They would all go all out. The future of a Taoist system is at stake. No one dares to take it lightly. The Great Sumeru Mountain. 3 strong men stepped out in a row, all with immortal aura rippling through their bodies, while permeating the monstrous power of faith. Radiant golden radiance filled the air, and blazing Buddhist scripture runes intertwined in the air, illuminating the 8 directions. Hanging Heaven Pure Land also walked out of a number of strong people. In the half-immortal realm, there is the clan heritage, but also the younger generation of the new lord of the Pure Land. Killing aura majestic, demonic, the body of the great devil revived. Have seen Lu Qingwan and other people's power. At this moment all looked solemn, did not dare to hold back. All go all out. The great Sumeru Mountain Lord looked towards the Jade Ice Mountain Lord, his golden body releasing, like a descending dragon Lohan, extremely blazing. It's been a long time since I've seen you. Are you alright? If we join forces, we may be able to obtain the key to immortality. Jade Ice Mountain Lord narrowed his eyes. Beside his sister deflated her mouth, puffing up one side of her cheeks. Red dust matters, red dust. Now you still want to use emotions to kidnap my sister? The old crone of Jade Ice Mountain sighed and touched its little head. The greater good is the most important thing. I, Jade Ice Mountain, can make an alliance in this matter, but with things having developed to this point, if we get the key to immortality, how should we divide it? The great Sumeru Mountain Master said, the key to immortality involves opening the path to immortality. So what's the harm even if it doesn't fall to my great Sumeru Mountain? And the key to immortality is not just one thing. There are many more, waiting to obtain 3, each divided equally. The Jade Ice, Hanging Sky, the Big Sumeru Joint, in order to face the terror, mysterious, and the attack of the local living beings to establish a foothold. The Jade Ice Mountain crone pondered for a moment and felt that it was feasible. If not, each of them would become a party, like scattered sand, and with their individual forces, even if they got it, it would be difficult to keep it. Good. Jade Bingshan agreed. The Jade Ice Mountain Lord, his sister, and the old crone, successively stepped out, followed by more than 2 half-immortal realm powerhouses surfacing in each tribe, on cautious guard, being a hegemonic power. Their bases weren't that weak and they were all hiding, and at this moment, at least 2 and more half-immortal realm powerhouses had reappeared from each family, with the 3 parties joining forces. Their numbers were basically weaker than the half-immortal realm powerhouses of the Green One Immortal Palace, but they were still at a slight disadvantage in terms of numbers, falling short by about 3 people. However, just now, Lu Qingluan and the others had fought against the 8 Demon Emperor True Lords and had already suffered from attrition and trauma, so this matter was feasible. It's just a scattering of soldiers, so what if they all come together? Lu Qingluan was like an undefeatable god of war, her invincible conviction erupting in a big way as she directly faced off against 3 half-immortal realm powerhouses, the Great Sumeru Mountain Lord as well as the Jade Ice Mountain Lord and the Pure Lord of the Hanging Heavens Pure Land. The rest of them fought against the 12 heavenly kings and the 8 cultivators in one piece, with all sorts of divine haze blossoming, light flowing, scriptures dazzling, and terrifying cold and ice power sweeping across the length and breadth of the world. The air was about to solidify. Kill. Great Sumeru Mountain Lord directly used the strongest method. The bowl in the hand emerged. 3 black angry eyes of the god of the diamond statue suppression. Actually intends to directly suppress Lu Qingluan, not to be an end of life and death. To get the key to immortality will be to leave. At the same time, the Jade Ice Mountain Lord's cold ice aura rippled. Behind him emerged 10,000 miles of snowy plains, stormy weekly snowstreaks. An ice phoenix soared out from it, emitting a fierce hissing sound. Suspension of the Sky Netmaster has released the body of the Great Devil. The power of the attack exploded. Even do not hide not to avoid, close to fight with them, the previous Netmaster and its alliance. But after all, in the forbidden zone of life and death died tragically. The contract since it will not be counted. There was a rumble. Lu Qingluan's gaze is heavy. Some poor to cope with. After all, it is difficult to beat 4 hands with 3 fists, let alone 3 half-immortal realm powerhouses. Their cultivation and combat strength is not bad. At the moment, Immortal Qi is surrounded. He cannot use defensive means. Once so, the mantle hanging above his head will be suppressed. With monstrous power of faith, the Great Sumeru Mountain's divine weapon, he does not have the confidence to be able to break free. Ancient immortal technique, 10,000 swords return. Lu Qingluan broke off. For a moment, the big sword in his hand was actually urged and utilized by the immortal power. Before the clash, blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. The crowd's heart was flabbergasted, and the attacking means came out one after another. Buzz, 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 the sound of the sword, clanging and piercing the ears. The void unexpectedly emerged a handful of long swords, buzzing bursts, all were evolved by the immortal power. The long swords in the sky vibration. The power is not bad, but even convergence of a storm of 10,000 swords. Lu Qingluan wants to face hard to fight. 1 against 3. Boom, boom, boom. The ice phoenix swept across the 9 skies, sealing 10,000 miles in ice, and the cold ice aura caused all the swords to almost solidify. Buddhist scriptures spread across the sky. The golden lotus bloomed in the void, as if the real Buddha was sitting in it, and the magnificent sound rippled, as if it wanted to refine Lu Qingluan on the spot. The terrifying voice of the demon god streaked out, carrying the ghostly and terrifying demonic sound. The void was shattered one after another. Immortal power rippled out, and a murderous aura spread across the heavens and earth. Lu Qingluan broke off. The pressure increased. After all, the same half-immortal realm. The gap is there, but the 3 parties are united. He is already at a disadvantage. At present, the situation is extremely unpromising. The 8 Demon Emperor True Monarchs did not die. There is still a certain amount of combat power, although temporarily retired, but did not leave. Behind the Demon God Hall will send more powerful people to support. Time is running out, adding to the fact that there was still the Golden Clan's indestructible beings gathering tribal armies in the distance. The clan's defense was even more amazing, even stronger than his defense method, and if they were to make a move, it would be even more uncertain as to who the key to immortality would be spent on. Based on their aura alone, the clan had at least nearly 20 half-immortal realm powerhouses. Whether or not there were still true immortal realm cultivators was still unknown, but Lu Qingwan didn't know. The Gold Tribe indestructible living spirit clan master are almost as anxious as burning his own baby son. Was the group of black-clothed people hostage, and there is an extremely dangerous atmosphere, so that he perceived, at this moment, if you are out to fight, distraction not to mention that, if you get the key to immortality, the group of black-clothed people want to blackmail his son. Key to immortality to give or not to give? I hope that stupid Roe Deer understands a little bit of human feelings, a strong recklessness, and gave himself a fight in it. Give what you want, and save your life. The clan lord of the Golden Clan's undying beings breathed in sharply. Looking at the great battle in the distance, Lu Qingwan had already fallen into a disadvantage. 3 people surrounded him and suffered a heavy blow. Such a bad feeling, reminding him of what happened to his bilocation in the forbidden zone of life and death. Boom! Lu Qingwan's chi exploded. The 12 heavenly kings and the 8 hell cultivators exploded with golden light while spreading immortal energy all over their bodies. The sky even appeared visions, occupying a side of the sky where even appeared immortal world scene. The golden avenue emerged. At the end of a gate closed, immortal gas, auspicious, all kinds of brilliant luster with a horrible breath. Lu Qingwan as the leader, plus the 12 heavenly kings, the 8 hell shura, instantly dissipated in place, actually appeared in the golden avenue above. They all look solemn. The body emerges gold armor, as the ancient heavenly court of the invincible god of war. How come? They got the inheritance of the immortal realm Dao? In a flash, the Jade Ice Mountain, the hanging Sky Pure Land, and the Great Sumeru Mountain were all shocked. They could feel that the strength of Lu Qingwan and the others had skyrocketed by a large margin, with Lu Qingwan's cultivation reaching true immortal. 3 of the 12 heavenly kings and the 8 hell cultivators had also stepped into the true immortal level, with the weakest reaching the peak of the half-immortal realm, stepping onto the threshold of a half-step true immortal. I said, what's so wild about it? The corner of Yang Di Yuan's mouth lifted. Qingqing was ready. In a flash, his body erupted with terrifying might. Immortal power monstrously filled the air. Before Lu Qingwan and the others could make a move, they were startled, only to see that not far away, where the key to immortality was located, the void was actually broken open, and a large hand easily grabbed the key to immortality before flashing into the void. It's completely gone. The light brought by the key to immortality instantly caused the luster of this place to dissipate. The black hand? Another black hand? At the same time, a system beep sounded in Yang Di Yuan's head. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Chapter 50, Obtaining a Reward. Human Immortal Realm Cultivation. Sacrifice the Dao weapon. The key to immortality. Taken away? For a time, all the forces were wide-eyed, especially the Jade Ice Mountain, the Great Sumeru Mountain, the Hanging Heaven Pure Land, and the Green Wan Immortal Palace who were present. Jade Ice Mountain Lord's skin is delicate, but at this moment, his face is black, and the Great Sumeru Mountain, Hanging Heaven Pure Land, joint, scrambling for the key to becoming an immortal, and even forced out Lu Qingwan and others to use the bottom card, the Immortal Realm Dao Inheritance, the overall strength realm of all the great increase. But before they could exchange blows, the key to immortality was suddenly taken away by the hand that broke the rules of the mysterious space and reached out. This is going to make them jump out of their skin. You don't have to be so mean. Right now Lu Qingwan and other people's strength increased greatly. The worst have entered the peak of the half-immortal realm. Several people into the half-step realm of true immortals, led by Lu Qingwan and the 2 heavenly kings to arrive at the realm of true immortals, clad in golden armor, as if undefeated god of war. One by one on the spot are all jaws agape. Who? The heavenly king who stepped into the true immortal realm was roaring in anger, experiencing several great battles, consuming a lot, and at this moment, he even used his bottom card, performing the God and Devil Pro 9 heavens originating from the ancient heavenly court's Dao inheritance. But the most crucial key to becoming an immortal was taken away from him. It enraged them. Lu Qingwan's lanky body was trembling slightly, and his expression was slightly dumbfounded and dismayed. The Black Hand. I'm surprised to see the Black Hand again. This familiar drawing style and tactics couldn't help but remind him of the scene where the doppelganger attacked the forbidden zone of life and death to obtain the pill of immortality at the Wuji Star. At that time, there were heavy deaths and injuries, and in the end, the fruits of victory were picked by others, and he himself was even besieged by countless black-clothed men from the Death God Mountain, until the split died a tragic death. And now, his gaze instantly locked onto the black-robed man in the distance. as well as the Golden Chariot, Death Mountain, Yang Di Yuan, twice in a row. He was intercepted by the same force and the same person, which made him somewhat square and extremely angry at the same time. After the mysterious descent of the Chaos Realm, countless forces fell apart, and eventually the Chaos Sea became a mysterious paradise, and he fought for thousands of years in the Chaos Realm in order to become stronger. But I never thought that in the mysteries of the lower realms, I would still miss in the face of the key to immortality. Earlier, on the occasion of his battle against the 8 Demon Emperor True Lords, he had also said that he would clear the air with Yang Di Yuan after obtaining the key to immortality. Thinking back now, the invisible loud mouth on his cheek made him tear his heart out in pain, wishing to eat Yang Di Yuan alive. He wasn't allowed to capsize in the same ditch twice, but to have this happen again made him incredibly angry. In a flash, Lu Qinghuan exploded. The golden luster on his body blossomed, radiant and volatile, based on the Golden Avenue, and the heavenly gate behind him was sweeping with divine-colored haze. Directly, he struck out at where Yang Di Yuan was. Retreat for now. The Jade Ice Mountain crone roared lowly. Right now the key to immortality had disappeared and been taken away, so it was naturally impossible for them to fight against Lu Qinghuan and the others whose realm strength had increased substantially. That doesn't make any sense anymore. The 3 hegemonic level forces, Jade Ice Mountain, Hanging Sky Pure Land, and Great Sumeru Mountain all retreated at a rapid speed, as fast as a rainbow through the sun. Obviously at the moment, Lu Qinghuan and the others were full of anger with no place to spread it, while they were similarly depressed, with many of them spitting out their mouths, and some of them not knowing why. But the Jade Ice Mountain Lord and the Great Sumeru Mountain Lord, who had appeared in the forbidden zone of life and death, all had heads as big as buckets. This tactic of the Death Mountain to sit back and reap the rewards is still so applicable in the Miracle Hush? Not for anything else. It was only because the rules of this place were mysterious. Not only were there immortal Tao rules and mysterious rules, even if it was a great emperor, if he exerted his full strength here, he would only be able to knock away a mountain. Under the rules, their great means of destroying the heavens and tipping the sun, moon, and stars at every turn in the infinite planet could no longer achieve that kind of effect. But even so, there were still people in such a situation, strong in the outpouring, without effort, to obtain the key to immortality. Is it him? The Jade Ice Mountain Lord's hair was like a waterfall, and her body was dotted with sweat, twisting her hair into strands, her gaze tinged with disbelief and shock. The Great Sumeru Mountain Lord all but nearly spat out Funfang in his mouth, all the time cupping his hands in Buddhist seals and chanting the meditation sutra with his mouth, literally about to explode with anger. Risking a great deal of money that neither side was able to acquire in the end and being cut off was just like suppressing a 1,000-year-old big dog demon and not only not subduing it, but instead being bitten on the ass by it. It was too hard to bear. Breaking open the mysterious space. This is a tactic that only half-step immortals can do, right? The 8 Demon Emperor True Lords became more and more dismayed and incomprehensible. Their hearts were incomparably shocked, seeing that the key to immortality had been forcefully taken away. The corners of their mouths were even more twitching. They were the first to arrive, but before they could acquire it, they were repelled by Lu Qinghuan and the others. If the Demon God Hall Master hadn't arrived in time, it was assumed that they would be the ultimate victors, but it seemed to be too inarticulate now. At the same time, it was also deeply shocked as to what kind of god could have such astounding means to break space even within the Miracle Boo. They were somewhat guilty of muttering that even if one of the 7 great hall masters of the Demon God Hall came, they would not necessarily end up taking advantage of the situation. Yang Di Yuan, you have angered me. Lu Qinghuan roared angrily. This scene, even more so. The Jade Ice Mountain Lord and the Great Sumeru Mountain Lord were stunned. The guesses in their hearts were correct. It was really the Death God Mountain that had done this. Inside the chariot, Yang Di Yuan's body was raging with immortal qi, reaching the immortal realm in the state of the 12-winged incandescent angel Qingqing's possessed spirit, but only for a limited period of time. And now he toyed with the brilliant crystal, which was unusually hard, and the light was turning inward. Even with immortal realm strength, it was impossible to pinch a crack out of it. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host, completing the mission and obtaining the key to immortality. Congratulations to the host. You've been rewarded. Congratulations to the host. He has gained the peak cultivation of the immortal realm. Congratulations to the host, for obtaining 100 half-immortal realm war slaves. Congratulations to the host, for obtaining 50 true immortal realm war slaves. Congratulations to the host, for obtaining 5 immortal realm war slaves. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the sacrificial Tao level immortal technique Eternal Nerve. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the sacrificial Tao level immortal technique Bastard Sword Technique. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the sacrificial Tao level immortal technique Inner Scenery Map. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the ritualistic Tao level weapon, the bastard immortal streamer. The rewards were generous, and a smile appeared at the corner of young Di Yuan's mouth. Now he felt that his black-clad protector was frighteningly strong. 5 immortal realm powerhouses. 50 true immortal realms. There were even 130,001 black-clothed war slaves at the peak of the half-immortal realm guarding them. Boom! 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 Lu Qingwan and the others were furious, and the golden avenues under their feet were even as if they had a spirit, presenting themselves in the void, and as they willed it, they even continued one after another until they were in front of young Di Yuan, strong and fierce to kill. Hand over the key to immortality. Lu Qingwan roared. Noisy. Young Di Yuan whispered, his voice deafening, shocking the countless people present. No one expected that the black hand of the party was really young Di Yuan, who had only shown up once in the golden chariot. The voice penetrated, carrying an air of dominance, before the crowd could react. More than 10 black-clothed figures blatantly appeared in front of him, exuding the strength of a true immortal realm powerhouse. ********. My stupid roe dear son. Evening out the thighs? Chapter 51 Ancient Heavenly Court Immortal World Tao Lineage Inheritance. True immortals shook the 8 directions. Have to say, Lu Qingwan and the others were extremely formidable, like heavenly gods descending, and with the immortal realm Tao inheritance augmenting them, they were so overwhelming that the 3 hegemonic level forces combined had to retreat. But at this moment, the Death Mountain Lord, young Di Yuan, was completely unafraid. In the blink of an eye, what appeared extra was a man in black, surprisingly strong to the point of being ridiculously strong. True immortal realm powerhouse? Is it possible that Death Mountain is not an immortal realm power? More than 10 true immortal realms at once? The 8 demon emperor true lords stared in disbelief, each one of them with a strange color and trembling in their eyes. They were a little headstrong. I can't believe what I'm seeing. There was a need to compete with them for the key to becoming immortal when they could casually send out a true immortal realm powerhouse? True immortal is considered the top, even in the chaos realm. That's a strong existence. And although many of the chaos Tao lineages were destroyed after the mysterious descent, most of them still escaped death. But after all, it's the immortal realm. We want to go over there. It's extremely difficult. We can only crack it through the key to immortality. According to the Demon God Hall's estimated records, even if it's a true immortal, in the immortal realm in the 9 heavens outer heavens, it's all just a handful of existences. The golden winged rock tells the secret, depending on who it's compared to. Right now in the middle of the mystery of the recovery of the lower realms, true immortals were already extremely terrifying existences. The Koan Peng could not help but be amazed, possessing extreme speed, even fiercer than the golden winged rock. And at this moment, analyzing the situation based on the situation, he could not help but be shocked. What do you think would happen if our Demon God Hall were to obtain the immortal Tao inheritance of Lu Qingwan and the others? The other 7 demon emperors could not help but laugh lightly. How? Enough to push all across. See, its immortal Tao lineage inheritance origin is also extremely extraordinary. Seems to originate from the very ancient heavenly court. Is the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals of the Dharma. Extremely amazing. If my demon god palace to get it, can set up the demon court again. 10,000 beasts to open the road. God block to kill God. Buddha block to kill Buddha. Not only were the 8 demon emperors shocked, but even the Jade Ice Mountain, the Great Sumeru Mountain, and the Hanging Heaven Pure Land. There were countless people who were in amazement, bringing with them battle prowess that shook their fingers to the point of trembling. The Death God Mountain even has such a bottom. In the Wuji Star when the vertical and horizontal, invincible, more in the life and death of the Forbidden Zone to overthrow Lu Qingwan split at this moment and was intercepted into the key to immortality. It can be said to be an enemy to see each other red. Boom, boom, boom. On the Golden Avenue, 21 figures sped at great speed. Their bodies died in golden light, destroying the world. But after sensing that there was an aura as strong as the true immortal realm, more than a dozen of them, all of them were astonished and shocked. The figures all came to a screeching halt, stopping violently in place. What did they see? Fully 20 places. All of them were strong in the true immortal realm. The aura was strong, a whole lot stronger than them. The 12 heavenly kings, the 8 hellish cultivators at this moment looked vigorously changed, not daring to believe. Big brother, what else are we doing? Lu Qingwan breathed in sharply and turned to run. Drygo Dara. Running late for a while, all have to stay here. The key to immortality still has others. There's no rush. The crowd was astonished. The crowd from the Green Lawn Immortal Palace. Their bottom cards were out, but facing the toughness of the Death Mountain, they didn't dare to fight head-on and turned around and ran. It's fantastically fast. At this moment, one of the 8 Demon Emperor True Lords opened his mouth and called out to Lu Qingwan. Don't be in a hurry to leave, Who was the one who spoke so boldly about settling old scores with someone just now? Lu Qinghuan faced dark, as from the coal kiln out of the general, the corners of the mouth twitching. It can be said that today is the loss of a wife and a soldier. The last time he was in the Wuji Stars detachment is like this, by the Yang Diyuan intercepted after the strong suppression. Naturally know its nature, is a killing and decisive. Cut off the roots and roots. Do not give themselves to leave the aftermath of the presence of the problem. He didn't expect the 8 Demon Emperor True Lords to open their mouths at this moment, embarrassing him, and at the same time opening their mouths to invite trouble for the 8 Demon Emperor True Lords. We're old acquaintances, but your previous strong appearance was with a strong killing intent, wanting to leave the Death God Mountain here, but it didn't work out just. The 8 Demon Emperor True Lords breathed slightly, moving away at great speed, their gazes alert, but it was good that the 20 true immortal powerhouses broke through the air, heading straight for Lu Qinghuan and the others. At the same time, they were also casting aspersions on why the Demon God Hall's Hall Master hadn't come yet. They couldn't escape this place even if they wanted to now. Having been warned by some of the men in black, the Demon Emperor True Lord who had struck out earlier, his intestines were repenting at this moment, that he had provoked such an existence for no reason. Always thought that the power is thin, not enough heritage, do not dare to go out. This time to see, that is simply because too low profile. Death Mountain Lord? This fight, my Demon God Hall has no ill will. The 8 Demon Emperor True Lords should be wimped out, without any hesitation at all, but even so, they were still surrounded, and their hearts became more and more astonished, with a whole bunch of half-immortal realm powerhouses, round them up straight away. The mobbing began on the spot. There were so many people that there were black men trying to push their way inside, all of them wasting a lot of energy just to kick some ass. Not far away, the 3 great hegemonic level forces stared with wide eyes. This was really a case of winning by numbers. And the most crucial thing was, what exactly was the limit of the Reaper Mountain's base? Each time, it gave them very amazing to the point of scalp numbness. Half-immortal realm powerhouses were as if they were like cabbages that didn't cost anything. Piles and piles. Boom, boom, boom. The Big Bang. The figures on the Golden Avenue in the distance were being chased by 20 black-robed true immortals, attacking in full force, each fighting on their own. But after all, it was because of the immortal Dao inheritance that they had only improved their battle power. And in the face of genuine true immortals, or 20 of them, they were simply undefeatable. In just a few breaths, there were heavenly kings and cultivators who were shattered, blood and flesh flying and splattering, falling on top of the Golden Avenue, the golden armor on their bodies all broken down, their immortal laws and Dao lineage inheritance unable to take advantage of them, and their realms rapidly falling back. Ahaha! Lu Qinghuan was furious, his long hair fluttered, his heavy sword was like a blade, his moves were wide open. He fought against the black-clothed true immortal, but it was obvious that he was not an opponent. He was being pressed by the other party. He had never been subjected to this kind of suffocating anger. After killing for 1,000 years in the Chaos Realm, just after entering the Mysteries, he was intercepted by others, not to mention that he now had to face the end of the split, and was really going to be strongly suppressed in this place. Yang Diyuan, what do you want? Lu Qinghuan is very sentimental and righteous. Beside the Heavenly King, Cultivator are all brothers who have been fighting for thousands and thousands of years, with one after another heavily injured. His voice was hoarse to the extreme, and he actually softened. Rumble! Lu Qinghuan was slapped by the black-clothed true immortal, and her cheekbones were shattered and directly deformed. Immortal Dao inheritance or not? Let my brother go! The crowd was alarmed. Immortal realm Dao inheritance, by no means unusual, and suspected to come from the ancient heavenly court, at this moment even softened, to give away, to win a ray of hope. Slaughter. Yang Diyuan called the shots. The mind sneered. Kill it, and the inheritance is his. He was still somewhat moved by the ancient celestial courts gods and demons' proximity to the 9 heavens. What kind of picture would it be when all the war slaves were all practicing at that time? Chapter 51, Chaotic Ancient Dao System. Gaining rewards. Get the ancient heavenly court inheritance. Countless people were horrified, surprised by Yang Diyuan's words. How strong and domineering is this? Lu Qinghuan and the others were not weak, and even in terms of this place, it could be said that they were the team that had the most hope of obtaining the key to immortality. But now, Yang Diyuan even directly opened his mouth. His voice was lazy, without any extra will in it, just wanting to simply press Lu Qinghuan to death. Yang Diyuan is getting more and more terrifying. To this day we don't even know what realm he's actually at. The forbidden zone of life and death once. This place into the key of immortality is once again. The guess in my heart has been confirmed. It is definitely what he did, and even got the key of immortality without any effort. That's not even the point. The point was that Yang Diyuan's purpose was different at the moment. Lu Qinghuan and the others needed the union of their Jade Ice Mountain, Great Sumeru Mountain, and hanging heaven pure land hegemonic level forces to be able to fight. But right now, Yang Diyuan directly sent out 20 true Immortal Realm powerhouses to suppress Lu Qingwan and the others on the spot. 20 true Immortal Realm powerhouses. Not only was the crone from Jade Ice Mountain sighing in shock and feeling shaky, but the old man from the Hanging Sky Pure Land, the old monk from Great Sumeru Mountain, and so on, all felt their scalps tingle. What kind of strength and cultivation, what kind of identity and background could command a true Immortal Realm powerhouse? I always have a feeling that 20 true Immortal Realm powerhouses are not the entire depths of the Death God Mountain. No, it's Yang Diyuan. The Jade Ice Mountain Master was breathing heavily. Boom, boom, boom. Far away, on top of the Golden Avenue, blood was flying. Lu Qingwan, as well as the 12 heavenly tattoos and the 8 hell cultivators, were all fighting in blood, fighting for their lives, wanting to fight for a glimmer of hope. But in the end it was all in vain. One figure after another was sent flying backwards, spewing blood from their mouths. Their flesh and blood exploded, and even their internal organs were scattered all over the place, and many of them were deeply and seriously injured, unable to resist at all. Ah! Lu Qingwan was furious and bloodstained. The tiger's mouth of the palm holding the heavy sword was torn. All 10 nails were shaken out. Using all means, if it wasn't for the thousands of years of fighting in the Chaos Realm, he would have already been defeated. His black hair fluttering, stout figure, gaze like a blade, killing intent. Behind him even emerged horrifying vision. A rolling black mountain peaks emerged, winding black gas, eerie and bizarre. A large hand openly from the outside world pierced through, tearing the void, as if the set of armor gloves general. The power of the strange. A fist. The entire world will be crushed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The black-clothed true immortal's eyes showed a strange light, pleasantly unafraid. His body was covered with 9,981 golden lights that were rippling, ripples raging, and his flesh looked like it was sprinkled with golden radiance. And his flesh was hard. The clan master of the Golden Clan's indestructible being stared wide-eyed. This is their ancient immortal law inheritance? I can't believe the man in black has learned it, and at a very high level, even more so than him, an old man who had studied for tens of thousands of years? Bang, bang, bang. The armored hand was evolved, rumbling and ear-splitting, directly grabbing at the black-clothed true immortal to crush him. But how could the black-clothed true immortal sit back and wait for death? All kinds of techniques are endless. The means is even more amazing. In the avenue of nature, the physical body is strong and domineering, and also perform boxing. A few breaths down, the two sides of the extreme speed against the bombardment, and finally the armored hand was even hard to be shattered. Lu Qingwan's body was soft, the vision behind her disintegrated inch by inch. Despair was born in her heart, and after she finally looked at the black-clothed true immortal, but she angrily shouted, "Old ancestor, save me." This statement was made. It was a shock to everyone. Lu Qingwan still has a backhand? Can't a generation older than him still exist in the world? Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, Lu Qingwan's forehead glowed, a terrifying milky white light emerged, instantly wrapping his entire body. At the same time, a figure outlined from the depths of his soul, even with supreme blood, suspended in the air, emanating an extremely shocking fluctuation. It was an old man with white hair and a grim face. His face had wrinkles but very few. His gaze was like a knife. Extremely shocking, and his aura was powerful to the extreme. "Ah Qingwan, I told you you'd find me. Inherit your family business in peace and don't wander out." The old man smiled with a frown on his face, but when he noticed that Lu Qingwan was deeply wounded and the situation was critical, his eyes blossomed with a cold aura and his voice shook the heavens, seeming to be able to pierce through the mysterious space as he said, "You guys are pretty good, ah? You're enjoying rounding up my favorite disciple grandchildren after injuring them to this extent?" Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the aura on the old man's body changed. The drop of blood in the air unexpectedly blossomed into a terrifying black hole, and at the same time, it unexpectedly caused the old man's will to transform into a substantial figure, so powerful and strong that he actually wanted to destroy these 20 black-clothed true immortals in one fell swoop. "Giving you face?" Yang Diyuan's eyes flickered coldly. He and Lu Qingwan were in an immortal situation, right now that Lu Qingwan's old ancestor was on a rampage. His strength had reached half-step human immortal and his power was incomparable. In a split second, a black-clothed figure once again scurried out. The breath on the body instantly erupted. Was actually a genuine human immortal realm powerhouse, killing and destroying the sky, facing that old man's attack, responding on the spot, where the fist blade is directed, sweeping across the world, unrivaled in the world. Boo! A soft thud. The old man's projection was directly crushed. However, his will was still alive and extremely shaken. urging Lu Qinghuan to travel through the gradually shrinking black hole space to guide him back. Together, Lu Qinghuan low voice bellowing, do not want to fall 12 heavenly kings and 8 hell cultivators, this is his roots, but also to sacrifice their lives to kill thousands of tens of thousands of years of brothers. You this tiger beat, the old man let out a roar, did not expect such a critical time? Lu Qinghuan this disciple grandson is still thinking about others, actually since the incomparably distant realm, performed a great magical power, the space of this place was broken, the spiritual will actually cohesion out, to Lu Qinghuan and others all to guide away. How could the black-clad immortals and true immortals stand by and watch? It's all out in full force. Boom! A terrifying eye emerged from the black hole, so large that it was boundless and vast as a river of stars, and an ancient star was very small in front of it, like a grain of soybean. How dare you? The old man was furious and exerted his means, but after all, this was the miracle Boo in the mystery, and the distance between them was too far, so they simply couldn't exert their full strength, and if they hadn't left a drop of his essence blood in Lu Qinghuan's body, they wouldn't have known it even if they had died tragically at this place. The black-robed true immortal sneered, the mountain lord has orders, there is nothing we wouldn't dare to do. Pust! In a flash, the 12 heavenly kings and the 8 hell shura, all of them were streamed down, their heads rolled, their flesh exploded, and they were all broken apart. At the same time, one of Lu Qinghuan's legs was chopped off by the human immortal battle slave, and then in front of him, he stepped on his head, directly bursting it like a bursting watermelon. What can you do to me? The black-robed human immortal laughed coldly, and in his hands, he even manifested a terrifying spear at this moment, shooting out directly at the eyes converging within the black hole. The spear exploded, the black hole was all destabilized, the huge eye was dripping blood, letting out a low roar, and actually began to gradually dissipate. Death Mountain, old me will remember you, to the heavens and to the earth. I, the chaotic ancient Tao system, will never let you go. Pust! Finally, that old man's hoarse voice exploded, filled with rage and boundless fire. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host, you've been rewarded. Chapter 52 The gods and demons proceeding to the 9 heavens arrives. Full enhancement, great terror in mystery. Dead. Lu Qinghuan was strongly crushed by the man in black. The 12 heavenly kings and the 8 hellish cultivators all died horribly, their forms and gods destroyed. Countless people were shocked. Jade Ice Mountain, Great Sumeru Mountain, and Hanging Heaven Pure Land were shocked to the point of no return. Death Mountain's strong and domineering tactics were simply too shocking. At the same time, he was sweating for Death Mountain. The chaotic ancient Tao system definitely won't let the Death Mountain end up in a good place. Not far away, the 8 demon emperor true lords stared wide-eyed, truly stunned, listening to the words of Jade Bingshan and the others. It was already known that the group of black-clothed people came from the Death God Mountain, and in the golden carriage pulled by the 9 dragons sat the Death God Mountain Lord. The name is Yang Di Yuan. It was even regarded by them as an absolute enemy. Human immortal realm powerhouses are popping up. In a split second only, they turned their heads and ran. After all, they had previously made a move against them, and now that they had seen the means of the Death God Mountain, they had thought that they would be able to obtain the key to immortality from the hands of the Demon God Temple's Hall Master when they waited for him to arrive. But now it seems to be out of the question. Even if the Palace Master were to arrive here, I'm afraid he'd turn around and run away, right? But it's still too late. The 8 demon emperor true lords breathed in sharply as an intense sense of crisis and suffocation hit them. There was no need for many people, just a black-clothed human immortal. In a moment, directly penetrating the mysterious space of this place, surprisingly arriving in an instant, blocking in front of them. Death Mountain is not to be dishonored. The black-clothed human immortal opened his mouth, but his voice made the 8 demon emperor true lords deafening. This is to prepare to settle accounts after the fall. Really not going to let them go. Too vindictive. The 8 demon emperor true lords had all been traumatized, and were even less of a match for Lu Qinghuan and the others. And at this moment, when faced with the black-clothed human immortal, even though they tried to resist, they were still attacked by the other party with a raised hand. Put, put, put. Sounds exploded one after another, and the 8 demon emperor true lords were annihilated. Tactful and domineering, strong, amazing, Jade Ice Mountain, Great Sumeru Mountain, and Hanging Heaven Pure Land all have their souls in their mouths. And this Death Mountain is really as its name suggests. Those who dare to offend will be directly crushed to death by a god of death like the man in black. In the distance, the clan master of the Golden Clan's undying beings jumped anxiously, already perceiving the man in black. Even though there was no shortage of tens of thousands of people in the entire clan, they still didn't dare to make a move in the face of a human immortal realm powerhouse. Good son, you seek your own happiness, the clan master of the Golden Clan's indestructible being swiftly and extremely fast backed up, leading his clan to withdraw, not daring to delay at all for fear of following in his footsteps. The end of Lu Qinghuan and the 8 Demon Emperor True Lords was too tragic. Sparing their Golden Clan's indestructible beings, they felt overwhelmed in the face of the Demon God Hall, and the Miracle Boo had just opened up, close to triggering a great storm, with the Demon God Hall and the Chaos Ancient Tao system all being slaughtered. The young lord of the Golden Clan's undying beings was a little confused, lost in thought for a long time, shocked at the strength and terror of this group of black-clothed men, and when he looked again, his own clan tribe had long since disappeared without a trace. Young lord, did the clan lord go back to practicing his trumpet? You stop talking and leave me alone. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the ancient celestial court sacrificial Tao level inheritance, gods and demons in the 9 heavens. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the ancient celestial court sacrificial Tao great inheritance, divine haze roaming in the sky. Congratulations to the host, for obtaining the demon emperor's divine eyes. The gods and devils are in the 9 heavens? Sacrificial path level? This caused Yang Di Yuan to be a bit surprised. Ding dong, is the host practicing god and devil in the 9 heavens? Cultivate. In a split second, Yang Di Yuan had mastered this method, and it was at an extremely profound level. At the same time, ding dong, does the war slave practice the sacrificial Tao, gods and demons in the 9 heavens? Does the war slave practice the sacrificial Taoist law, divine haze roams the sky? Cultivate. Ding dong, cultivation complete. The war slave has successfully practiced the god-demon proximity to the 9 heavens and the divine haze. In a split second, the golden avenue was vertical and horizontal, spreading over the entire sky, illuminating the endless darkness away. The haze was vertical and horizontal. The immortal haze flowed. 130,000 black-robed people stepped on the golden steps. Their bodies were clad in golden armor, as if the heavenly soldiers and generals were coming again. The 130,000 half-immortal realm black-clothed men alone had realms that reached straight to the true immortal realm, and 100 true immortals arrived at the human immortal realm. As for the 5 human immortal realm war slaves, their strength once again exploded, emitting a terrifying aura. The gods and devils are really strong when they are in the 9 heavens. The Jade Ice Mountain, the Great Sumeru Mountain, and the Hanging Sky Pure Land were all stunned and frozen in shock. What did they see? Lu Qinghuan and the others had obtained the immortal Tao inheritance, and it was surprising that it was acquired by the Death God Mountain. Mysterious golden haze blossomed. Immortal light spread across the sky, like reincarnated celestial soldiers and generals, crisscrossing the 8 directions, and the golden avenue spread across the entire sky. Astonishingly heavenly. I don't know if it was due to the rules of this place, but the breath of the 5 human immortal realm war slaves broke through the darkness and traveled across the 8 directions, and the mysterious space trembled, wanting to break through to the next realm but triggering a great riot. The entire miracle hush interior. The rules ripple. Immortal rules and mysterious rules intertwined vertical and horizontal diffusion, actually visible to the naked eye, appeared in front of the crowd. The black fog horror, even from the ground rises up, so that all of them, in this moment, feel the ultimate thrill. 10 horrors in mystery, where not only does the black mist appear, but the most secretive things are thus activated in slumber. A miracle boo built on an incredibly strong and unknown creature? All were incredulous, speculating, seemingly close to the truth. This place is surrounded by rules and order. The earth under the feet is not a mountain, river, stone and sea, but the skin and flesh of inexplicable creatures. But even if a human immortal realm powerhouse makes a move, he fails to penetrate it, and even more so, he does not see the slightest bit of blood. If it was really some kind of unknown creature, it was also too strong and boundless, right? As strong as the human immortal realm, even its flesh and blood skin could not be broken open. But how did the miracle boo come about and where is the source? Even the mighty chaos realm suffered. What kind of person has imprisoned this unknown creature here? What kind of heavenly divine power did the self have to be able to do such a scene? The 3 hegemonic level forces had sighs of relief in their hearts and praised while showing goodwill towards the Death God Mountain. Initiate contact with Death Mountain. They felt the might of the Death God Mountain for the first time in the miracle boo, and the Mountain Lord of the Great Sumeru Mountain even had a feeling of hugging his thigh, leaving the Jade Ice Mountain Lord speechless for a while. This was very unlike the character of that deceased person of yesteryear. The 3 hegemonic level forces were preparing to retreat, and it was also considered to be a way of clarifying their own intentions with the Death God Mountain, and only trying to open up the immortal path was tantamount to making an enemy of the Death God Mountain. Yet, it was at this point, the terrifying black mist streaked across the 8 directions, submerging the entirety of this place, sweeping towards the 3 hegemonic level forces as well as the Death God Mountain group, wanting to devour them. As one of the top 10 terrors in this place, they didn't dare to tough it out. There was something mysterious in the black mist, and currently they couldn't fight it at all. At me? Yang Di Yuan's eyes narrowed. The black mist is quite rampant, directly allowing the immortal realm war slave in the state of divine demon proximity to the nine heavens enhancement to strike out with the Dao sacrifice level weapon. The hegemonic emperor streamer. He wanted to see what was inside the black mist. Chapter 53, Tyrant Emperor Streamer Sheltering Terror. Acquiring another sacrificial Dao level weapon. Far away, the three hegemonic level forces are dismayed, and their eyes are filled with unbelievable. Death Mountain. This is trying to face one of the 10 horrors directly. Black mist? How can Yang Di Yuan be so confident? There were classics and secret stories within their Dao lineage, and they knew that the black mist in the mysteries was very difficult to deal with. And even if a half-immortal realm powerhouse infested it, after being tainted by the inexplicable creatures within it, they would not be able to break free, and they would be devoured. Rumble! An explosion surfaced. The Jade Ice Mountain Lord's pretty face was stunned, and she couldn't help but turn around to watch, with disbelief, that a large streamer blooming with strange energy was being grasped by a black-clothed immortal powerhouse. The might rippled, the fluctuations shook the four fields, and the fluctuations that emanated from it were unexpectedly incomparably frightening, carrying a sense of fear that took the hearts of the people. The rules were vertical and horizontal, and the runes of order roamed the sky, and there was actually a horrifying might that devoured everything. What kind of weapon is this? Surprisingly unseen and unheard of. The Jade Ice Mountain Master's breath was slightly shortened. She seemed to have a feeling in her heart that if she herself were to face that large streamer directly, she would be instantly suppressed and housed in it. Even the knowledgeable old crone, who had lived for many generations, still had her pupils shrinking slightly in her eyes. Obviously even she, a living fossil-level old man, had never seen it before. Not far away, the people from the Great Sumeru Mountain and the Hanging Heaven Pure Land all stopped slightly and fixed their eyes to watch, because as the people from the Death God Mountain prepared to strike, the black mist reversed its direction, spreading out to the sky, and unexpectedly rushed directly towards them. The three current hegemonic powers are not being attacked by the black mist. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The terrifying black mist swallowed nothing, and wherever it passed, all the living beings were screaming in panic. And after they were swallowed, their voices came to an abrupt end, and even the bones displayed on the ground were not an exception, and were directly dragged away by some kind of creature in the black mist. No, not it, big brother. We going to take on black mist? This is a death wish. The young lord of the golden race's indestructible living beings was horrified and even more shocked, not expecting the mountain lord of the Death Mountain to be this fierce. Even the black mist, one of the 10 greatest horrors in the mystery, dared to face it head-on, not accepting the other party's provocation. Yang Di Yuan came to be interested and asked him to tell what he knew. The black mist has a mysterious origin, but it is said that once they were all roaming gods and demons exiled from the immortal world, terrifying and powerful. Even our native beings have to avoid it when they see it. There was once a great power that wanted to explore the secrets of the black mist. Even if it was as powerful as a true immortal, it was killed in a short time, eaten alive by mysterious and unpredictable creatures. That is a transcendent power, once famous in the mysterious world, but because of the challenge of horror, eventually all reunited, and the black fog seems to be very humanized. Well, can be said to love to hold grudges. At that time, that transcendent power didn't survive any of them. They all died miserably. Since that time, all the living beings in the mysterious world have consciously taken a detour, fearing that they would be missed by the black mist. Yang Di Yuan narrowed his eyes. Anyway, it was a war slave. Even if it was really that terrifying, it couldn't threaten himself. Rumble. The black fog sweeps across the 8 directions, seems to devour everything. The speed is extremely fast, just a few words of time, just like a storm. The biting eerie atmosphere swirling, pouncing on the face. The void is even a god or devil whispering. The voice is very demonic, and is actually able to invade the soul of the person. Vaguely visible in the black fog, there are countless figures in the flow, like a demon, like a devil. If the cultivation is low, to see this black fog, will be its sound shock, soul obliteration broken. Boom! The black-clothed war slave moved, holding the hegemonic emperor flag, his eyes flickering with strange light. His cultivation was in the immortal realm, as the immortal power and the order runes were rippling and surging into it. The hegemonic emperor flag blazed with divine light. The horrifying obliterating chi exploded, emitting a mysterious and inexplicable pressure, and flew out directly. Hanging in front of him, the black mist has arrived. However, when it touched the hegemonic emperor streamer, the black mist unexpectedly exploded, accompanied by the sounds of countless demons and devils screaming miserably. The void was shaking, and even with the immortal Dao rules as well as the mysterious rules shrouding it, the void was still undergoing a great collapse. The sacrificial Dao level weapon failed to be strong to the point of bursting. The black mist seemed to be unwilling to show weakness, and even appeared to change. A huge figure visible to the naked eye emerged, with eyes as big as planets, emitting an eerie and horrifying red aura, and the killing aura was monstrous, directly grasping at the hegemonic emperor streamer. That's the mysterious being. In the black mist, the young lord of the Golden Clan's undying Holy Spirit was shocked. His divine soul was trembling. It wasn't that he wasn't strong, possessing the ancient immortal laws. He even dared to contend with the great emperors, but even he had indelible fear in the face of the black mist. In the distance, the three hegemonic level forces gazed at each other with solemn expressions. If this terrifying black mist was truly unbreakable by anything, the Death God Mountain was afraid that it would have to plant a big head. He would even lose out on an immortal realm powerhouse, and at the same time, he would lose that mysterious, unpredictable, and overbearingly powerful weapon. Boom, boom, boom. The terror in the black mist probed out a big black shadow hand and grabbed at the hegemonic emperor streamer. But in the next instant, the hegemonic emperor streamer blossomed with a terrifying immortal haze and godly power. All kinds of Dao rules were intertwined and runic symbols flowed, and the void in which it was located continuously collapsed, and the probing black hand was instantly sucked into it by the hegemonic emperor streamer. Ho ho ho! The terrifying divine and demonic sound pierced the ears, and the three hegemonic level forces all panicked and quickly moved away. Even those powerful enough to be as strong as a half-immortal level felt invaded by that demonic sound. Snort! The demonic sound was monstrous, but it carried a heart-rending shocking anger, trying to cut through some of the black shadows that were swallowed in by the Overlord Emperor streamer, but it was simply impossible to do so, as more and more of the black mist was swallowed by the Overlord Emperor streamer. The crimson long streamers fluttered like flags fluttering, and the power of the sacrificial Tao was raging. Buzz off! Just less than an incense stick of time. Everyone's eyes widened. The black fog of this place, one of the 10 great horrors, was even swallowed alive into it, and that long streamer fluttered with strange and boundless power, easily suppressing the black fog. Sobbing battle axe, yeah! The black mist finally emitted a roar, mixed with the voices of many creatures, and was completely absorbed by the hegemonic emperor streamer. The collapsed space in this place was flowing with overbearing rule power, slowly repairing, surprisingly unable to do so as easily as before, instantly restoring the situation. No, isn't it? The black mist, one of the 10 greatest terrors, was just taken care of so easily? The young lord of the Golden Clan's undying beings couldn't help but shiver, and his sidekick counterparts were even more fearful and shocked to the extreme. Looking towards the young man inside the golden carriage, he became even more fearful. The 10 terrifying black mists could all be taken in so easily. What else can't be done? The most crucial thing is that the power of that weapon is simply strong beyond everyone's imagination. Could he have mysteriously pierced this place if he wanted to? Far away, the 3 hegemonic level forces were all in a state of shock, and each of them froze in disbelief, stuck in a daze. Unbelievable to see such a scene. Yang Di Yuan's eyes were happy. The hegemonic emperor's flag was in his hand, and sure enough that horrible black mist was taken in by him, in the unique space and scurrying about, like a mouse that encounters a cat, scurrying around, completely in a panic. It looks like this black mist will be a great help to him. Any party forces that dared to clamor with him, directly released the black mist. After resolving it, used the Bajuan Emperor streamer to shelter it again. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host, who has successfully suppressed the roiling god and demon shadows. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the sacrificial Tao level weapon, the Great Burning Axe. Chapter 54, Demon God's Temple to Death. The second key to immortality. Another sacrificial Tao level weapon. Yang Di Yuan's heart was delighted. He glanced at the panel. Name, Tiyuan Yang. Age, 21. Cultivation level, Immortal Realm. Physique, Pure Yang Sacred Body. Taoist Fetus. Imperial Techniques, Immortality Sutra. Extreme Heavenly Demon Technique. Thousand Blade Slash. Great Void Technique. Great Sun Rolai Divine Palm. Heavenly Emperor's Fist. Reincarnation Technique. Imperial Soldiers, Extreme Heavenly Devil Armor. Extreme Heavenly Devil Halberd. Extreme Heavenly Devil Shuttle. Human Emperor Streamer. 9 Dragons Divine Whisker. Devouring Abyssal Halberd. Seal of Prosperity. Heavenly Tao Voodoo Hammer. Emperor's Formation, Life and Death Formation. Trapped Formation. Imperial Formation. Unparalleled Divine Weapons, Immortal Execution Sword. Immortal Trap Sword. Immortal Execution Sword. Immortal Killing Sword. Heavenly Battle Axe. Tian Yuan Lock Armor. Dong Huang Bell. Xian Yuan Sword. Pillmaker's Gourd. Great Thunder Sound Bow. Shin Nong Tripod. The Greatest Formation, the Immortal Execution Sword Formation. Unique Divine Technique, Immortality and Immortality Creation Technique. Emperor's Medicine, Wudo Ancient Tea Tree, Peach Orchard, Lotus Seed of the Way X 17 pieces. Sacrifice a Dao level weapon, Baju an Emperor Streamer, Great Burning Axe. Sacrifice of Dao level weapons, Eternal Nerve, Bastard Sword Technique, and Inner View Map. War Slaves, 130. 200 Half Immortal Realm War Slaves. 50 True Immortal Realm War Slaves. 5 Immortal Realm War Slaves. Kill value, 3 billion points. Prestige value, level 5, can be upgraded to level 6. All items in the Prestige System Mall can be purchased with crazy $0. Occupied Land, Blood Mines, Mountain Gate, Death Mountain. The trip was kind of smooth. Directly obtain a key to immortality. There are a total of 49 keys to immortality. If you collect all of them, you will be able to open the path to immortality. The young lord of the Golden Clan's indestructible beings marveled at the fact that many native forces had obtained it in the miracle hush. Yang Di Yuan narrowed his eyes. How hard could it be? Wouldn't it be faster to rob someone else without waiting for the key to immortality to appear on its own? He already had an idea in mind. He wanted to see if collecting the keys to immortality would really open up the path to immortality in today's era when the path to immortality was cut off. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host on his great increase in prestige. Level 6 Prestige Mall can be opened. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Temple of Death. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the sacrificial Dao level Grand Formation. Yang Di Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. With the Death God Hall and the Dao Sacrifice Formation, entering this place would not be a problem. Infinity Star. All parties shook. The entrance to Miracle Alley has too many places. The layers are endless. Surprisingly, there were quite a few entrances where terrifying creatures flew out, blossoming in the Infinite Star. And quite a few forces were annihilated by the regiment. How come? Can it be that a great disaster is about to befall us? If it's impossible to subdue the entrance, won't all the creatures inside scurry out of it? Everyone felt dead. This is a total disaster. They thought that the mystery would allow them to use it to obtain the key to the path to immortality. But they never thought that they would end up becoming the horrible creatures in the mystery as blood food. It makes a lot of people resentful. What did I see? Surprisingly, there are countless black chi blooming. And it's actually able to make dead people become puppets and conquer everywhere for them. Is that someone from the extreme Holy Land? They were previously destroyed by the Death Mountain, but now they have even reappeared. Are they ghosts or are they being utilized? I saw it. That's Yuanshu from the extreme Holy Land. He was once an immortal realm powerhouse, and now he even possesses uncommon battle power that surpasses that of a great emperor. Surprisingly, many death legions have been gathered to attack the Death Mountain. This is bad. It's a home invasion. The extreme sacred ground Yuanshu was swirling with a rich aura of vitality, swinging the 9 heavens. One pair of eyes was intimidating and murderous. Yang Di Yuan, you destroyed my extreme Dao sacred ground Dao lineage, but you didn't expect me to sign a contract with the dark fallen spirit, did you? Now that you are above the immortals, you bear the wrath of my extreme Dao Holy Land. Looking around, outside the Death Mountain, black silhouettes were everywhere. Millions of them, all covered in black gas. Already dead cultivators who had become Yuanshu's soldiers and horses. At a glance, there were actually more than half immortal realm powerhouses, and not a few of them. In the meantime, Wuji Star, Shixia Holy Land, space was surprisingly broken. Terrifying immortal power rippled, containing powerful rules and order. A huge Kuanping surprisingly surged out from it. Strong strength. Some of the old generation of the town's guards found that the Kuanping was surprisingly strong enough to be at the immortal realm. Very much like the description in the legend. Just a trance. The crowd all stared in disbelief. What did they see? The entire Shixia Holy Land was covered by one immortal light after another, and along with the roots, they were all being guided away. What kind of immortal and divine means is that? Stunned many jaws. What's going on? Is the Red Xia Holy Land, this being picked up and taken away by an immortal? The ancestor of the Red Xia Holy Land has immortals who are actually its backstage? Miracle Boo inside. Yang Di Yuan hit the road. At the entrance, summoned the Temple of Death. All of a sudden, the floral light flickered all over the sky and swept into the 9 heavens. The golden halls rose up from the ground, magnificent and extravagant, carrying an immortal aura and lingering with a terrifying haze. It was extremely shocking from afar. The young lord of the Golden Clan's indestructible beings was shocked to the core. It was simply the means of the immortal god, which was more majestic and vast than the mountain gates of many native beings and communities. And it was even more so that it was going to become the vassal of the Death God Mountain one after the other. The Demon God Temple, the Demon God Altar, and the Holy Sect all hold the key to immortality and have a minimum of 2 and a maximum of 3. And I, the undying beings of the Golden Race, also have 2 pieces. The young lord of the Golden Clan's undying beings was very dry and decisive. and spoke out some of the forces that held the key to immortality. But of course the higher connected clans didn't. He wasn't that kind of person. Then let's start from the Demon God Temple. Yang Di Yuan spoke softly. Suddenly, in the distance one morose eye after another was blossoming into a ghostly aura. Regal, streaking through the darkness, Yang Di Yuan watched from afar. This is somewhat like the style of the Demon God Temple, with 10,000 demons to open the way, wanting to push across the road, before the 8 Demon Emperor True Lord is so, directly in the key to immortality where the 10,000 beasts were overthrown. With the breath closer, various beings of the demon race gathered here, 3 with powerful cultivation, 2 retaining some of their demon race features, and one of them with a head of great horns and a forehead covered with scales. The second one was a 6-armed heavenly demon, which was several feet tall and extremely astonishing. The third is a person with a tiger's head, behind the back of the birth of a disc. The light shines, seems to have worshipped the Buddha's way, even sitting on his knees on top of a golden lotus, hand pinch Buddha seal, neck hanging rosary beads, but it is large and small skull strung together into a string of children, although aligned to the Buddha, but it is extremely bizarre. The body bubbling with morose red gas, let a person shudder. The key to immortality is in your hands? The tiger headwalker's eyes opened and closed. Surprisingly, he was a heavy pupil person, extremely powerful, looking out where Yang Di Yuan was. Key to immortality detected. Yang Di Yuan narrowed his eyes, waved his hand and spoke. Slaughter them all. Chapter 55. The Lycian still exists. The 3 hall masters of the Demon God Hall stood in front of them. Behind them, 10,000 beasts were hibernating, and demons of all forms were present. They couldn't help but reveal their dismay and amazement. What did they hear? That young man, he even asked to kill them? What a cocky tone. They, the Demon God Hall, stood in the midst of the mysteries and ruled over all the beasts, and although they couldn't fully unify the mysteries, they still occupied one side and reigned supreme. Now, but by an outsider, so contemptuous, opening their mouth to be overthrown, as heard the great joke. Quite a few of the demons that had passed on to spirituality snorted out in laughter. Kid, you're afraid you're tired of living. A demon crossed the sword and stood on the horse. Is a heavenly horse, the body snow white, inging brilliant light dazzling, without a stray hair, born with 2 pairs of children white feathers, above the flow of secret power, haze bloom, bloodline power is extremely pure, ancestor absolutely out of the extremely powerful demon. Little horse demon, how dare you show off here? The young lord of the Golden Clan's undying spirit glared, angrily pointing at the heavenly horse, with a look of giving up on me, having that one as a backer. Even more than his father who was the clan lord of the Golden Clan's undying Holy Spirit, he was even more useful and secure, directly spitting out fragrance, greeting the entire clan of the heavenly horse. The Golden Race's indestructible beings have fallen so far as to ally with outsiders. If you don't obey, my demon god temple will trample your race on the same day. The celestial horse was infuriated, grunting and snorting, with milky white pips spewing out of his muzzle, and his copperbell eyes nearly spitting fire. Brothers, tear them alive. Capture the key to immortality and establish the authority of my demon god temple. Heavenly horse low roar, the heart of the anger. The body is several feet long, never mundane, it can be seen. Is this place in addition to the 3 hall masters in addition to the most intimidating characters? Boom, boom, boom. 10,000 beasts are running. Such as the celestial horse like strong also have many. Such as it is the same size of the more not a few. Black pressure crowded in front. Under the extreme speed gallop, the earth is trembling. All kinds of haze bloomed in unison. Arrogant outsider, do you really think we can't leave the mystery? After cleaning up after you and the others, I will travel to the planet you are on and capture and train you as a human pet, and no one the planet cares about will have a good ending. The Skyhorse arrived in a hurry, from the air to swoop, wings above the secret power intertwined, runes flow, instantaneous arrival. In its wake there are countless ferocious birds and beasts come one after another, in the leveling of this place. Boom, boom, boom. However, Tianma's pupils shrunk violently, and a humanized look of anger appeared on his face. What did that youth mean? Surprisingly, he turned around and left without even looking at him, actually ignoring them. But the next instant, a black-clothed silhouette emerged openly in front, and the low roar and growl of all the beasts became more and more deafening, with a killing intent to tear the black-clothed person in front of him alive and swallow him into his stomach. Pust! The black-robed man's murderous aura filled the sky, hegemonic, even directly revealing his cultivation of the immortal realm, and his terrifying immortal power shook the 9 heavens, sweeping and ravaging this place. Flesh and blood were exploding one after another. 10,000 beasts screamed miserably one after another. All of them were creepy and extremely frightened. Just a wave of the hand. The companions in front of them, one after another, exploded from the original place, and even a misery didn't leave behind. As the heavenly horse approached, he only felt his divine soul shaken, and turned his body at great speed, wanting to flee. What kind of being is that man in black, surprisingly strangling many half-emperor powerhouses in an instant? Even many great emperors were not enough to look at in front of them, and their forms and gods were destroyed on the spot, falling apart. Far away, the three hall masters of the demon god temple are still old gods, but when they see this scene, they all furrow their brows, and the pupils in their eyes are extremely contracted, not expecting that the black-clothed man who suddenly surfaced to be so strong and domineering. Surprisingly, 1/10 of the 10,000 beasts were overthrown in an instant. The earth flowed with blood, spreading a layer, as it always did, and seemed to be absorbed by the unknown beings of this place, nearly missing the surface. True immortal? No. The immortal power on that man in black is too blazing, like a blazing sun. Is it possible that he has already broken through that layer of shackles, to arrive at the next realm of true immortality? The three great hall masters were stunned beyond words. For a moment it was not a matter of time. There were only 3 of them at the peak of the true immortal realm, and they felt some pressure facing him. Together, our 3 hall masters will go all out, and we may not be unable to take him down. The killing intent in the hearts of the 3 demon god temple's hall masters was filled with killing intent, and at the same time, they were also incomparably astonished. What was the origin of the youth who walked into the palace? That there were such levels of powerhouses that looked on for him as if they were guards watching over him. Kill! 6-armed heavenly devil roared angrily. Several feet high, originally red body, unexpectedly became blood red in a flash, as if blood poured all over the body, radiating the strength of the peak of the true immortal realm, powerful and boundless, even if the body is stout and high, but its speed is just as ferocious and overbearing, and strong and unparalleled. Surprisingly, a 10,000-foot golden body emerged behind him, so rigid and strong that the void was crumbling, obviously going all out to weigh the strength of the man in black. At the same time, the dragon man with the lofty head horns transformed into the body in a flash. The kilometer-long body dragon scales all over the body. A piece of crystal, glittering with gorgeous light, bright to the bloom of light. Between the open mouth, the terrifying power of thunder spreads, shooting directly at the black-clothed man. Tiger head demon monk behind the circle big release. Eyes open and close. Even a strange light in the bloom. Inside the swastika symbols flow. The void in the Zen Sutra ritual sound but bizarre to the extreme. Even mixed with the voice of the gods and devils. His body under the golden lotus, transformed into a stream of light covered in the body, even became a piece of armor. Running too. Layer after layer of golden radiance blossomed on the tiger head demon monk's body, and he was actually operating a terrifying ancient immortal law. The 6th golden body. The entire body was like gold poured, furious eyes, rushing in at extreme speed. His strength was surprisingly stronger than that 6-armed heavenly demon and the dragon man by a large margin, and he was already a half-step immortal realm level powerhouse. The gods and devils are in the 9 heavens. The man in black lightly drank, and all of a sudden a golden avenue presented itself, resplendent in gold and blue. He rode a warhorse on his hips, clad in golden armor. His strength increased by a large realm, while one after another man in black surfaced. All of them were at least at the level of half-immortal. Then the number? Compared to cultivation? The Black Legion fears no one, even if 10,000 beasts and demons dance in groups. What? Their auras have elevated by a large margin. Surprisingly, all of them are true immortal realm powerhouses, and the one at the head has transcended the shackles, broken free, and truly stepped into that realm, can't he? The 3 great hall masters panicked. I didn't realize that there were so many people in black, and that they were manifesting at this moment, in order to wipe them all out at once. The Mountain Lord has orders to behead them. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The golden avenue spreads, straight to 10,000 beasts, with the addition of the gods and devils in the 9 heavens. 10,000 half-immortal realm black-clothed war slaves are upgraded by a large realm, arriving at the true immortals, simply destroying the world. One strike sweeps, a large area of blood and flesh in the explosion. Countless demons in a panic. The liver and gallbladder are afraid of cracking, simply cannot match, resisting. Even the 3 great hall masters were directly suppressed by the black-clothed man after the first round down, who was heavily injured. 1 against 3. How did this happen? What exactly is the origin of this death god mountain? Can it be that it's not possible that, like my demon god temple divine lord, there's a legendary immortal behind him who is supporting him? Quickly call for help from the divine lord. Let the liege immortals descend and blast them to death. If not, it will definitely become a great calamity for my demon god palace in the future. Chapter 56, Acquiring another million half-immortal realm war slaves. The 3 great demon god temple's hall masters were completely terrified, running backwards at extreme speed. The huge figure appeared to be panicked, and was successively sent flying by the black-robed men. Most of their flesh and blood exploded. The manifested visions and golden bodies, all of them crumbled, and their torsos had large cracks and their internal organs cracked. They, the three major demon god Templars, could be said to be the seven strongest in addition to the seven under the Divine Lord. But at this moment, facing that group of black-robed men, they didn't even have the power to fight back. All-around crushing number? Although there were nearly 100,000 terrifying raptors and ferocious beasts, the cultivation of the black-clothed men was too shocking, with the lowest being at the true immortal realm, killing them all. No! Hallmaster, save me! Save me! The heavenly horse panicked, terrified to the extreme. All the hair on his body was upside down, bruised and battered. Many black-clothed people, true immortal powerhouses, surrounded him as a beating. Body after body exploded. Both feathers were broken, fell to the ground, four hooves tightly inverted, but the strength is still too weak. By the black-clothed true immortal punches after punches, directly turned into a bloody mist. Even the horse's head was blown open on the spot. The hard bones turned into crumbs. It's no match at all. The signal went out. It went out. The six-armed heavenly devil fled at extreme speed. The 10,000 beasts behind him, nearly all of them fell. When they came, they were mighty. But now, there are only 3 of them left, and the means of the black-robed people in the sky are eloquent and overbearing, fierce and vicious. Letting a person's pressure is great. Even if they are running at extreme speed, they are still being quickly drawn close to the distance. Ah! The six-armed heavenly devil roared in anger, fighting with their backs to the water. Where they were right now was all an endless large plain. There was no cover at all. They had thought that this was extremely favorable terrain for them, but now it was even the other way around. If they wanted to take a short break, they couldn't even do it, and they would be instantly caught up, and then be decapitated. Mad. A bunch of little Kara. How dare you be so mad? This is the Death Mountain. The young lord of the Golden Clan's undying being sneered, and the 3 hall masters of the Demon God Hall nearly spat out a mouthful of reverse blood, but were unable to refute it. Put, put, put. They were caught up. The 3 Demon God Temple Hall masters. Their dead souls were in danger. Their livers and guts trembled, and their complexions changed drastically. Their fleshly bodies, one after another, were split apart by immortal light, and terrifying immortal Tao rules were flowing and exploding between their flesh and blood. The black-robed man at the head was so powerful that it made the demons cower in fear, creeped out to the extreme. Be merciful, we know we're wrong. As the saying goes, it's good to know when you're wrong. The tiger-head demon monk roared, very from the heart, but in the twinkling of an eye, he was horrified. The dragon man beside him, the 6-armed heavenly devil, all of them were struck by the black-robed man's immortal light fell on his body, exploded one after another, and his body was annihilated. The man in black killed decisively, strong and domineering. Simply do not give him a chance. Tiger-head demon monks cry out in pain, extremely unwilling, but ultimately also become a roving ash, completely obliterated in this place. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host. He has obtained a key to immortality. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 million half-immortal realm war slaves. Yang Diyuan leisurely sightseeing in the Death God Palace, wealthy and extremely extravagant, with an extremely wide range. After hearing the system beeps coming from his mind, his expression was greatly delighted. 1 million half-immortal realm war slaves? If it was under the addition of the divine demon proximity to the 9 heavens, it would be 1 million true immortal realm powerhouses. Even in the secret land, one could walk sideways. The Demon God Hall actually has Lian Sen behind it? Yang Diyuan had long since heard the previous words of the 3 great Demon God Hall masters. The heart is in the wrong place. Can the immortals easily enter this realm? However, it was incredibly difficult for them to enter the immortal realm, and it took millions of years of exploration to find just this one path. Whether the final result will even be passable is still an open question. The Demon God Temple seems to have the need to make a trip in person. Yang Diyuan stabilized a hand. This place to obtain 2 keys to immortality has been very successful. Ready to hit the road back home first. The planet Wuji is in great turmoil. The number of people who were able to return from all the major powers that entered the miracle hush for the key to immortality was incomparably rare, and the entrance is as many as hair. Everywhere, undiscovered, found but not subdued. Inside a lot of mysterious forces since the entrance came to the Wuji star. For a time, the continent was in danger. Bones are everywhere. The earth is devastated. Many forces and organizations fought against it, but their fate was extremely pitiful. Wuji star, is this the ushering in of the plague of destruction? I thought that the mysterious arrival will be given the opportunity to become immortal, but I didn't expect the overthrow to be imminent, and everything seems to have become a dream bubble. as powerful as the Death God Mountain. All of them were attacked by countless corpse soldiers and puppets, and with the Emperor formation's reinforcement, although they could barely resist, the only surviving Yuan-Shu of that extreme Holy Land seemed to be intentionally humiliating the Death God Mountain. It's said that many Taoist systems, with their backs against the wall and scrutinizing moderation, have gone so far as to support the Death Mountain and fight against the corpse soldiers, among them the Immortal Mountain, the Smoky Haze Sacred Ground, etc., and have suffered heavy damages. A lot of people are snickering. Is this ingratiating? They didn't think Death Mountain would come out of the mystery unscathed. The creatures inside are too powerful. Compare that to the Infinity Star. It is simply the distance between the Rift Valley, the difference between the clouds and the mud, and it is impossible to fight against it. At the same time, someone's heart size, Li Xian is able to cross the border. The mountain gates of the Red Xia Holy Land, and some of the ancient Taoist traditions, were successively led away, and their gates were dug up, and they entered the immortal realm without any effort, at any given time. Backstage is incredibly important. Forces such as ours, which have no power or background, languish and can only be forced to wait, either to be killed by their own kind or to be exterminated by the beings in the mysteries. The road ahead is hopeless. Breaking my way forward. Many forces marveled. The heart of grief. Every time I heard that this force fell, the forces of the reunion, the heart of the heart, the sadness of the rabbit death surged to the heart, because which could be their future? Suddenly, someone exclaimed in a loud voice, the three hegemonic level forces, Jade Ice Mountain, Great Sumeru Mountain, and Hanging Sky Pure Land have joined forces and allied. The deaths and injuries are still light. They didn't suffer a major heavy blow, and they have actually returned. I wonder if they got the key to immortality. What's going on? The three hegemonic level forces, they actually rushed to the Death God Mountain together. Does this mean that the Death God Mountain was overthrown in the divine miracle hush? Are they trying to rob the war effort? Someone soon found out. Nope. The three hegemonic level forces. This is helping the Death God Mountain to fight against Yuan-Su and the millions of corpse soldier puppets. Another piece of heavy news. Death Mountain. 9 Dragon Chariot Golden Whiskey appeared. Death Mountain Lord returned from the mountain. Hearing that the Death God Mountain was being attacked and that the Great Emperor formation was about to break, his hair rose in anger, and his murderous aura rushed to the 9 heavens. Chapter 57 Terror of the Fallen Holy Spirit. Mystery from the Chaotic Sea. Corpse Soldier Legion. Infinity Star. Death Mountain. This place is full of black shadows. The sky, the ground, standing full of corpse soldiers. They are partly for the extreme Holy Land once dead cultivators. There are also many figures. Identity is not known. All cultivation is powerful. They were burdened with black chi, lingering and coiling, like keen soldiers coming out of hell, emitting an aura of decay and blight that was frightening. As far as the eye could see, there were at least hundreds of thousands of people. It completely surrounded the Death God Mountain, and there were even powerful people among them who had already ascended to the level of great emperors. At this moment, all kinds of horrible black beams of light spread across, sweeping and rippling, bound to break through the Death God Mountain, to be the Death God Mountain. Since the Wuji star removed from the name, Yuan-Shu, the three hegemonic level forces rushed to arrive. They had already seen the power and dreadfulness of young Di Yuan and the Death God Mountain in the divine miracle hush, and even Lu Qingwan, who came from the chaotic ancient Tao system, had been decimated. The core senior management in the chaotic ancient Tao system across the domain stepped in. All failed to save. Yang Di Yuan ordered Lu Qingwan and other people in black to strongly suppress. On top of that, the Black Mist, one of the 10 greatest terrors in the mysteries, had been subdued by the man in black, so one could only imagine how strong the Death Mountain was nowadays. And right now, when they were in and out of the miracle boo, Yuan-Shu of the extreme Holy Land, surprisingly, did not die. I do not know because of what kind of means, to save their own life, more so that he stepped into the strong and boundless situation in one fell swoop. Beyond a half immortal, the three hegemonic level forces were stunned. Feeling those emotionless Yin soldiers, all of them were a bit stunned. Those Yin soldiers were like immortal. Even though their bodies were blown up, they still recovered in an instant. The black gas that surrounded their bodies was at the same time more dense, and the aura on their bodies was a great deal more powerful than before they died. The more you die, the stronger you get? Unable to be completely exterminated? The three hegemonic level forces were shocked when they saw this, since they decided to make a move. They naturally had the factor of pleasing the Death God Mountain and Yang Di Yuan. After all, they came from the same planet and had the same goal, and there hadn't been any conflicts yet. Genghis, what have you done? The aura of death lingers on your body with an oozing aura of withering decay. A question was asked, wanting to know something from its mouth. What made him change so rapidly? Yuan-Shu was like an ancient demon, standing high above the 9 skies. The whole person had changed. Once ethereal and dusty, with an extraordinary temperament, now a dense and exuberant ebony light surrounded the outside of his body, and one after another bizarre black lines spread out across the surface of his body, spreading to his limbs, his cheeks, his head, his palms, and other places. The black lines were flickering like candles in the wind, brightly lit. Yuenshu looked out of the sky and earth, his face extremely fierce, a black being suspended behind him, and a terrifying aura filled the air. I am the contemporary god of death. Yuenshu's voice was interspersed with other voices, like a demon descending. You guys are nothing more than my captive soldiers, and after you die, you will become soldiers under my command, and will fight with me in the heavens and the worlds. Yuenshu, arms wide open, embracing the void, a series of madness and longing, eyes flashing more terrifying black mango intertwined into a special pattern emerged. This is my partner, the fallen Holy Spirit. You have come out of the mysteries. You should know the 10 horrors of the mysteries, right? The fallen Holy Spirit is not one. It's everywhere. What's more, this fallen Holy Spirit is a mysterious terror in the Chaos Realm. For you guys, you can be easily crushed at any time in my eyes. Yuenshu laughed maniacally. Death God Mountain was the first, and you won't be the last. A hegemonic level power. But to go out for Death God Mountain, then today, become my soldiers. Boom, boom, boom. The crowd was horrified. Fallen Holy Spirit? And from the mysteries of the chaotic realm? The various mountain lords of the 3 hegemonic level forces, some of the older generation powerhouses, all had some scalp numbness. They were once more or less stationed in the chaos realm, where since the mysterious descent, the various races were simply unable to counteract the mystery, and were occupied by the mysterious within an extremely swift period of time. Today, the Sea of Chaos has long been a paradise of mystery. Fallen Holy Spirit, this is an extremely mysterious creature, seems to have no entity, can occupy the physical body of others, can also be symbiotic, but I need to consume some price to drive, and ultimately, if I cannot pay that kind of price, will still be the fallen Holy Spirit to occupy the body. There have been records in history books, ancient books, and secrets, just a few of them, and I thought it was not enough to worry about. But now it seems that perhaps those cultivators who have left traces and seen the fallen Holy Spirit will not be able to escape death in the end. It is written in the secret policy that the fallen Holy Spirits symbolize the struggle for passage before reincarnation, and there are other accounts that say they are the ferrying spirits of hell and the underworld. The great Sumeru Mountain Lord's eyes flashed with the swastika symbol, and he collected and pinched the Buddhist seal. As the great Sumeru Mountain Lord, he came from the Buddhist land, and collected many supreme canons and secrets, and he knew something about the fallen Holy Spirit, and now he said it out in public. The Jade Ice Mountain Lord breathed in. In that case, they are all immortal? I don't believe in this argument. Any living being can die. Having said that, the fallen Holy Spirit was a mysterious terror from the Chaos Realm, and just by cooperating with Yuenshu, he made tens and millions of corpse soldiers. Such an ability was simply too terrifying and oozing. Overlord, Jade Ice, Hanging Sky, and Great Sumeru. Today, since your 3 major forces have stepped forward for the Death God Mountain, then become my subordinate core. Yuenshu coldly smiled. In a split second, urging his secret power, his body was covered in a dark light, and the sky was filled with corpse soldiers pouring out. They were human, as well as demonic, and all kinds of living beings were interspersed. Boom, boom, boom. In a split second, the mountain lords of the 3 hegemonic level forces all looked at each other and instantly understood their intentions, not daring to really confront each other face to face, but instead, they sacrificed their emperor's soldiers, supreme divine weapons, and the like, and used supreme secret power to catalyze the traction, shooting out one terrifying beam after another to carry out a targeted killing. Put, put, put. The earth was littered with corpses, mayflies were everywhere, and all kinds of terrifying energy ripples were shaking. But in the next instant, something they hadn't expected appeared. The great emperors and half-mortal level people and demons among the corpse soldiers could actually similarly catalyze their weapons and counterattack. At the same time, one terrifying dark light after another spread out from their bodies, surprisingly connecting into pieces and covering the sea, forming a light shield that swept out and headed straight for the 3 hegemonic level forces. Back! Retreat! Back! The 3 hegemonic level forces didn't dare to resist, their scalps tingling. That terrifying dark light unexpectedly carried a rich aura of death, withering and decaying, spreading out, wanting to devour them. They didn't dare to imagine what the state and outcome would be after being engulfed, fearing that there was a high possibility that they would be controlled by Yuan Su and become one of the corpse soldiers. Boom! 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 Elder Ancestor! Someone in the Hanging Sky Pier land shouted out in mournful anger. Surprisingly, there was a half-immortal realm powerhouse that was engulfed by the approaching dark light. Surprisingly, he was instantly assimilated and became a member of the corpse troopers, and in turn, blasted them to death. This auburn light is too terrifying. Chapter 58 Mystery vs. Terror vs. Terror. The hegemonic emperor streamer refines everything. Boom, boom, boom. The three hegemonic powers fell back sharply. The ooze was simply terrifying. Even if a half-immortal realm powerhouse mistakenly entered, they would be engulfed and instantly transformed. Their will seemed to be stripped away, and their body exuded an aura of withering and decay, with the exuberant vitality in their body rapidly fading away. Us. Can't fight it. The three hegemonic level powerhouses breathed in sharply. Can't force it. Even a revived supreme divine weapon could not effectively suppress that kind of aura. Come as you are. Why rush off? Yuan Shu smiled faintly. His figure loomed large and unmoving, just like a great general guarding the 8 directions and strategizing. The three hegemonic level forces were extremely suffocated. If they weren't afraid of that terrifying ooze light, they wouldn't have been like this. One can only keep backing up. As hegemonic level forces, how had they ever been so stifled? The general situation had changed, and in the general environment even the fallen Holy Spirit of the Chaos Sea had appeared in the lower realm, and there were miracles booing against it at all times, and the pressure was immense. The three hegemonic level forces retreated backward at extreme speeds, and the people of the major forces who were watching from afar couldn't help but have their faces change wildly. How can this be? The hegemony level forces don't even dare to go toe-to-toe and are retreating at breakneck speeds. If this continues, not only will the Death God Mountain be corrupted, but even the entire Infinite Star will be drawn by them. In front of the Miracle Hush entrance, all kinds of demons are rampant. After that, there was a legion of corpse soldiers led by Yuan Su. The Wuji Star could be said to be in the midst of an overwhelming crisis. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Heaven and earth were swirling with one dark light after another. The corpse soldier legion moved forward at extreme speed, chasing after the three hegemonic level forces. Jade Ice Mountain, Hanging Sky Pure Land, and Great Sumeru Mountain had not dispersed, and always gathered together, fearing that they would be split up and broken down one by one. And at that moment, they used their strongest combat power to block with long-range attacks. Stall for time while ensuring your own safety. The Death Mountain will be coming out soon too. The Hanging Sky Pure Lord opened his mouth to remind him that the core supreme warriors and the like had all awakened the great devils within their bodies, roaring with the voices of gods and devils to hinder the spread of the dark light. Great Sumeru Mountain Buddha sound rolling, like angry waves tossing, monstrous faith power diffusion sweeping 8 directions, rushing forward, all kinds of Buddha road scriptures in the diffusion, leaping in the void. There is even an ancient Buddha silhouette, scattering the sky of the golden haze, with the power of faith to send out chanting and saluting the sound of Buddha. Duyu Sutra, Vajra Angry Eye Sutra and so on surfaced one after another, hindering the dark light to catch up. No good. Those corpse soldiers, who surrounded us, didn't even realize it earlier. Hidden in the void, under the surface of the earth, the Jade Ice Mountain Lord's complexion shook and his cheeks turned pale. Now that they were unable to effectively restrain the Wu Guang, no one dared to easily mess with it, and that half-immortal realm powerhouse that had already been assimilated was a living example of that. They still have to fight for the crossing, leading to the path to immortality. How can they die here? It's over. Yuan Shu, this old silver coin, even ambushed in advance, previously knew that Death God Mountain Yang Di Yuan left. This is to invite the king into a jar, catch a turtle in a jar. There were people watching from afar. Their complexion was not much to look at. The hegemony level forces were a bit overwhelmed under Yuan Su's corpse soldier legion, not to mention the other forces of the Wuji Star Shang. This is a major disaster. Even more frightening than the demons that come out of the miracle boo. The faces of the mountain lords of the three hegemonic level forces all became extremely ugly, not expecting to end up in such a situation. With them joining forces, they had only gone through the motions in the divine miracle hush, only obtaining a small portion of divine fruits and the like, which had longevity boosting effects on the older generation figures. Now they're all in mortal danger. Rumble, rumble, rumble. All sorts of dark light arrived. The three hegemonic level forces were forced to only rush strongly to the weak spot at the back, teaming up to prepare to open the gap. But when they got close they realized that everything was an imaginary bureau set up by Yuan. Don't look at the weak spot. There were only thousands of corpse soldiers, but they were all incomparably powerful. All at least at the great emperor realm. The strength is strong. Kill, kill, kill. The three hegemonic level forces were furious. All sorts of haze filled the sky. Terrifying frost phoenixes crossed the sky. Monstrous faith power filled the air, mixed with the voices of gods and devils, roaring and roaring, wanting to tear open a path to life. Put, put, put. The absolute divine warriors emitted light. and with several half-immortal realm powerhouses urging them on. They made that place explode on the spot, but in the next instant, they didn't dare to move, and looked at the gap that had been torn open, causing them to stop. Bad. If we continue to go deeper, we won't be able to fully pass through at all, and the ebony light emanating from their bodies will be even more terrifying after they resurrect again, and it will directly cause the men and horses we're with to instantly collapse, being interrupted midway through the process and then being assimilated. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The three hegemonic powers felt an unprecedented crisis. They've been wrapped up in dumplings, and now, the places owned were sharply diminishing at great speed and were completely surrounded by the dark light. Rumble, rumble, rumble. However, right at this moment, a black shadow surfaced in the distance and arrived at great speed. It was the Nine Dragons' golden chariot, and it was self-evident who was inside. Further in its surroundings, vast black-clothed figures covered one side of the sky. The number is so large that it is in the millions. The Death God Mountain doesn't have this much depth, does it? Earlier, when they entered the miracle hush, it was only more than 100,000, and now, it's directly a million? The onlookers from afar couldn't help but drop their jaws, looking with unbelievable faces, while they speculated in amazement in their hearts whether the return of the Death Mountain Lord, Yang Di Yuan, would be able to resist the corpse soldiers. The number of both sides was similar, but the most crucial thing was that the corpse soldiers could assimilate the cultivators, and where the black light passed, they would definitely be infested. Coming! It's really coming! The three hegemonic level forces breathed in clusters, feeling that they had encountered a heavenly god that was their hope for survival. Death Mountain in the miracle boo, but was able to strongly shelter the existence of the top 10 terrifying black fog. Is it possible to have a way to restrain it? Yang Di Yuan, Yuan Su's eyes, which were horizontally spread out in the air in the distance, emitted a terrifying light and a murderous aura. If it wasn't for him, the extreme Holy Land wouldn't have perished that day, and he wouldn't have been so desperate as to sign a contract with the fallen Holy Spirit, and every time he drove it, some of his body's internal organs would be assimilated into the fallen Holy Spirit's body. Today, avenge the hatred of your fellow disciples. Reintegrate Yang Di Yuan into the extreme Holy Land and become your slave. Yuan Su fumed viciously and sneered towards the golden carriage. Back? I didn't expect you to be able to drive the three hegemonic level forces to work for you. It's unbelievable. But so what if you're here? Today, I'll break through the Death Mountain gate in front of you. It's just an emperor formation. I want you to watch your loved ones die in front of your eyes. Yang Di Yuan's eyes were filled with killing intent, and he did not say a word. The black-robed man of the human immortal realm appeared in front, holding the Dao sacrifice level weapon, the Bajuan Emperor streamer, and stood horizontally. Unleash the Black Mist of Terror. Chapter 59 Immortals and Gods in the Black Mist. The terror of the fallen Holy Spirit. 10 million legions of corpse soldiers. When the three hegemonic level forces saw this, countless people's hearts grew energized. Death Mountain. Yang Di Yuan. In the miracle boo, myths were created. It was more of an existence that had obtained the key to immortality. Right now they encountered a big crisis. Surrounded by corpse soldiers, the other side of the black light emitted by the vertical and horizontal, invasive extremely strong, even half-immortal realm powerhouses, are able to be swallowed, assimilated, purified souls, become a member of the corpse soldiers, to them in turn to carry out the attack. Even if one sacrificed things such as a supreme divine weapon, it still wouldn't be able to do much. Not to mention facing millions of corpse soldiers, they were empty of strength, but they were contained, naturally restrained, and could not resist at all. The fighting process was extremely suffocating. They originally wanted to come here, ready to disperse, in order to get the Death Mountain part of the goodwill, but did not expect, in turn, make their own into a crisis. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying haze of light radiantly spread, beams of light rushing into the sky, overbearing and strong. One of the black-clothed war slaves of the immortal realm held the hegemonic emperor streamer, releasing immortal chi and secret power to catalyze it. Another black-clothed war slave of the immortal realm, catalyzing his immortal power, unleashed a terrifying storm that swept towards the zone surrounding the three hegemonic level forces. Put, put, put. Immortal power diffused and swirled. The attacking aura was extremely prevalent. The void was collapsing. The rules of the great Tao were instantly ground to extinguish, and the terrifying corpse soldiers exploded in pieces, and a dark light erupted, but it was turned into a wisp of flying smoke that dissipated from the original place. Sure enough, only by arriving at the immortal realm and releasing the densest immortal power can we destroy and attack that kind of ooze. Some old undead, living fossil-level figures of the three hegemonic level forces somehow appeared surprised and quickly commanded to rush towards the opening that had been torn open by the black-clothed war slaves in front of them. They were stunned and shocked. The strength of the man in black seemed to be getting more and more terrifying, even lifting his hand to overthrow the corpse soldiers, and he was not afraid of the encroaching dark light. In just the blink of an eye, the three hegemonic level forces managed to get out of the encirclement under the black-clothed man's attack, and one by one, they grew out of the breath in their hearts, and within a short period of burning incense, they had experienced a great catastrophe of life and death, with ups and downs, and were ultimately able to come out unscathed, and even up to this point, they still had a lingering fear in their hearts. It's that unknown weapon again. Even the terrifying black mist in the mystery can't resist it. Many of the three hegemonic level forces revealed shocked looks. This kind of weapon was unrecognized even by them, not knowing its origin and background. In the mystery, they had speculated whether the weapon was an immortal weapon. If not, there wouldn't be such a strong and boundless battle power. Thank you, Mountain Lord, for saving my life. The crone, the old man, and the Mountain Lord of the three great hegemonic forces all sincerely thanked them. If not for Yang Di Yuan's timely appearance, their three great hegemonic forces would have to be completely annihilated here, and hundreds of thousands of years of Dao lineage would have gone up in smoke. After all, that group of corpse soldiers was in existence that could assimilate even their highest battle strength half-immortal. That blow of total annihilation was too much for them to bear. There's no harm. You guys are also kind. Yang Di Yuan slowly spoke. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the distance, millions of corpse soldiers were partially killed by the black-clothed war slave. The black-clothed war slave holding the sacrificial Dao-level weapon Hegemony Emperor flag. The Hegemony Emperor flag in his hand directly flew out. The haze was 10,000 feet bright. The horrible breath filled the air and shook, which had not yet activated its might, and the horrible black mist slowly filled the air and swirled, and was about to be released. Yang Di Yuan. In the distance, Yuan Shu's body was covered in bizarre patterns of flickering luster. His eyes carried endless killing opportunities, and an eerie and terrifying silhouette was draped behind him, glaring angrily. Today, I'll let you die miserably under 1,000,000 corpse soldiers. He pointed remotely at Yang Di Yuan in the chariot, but the other party had not even shown his face, the same as in the past when the extreme Dao Holy Land was destroyed, which made him incomparably angry. It's simply too arrogant and condescending. Didn't have him in his sights. Yuan Shu body voice exudes a demonic and terrifying voice, roaring out, shaking the ring of the 9 heavens, even running the inexplicable method, sweeping across the 8 wastelands. That kind of horror from the source of the ebony light, then the body soldiers on the body of the rich many times. Kill me, kill them, Genghis roared. In a flash, millions of corpse soldiers swept out from the sky. All of them were once dead cultivators, demons and other living beings. Under the dark light, they became regiments controlled by Yuan Shu. Each one of them was an independent individual. Surprisingly, they could perform the spells and techniques they had used in their lifetime, and they rushed directly to kill. What the hell is that? Yuan Shu's eyes flickered with a dark light, the sight of his eyes falling on the large streamer in front of that black-clothed war slave, fluttering and stirring while transmitting an extremely horrifying sense of crisis, causing a wave of sweat to break out on him. But it doesn't matter. The strength of the crow's light was overbearing. Do you really think that after being broken up, it dissipates into nothing? It was only hard to find out. It had been in the air, and as long as he pulled and mobilized, he even had the certainty of assimilating the group of black-robed men. Their strength was strong and unrivaled, and it was thought that when the extreme Holy Land was overthrown, of the several black-clothed men who appeared at the moment, all of them were actually above the great emperor realm. The people watching the net from afar looked shocked and horrified, and they were also amazed at the strength of the Death God Mountain, which could be said to be unbreakable by anything from the time it appeared until now. There is no enemy that can be found in the 8 wastelands. At this moment, he was still fighting head-on against the existence of the 3 great hegemonic level forces that could not even be fought against, with a completely unintimidating aura. And even now, the Death Mountain Lord, Yang Di Yuan, was still drinking tea in the 9-dragon golden chariot, without caring, without a care in the world. What kind of stamina and boldness is this? The group of black-clothed people that appeared, although there were only a few of them, gave everyone an unrivaled look, so powerful and overwhelming that their hearts and minds trembled, just like a horizontally stretched out flood beast that would engulf heaven and earth once it awakened. How on earth did that legion of corpse soldiers become Yuan Shu puppets? The extreme Holy Land before the overthrow is also the immortal realm powerhouse. Now the strength seems to be unfathomable. This is eager to take revenge. If it is to linger for a few years, the corpse soldier legion will grow to what horrible situation? Even the people of the 3 hegemonic level forces are going to be assimilated, let alone us. If it really comes to that time, the Death God Mountain may not even be able to. Some people open their mouths to speculate and analyze. From a rational perspective, Yuan Shu was still too anxious and in a hurry to strike. If not, the development develops. then the downfall would simply be too terrifying. I just don't know what the limitations of the corpse soldier puppet are. Is it hard to be assimilated as long as withered bones, soul fragments, etc. are stored? Many people were astonished in their hearts, but they didn't want to see something like that happen. And if they could, they would even like to see the Death God Mountain dominate the peerless star. Although they act and so on free and casual, but also better than become a puppet. Corpse soldiers to the strong right? Nowadays, the situation, the miracle hush entrance demons rampant. Many have infiltrated the Wuji star. Many forces suffered, not to mention the ordinary people. Even their group of cultivators are in jeopardy. Want to worship into the big forces, the ancient Taoist system to seek refuge, but even at their level, is still a clay bodhisattva crossing the river? Difficult to protect themselves. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The hegemonic emperor streamer vibrated. The haze light stirred up the 9 heavens, and the terrifying black mist unexpectedly surged out from it, and it seemed to be tempered within it, extremely obediently rushing towards the millions of corpse soldiers. With the emergence of the black mist, the heavens and earth became pitch black, carrying a terrifying and mysterious power of rules, and once it appeared, even the rules of the great Tao where the infinite star was located were instantly broken. The black fog was raging, the gods and demons were in turmoil, and the young master of the indestructible beings of the Golden Clan knew some secrets, and had said that inside were the expelled immortals and gods. Now it was taken in by the Bajuan Emperor's streamer and used at his disposal. This is horror. In a flash, before Yuan-Shu could even speak, a sound of astonishment and shock came from within and behind him. Quite unbelievable. That's a horror in mystery, and it's surprising that it's been brought out. This is an unprecedented first time. Now this appearance, this situation, has been taken by the other side? Yuan-Shu's complexion was condensed. He was born and raised in the Wuji star, and had fought in the battlefield of the stars, but he was unable to touch that kind of thing. Right now, even the fallen Holy Spirit was startled and shaken, knowing that the terrifying black mist was by no means ordinary. Aren't you also one of the horrors? Even more so, as a mysterious terror of the chaos realm, you should not be afraid of the black mist. Yuan-Su opened his mouth and communicated with the fallen Holy Spirit. The fallen Holy Spirit denied this statement of Yuan-Su. This is not absolute. Under normal circumstances, the terror of the chaos realm is stronger than the lower realm. But that black fog has a mysterious origin, and it has existed for too many years, and even the gods have not appeared yet, and this black fog has existed. What? Is it really the immortals and gods expelled from the immortal world? Yuan-Shu was horrified. About its origin is so, but the truth has been unable to go from the long river of history to find evidence to corroborate, and the effect is not very big. Perhaps to open the road to immortality, there is still a chance to be able to discover its origin. The fallen Holy Spirit truthfully told him that the two were now in a symbiotic state, and that if Yuan-Shu died, although it would not die with him, it would also suffer great loss and would not be able to find a suitable person to take over its body for a long period of time. If releases the 10 million corpse soldiers of the 10,000 races that have been collected from all the heavens and all the worlds, will they be able to resist? It may be possible, but there's a big chance it will fail if. I need exact answers. Sacrifice the 5 organs. Must get them dead for me today. Get Yang Di Yuan dead. Destroy the Death God Mountain. Genghis is fuming. The fallen Holy Spirit said, you can only have 3 more chances to offer sacrifices after that. Weren't you very restrained at first? Do you want to remain symbiotic with me? Even if I die, I will pull Yang Di Yuan, the Death God Mountain down. Good. Since this is the case, this Holy Spirit will do as you wish. The fallen Holy Spirit opened his mouth, his voice low and hoarse, like a demon whispering, sacrifice the 5 organs. The 10 million corpse soldiers of the 10,000 races acquired by the 10,000 realms of the heavens will be assimilated by the fallen Holy Spirit, as a whole to briefly elevate to the half-immortal realm. At the same time, it can also open a spatial channel to awaken some of its fellow clansmen from the chaos realm. Yuan-Shu, are you sure? Chapter 60 10 million half-immortal corpse soldiers. The chaotic realm fallen Holy Spirit arrived. Outside of Death Mountain, those watching from afar were completely shocked. Millions of corpse soldiers, surprisingly, surged out in a brainstorm, wanting to destroy Death Mountain Lord Yang Di Yuan. The 3 hegemonic level forces. The roar that came from that voluminous corpse soldier was so deafening that the mountains and rivers collapsed, the earth shook and rumbled, and they didn't dare to get too close at all. As for the Death God Mountain, it turned out that only a few black-robed people were strong. The leader was holding a mysterious weapon, and between the big streamers fluttering, endless black fog surged and roared out. The sky was covered, and as far as the eye could see the place where the black fog passed through was pitch black, and it seemed that even the field of vision had been lost. What on earth is the origin of that weapon? It actually unleashed something so terrifying. Those who hadn't set foot in the miracle hush were stunned, and soon someone spoke up, their voice tinged with trembling and excitement, informing that it was one of the top 10 terrors in the miracle hush. When the miracle boo first appeared, the entrances wide open on the forces broke into, but ultimately all the tragic deaths survived. The people were also invaded by the black fog, even as powerful as the half-emperor realm of the cultivator to save the final are even involved in their own body death. It's that black mist? Surprisingly, it was taken in by the Death Mountain? There were quite a few forces that had returned from the divine miracle boo, woefully and heavily dead and injured. And there were quite a few ancient Dao lineages that had also rushed to this place at this moment upon hearing the commotion. Too horrible. The depths of the Death God Mountain are unimaginable, unfathomable. That mysterious and terrifying black mist, even in the miracle hush, the native beings wouldn't dare to fight against it. They would have to take a detour to get around the existence. But yet it's being suppressed by the Death God Mountain in a strong manner. You guys don't know, do you? Death Mountain has sparked a monstrous event in the miracle hush. Qinghuan Immortal Palace's Palace Master Lu Qinghuan, real body strength, has been a near immortal, has actualized the ancient immortal method, has obtained the inheritance of the immortal Dao, as well as the people around him, up to a true immortal, and still ended up being overthrown by the Death Mountain's throne. Many people were amazed and shocked by the news that Death Mountain was famous in the mystic world in the miracle hush. It was also learned from them that above the great emperors, there were still the half-immortal, true immortal realm, and immortal realm. According to you, now those several black-robed people are all at the strength of the immortal realm? Of course. Nevertheless, I had suspected that this Death God Mountain is an immortal realm Dao lineage. Either the Mountain Master is a direct descendant of the immortal realm's giant bigwigs, or else, how could there be so many powerful existences escorting him? Then according to you, Death God Mountain Lord Yang Di Yuan is not very strong? Silly, don't talk to me. Yang Di Yuan's strength is unfathomable. I estimate that even those men in black are not opponents. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Terrifying and monstrous black mist rushed recklessly. The three hegemonic level forces of the crowd of chilling hairs were standing on end. This was the first time to come into close contact with it. Had watched it from afar in the miracle boo. Now that it was so close, that feeling of terror made all of them jumpy and their hairs exploded. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The black mist spread across, engulfing all of the millions of corpse soldiers that had impacted. The sound of gods and demons spread across, and there seemed to be immortal gods manifesting inside, overbearing, and for more than 10 breaths, not a single corpse soldier had rushed through the black mist. Can it be that there really are immortals and gods inside that were once banished? In the face of that terrifying ooze of light, which can assimilate any living being and turn it into a member of the corpse soldiers, it is now ineffective. The various mountain lords and senior figures of the three hegemonic level forces were all breathing heavily. The terror of the black mist exceeded their imagination and was once again manifesting at this moment. The terrifying black mist seemed to have no target, and was actually contracting at an extremely fast speed, from covering a distance of 10,000 miles in a square, instantly shrinking to a mass the size of a face basin, and then levitating and returning, drifting in the periphery of the hegemonic emperor streamer. And for a moment, the crowd was also able to see what had happened earlier in front of them. Corruption and withering everywhere. Everywhere is dead. The mountains and the earth seem to be corroded, and the millions of corpse soldiers in front of them have unexpectedly disappeared without a trace, and even the corpses and bones and so on have not appeared. This further stunned all the crowds who witnessed this scene. The black mist swallowed all the millions of corpse soldiers? Nothing left at all. There's a true immortal realm that surpasses great emperors and is stronger than the half-immortal realm in that one. It must be said that the overall strength of a million corpse soldiers are very strong. In life are not ordinary. Once famous 8. But also hard to escape a death. The material they would not have thought that after death even have to become a puppet, for others to fight, and ultimately ended up in the end of the bones. This is very black mist. The people of the three hegemonic level forces were also shocked, facing that kind of assimilated ooze light. Even if they were to put out their supreme divine weapons, they couldn't contain it very effectively, and right now, the black mist was actually swallowing it whole. And that's how long it took for the battle to be resolved directly. You guys see. Yuanxu is now known as a bare-knuckle commander again, and even the fellow disciples within the extreme Dao Holy Land have ended up with no corpses or bones left. He's got a black face. Far away. Yuanxu's heart was shaken with anger. There was a terrifying beam of light rippling in his eyes. His body was full of killing intent, as if it had turned into substance. The dazzling black gas was mixed with a rich ebony light. He roared in a low voice. He had thought that the black fog was terrifying, but he did not think that it was terrifying to this level. Surprisingly, he let the millions of corpse soldiers perish in a moment, and the fallen holy light that remained on their bodies all collapsed, and after being engulfed by the black mist, they were eaten away, and they themselves could no longer gain contact. Yang Di-yuan, you will die today. 10 million corpse soldiers. Enraged, Genghis Khan made a blood sacrifice on the spot and made another deal with the symbiotic fallen holy spirit. He sprayed blood in a big mouth and spat 3 times in a row, all of which were black ebony liquid. The black gas permeating his body burst up all of a sudden. The fallen holy spirit appeared in the air, and the black fog form is similar, is a fog, but it shows a human-like entity. It eyes red light blazing, diffuse around the horror of the black aura. A time this place the void big vibration, appeared countless passages, endless corpses soldiers surging vastness, just like a monstrous sea, stretching on and on. Fallen holy light, darkness burns. The fallen holy spirit broke off and shouted. His voice was deafening, the void was collapsing, and the terrifying black light converged above the 9 heavens, condensing a terrifying black sea. As the 10 million corpse soldiers surged out from the passageway, the black light above was like lightning, connecting heaven and earth and falling on the corpse soldiers. In a flash, a terrifying aura swept across the length and breadth of the city. Strong auras rose and fell, and countless corpse soldiers roared, their bodies draped in a dark light, their auras horrifying. Such a quantity, even if the entire Wuji star were to converge in one piece, it wouldn't be able to counteract it. Where is the end of that spatial passage? Why is it blooming with a 7-colored flowing haze, and a dense chaos aura spreading? It's too terrifying. It's many times more than the millions of corpse soldiers. How can the Death God Mountain resist? And their cultivation and strength, they seem to be too strong, don't they? A little too much. Can it be that the Wuji star won't die in the hands of the mysterious demon and will completely collapse and destroy today? Everyone's livers and guts trembled. Their hairs stood on end. Their heartbeats were so violent that they were about to jump out of their throats. The scene in front of them was too shocking. The figures spreading over the sky, the biological species spreading over the sea, land and air. If the Death God Mountain could not be resisted, they would have no way to escape, no way to avoid it, and eventually they would die miserably in the hands of millions of corpse soldiers, all becoming a luxury. They would be assimilated and become a member of the corpse soldiers, and from then on, their souls would cease to exist, and their bodies would be like machinery. The distant onlookers, the cultivators and forces, all had their scalps tingling, falling into complete madness, all exerting their full strength, retreating to the distance, not daring to stay in this place for a second longer. This is like a fight between gods and goddesses, and the children suffer. That horrible and deafening sound. It is close to let the void explode. Ripples filled the 4 fields. Cultivation weak. 7 orifices are bleeding. On the spot, eyes upturned, the soul was shattered by the sound routed, powerless fell to the ground, lifeless. Such scenes were no longer beyond their reach. Earlier, to have the honor of watching it was enough to brag about it for a lifetime. And now, if they didn't run and leave at extreme speed, they would not even have the chance to brag about it. It's not just them. The same was true for the powerhouses of the 3 hegemonic level forces. He successively expressed to Yang Di-yuan, and then led the crowd to quickly withdraw. Even they did not dare to get too involved in the central area of this godly fight. Their strength was so profound that they were able to withstand it, while the 3 hegemonic level forces would perhaps be obliterated by them in a single glance. That's 10 million half-immortal realm powerhouses. What exactly had Yuan-shu done to bring out such a big battle? Fallen Holy Spirit. That year since the existence of the blood mine, is him. The 12-winged blazing angel's color was a bit unnatural. Back then, when she was young, she suffered the disaster of extermination in the Chaos Sea. It was the fallen Holy Spirit clan that did it. They also belonged to the terror, the mysterious terror in the Chaos realm. Also because of that weird ability of the fallen Holy Spirit, countless great powers, plutocrats, and giants of the Chaos ancient Tao system were pulled down, and all groups were killed or injured. Wanting to find the key to immortality? It was simply tantamount to a fool's dream, impossible to realize, and in just less than a month's time, the Chaos realm had become a mysterious paradise, a miraculous boo. You have to be careful. The fallen Holy Spirit may summon his kind from far away in the Chaos realm, and once he arrives across the realm, the Wuji star will become the next miracle boo in the mystery, and will be devoured. Boom! Boom! 10 million half-immortal realm powerhouses? Yang Di-yuan laughed lightly, and on the tables and cases inside the carriage were arranged peach fruits, divine fruits, and immortality medicine essences, and the fragrance filled the air, refreshing the heart and intoxicating the mind. The 12-winged incandescent angel Ching had rosy cheeks, as if she was drunk, and was hugging the peach fruit as she ate it, her cheeks puffed out in a somewhat adorable manner. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The 10 million corpse soldiers had a dense, domineering and strong aura on their bodies, and they even changed their strategy. connecting into pieces of incomparably dense ebony light to condense a huge shield as a means of fending off the black fog. Boom! 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 The black-robed man held the hegemonic emperor streamer, and the black mist terror received the order and instantly swept out, instantly spreading and enlarging, surging forward and enveloping the 10 million corpse soldiers in it. In the meantime, Yuan-Shu roared lowly, the fallen god collar behind him erupted, the sky vaulted in haze, and the black seals condensed, surprisingly opening up special passages. A strong aura converged and was pulled across the domain. The fallen Holy Spirit clan of the Chaos Realm. Chapter 61, Destroying the Fallen Holy Spirit. The Tao sacrifice armament suppresses everything. Get the Tao sacrifice weapon again. The Great War broke out. Tens of millions of horrifying corpse soldiers covered one side, their bodies blossoming with dark light, connecting into a sea, wanting to fight against the erosion of the black fog and make a means of defense in response. At the same time, above the 9 heavens, mysterious seals, the passageway that opened up the Chaos Realm, was activated by the fallen Holy Spirit, and one terrifying ebony light after another streaked across the sky, and humanoid fogs visible to the naked eye drifted, flew and ran, and rules spread. Kill! Yuan-Shu broke off. Meanwhile, the fallen Holy Spirit, with whom he was symbiotic, was communicating with his summoned Chaos Realm counterparts, conversing in unknown tongues that were difficult for outsiders to penetrate. Immediately afterward, nearly 1,000 fallen Holy Spirits were responding. The man in black is strong? Yet there are only a few. There is a huge gap between what you said earlier. The Yuan-Shu symbiotic fallen Holy Spirit laughed lightly and said, there are secrets in him that are worth digging deeper into. That kind of black-clothed person treats him with respect, and even though he has the light of the soul, he is like a puppet. And for our fallen Holy Spirit clan, he is a natural carrier. Hoo hoo hoo. The wind whistled. 10 million corpse soldiers approached, and the dark light spread across the sky, facing the black mist that erupted. The fallen Holy Spirits that had arrived from the chaotic realm across the domain were erupting. Various means were coming out. All of them were bizarre, and their strength was even more amazing. Unlike the Yuan-Xian symbiotic fallen Holy Spirits, their cultivation levels were at least at the true immortal realm strength, and were incredibly powerful, and under the exertion of their means, they were even capable of exerting immortal realm battle power. In the moment of seeing the black fog, also all successive surprised, did not expect the mysterious and the horror of the black fog, suspected to be banished by the immortal world of the immortal and God existed in it, was actually subdued by someone, become a means to an end. Many of the fallen Holy Spirits of the Chaos Realm who had arrived across the domain were whispering and opening their mouths in, and when they saw the black-clothed man, their spirits were greatly shaken and very agitated, wanting to seize their flesh and enter them, and regard them as carriers. Their figures fluttered and their speed was extremely fast, and they were actually not prepared to confront the black fog head on. The black fog was assaulted from the side, and although it was a bit far around, with their strength they quickly rushed over. Yuan-Shu's eyes were radiant, red ons flickering as he was suppressing and enduring in his mind. Once the fallen Holy Spirit that came across the domain from the Chaos Realm succeeded in taking away the black-clothed man beside Yang Di Yuan on the Death God Mountain and succeeded in settling in, then Yang Di Yuan would be unable to make a move with his hands and ultimately become a member of his corpse soldiers. He must ruthlessly torture him, extracting Yang Di Yuan's skin and digging out his bones, grinding out his spiritual light, and letting him experience earthly torture, so that he could solve his heart's hatred. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The black mist was terrifying, spreading out directly. The speed was very violent, spreading tens of thousands of miles in an instant, to infest the 10 million corpse soldiers. The latter resisted the defense with the dark light, and this time, it even lasted for a long time. The black-robed man in the immortal realm holding the hegemonic emperor streamer didn't watch too much, directly urging his immortal power. The hegemonic emperor streamer vibrated, releasing a brilliant light on the spot, hovering in front of him, and all of a sudden, the terrifying black mist and the 10 million corpse soldiers encompassed in it were taken away by the hegemonic emperor streamer. What? What kind of existence is that weapon? Is it a chaotic treasure? Or is it a divine weapon left behind on Earth by the immortal realm that has such power? Yuan-Shu exclaimed in shock, feeling that the connection to the 10 million corpse soldiers was weakening, and the weakening was extremely powerful. As that big streamer fluttered, the terrifying suction force dominated heaven and earth and spread across the ring. The black mist was easily taken in. Even the 10 million corpse soldiers had a crow's light to fight against it, and they were only defending against the black mist for a short period of time. For the divine might of the hegemonic emperor streamer, there was no way to resist it, and it was taken in along with the black mist. Asterisk 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 asterisk. No harm done. The fallen Holy Spirit who was symbiotic with Yuan-Su slowly opened his mouth as he spoke out to comfort them. In this way, The black mist also had no effect on them and would not be easily released, and in his opinion, the threat of 10 million corpse soldiers was not as fierce as the several fallen holy spirits of his same clan. Right now, hope is going to rest on them. Yuanxu opened his mouth. The fallen holy spirit who had traveled across the realm from the chaos realm. If he were to seize the black-clothed man and take up residence, then the great streamer of divine might would be under his control. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The big battle is imminent. The 5 black-clothed war slaves of the immortal realm's killing power surged skyward, domineering, their bodies surging with immortal power, destroying and destroying, heading straight for the fallen holy spirit's main body that was flying and sweeping in. Immortal realm. The ancients are sincere. This is the most excellent carrier. The body. And after being stationed, returning to the chaos realm, my clan will grow further. The fallen holy spirit vocalized, surprisingly speaking in this earthly language. Where are the others? These are all our clan's future hopes of becoming immortals. The more carriers the better. Boom, boom, boom. The dark light spread and swept across the sky. The fallen holy spirit was in the true immortal realm, but facing the black-clothed man who was one realm higher. He was completely unafraid. His expression became more and more agitated, and he was even longing for it, and he opened his mouth one after another, looking down on everything, not looking Yang Di Yuan and the others in the eyes. The black-clothed men were vertical and horizontal. The immortal chi was swirling. One of them was holding a sacrificial Dao-level weapon, a weapon of the same level except for the hegemonic emperor streamer. The great axe opened up the sky, vertical and horizontal. The fallen holy spirit pounced on it, but it felt a sense of fear and horror. The unsubstantial bodies were blowing up in succession, and they were crushed by a single blow of the great axe. And *U and hashtag. There were quite a few fallen holy spirits screaming and cursing. Such a weapon's power was vast and boundless, but it didn't even react to their ebony light. And the most crucial thing was that there were old S-level fallen holy spirits secretly shooting out fallen holy lights, wanting to invade the man in black, but in the end, it was stoned out of existence. Fallen holy light, completely ineffective. How is this possible? The divine means of one of my clans has never failed. The fallen holy spirit shouted and roared, and there were already quite a few, who died tragically under the great axe. At that moment, there were quite a few fallen holy spirits who were anxious, cursing their fellow fallen holy spirits who were symbiotic with Yuan Su. Right now, it was very difficult for them to even try to retreat, being pulled by the 5 black-clothed immortals, and in less than a few breaths, half of them were lost in a hard frontal confrontation. Since they can't, then take over your flesh. Just as well you can control them. Some fallen holy spirits were so ruthless that they risked their own deaths and changed their minds one after another to rush into the 9 dragons' golden chariot and seize Yang Di Yuan's body. But in the next instant, the radiant immortal power expanded, and the ripples of the hegemonic emperor streamer surged, taking in everything, and several fallen holy spirits were deterred away by the hegemonic emperor streamer before they could even get close to it. Very swiftly and dominantly strong. How? I'm not happy about it. Yuanxu roared angrily, and the symbiotic fallen holy spirit behind him felt horrified as well. A true immortal realm homunculus couldn't even resist? At that moment, he directly woke up and no longer stayed here, urging Yuanxu to go on the road and escape from this place, wanting to cross the domain through the chaos passage to the chaos realm. Boom, boom, boom. They didn't dare to be careless. Yuanxu's scalp was numb. One foot had already stepped into the chaos channel. When he looked back and watched, he realized that the last fallen holy spirit had also been sucked away by the hegemonic emperor's streamer. He was a bit frightened and his heart was filled with anger. Yang Di Yuan, Death God Mountain, when I see you again in the future, I will absolutely let you die without a burial place. However, in the next instant, the immortal power rippled. One of the black-clothed people even held a big axe, chopping on the spot. Yuanxu have stepped into the chaos channel, but the spatial Dao collapsed on the spot, and even the chaos gas burst into pieces, and fell directly from the spatial channel. Into the eye is a void, like a vast and infinite void. Everywhere is chaotic gas surrounded by purple thunder, deep and bottomless, majestic, compared to one are extremely weak. In the middle of the boundless starry sky, even the ancient planets were like dust and gravel, not comparable at all, too deep and frightening. Yuanxu let out a long breath. The chaos realm passageway collapsed, although it couldn't allow him to set foot in the chaos realm. He at least survived and wasn't killed by the great axe all at once. Symbiotic fallen holy spirit is also open at this moment. The party is pitched a lot of people of the same clan. I did not expect Yang Di Yuan's strength and heritage that thrilling, strong black, domineering and boundless weapons. The source is worth pondering everywhere. One person and one spirit both let out a long breath. Still having palpitations? It could be called a brush with death. Fortunately luck was on their side, but in the next instant, They all felt their scalps tingling, their bodies filled with a sense of crisis. The boundless starry sky of this place was about to be split apart. It was actually the black-robed man who had directly split the space with his great axe, chased after and killed them, forcibly opening up another passageway, tracing back to their traces. Escape! Flee! Run! Yuanxiu was shocked, not wanting to die, desperately fleeing, but eventually an axe light split. The starry sky of this place appeared a big explosion. Countless dead stars, such as brilliant fireworks, exploded, and was reduced to pieces on the spot. No! Yuanxiu screamed in horror. The pupils of his eyes flashed red with strange light, and even the symbiotic fallen Holy Spirit detached from its body in advance, wanting to embark on the road of escape alone, but failed to do so, and all of them were blasted to death. The black-robed man's gaze was like a blade as he turned around with one foot on the starry sky and the other on the infinite star. Infinity Star. A familiar system beep surfaced in Yang Di Yuan's ears. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host, obtaining the ritualistic Dao level weapon, Vajra Facet. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the sacrificial Dao level weapon, the Great Treasure Sword. Yang Di Yuan's heart was delighted. This sacrificial Dao level weapon, but it was strong and boundless. Right now, even with the full power of the Immortal Realm's black-clothed war slave, it only displayed a small portion of its power. Unable to fully activate it, it was only the tip of the iceberg. It could be imagined that the pinnacle of a Dao sacrifice level weapon was empty terror. The Infinity Star shook. Countless forces, the three great overlords Jade Ice Mountain, Hanging Sky Pure Land, and Great Sumeru Mountain, had all been shocked, truly seeing the Death God Mountain destroying everything. Even for them incomparably terrifying can assimilate the Aurora can be easily dealt with. Shocked, many forces shook and wished to call it a divine mountain. The three hegemonic level forces returned to the Wuji Star and successively made their moves, waging war against the demons that entered through the entrance of the divine miracle hush, even though many of the ancient Dao lineages had suffered defeats. However, the strength of the demons that had entered didn't seem to be too strong, or at least there hadn't been any existences at the level of the 8 Demon Emperor True Lords. The demons, the humanoid holy spirits, were just minions, sent out to spy among the major groups in the miracle hush. Yang Diyuan narrowed his eyes, sensing a viable path. Prestige can be constantly upgraded, and will open the system mall under the corresponding level. Is can be crazy redemption, and does not need to spend anything. There is no limit. If it was raised to a certain level, wouldn't it be able to be redeemed for a Liechtenstein? Or even a sacrificial Dao level weapon? At that time, the Black Clothes Legion, with a set of hands and full armor, not to mention the Chaos Realm, even if they entered the Immortal Realm, they could still sweep across the board and push through. Yang Di Yuan glanced at the prestige system. It's already at level 6. Imperial soldiers and the like can be redeemed without limit. Semi-immortal realm items are fine. Maybe after reaching level 10, you can actually redeem the Li Xian. Moreover, right now, the demons that came out of the miracle hush were running rampant, and everyone in Wuji Xing was in danger. Not to mention the ordinary people. Dispatch the black man directly, slaying demons everywhere. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host. The prestige value has arrived at level 7. Congratulations to the host. The prestige value has arrived at level 8. Hint, the host can open the corresponding level of the system mall. Unlimited crazy $0 purchase. Yang Diyuan looked at it briefly. Sure enough, after arriving at level 8, the items, weapons, etc. in the system prestige mall were all revamped. Emperor's soldiers and the like no longer appeared. At least they were all absolute divine weapons, and they were still weak. 10 ancient immortal laws appear inside. Hegemony is boundless, all originating from the immortal realm's dharma. At that time, Yang Di Yuan had only obtained several doors in the divine miracle hush. What kind of power does the chaotic ancient Dao system, Lu Qingluan, come from? Dare to show your killing intent to me. I'll push you in a couple days. This thought flickered and then didn't bother. He had that kind of backbone to arm wrestle with the chaotic ancient Dao system. It was only now that there was a need to act as a wall. With the Red Xia Holy Land, as well as a handful of exceptional ancient Dao lineages, as well as the traces of the existence of the Lich Immortals that seemed to be present within the Demon God's Hall in the Divine Miracle Hush. The existence of a Leviathan that is the real deal? Was it a long time ago, when the Immortal Way still existed, that it crossed over? Black men run rampant. Many people throughout the Infinity Star were raising their arms and ushering in a huge amount of prestige. Yang Di Yuan's prestige value rose and skyrocketed. Soon, the system tone reappeared. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host. The prestige level has been raised by 9 levels. Yang Di Yuan sniffed and opened the panel, and sure enough, the prestige value system mall items changed again, and depending on the need, he could swap any item from the first 8 levels. and there was no situation where those items couldn't be exchanged after raising the level. Ancient immortal laws seem to have a hierarchy as well. Yang Di Yuan whispered. Dharmas such as reflecting the heavens, nirvana breathing method, and Sakya Rudra's present body all had great origins, such as the Great Sumeru Mountain, one of the 3 hegemonic level powers, which was a Buddhist Tao inherited, only that many of the dharmas have been lost. Yang Di Yuan guessed that since the gods and demons in the 9 heavens of this immortal world Taoist inheritance to see, and the blue star when part of the myth is similar, there is an ancient heavenly court, and these Buddhist inheritance, in the immortal world, is not really their Rulai true Buddha. All kinds of bodhisattvas, Luohan golden body existence? Will that Taoist 3 Ching, the sects that existed in the flood, ever be real? Yang Di Yuan no longer think about it. He really want to see what kind of state of the road to immortality is after the key to immortality is collected. Can it really lead people to the immortal world? Is it possible that it is a kind of great chess game? And that there is a mastermind behind the game who was playing chess on Earth for the scourge of the flying fairies? Ding dong! Congratulations to the host. The prestige value has arrived at level 10. Yang Di Yuan took a breath. A few days can be very rewarding. With 10 levels of prestige, perhaps there will actually be Li Xian and sacrificial Dao level weapons. Chapter 62 Key to Immortality. Listed Immortal Reward. Prestige value arrives at level 10. Yang Di Yuan somewhat impatiently opened the system mall. Under the black-clothed man's strong strike, the demons of the Wuji Star cholera were constantly killed, gaining the awe and respect of many people in the Wuji Star. Incomparably grateful. If not, the system mall wouldn't have been upgraded to level 10 in such a short period of time. Yang Di Yuan watches. The more one looked at the items within the system mall, the more one was shocked that they were all very strong ancient immortal laws. Even the weapons were immortal and divine weapons. Just casually redeem a long sword. Inside unexpectedly dazzling filled with strong immortal rules. This rule power is extremely strong, is complete, was refined to the weapon. Even if the immortal rules contained within the forbidden zone of life and death cannot be compared to it. Yang Di Yuan suspected that the immortal Dao rules contained within the weapon were the true immortal world rules. This was because, even if he were to activate all of them at the peak of the immortal realm, as if he were sacrificing a Dao level weapon, he would only be able to display some of the power and would not be able to activate it completely. But even so, the power was powerful and terrifying. A chop in the starry sky, the rules shattered on the spot, and the spatial rules swirled and raged. To his regret, the sacrificial Dao level weapon did not appear. However, this also made Yang Di Yuan certain that the Dao sacrifice level weapons were at least stronger than the immortal and divine weapons he had obtained at the moment. In the meantime, the level of the practice room is rapidly increasing. Only a few days passed. The 1 million half-immortal realm war slaves had all arrived at true immortal, and now if they executed the divine demon proximity to the 9 heavens, the battle power of all of them would instantly arrive at the peak of the immortal realm. However, the war slave who was at the peak of the immortal realm itself seems to be suppressed by an invisible rule, and the next realm of the immortal realm is far away, but it is unable to step on it. Using the immortal realm to execute divine demon proximity to the 9 heavens, although his strength was pulled up by a large margin, he simply did not arrive at the next realm like he did before. There seemed to be an invisible ceiling holding it down. Many more days passed. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host. All the war slaves in the cultivation room upgrade their level. Current realm, peak immortal realm. The corners of Yang Di Yuan's mouth rose slightly. Now, it's time to get moving. The day. With many people shocked, the Death God Mountain once again made a strong move, directly striking out and stepping into the midst of the divine miracle boo once again. Many people were horrified at the strength of the Death God Mountain. Perhaps it would really put together the key to immortality and then open the path to immortality. The 3 hegemonic level forces, the Jade Ice Mountain, the Great Sumeru Mountain, and the Hanging Heaven Pure Land, were all shocked that the Death God Mountain was so godlike. Was it hard to believe that this stance was to attack Mystery? It seems a bit unlikely though. Mystery and perhaps many native beings are not opponents, but the 10 horrors other horrors. It seems that they cannot be resisted. The most critical thing is that they also all perceive the difference. The surface of the ground in the miracle hush seems not to be mountains and rivers and earth, but the skin and flesh of a living being, which seems to be in a state of slumber, and once it completely awakens, I don't know what kind of horrible existence it will be. God's miracle boo, fighting on the body of unknown terrifying beings, the thought of it all felt scalp-numb, heartbreaking. The 3 hegemonic level forces were a little reluctant, but there was nothing they could do, because they were not like the Death God Mountain. They could kill God in God's way, and Buddha in Buddha's way, and a lot of things and creatures could cause the scourge of extinction of the unity for them. Miracle hush medium. A bright and brilliant light flashed by. A rainbow exploded and landed on several people. Their cultivation is not bad. all in the true immortal. A dress is very ancient and simple, with a heavy sense of age. Surprisingly in the entrance to hunt, but did not expect, bumped into the iron plate, and take control. Several people's complexion changed greatly. The black-clothed person who appeared was simply too fierce and domineering, even in a single glance, even in the state of attack, and was suppressed in turn. His cultivation was powerful to the immortal realm. Every single one of them. After a brief understanding, Yang Diyuan listened to the man in black relay that it was actually someone from the Killer God Dynasty. This Slayer God Dynasty, which had struck out against him, was bound to be uprooted. Although their mental will was strong and they had a backbone and swore not to tell, they were still eventually informed by Yang Diyuan. The Killer God Dynasty had a lair, a headquarters if you will, in the heavenly beyond heaven, which was surprisingly in the chaos realm, so far away from this place that ordinary people could not cross the realm at all. Moreover, in the Miracle Boo, there were also people from the Killer God Dynasty heavens beyond heaven, sending out a large portion of their men and women, very strong, all not bad, at the level of the true immortal realm, with some arriving at the early stage of the immortal realm and so on. Stifle them. This was just the beginning. He would soon gather all the keys to becoming an immortal, but it would take a process. The Demon God Hall would be the first to be opened by him. At the same time, Yang Diyuan was also eager to see if the Lianxian that those hall masters had talked about existed in the Demon God Hall, and what kind of state it was in the end. Brilliant light splendor, immortal chi surging, swirling with terrifying immortal Dao rules. Yang Diyuan sensed the system maul to get his hands on a flying war shuttle. Is the real deal immortal weapons? Even with the immortal realm cannot be fully activated, can only be awakened a layer? 2 layers of immortal Dao symbols to the edge. The flying war shuttle traveled through the endless dark lands, weaving in and out of the divine miracle hush, and the black-clothed legion only deployed some of them to escort them. And since the last time in the hands of the demon god temples 3 great hallmasters had already obtained a key to immortality. And now, looking at it, there were still 47 of them remaining. This time he wanted to see what state the Lai Xian was in, whether it was real, or whether it was mentally projecting across the domain heal realm. After that, we'll just assign the men in black to search everywhere. The territory in the miracle hush was vast and seemed to have an end, more than several times larger than the infinite star. This place was near the eastern limit. There seemed to be a layer of vague barriers spreading out in the distance. Yang Diyuan experimented. Even the immortal realm was unable to break through it. However, after deploying the ritualistic Dao level weapon, he easily cleaved through that layer of barriers. Beyond the barrier, it seemed to be connected to a world. It is endless barrenness, depression, horror. There are even a lot of such as the fallen Holy Spirit and other creepy spirits surfaced. In the moment the barriers opened, directly rushed into many of the road. Some of them are covered in blood, hundreds of feet. The exposed internal organs are indescribable. There is actually a solid body, in the entity and the illusory transition between, sometimes real, sometimes ethereal, but either way, it was extremely terrifying. And the moment the creepy spirit appeared, there was a great riot in all of the miracle hush, and the ground shook, which meant that the skin of the unknown creature, which was unexpectedly pierced through in an instant, was running towards the sleeping, or unawakened, creatures. Yang Diyuan frowned as the shattered barriers were rapidly recovering as the few creepy spirits that entered were taken in by the black-clothed war slave with the hegemonic emperor streamer. That creepy spirit was able to harm the creatures of this place. Yang Diyuan tentatively called him one of the 10 great terrors, the spirit. What kind of species was spirit that was so huge that it was in such a state? No more thinking. The demon god's palace was far away. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host, for obtaining the quest to acquire 3 keys to immortality. Reward Li Xian. Chapter 63, Great Immortal Formation. It can be broken with the lift of a hand. Sacrifice road level reward. The corner of Yang Diyuan's mouth lifted slightly. After the upgrade of the prestige system Mall, Yang Diyuan discovered that the Dao sacrifice level weapons were even stronger than those immortal and divine weapons, with terrifying power, at least on top of them. And this time the rewards are somewhat generous. Reward, the host will receive a sacrificial Dao level weapon, the mixed heavenly Dao armor. Reward, the host will receive a ritualistic Dao level weapon, the hybrid hegemony shuttle. Reward, the host will receive a sacrificial Dao level weapon, the great wheel of reincarnation coffin. Reward, the host will receive a piece of sacrificial Dao level immortal technique, the great wheel of reincarnation coffin idea. Reward, the host will receive 10 Lian Xian war slaves. Yang Diyuan narrowed his eyes. Li Xian. After all the previous discoveries and his own speculations, Yang Diyuan realized that after the immortal realm, one should be a legendary immortal. It should not be a realm, but a general term for practitioners in the immortal realm of existence. Back then, after obtaining the divine demon proximity 9 heavens, he realized that the immortal realm war slaves had not completely broken the shackles of the next realm, but their strength had indeed skyrocketed by a large margin. Now it should be possible to determine that the next realm in the immortal realm should be the Lian Xian level. Yang Di Yuan whispered. The moment. It was dark in the distance. Except for an exquisite and beautifully carved and painted palace, the majestic and vast demonic aura rushed into the sky, and even in the periphery, the figures of demons and devils were more than enough, slinking around to inspect, each and every one of them draped in blood-red baleful aura, nearly congealing into substance. There were demons, ox heads, horse faces, etc., and there were even descendants of the Basha, Xuanwu, and Qinglong bloodlines, which were monstrously powerful and not weak, as Yang Diyuan ordered. In a flash, tens of thousands of people in black came out, and without saying anything else, they directly exerted their immortal power. The haze flowed, surging and raging, transforming into a terrifying beam of light, blasting towards the demon god temple mountain gate in front of them. Put, put, put. It was only the blink of an eye. Many of the demon inspectors hovering on the outside were buried here, blown up on the spot by mere ripples of the aftermath, unable to resist a blow from the true immortal realm. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The demon god's hall shook. Roars stumbled and roars, as one demon after another rushed out. Their numbers were extremely high, and it was easy to see from the ministries brought by the 8 demon emperor true lords and the 3 hall masters earlier that the demon god hall had an extremely large number of members and followers, and their overall strength was very strong. Yang Diyuan reclined within the immortal soldier shuttle, resting his eyes. What he needed was to want to see if the demon god hall really had any still surviving Lianxian. Sitting in this place, temple of the demon god, the terrifying beams of light dominated the world. Spanning across the ring, the void was exploding. The mountains, the great peaks, as well as the halls were destroyed, and the debris filled the sky and pressed against the mountains and the buildings horizontally. A true immortal powerhouse is coming. Do you want to level the mountain and destroy the village? There were demons roaring, and all kinds of terrifying demonic powerhouses had turned into a rainbow light and rushed to the sky, and the ferocious birds and beasts were destroying, and with anger and dismay, as if they were blowing up the nest, raging like the sea, many of them appeared. Air raptors flying, covered the sky. There are many races, the sky horse, golden-winged rock, Kuan-Pang and other extremely large number, but did not wait to watch what the situation was. A variety of horrible immortal power cohesion of the beam shot, broken arms and limbs of countless, some are even on the spot blow up, even if the full force, running demonic power to resist are not any use. True immortal realm powerhouse. All of them are true immortal realm powerhouses. There's a whole bunch of them. They're so strong that if they rush out, they'll be killed. Many demons trembled and were terrified, as if they were being suppressed by their bloodline. Their livers and guts trembled, but they didn't dare to disobey the orders from above, so they could only keep rushing out. Inside the demon god temple lobby, each of the 4 great hall masters was adamantine, with anger rising, as a native being in the mysteries, an overlord occupying one side, as the demon god's palace. There was an ungrateful human race that came to attack. The demon god lord has been in seclusion for many days, and is already about to revive and become a genuine near immortal, except that the heaven and earth shackles and bindings are too strong, and the path to immortality seems to have become the only way. 8 true lords and 3 hall masters died tragically one after another. After investigation, for the power of the death god mountain of the infinite star people, it is indeed very bold. If the demon god lord is not at a critical time, would the death god mountain stay until today to jump around, and still dare to come here to die? Seek mercy and die. Wait for the demon god lord to revive and shoot them all. The remaining 4 great hall masters coldly grunted, very dissatisfied. Someone has a disagreement. Directly shot to suppress is, waiting for the demon god lord to revive to make a move, so that it appears that they are incompetent. One of the demon hall masters was extremely strong, already at the peak of the true immortal realm, with a strong, overbearing killing aura, with endless blood-red baleful aura filling the heavens while immortal power surrounded the circumference of the depths of his body, and his eyes were as big as copper bells, looking at them angrily. As soon as his words fell, he transformed into a stream of light on the spot, revealing his body, which was actually a gigantic divine ape, domineering and strong, holding the ebony great stick of a supreme divine weapon, and rushed out of the demon god hall. This monkey is really a martial arts nerd, a woman with a twisted wasp waist, extremely beautiful in appearance and with a posture full of temptation, twisted her waist and turned her head to leave. Stinking monkey, don't turn the boat over in the gutter. Since they were able to overthrow the 3 great hall masters, their strength is still extraordinary. This bee will come to your aid. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The great hall broke from the inside out, and a ferocious demon rushed out, landing on the ground as countless demons were trampled. A bunch of trash. Watch this seat. It's the Monkey Hall Master, with an unparalleled divine ability, inherited from the immortal realm Tao, billions of detachments dominating the world. Having killed immortal realm powerhouses, many of the demons roared lowly with envy and awe, having a high status amongst the demons, with a strong and terrifying strength that was only second to the demon god lord. Monkey roared, terrifying waves of sound into ripples, shaking the void, actually resisted many beams of light. When there is a world of God's might, he held a black stick. The might is vast, actually on the spot illusion of the split, and his exact replica of monkeys from the void paved the sky and came out. The speed is so fast that it is even more fierce than the previous demon many times, and chased after it in a moment. Boom, boom, boom. Sons, slay all outsiders. The Queen Bee Hall Master still maintains the person. The eye light but cold cracked a lot, along with the summon. The void one after another of the divine bees tens of millions of feet, densely packed, covering a side of the sky, under a distant view as sweeping black clouds, under careful observation to see, that is one after another incomparably strong divine bees, at least in the immortal realm, the great emperor realm, the realm of the half-immortal, and even the realm of the real immortal also has a lot of existence. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The tens of thousands of true immortal realm black-clothed people no longer had any reservations. They directly exerted their great magic power. The void collapsed. The killing power was extremely strong. Facing the monkey doppelganger, it easily shattered it. At the same time, the roaming divine bees couldn't block it. In just a split second, the demons that rushed out were decimated, and the corpses were all over the place. Inside the temple of the demon god, the queen bee, who was looking at this scene from afar, changed her expression greatly. How could this be resisted? In her gaze, thousands and thousands of divine bees, one after another, were decimated. They were all her people, and even more so, her followers, and at this moment, one after another exploded. Their flesh and blood were vaporized, and their divine souls were shattered. Monkey, come back, the queen bee screamed, but it was too late. Even though the Monkey Hall Master's killing power was strong, he was still alone, and there were only a handful of demons that could charge to the front that were not as strong as him. And under a terrifying secret power, his arms were exploding, his flesh was pierced by the beams of light, and his ebony iron rod was dislodged from his hand. Pust! The Monkey Temple Master died tragically. Many demons and devils' souls trembled, without the heart to fight again. The other side's black-robed men were too strong to resist. Most of them died miserably under the monstrous beams of light bombardment, which could be said to be the ultimate crushing. Queen Bee shouted. Anger rose in her eyes, and at the same time, a figure emerged beside Queen Bee. Surprisingly, it was the already dead Monkey Hall Master, who was spewing blood with a large mouth and a shriveled expression, and what he had previously rushed out of the room was actually just his evolution of a more powerful doppelganger. Seeing this, the Queen Bee held him in place. Apparently the monkey wasn't as dumb as he appeared to be. All demons returned to the demon god temple. Monkey vocalized, but it was too late. The men in black drove in and chased and decimated, and nearly all the demons sent out perished. Bones are in piles and mayflies are everywhere. Activate the residual legendary immortal formation. Defend against the attack, and wait for the demon god lord to recover. Monkey sighed, having been traumatized quite a bit. That doppelganger had 50% of his strength, but facing the many true immortal realm black-robed people, it still wasn't enough, and was easily blown away. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Many of the demons' hearts were frightened, and under the urging of Monkey and the Queen Bee Hall Master together, the demon god hall glowed, with one terrifying immortal light after another streaking across the sky, rising up from the ground and skyrocketing into the sky, protecting the demon god hall within it. The immortal Tao rules on it flowed, terrifying and powerful. Even when the true immortal realm black-clothed man struck out and shot out a terrifying beam of light, it was still absorbed, and after a short period of quenching, it even became its energy and was reflected out. A true immortal realm black-robed man spat out blood in a large mouth, suffering a heavy blow, his divine soul disintegrating, his body collapsing, and he died tragically on the spot. The legendary immortal formation is really true. Yang Di Yuan narrowed his eyes, but it was just like that. At that moment, the black-robed men stationed themselves outside the demon god hall, and one black-robed man held a hegemonic emperor streamer and offered up a sacrificial Tao-level weapon, preparing to strike. Inside the temple of the demon god, the other two hall masters also looked wildly shocked. The opening of the immortal array is enough to show how critical the situation of the demon god hall is today. Even they were frightened and had palpitations in their hearts. The strength of the men in black was too strong and there were too many of them. For the demon god hall to resist it was nothing short of a fool's dream. Even if all four of their hall masters poured out their nests, they would not be able to fight against it, and they would be decimated. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Rumbling sounds shook dramatically. In the demon god temple's secret land, terrifying energies came from it. As the sound was filling the air, the four hallmasters looked shocked. The demon god lord was going to revive. Even if they were stronger, they would not be able to break through that yoke. Only how do such forces cultivate? Even in the mysteries, where there are countless opportunities, the forces of all parties combined together are only these true immortal realms, right? Now we can only wait for the demon god lord to recover and see how to go about it. The four hall masters sighed helplessly. If they were to invite the liege immortals to descend, not to mention tens of thousands of true immortals, even if they were millions or tens of millions, they would all be reduced to ashes. Come to the secret place, invite the immortal soldiers, worship the spirit of sacrifice, and invite the demon immortals. When these words came out, the four hall masters looked happy. The demon god lord broke the barrier at the critical moment, emitting a voice that was full of vigor, and the air of killing was so rich that it was obvious that he had broken the barrier. Immortal realm? A half step to the Lianxian. Or is it already comparable to an existence like that of the Lycian? The demon god palace has a big backer behind it. The strength of the demon immortal is unusual. Lycian are terrified beyond measure. Even in the immortal realm, it is also a party of hegemony. Giant. Same time, the many demons and devils of the demon god temple were greatly shocked, and their hearts were filled with the knowledge that the demon god lord had revived and was ready to kill the group of black-clothed people back at any time. But the next instant, countless demons trembled in fear and panic. What did they see? The black-robed man was actually holding a mysterious weapon and was blasting against the great formation of the Lianxian immortals. A bunch of unknowing blood-eaters. How powerful the great immortal formation is it not for you to know? The power of rebound alone is enough to heavily injure and strangle you. Still wanting to attack and break through is purely a spring and fall dream. Some demons sneered and mocked, hiding within the immortal listing formation. They were soothed and had no sense of crisis at all, and they were amazed at the terror of the immortal listing formation. Countless demons even saw the immortal listing formation open for the first time, giving them a great deal of confidence. But the next instant, the great formation of immortals was unexpectedly struck by the terrifying great streamer, and the mysterious and unpredictable energy raged across the board, unexpectedly punching a hole in the great formation of immortals? How is this possible? That's the Lianxian Grand Formation. Even if the ancient Tao system of the Chaos Realm were to come here, they wouldn't be able to break through before. That group of black-clothed people. What kind of weapons do they have? Countless demons and devils were terrified, their hearts trembling with fear, their breaths were shortening, and one by one, the hairs on their bodies were standing on end, feeling that there was a shocking terror about to descend. No, won't have to breach it. Is that an immortal soldier? But listening to what the hall master said, even if it is an immortal soldier, it wouldn't be this overbearing, right? It belongs to the same level as the immortal lining formation, and it won't break easily. But right now, that great streamer is actually going to shatter the great formation of immortals? Notify. Soon. Put. The hegemonic emperor streamer cover belt was overwhelming. Even though even the first layer of the sacrificial Tao symbol patterns had not been activated, it was still powerful and strong. And with a slight test, and not even using all of the immortal power to activate it, it broke the Lianxian Grand Formation. And in a split second, the countless demons and devils within the Lianxian Grand Formation were in shock, and frantically fled. It's no good. Your Highness, Hall Master, Your Highness, Demon God Lord, the immortal listing formation has been breached. Chapter 64 Immortal Projection. The split body descended. Miracle Hush Medium. Extreme East. The clan masters of the undying living spirit clan of the Golden Clan looked horrified. From afar, they saw the heavenly immortal power rippling, rushing up to the 9 heavens and beyond. The divine might was vast, strong and overbearing, and from afar, they detected horrifying ripples, so that they didn't dare to set foot. The Demon God Hall. Death God Mountain actually attacked the Demon God Hall in a strong manner? The clan master of the golden race of indestructible beings was horrified. His complexion changed. That was one of the most powerful races in the Miracle Hush, existing in the great formation of the Lai Immortals. There were even more terrifying immortal soldiers, and even more Lai Immortals were sitting in the town. And now, the black-clothed men of the Death God Mountain are domineering and strong, rushing away, unexpectedly wanting to flatten the mountain and destroy the fortress. Even the Demon God Palace's Lianxian Great Formation has been broken through. What level of weapons are in their hands? Rumble, rumble, rumble. Terrifying sounds shook the heavens and earth. Ferocious and furious, a large streamer fluttered and bloomed with supreme divine might. The void exploded, and the great formation of the lined immortals was directly broken, and the front nearly disintegrated completely. The demons inside were all wailing and screaming one after another. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is this the Death God Mountain's way of sweeping through the entire mysteries? Overthrowing the power that possesses the key to immortality, thus opening the path to immortality? The Golden Race's undying beings breathed heavily, having seen a shocking scene. The black-clothed man is invincible and invincible in all directions, and he is invincible in the world. Even if it's the Demon God's Hall and has the Lich immortal. So what? The group of black-clothed men were all true immortal realm powerhouses, domineering and overwhelming, facing the Demon God Palace, extremely strong, and at the moment, they drove straight in. What the hell is going on? The strength of this group of black-clothed people is too domineering, even become a true immortal. I remember not long ago, still in the half-immortal realm. Is this going against the grain? Surprisingly, what kind of divine artifact is there that can raise a realm so comprehensively? Rumble, rumble, rumble. Terrifying killing aura was rippling. The black-clothed people strongly rushed the mountain. All kinds of demons were fleeing, trembling with fear and trembling. They were chopped down one after another. The group of black-clothed people in front of them were too fierce. The demons fought. They could not have imagined that they, who had always taken the human race as their blood food, would end up being hunted down by them in turn. Was the power of the infinite star even this terrifying? Even the Demon God Hall's great formation of laying immortals had been breached. The great battle was continuing, and the group of demons from the Demon God Temple were simply no match for them, killing them in disgrace. The secret place of the Demon God Temple. The 4 Hall Masters were all enraged. Their foundations, weakened again, had been dead or injured by more than 50%, and they were unable to fight against a group of true immortal realm powerhouses. It's nothing short of a calamity. The 4 Hall Masters roared in anger. At this moment, standing before an altar, an immortal soldier warhammer suspended in it. The light haze was brilliant. The rainbow aura was radiant. The terrifying immortal power filled the air. Even as a true immortal realm, they all felt terrified to the extreme of the threat. Once they got into the hands of the immortal realm, cultivators were not the opponents even. Soon, the immortal soldiers were invited out, and the monkey took the initiative to step forward, urging them with his immortal power and demonic power. And after resisting the immense pressure, he was finally able to get his hands on them and grasp them briefly under a piece of the Demon God Lord's spiritual will. This is a Lianxian weapon, a genuine immortal weapon. It will definitely be able to decimate them. The remaining 3 Great Hall Masters exclaimed in shock and envy, because mastering this kind of immortal weapon against each other was very worthwhile, and even the 3 of them had never been touched. Boom! A figure descended. He didn't look very old. His essence was very full. His gaze carried a hint of demonic evil, as well as calmness and composure, and his body exuded a strong aura. Above the immortal realm. Congratulations, Demon God Lord. Congratulations, Demon God Lord. Compliments of the Lord of the Temple. The man waved his hand, talking about the Death God Mountain, feeling a bit tricky, saying, the Death God Mountain cultivates so many true immortals since where? It's too terrifying. Even if he had already taken that step, he didn't dare to blast against tens of thousands of true immortal realm black-robed men. One slip up and he would be doomed. The other party's numerical advantage was too great. Not only is the Demon God Temple, other mysterious great forces cannot resist. I did not expect this time mysterious native beings to appear. Blood wash the end. The words fell. Demon God Lord no longer too much emotion. At the same time, and the 4 Hall Masters came to an altar. Before the altar is not big enough to 3 meters square. Casting materials are not mundane. The origin is very mysterious. Even if it is the chaos stone in front of it, are inferior to many. Please, Le Chien. The 5 demons were respectful and solemn, kneeling before the altar. The Demon God Lord transmitted the 4 Hall Masters in a secret language, informing them of the immortal invitation mantra, and as the secret power flowed and the immortal chi surged up, the altar blossomed with a brilliant light, and terrifying demonic power blossomed from the altar. Far away, the Golden Race's indestructible beings were horrified. What did they see? Within the Demon God's Hall there was a heavenly demonic aura that shot straight up into the sky, tugging and ditching at something. The monstrous demonic aura eventually pierced through the air and coalesced a passageway. Terrifying aura was released and swept across the mysterious world, and in an instant, the entire miracle hush was in a great riot. All the major powers rose up in horror. The Demon God Temple even invited Li Xian. There is a huge crisis. That was one of the most powerful forces in this place, dominating the party. Who calls? Who returns? In that passage in the void, an extremely powerful spiritual will appeared, dominating heaven and earth, horrifyingly boundless, surprisingly carrying a rich demonic aura and immortal power. He spat out true words, emitting fluctuations that even the 4 Hall Masters couldn't withstand, and instinctively encountered suppression. Their heads couldn't even be lifted up. The 4 hall masters were horrified, but when they sensed that even as strong as the demon god lord, they were kneeling on both knees at this moment, unable to raise their heads, they were somewhat relieved in their hearts, which was enough to prove that the demon immortal was strong enough to stop this killing robbery. Please ask the demon immortal to descend and shelter the descendants of the Tao from the plague of extinction. Boom, boom, boom. The demon god lord's voice carried a hint of trembling, and in the next instant, the 4 great hall lords, including the demon god lord, were all stunned, not expecting that the demon immortal had really descended. Buzz! The altar bloomed with monstrous splendor. It was like 9 rounds of blazing suns across the sky, hovering and circling around, the only circle, a clear and handsome man casting his real body and arriving, appearing on top of the altar. Greetings to the demon immortal. Buzz! 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 The blazing sun hovered and rotated behind the clean-cut man, shining too brightly, and his body's vast immortal chi flowed, dominating the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Demon immortal lower realm Taoism? The clear-cut man's gaze was tinged with hatred, and he actually pinched 2 of the 4 great hall masters to death one after another when he raised his hand. Shocking Monkey and Queen Bee to hastily fall back. What have they invited back here? Listening to that speech, it didn't seem to be a demon immortal. For a while Monkey and Queen Bee's mouth corners both twitched again, their cheeks blackened. The upper realm demon immortal Taoism wouldn't have been overthrown, would it? You. The demon god lord's expression was shocked and his killing aura was monstrous, but he was thrown away by the clean-cut man with a slap on his face. As strong as he who was already stepping out of the immortal realm and stepping into the next realm, he was no match. Crushed, being roughed up and flying across the room on the spot, the body was all cracked and exploded, and the body was revealing itself as a 9-headed dragon augur, with one principal dying tragically on the spot, leaving only 8 heads. You're not a demon fairy? Even the demon god lord's face darkened. He didn't expect such a mutation to occur. This man seemed to have a very powerful hatred and killing aura towards the demon race. Oh, the clean-cut man carried a large bow on his back, looked at the monkey. His expression was a bit surprised, raised his hand. The monkey's entire arm burst into pieces, and the immortal soldier in his hand was received. The lower realm surprisingly also exists in the immortal soldier. The demon race Taoism didn't leave a lot of good things for the offspring but today you guys are kind of rushing to catch up, and sent it to the mouth of my arrows. The clean-cut man sneered. Monkeys and bee monkeys, one after another, were easily subdued by his eyes. Rather a good demonic pet. Submit, or die. The clean-cut man spoke. Chapter 65, Sacrificial Tao Battleaxe Chopping Heavenly Immortal Realm. Inside the temple of the demon god, the demon god lord was terrified and panicked, only feeling his scalp numb and his heart trembling. As a giant amongst the mysteries, one foot had already stepped into the Lai immortal realm, but at this moment, facing this clean-cut man in front of him, he still felt an incomparably strong and extremely deadly threat. What kind of existence did he actually invite to the Lai Xian? The clear-cut man in front of him was very arrogant, his gaze was disdainful, and he was looking down on him with a condescending gaze. The man was as plump as jade, his temperament was extraordinary and overwhelming, his generation was overwhelming. Behind him were suspended 9 huge light wheels that were as bright as the radiant blazing sun, slowly rotating. Each one of them had a haze of light, illuminating the darkness, carrying supreme immortal Tao rules and rhythms. He was as if he was in the mist, a bit ethereal, and his strength was simply powerful enough to make the demon god lord despair. What's his cultivation level? What level does it belong to among the Li Xian? Luo Gang's gaze was radiant, like the rising sun, with a vast and blazing gaze, beckoning his hand. The immortal soldier fell into his hand, being watched repeatedly by him, a mysterious aura emanating from his eyes, seemingly able to survey everything. Indeed, it is an immortal soldier, and the demon race Taoism is really planning to guide the demon race of the lower realm to ascend? A fool's dream, too presumptuous. Luo Gang laughed lightly, lifting his hand and flicking his fingers. The immortal soldier in the demon god's hall was even suddenly blossoming with splendor, instantly exploding into countless fragments. And the immortal Tao rules contained within were dimmed and eventually wore out. The key to immortality. Luo Gang's eyes were regal as he looked at the demon god lord, instantly gaining insight into all of his secrets, with no privacy to speak of. False and real, true and false. What's true and what's false? The road to immortality. Ha! Luo Gang laughed lightly. His words carried a mocking meaning. I don't know why. He seemed to have a feeling 3 times, and at this moment, the demon god lord had already knelt down and bowed his head. In the face of the legendary immortals in front of him, even 100 of them were not enough to look at him. Not to say that it was a false exchange, at least by following this man in front of him, he might find a shortcut and succeed in entering the immortal realm. The demon god lord revealed his own body, His might was vast, his body was huge, and he had gone from that kind of overlooking the world to now actively wearing a fawning smile on his face. Luo Gang nodded, the corners of his mouth slightly raised as he looked in a direction that did feel interesting. True immortals. Million names? The forces in the lower realms suddenly feel a little something. As the black-clothed men entered, all stained with blood and a murderous aura, Yang Di Yuan, who was in the middle of the flying war shuttle, could not help but squint his eyes, and immediately guarded himself with a sacrificial Dao-level weapon while exchanging for many defensive immortal armaments. When did immortal soldiers become so ubiquitous in the lower realm? Luo Gang was a little surprised, but stopped there. Compared to the immortal realm, these were the rarest of goods. The sharpness in the eyes of the clean-cut man, Luo Gang, flickered as he snapped. Where did the immortal soldiers come from? His gaze was sharp, penetrating through everything, landing directly on Yang Di Yuan within the flying war shuttle. With a look down and condescension, arrogance from his bones, and a disdainful gaze. However, the next instant, the clean-cut man Luo Gang was a bit stunned and surprised, with his immortal pupil, but could not see through the man inside the flying war shuttle. There is a strange and strong inexplicable breath, will be cut off from him, the immortal Dao's greatest treasure? How could a mere mortal from the lower realms possess a divine object that even the great immortals had to fight fiercely to the death for? The clean-looking man Luo Gang laughed lightly. Such a spirited young man is not common anymore. It is not common. Even in the immortal world, all of them have to call out to me as a godfather. The demon god lord's eyes glazed over. Wasn't this opportunity coming? It was time for him to make his exit. A circle of rainbow spiral farts extremely delicate, plus fawning as well as colorful look, immediately accusing up Yang Di Yuan inside the war shuttle. What a nerve! The Lianxian is in front of you, and if you don't kneel and bow down, you have no respect at all. Turtle in the car. Really think you can avoid a disaster? The demon god lord was also a bit surprised. He didn't expect the head of a group of black-clothed people to possess immortal weapons. The battle shuttle alone was a genuine immortal weapon, and the chief flowed with the immortal Dao rules. It was even higher than the grade of the immortal weapon left behind by his ancestor. But, are nothing now. This clean-cut man in front of him, with the snap of his fingers, his immortal soldiers were shattered. Let alone the battle shuttle? Just let him pity. Hundreds of thousands of years of operation. The demon god temple moved to disintegrate. Also fell into the demon pet. Is this the Lixian? Yang Di Yuan had a coldness in his eyes. That pressing gaze, his lofty stance, made him very unhappy. Swish! The clean-cut man Luo Gang casually punched out a seal. Streams of light warring and haze stirring, shooting directly into the demon god lord's body. And in a flash, his aura changed. Half-step legendary immortal state. His complexion was greatly delighted, granting you the immortal fate. As the demonic pet of the ancestor of this sect, it is not good to be too weak. The clean-cut man, Luo Gang, said indifferently. The demon god lord was overjoyed, and thanked Luo Gang. Happiness came just so suddenly, so that he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Immortal chi flowed all over his body, radiant and rich immortal power essence, swirling in his body, washing away the mortal flesh, which was a half-step of the Lianxian. He was even rapidly moving towards the realm of the Lianxian. Boom! 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 Mysterious rules rippled, and golden chains of order emerged between heaven and earth, surprisingly condensed by the supreme rules of the immortal Dao. Sensing that someone was trying to break through the restrictions, they actually descended directly. The chains were like a heavenly dragnet, the golden light was brilliant, and they pressed heaven and earth towards the demon god lord, wanting to strangle him. Oh, rather forgot that. Mortals have a covenant not to set foot in the heavenly immortal realm. The clean-cut man, Luo Gang, cocked his head and sat down on the altar with a big grin. Master, help me. The demon god lord was very sensible, sensing the deadly threat, unable to resist that strong and overbearing rule strangling power. He would be instantly corrected and exterminated. The clean-cut man Luo Gang raised his hand and waved his sleeve. Unexpectedly swept out a sea of bright streams of light, brilliant and beautiful at the same time, with a powerful and domineering energy. The supreme immortal rules, in front of it, like a balloon, one after another broken. The crisis disappeared, and the demon god lord let out a long breath. This was simply a great catastrophe. Fortunately, he was wise and knowledgeable about the Lord. Not only did he succeed in arriving at the heavenly immortal, but he also had to ascend to the immortal realm. Sees what's around him. The clean-cut man Luo Gang was very domineering. His gaze was overwhelming. He was actually idly wandering around the place. Between the blossoming of his immortal pupils, he had insight into everything in the divine miracle boo, and it seemed that all couldn't hide in his eyes. Master! The demon god lord's body surged and swirled with haze. His killing aura filled the clouds, and after feeling the absolute power raging like a tidal wave lapping at the shore, he directly rushed towards the black-robed man, heading straight for Yang Di-yuan within the battle shuttle. Immortal realm? A group? So what? Lift up your hand and overthrow. He was now a celestial immortal, one of the Lianxian. Oh, this breath déjà vu it, the breath of the immortal world. Immortal mountain. Ha! Just by the breath infested. Not the fated immortal mountain. Reincarnation heavenly palace good big strokes. Surprisingly to the demon fairy cub's demonic fetus as the root. Set up a mysterious boom, boom, boom. He covered the sky and quickly penetrated through the void, directly facing the black-clothed people. His dragon wings lightly quaking, all kinds of brilliant divine light bursting out. Not to mention now, even before he became a heavenly immortal, he wasn't afraid of it, only that there were too many of them and he was afraid that the gutter would turn over. And now his expression was incomparably grim with wildness and dominance, wanting to instantly decapitate them. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Terrifying immortal power was heaving, converging into a sea. The golden avenue presented itself, and tens of thousands of black-clothed men of the immortal realm broke the realm in an instant, stepping on the heavenly immortal realm with one foot, each holding several weapons in their hands, with immortal power heaving in the sky. Buzz, terrifying heavenly light erupted. The demon god lord was shocked. After becoming the heavenly immortal realm, he had the belief that he could push across the world without any enemy. But right now, the light of the feathers was all hellish. It was a strike that contained his heavenly immortal realm, and it was even blocked? This is an immortal soldier? The demon god lord was shocked and moved, doubting that what he was seeing in his eyes was unreal. What was he seeing? Pieces of black-robed men in front of them, each one carrying immortal weapons, at least 3 each. Defense, attack of the, against the divine soul. Moreover, with the appearance of the Golden Avenue, a group of true immortals all arrived at the peak of the human immortal realm, and under the addition of the immortal soldiers, they jointly urged them, which actually caused him, the demon god lord who had just become a heavenly immortal realm, to stagger. Boom, boom, boom. The black-clothed men weren't vegetarians either, being armed by Yang Di-yuan with all kinds of immortal weapons, even each equipped with 1,000 talismans. With the activation of the immortal soldier, the terrifying immortal chi gathered into a sea, dominating heaven and earth, and surprisingly erupted into a terrifying radiance, blasting the demon god lord, a celestial immortal, backward, with his torso scales being knocked apart and wounds appearing. How is this possible? The demon god lord was shocked and furious. In the lower realm, in the mysteries, even an immortal soldier, that was unattainable, cherished and extinct. Even in the mysteries there were only a few forces that had just that, but the sight before him made him a little dizzy. Tens of thousands, 3 each, that's 30,000 handles. This is simply amazing. He couldn't help but associate it with the fact that even in the immortal realm, with this kind of heritage, one could start a mountain and establish a sect, right? A strange appearance appeared in the eyes of the clean-looking man on the side. His eyes were greatly glowing, and his heart was astonished. What is the origin of so many immortal soldiers? He has an immortal king scion from a certain Tao lineage in the immortal realm? The immortal saint's own grandson? If Yang Di-yuan knew, he would skin and bone him. Immortal king, immortal sage, and he dared to let him be a descendant? Demon god lord was shocked, but did not care about anything else, since he has decided, currently since he needs to be for the clear man Luo Gang, wholeheartedly, to be fully exerted, with which to ascend to the immortal world. Wanxian split. With a broken cry, the demon god lord released a terrifying and boundless immortal power, catalyzing the rules of the immortal Tao. His body was filled with blood chi, and he even used his body to split into separate bodies, such as the monkey splitting technique, except that the number of them was only 9, but each of them was powerful, and all of them were at the heavenly immortal realm, but they were only a little bit weaker than the main body. At that moment, the equivalent of 10 heavenly immortal realm powerhouses struck out, facing the black-clothed man directly, to break through the layers of defense. Boom, boom, boom. Originally for the immortal realm 5 war slaves out, God Demon Pro 9 Heavens cast. Their own realm stepped into the heavenly immortal, holding the ritual Tao level weapon. The 5 people jointly urged, behind the war slaves to support. The first layer of the rune pattern on the battle axe was activated. The terrifying killing aura shocked the heaven and the earth. The huge battle axe across the sky as if it had been giganticized, horizontal chopping out. Ha! Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of weapon is that? The demon god lord roared harshly, feeling a bone-chilling chill. His scalp was numb again. His liver and gallbladder trembled. This was the first time he had felt a deadly threat since arriving at the heavenly immortal realm. If he couldn't dodge it, he would really die. He didn't understand how this tiny lower realm cultivator, the Death Mountain power and heritage, had found so many immortal soldiers. Now, there was even an existence more powerful than an immortal soldier, striking out at him and launching a terrifying strike to exterminate him. Not far, even the clean-cut man Luo Gang was shocked, his eyes radiant, divine light blazing, the 9 great suns behind him blossoming with divine aura, and he uttered in amazement, "This is a legendary weapon that is even more terrifying than an immortal Tao Supreme treasure, a sacrificial Tao divine artifact?" He was appalled. Afterwards, he even laughed crazily, maniacal and ecstatic, very relieved that this time he went down to the world. It was not a loss. It's a sacred object of the Tao of sacrifice. Even in the immortal realm, this was something pitifully rare, even originating from the products of the previous epoch. Only that the years had changed and it was all in the hands of the major giants. The clean-cut man Luo Gang was invigorated. If he were to obtain it, then even if he returned to the immortal realm, he would dare to call out to the older generation of powerhouses, and even decapitation would not be impossible. This was the sacrificial Tao divine relic that brought him the bottom line. Put, 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 the demon god lord shouted in terror, looking terrified, and even before he could open his mouth, he was swept by the light of the battle axe, and on the spot, one detachment after another, transformed into bloodlight and dissipated on the spot. He escaped at extreme speed, but his own speed seemed to be fixed in space and time. He felt that he had fled to the edge of the miracle boo, but his body was still in the same place, and he was finally killed by the axe light. Sort of a shame. I was going to go back to the dragon stew, but bringing me this surprise has made me very happy, and it was worth your death. The clean-cut man Luo Gang opened his mouth, without the slightest trace of pity in his expression. He was already resentful of the demon race, so what does life and death have to do with him? His gaze was radiant, but he didn't expect to feel a threat himself, originating from that battle axe, the sacrificial Tao divine object. Hand over the weapon. I can lead you and others to lift the religion to ascend to the immortal world. Having said that, the clean-cut man had struck out long ago. A palm coalesced out of the immortal Tao rules, domineering and strong, and the fact that he had previously been able to casually overthrow the golden shackles that had been coalesced out of the high rules of the first leader was enough to show that he was extraordinary. At this moment, the immortal rules ripple. As he struck out, the surrounding even once again surfaced horrible golden shackles, locking Luo Gang, which makes Yang Diyuan not have some speculative associations. This piece of heaven and earth seems to be in the containment, does not allow anyone to step on the heavenly immortals. Even if this immortal tried to exert strength beyond the heavenly immortal realm, he would be locked, golden shackles binding and suppressing him. Bring it. This sacrificial Tao divine object belongs to the ancestor of this sect. Chapter 66, The Liege Immortals Shine Brightly. Mission completed. Rewarding the 10 great Liege Immortals. Rumble, rumble. The sound was loud. The entire mystery was illuminated. The clean-cut man, Luo Gang, condensed the power of the immortal Tao rules, and probed his large hand. The void instantly collapsed. Even the earth was roaring. The whole place was in shambles, and one big pit after another surfaced. Terrified, the creatures in the mystery trembled and hummed, making agonizing noises like ancient beasts crying out in pain, and the entire mystery trembled. At the same time, all the major local forces were shocked and moved, looking remotely in the direction where the demon god hall was located. Many strong people, cultivators of the same rank as the demon god lord, had their divine souls trembling, as they felt the ultimate threat. The Lai Xian, unexpectedly, has really been invited out. Real manifestation, reflection of the present. The situation is tragic. The demon god temple is completely wiped out. The key thing, that dead immortal does not seem to belong to the demon race Tao lineage, at war with the forces where the Infinity Star is located. Everyone revealed a shocked look. This was a shocking big event that made them all feel threatened. If that immortal pushed everything across, it was hard to predict how the major forces in the mysteries would end up. The Death God Mountain is really strong. It dares to go to war with the Liege Immortals. What kind of vigor is this? It will be swept away and crushed in an instant, right? So many immortals. It's amazing that all of them have arrived at the peak of the immortal realm, enough to push across all of them. But in front of the Lianxian, what does it count for? Many people were talking, not optimistic about the Death God Mountain. It would be swept away in a short period of time, and would eventually go to extinction. Even if all the transcendent powers in the mysteries joined forces, they did not have the courage to go to war with the Lai Xian. That situation would be like a beggar, provoking 1,000 emperors, who would be pushed across, crushed, and forcefully beheaded. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Monstrous laws stirred, immortal power filled, dense mist, the clear man Luo Gang, behind the 9 rounds of the great sun rotating at great speed. blooming the most terrifying light. In a flash, the entire mystery were illuminated brightly, dispersing all the darkness. Buzz, 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 rumbling sound tremor, deafening, even in the flying war shuttle immortal soldiers within the Yang Du Yuan have felt, has long been extremely fast retreat to the rear, has not yet been out of the millions of immortals realm war slaves appeared, the gods and devils in the 9 heavens to cast, become a half-step in the existence of Lianxian, together with catalyzing the sacrifice of the road divine soldier. All of a sudden runic pattern rolled, the immortal gas is misty, dense mist, smoke and haze vaporization of the sky and the earth, a runic pattern was activated. The first layer, second layer, a full 2 layers of runic patterns activated the Tao sacrifice level weapon hegemonic emperor streamer, and the haze was so intense that the terrifying might shook the heavens and the earth. The ring of buildings collapsed, the void shattered, and the aura of the Tao was dimmed, nearly worn out. The clean-cut man Luo Gang arrived swiftly, directly pushing horizontally in front of the 10,000 black-clothed men in front of him. His large hand was radiant, the light seal rushed to the sky, illuminating the ring of the world, powerful and ferocious. Even if the 10,000 black-clothed men urged the immortal soldiers, they were unable to resist it, and as were being washed away. The might of the immortals is as strong as it is, a mere mortal. How dare you go against the heavens to destroy the immortals? The clear man Luo Gang cold, eyes looking at the blazing big streamer in front of him, his eyes were again shocked, followed by great joy. What did he see? In addition to a large axe, there was a large streamer, the entire body was emitting a strong aura, all of which were divine objects of the Tao of sacrifice, divine objects that were fought to death at every turn in the immortal realm. Surprisingly, in the lower realm, there were 2 of them directly. Splendid chance and wealth descended on his head. Such an opportunity, since it is necessary to grasp in hand. For the sacrificial Tao divine object to fall into your hands is simply a defilement of it. The clean-cut man went crazy, no longer able to calm down. Such a divine object, once revealed, in the immortal world are going to start an absolute war. Countless people are crazy for it. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Boom, rumble, rumble. Terrifying divine might was shaking, breaking everything. The hegemonic emperor streamer's might was limitless, streaking out ripple after ripple of fluctuations, emitting a terrifying light, and directly slapping at Luo Gang, the clean-cut man in front of him. Boom! What? The clean-cut man Luo Gang was shocked, and actually felt the terror, but as an expert at his level, he cast the ancient immortal law, and was fast to the extreme, turning and dodging, and using various means of defense things to defend himself from being bombarded. No! The clean-cut man Luo Gang's scalp was numb. Under the rippling light emanating from that sacrificial Tao divine object, there was even another layer of killing opportunity hidden, spreading towards him. It was one brilliant and eye-catching luster after another, carrying a heart-stopping attraction pulling force. Not only his physical body, even his divine soul was going to be attracted away. Click, click, click. The clean-cut man, Luo Gang, had somewhat broken his defenses, surprisingly allowing them to activate the rune pattern of the great streamer, which was out of his expectation. And even more so, what he didn't expect was that the might of this sacrificial Tao divine artifact was simply too extraordinary. The various defensive objects on his body burst into pieces one after another, before even resisting a layer of ripples. Boo, boo, boo. The clean-cut man, Luo Gang, broke off and glowed, and the 9 blazing great suns behind him rose up in high-speed rotation, emitting a stunning luster and floating in front of him, wanting to withstand the fluctuations of the sacrificial Tao divine objects. 9 rounds of small great suns bloomed with brilliance, powerful and capable of easily destroying a piece of civilization and completely cutting it off. And at the moment in front of his body, he was resisting for it, but even so, they still exploded one after another, and large swaths of immortal chi turbulence spread across the landscape. The void collapsed, the ground was pierced through, and the mysterious beings were roaring in grief and anger as they began to tremble continuously, awakening from their slumber. Even the barriers at the end of the mysterious end were broken down, and outside, creepy spirit after creepy spirit came pouring in such numbers that it was as if they were its nests, swarming in. But even so, they still exploded one after another under the might of the hegemonic emperor streamer. Millions of black-clothed men who had stepped a foot into the heavenly immortal didn't stay idle, urging their great axes one after another. Everything happened between lightning and flames, and after the might of the hegemonic emperor streamer was struck, the monstrous axe light of the battle axe similarly shot out. The clean-cut man, Luo Gang, had some big broken defenses. It's even going to be a mouthful of fenugreek. Each of the 9 small blazing suns behind them was enough to withstand a strike from an immortal realm powerhouse, but now, they burst into pieces one after another. He was traumatized and flew out backwards on the spot, his body becoming wretched. Where was the previous ease and impunity? Looking out of the corner of his eye, his face was a bit grim, his body was dripping with blood, and parts of his flesh and blood were exploding. His black hair fluttered, and the large bow behind him was directly hitched to shoot arrows, and in the nothingness, bit after bit of energy ripples were converging, ultimately accomplishing a sharp arrow that was shot out on the spot, wanting to resist the light of the battle axe. Pust, pust, pust. The clean-cut man flew out on the spot. The attacking arrows, destroyed by the battle axe, were devastating and overwhelming, directly crushed into pieces. Ahaha! King's Landing. The clean-cut man, Luo Gang, was split apart by the axe light at once. His body was turned into two halves, and his spiritual light suffered a heavy blow, collapsing on the spot. And right at this moment, at the large rear where Yang Di Yuan was, the clean-cut man Luo Gang unexpectedly arrived in a transcendent manner. The previous one turned out to be its doppelganger. With just a wave of his sleeve, in an instant, pieces of war slaves flew backwards, their bodies shattered, and they died miserably on the spot. Yang Di Yuan had a sacrificial Dao-level weapon to protect his body and was temporarily unharmed, but he was also greatly agitated, and at the same time, the key to immortality that existed within the demon god hall was found by the man in black. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host, who has successfully obtained the key to immortality. Get rewarded. Summoning the Lemurians? Him for me. Chapter 67 Elemental Immortal Realm Cultivation. An existence that stepped into the realm of the Liege Immortals. Once again, you will receive 3 keys to immortality. The beeps in Yang Di Yuan's head rang out one after another. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host. Mission accomplished. Congratulations, host, on your reward. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the sacrificial Dao level weapon, the hybrid heavily Dao armor. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the ritualistic Dao level weapon, the mixed Yuan hegemony shuttle. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the sacrificial Dao level weapon, the great wheel of reincarnation coffin. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the sacrificial Dao level weapon, the great wheel of reincarnation coffin idea. Congratulations to the host, obtaining 10 Lianxian war slaves. Current realm, peak of the heavenly immortal realm. In the meantime, the system's beep sounded again. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host. For the first time, he has obtained the Lianxian war slave, and has been rewarded with the mystery gift pack. Does the host open the mystery bundle? Turn it on. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host. He has gained the peak cultivation of the 10th stage of the Yuanxian realm. Yang Di Yuan was overjoyed in his heart. This was the cultivation of a powerhouse beyond the heavenly immortal realm. He had the feeling that even the peak of the heavenly immortal realm could be crushed at will and killed with the lift of his hand. Boom! 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 When the immortals go on a journey, not a blade of grass will grow. In front of Yang Di Yuan, 3 heavenly immortal realm war slaves directly appeared, already surpassing the ceiling of this world, overwhelming in their generation, their bodies blossoming with radiant immortal Dao haze and rules, their gazes blazing like ancient China. And at that moment, the hegemonic emperor's flag changed its hand, and it was activated by them. Boom! 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 Ha! Peak heavenly immortal realm? The clean-cut man Luo Gang was stunned and surprised. In the beginning, it was originally a diversion, but he didn't expect that the Death Mountain would surprise him, and the sacrificial Dao divine objects that even the immortal realm had to compete for appeared, 2 of them at once, bringing him endless surprises. Once he got his hands on it and returned to the immortal realm, he would be a god blocking the killing of gods and a Buddha blocking the killing of Buddhas. The split shattered, being blasted to death by the sacrificial Dao divine object. This made the clean-cut man Luo Gang not have half a bit of anger. Instead, he was surprised and invigorated because of the power of the sacrificial Dao divine object, which meant that the sacrificial Dao divine object was real and didn't seem to be an imitation. Just by activating 2 layers of rune patterns, it shattered his detachment. It was enough to prove how strong the sacrificial Dao divine objects were. But now, he was somewhat unable to understand. What was the origin of that figure within the immortal soldier war shuttle? What background? Would the beheading attract the pursuit of the immortal Dao giants? In his view, a power in the lower realms simply did not have any qualifications and strength to helm the sacrificial Dao divine objects. As if it were a small chick holding a heaven-destroying divine artifact, his identity is in doubt, a direct disciple of a transcendent giant of the immortal world? However, under the stimulation of the sacrificial Dao divine object, the clear-cut man wouldn't care about anything else, even if it led to the pursuit of the immortal Dao giants. So what was the harm? With the sacrificial Dao divine object in hand, he would be invincible in the world. It was even possible to counterkill an existence like a giant. But right now, The other party had actually sent out a powerful person from the heavenly immortal realm, and was defending their path. And three at once. This had already stepped into the existence of a Lian Xian. Normal should not appear in the lower realms. The three heavenly immortal realm black-robed men were domineering and strong. Out of their hands was to catalyze the terrifying immortal power, settled in the hegemonic emperor streamer. Just in an instant, let the hegemonic emperor streamer opened up 2 runic patterns, followed by the third layer of runic patterns were also activated. All of a sudden the terrifying sacrificial Tao mighty power was rampant and swirled, raging and domineering in the world. Blazing sun meteor killing, 10,000 swords overthrow, rumble, rumble, rumble. The clean-cut man Luo Gang urged his full strength. Even he didn't dare to have any distraction at this moment. Going all out, in that sacrificial Tao divine object, he felt a very terrifying energy, which could even decapitate the main body of the split body that his main body had projected down to the realm. 9 rounds of great suns emerged one after another, one layer after another suspended out, continuously surging into his body. In a flash, the clear man Luo Gang seemed to be in the middle of a radiant blazing sun, with a blazing brilliance. The surrounding area was filled with colorful haze, foggy and misty, and the emptiness of the sky had collapsed. Woohoo! Mysterious beings great vibration, terrified, from entering the mysterious, had shown mysterious, the earth stained with blood, but through the tough surface, penetrate it, did not enter its body, seems to be in the repair. In the outbreak of the immortal battle, the earth were pierced through the mysterious being's body were penetrated, let out a roar of pain. At this moment, even really woke up, although did not watch the original state, but can be known, mysterious beings are migrating, extremely fast. The mysterious being is migrating, extremely fast, and does not want to be involved in the scene. Boom, boom, boom. Yang Di Yuan was a bit surprised that the mysterious being escaped, taking the miracle hush with him. At this moment, he was in the lair of the creepy spirits, originally stepping on the spot, like an infinite universe, vast and majestic, and dark and silent, head after head of horrible creepy spirits of different shapes, wanting to devour the two of them, but with the sea of companions blowing up one after the other, by the raging of immortal power into blood mist and light, all of the creepy spirits as if they possessed a spirit of wisdom, one after another, fleeing, against all odds, fleeing into the distance, just to get away from the center of the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. Pust. While sheltering the clean-cut man Luo Gang, the 9 rounds of great suns flew forward one after another, resisting the impact unleashed by the hegemonic emperor's streamer, surprisingly bursting into pieces one after another. Even he was staggeringly shocked, wanting to escape, as if space and time had been frozen in time and space, causing him to suffer a heavy blow. If he hadn't performed the secret method at the critical moment, his physical body disintegrated and his soul dispersed, and then regrouped at a distance. He was afraid that he would really be disliked by the Fengzai hegemonic emperor streamer's strike. Even so, his soul and physical body still suffered a heavy blow, being rubbed by the ripples of the hegemonic emperor's flag, spewing immortal blood one after another. His eyes revealed a strange light. His heart was indignant and somewhat stifled. Since the appearance of the heavenly immortal realm powerhouse, his advantage was no longer there. It seemed that he saw the precursor to the breakup of the bilocation. And now the bilocation body was going to be crushed by the sacrificial Tao divine objects as well. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Heaven and earth shook and the rules descended. Even if the doppelganger exerted too much power, it would attract the limitations of the shackle bindings. The clean-cut man Luo Gang's gaze carried killing intent. Since he had exerted his beyond this place power, the golden shackles between heaven and earth covered into a golden giant net to wrap him up, making him restricted and unable to utilize his strong strength. Kill. The clean-cut man didn't care anymore. He directly activated his powerful magic power. His body blossomed with terrifying visions. Behind him hovered the immortal palace immortal hall as well as a group of immortal mountains. He was in the middle of it, as if he was like the creator, inaugurating everything. His own breath instantly elevated, ridiculously strong. Yuan Xian? Yang Di Yuan was a bit stunned, actually felt the strength of the other party. This is Yuan Xian, only because of the binding of the golden shackles, has not been shown. And now was subjected to more and more horrifying golden shackles sweeping cover, so that he spit out blood one after the other. But even so, still have to fight, wanting to get the sacrificial Tao divine object. Above Yuan Xian, Yang Di Yuan's eyes shrank, only to see a great collapse of the void. One invisible aura after another was converging, as if reflecting a corner of the immortal world. In the immortal world there was a figure like a clean-cut man. His eyes exuded malice, and surprisingly, he crossed over part of the energy, which could allow the clean-cut man to exert a power beyond himself. Split body? Yang Diyuan was a bit stunned. The clear man under his eyes was not his real body, and the corner of the immortal realm that was reflected behind that mysterious void was a true reflection of that person. Kill. The clean-cut man Luo Gang was always golden shackles cloaked and shackled, but he still did not die, and the whole rushed in, and produced several divine objects for a big clock, which actually solved the problem from the root, and rushed towards Yang Diyuan, to trap him in it. It had to be said that with the person's essence behind the void-ferrying energy, the strength of the clean-cut man Luo Gang increased by leaps and bounds. His killing power was amazing and monstrous, making the heaven and earth tremble, the ring of the universe collapsing, and the runes of order collapsing, wanting to dodge the ripples and directly capture Yang Diyuan. Boom! The flying bell arrived in an instant. Yang Diyuan was unharmed, defending himself with the Dao Sacrifice divine artifact mixed heavenly Dao armor. Wearing it on the spot, even with his strength, he could activate the 4 rune patterns at once, and then under the dismayed gaze of the clean-cut man, he realistically took a hit. The clean-cut man Luo Gang was shocked and furious, even more amazed at the dismay, not expecting Yang Diyuan himself to have such a divine object. The light of the hegemonic emperor's flag behind him shot up, together with that terrifying rippling star sea surfacing in front of him, completely and utterly surrounding him, fleeing before and after with no way to escape, avoiding no way to avoid. The whole thing was caught in the middle. Pust, pust, pust. The flesh and blood on the clean-cut man Luo Gang's body exploded one after another, and the light of his soul was extinguishing, unable to resist at all. Boom, boom, boom. A silence returned to heaven and earth. The clean-cut man, Luo Gang, died a horrible death, a death that could not be repeated. However, it was only a bilocation. Its real body was in a corner of the immortal realm, and now it manifested its means, and a vapid figure emerged in the void, not unlike the bilocation. But its strength and gaze were frightening, with a terrifying eye, sacrificing the word, divine objects. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Luo Gang's true body wanted to manifest, exerting great magic power, across the endless void, wanting to cross the domain, not wanting to sacrifice the Tao of God's artifacts to be lost in this way, to come out as a whole, to come to the lower realm from the immortal world, to get the God's artifacts, but with the exertion of mana, the golden shackles in the sky were getting more and more. And surprisingly, they were converging to form a vast and boundless golden sea of stars, which directly swooped down on him, and the void was dramatically shaken. Heaven and earth riot. The void was like an animal skin bag, and after the adhesion of the golden shackles, the impact caused the void to bulge, and his limbs tried to rush out, but they were completely wrapped by the golden shackles, and everything appeared to be unhelpful. The next instant, pieces of black-clothed men stood in the void, looking at the man from afar, and neatly, directly erected a middle finger. Obviously, that immortal was furious. There were even wisps of voices coming out. The void bulged even more violently, wanting his real body to descend and blast Yang Diyuan, but to no avail. In the end, the void returned to calmness. That man's gaze was eerie and fearful, condensing at Yang Diyuan, making a neck-wiping motion at him, and then dissipated. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host, successfully obliterating the Yuanxian level bilocation. Congratulations to the host. The cultivation room has been upgraded to the peak of the 10th stage of the heavenly immortal realm. Congratulations to the host. The prestige value has been molded to a new high and can be raised to level 11. Congratulations to the host. He has obtained a new task. Gather 49 keys to immortality. You can obtain a mysterious and generous Lishan gift pack. Chapter 68, Chaotic Ancient Dao System. The whereabouts of the last 3 keys to immortality. Yang Diyuan's ears were filled with the system's beeps one after another, and his mind was pondering, in intentional speculation. Now, the heavenly immortal realm war slaves summoned by him had already stepped into the existence of the Lianxian, and their bodies were draped with golden shackles and rules, but after concealing their own breath, although there would be some residue, it would not have much of an impact, but if they were to explode with all their might, the golden shackles would become more and more powerful and blazing, and would cause damage to the heavenly immortal realm powerhouses. This situation seemed unavoidable. Even the Lixian detachments that came from the lower realms and wanted to exert their full strength would be bound or even strangled by the golden shackles, without any means of resistance, and it seemed to be somewhat insurmountable. Is it the rules that coalesce in this heaven and earth? Yang Diyuan didn't rush to let the millions of immortals enter the cultivation room. At that time, if they were targeted by the golden shackles, it would be a devastating disaster. The way of heaven still exists, in overseeing this universe and the stars? Or is it that the heavenly Tao has passed away and is only a residual binding of energy rules? Ding dong! Obtaining 49 keys to immortality, the host receives the following rewards. Reward: the host will be awarded with the sacrificial Tao level Palace Mountain Gate, Reward: the host will be awarded the sacrificial Tao Divine Pill, Nirvana Pulp. Reward: 3. The host will obtain the sacrificial Tao Divine Law, Hegemonic Golden Dipper Body. Reward: the host will receive the Lianxian War Slave, the peak cultivation of the 100th Heavenly Immortal Realm. Reward: the host will receive Ritualistic Tao Level Sheltering Talisman X10. Reward: 6. The host will receive Ritualistic Tao Grade Heavenly Thunder Divine Symbol X10. Reward: 7. The host will receive Ritualistic Tao Level Feathered Burning Flame Divine Symbol X10. Reward: the host will receive the Sacrificial Tao Level God Zapping Talisman X10. Yang Diyuan's heart shook as he listened to the beeps in his head. He soon learned that each talisman could be utilized to deliver a full force strike at the ritual Tao level. It was even stronger and more powerful than the War Slave's activation of the Hegemonic Emperor Streamer and activation of the fourth layer of runic patterns. Definitely slay the gods, as well as the Li Xian. Boom, 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 sacrificing the Tao Divine item to break through the air. Yang Di Yuan naturally changed into the mixed Yuan Heavenly Shuttle of the Tao Divine item, and the speed was far from being comparable to that of an immortal soldier. In a near instant, it caught up to the miracle boo that was fleeing, and in the meantime, Infinity Star. All the powers were greatly shaken. All of them were horrified. The three hegemonic level powers stared with wide eyes, and even appeared at the entrance of the divine miracle boo, and upon closer inspection, they surprisingly found that the entrance was on the verge of dissipating, and was shaken up and hazy. It seems to turn into nothingness at any moment. They were a little hesitant. They didn't want to lose this path. After all, they could ascend to the immortal realm. But then they thought carefully, even if the miracle hush didn't disappear, their group, it seemed that they weren't at a great advantage, and the demons in the miracle hush didn't seem to be able to stop the infinite star if they really flew horizontally and wreaked havoc. It might even be the next chaos realm to be mysteriously occupied in the aftermath. Become a mystical paradise. What's going on when it's really far away? The miracle boo disappeared. Does it mean that the path to immortality has completely dissipated? And the path that we have worked so hard to pursue has faded away? Some cultivators were unwilling and wanted to make a final fight for the crossing. But soon enough, someone was covered in blood and fell out of the same path from the miracle boo. Bad food. Surprisingly, there is a Lianxian existence, and it's gone down, and it's yet to be known whether it will win or lose if it fights with the Death Mountain again. But the most crucial thing is that the miracle boo is going to be far away. Probing into the secret, the carrier of the miracle hush is a mysterious being, suspected to be a descendant of the Lianxian. The ground we step on when we enter the miracle hush are all the skin and flesh of this mysterious being. This statement was made. Many people in the infinite star were shocked and exclaimed. Their hearts sucked in a mouthful of cold air, feeling their scalps tingling and their hair blowing up. What kind of existence was that? The miracle boo turned out to have such a hidden agenda. There are also claims that the mysterious being, which is one of the 10 great terrors and the source of the birth of the miracle boo, is fleeing far away at great speed. A lot of people are shocked. Even this mysterious being was in fear of the Liege Immortal? Soon someone corrected and opened his mouth to tell the secret story. The mysterious beings can also be said to be the miracle hush. The fear is not the Li Xian, but the Death Mountain. There are mysterious and unpredictable weapons that can decapitate him. That would be amazing. Even the three great hegemonic powers are in shock and awe. This is simply, every time he heard about it, the strength of the Death God Mountain was going to be raised by a large layer as a whole, so much so that it could actually fight against the Lich Immortals. Soon, the miracle boo became illusory, and the entrance was no longer spread across the infinite star. Distantly shifted to the starry sky, with people falling out, and the entrance completely closed. That turned out to be a reclusive and transcendent power clan, a Yang family high-ranking person, with a sufficient cultivation of the true immortal realm. Even the three hegemonic level forces had to take the strongest persons seriously. Miracles boo far away. The Liechtenstein was slaughtered. Death Mountain wins big. Yang Di Yuan is suspected to have Lixian level Dao protectors as well as Dao sacrifice divine objects. Even the transcendent power family Yang family are some trepidation. The face is not very good. After all, Yang Di Yuan had originated where, but was abandoned. And now the Yang family words, helmsman is not for the original direct line, was occupied by the side branch, on the former direct line of the people, is very cruel, as slavery, handmaiden squire, and so on. What is a sacrificial Dao divine object? It's actually capable of slaying gods and beheading Lianxian. The most crucial thing is that the Death God Mountain is making a big move, preparing to forcefully force the camps of the major living beings within the miracle hush to forcibly put together the key to immortality and open the road to immortality. And with his strength, this is the inevitable result unless there will be an even more mysterious and powerful appearance that will lead to a change in the outcome. The people of the Young family clan stood in the void, looking at the deep sky. The entrance to the miracle boo had completely disappeared. So whoever's in there, will they come out again? Nothing is known. Yang Di Yuan. I did not expect that the road to immortality was about to be placed in front of my young family, but in the end, it was lost, although the collateral line held the right to speak, but lost the opportunity to become immortal. The fish and the bear's paw really cannot be both. Everything is karma. As one of the core talkers of the Young family's side lineage, he had a heartfelt, plausible feeling that a lot of it was becoming impossible at the moment. Becoming immortal has become ethereal. How can you become immortal? One day in heaven, 1 year on earth, and how cruel the immortal world will be. I feel it will be a microcosm of the infinite planet, only grander, more magnificent, more vast, everyone's lifespan equal to that of heaven, everyone living forever? It's unlikely and unrealistic. Suddenly, he felt a sacred and benevolent greatness spreading out, and there were Buddhist scriptures chanting in the air. The sound of chanting and saluting Buddha was magnificent and solemn. It was actually a monk, his body glowing like a reincarnated Buddha. Under his feet was a golden lotus, emitting an incomparably strong aura, surprisingly similar to the kind of sacrificial Tao divine objects he felt in the divine miracle boo. Beyond the immortal realm? Scholar, you have a destiny with our Buddha. Why don't you vanish into the void and recite the sutras to honor the Buddha? Miracle boo inside. Yang Di Yuan and the others entered. The creatures under the earth's surface had indeed revived, and seemed to be in a period of cubs, frightened by the aura of the sacrificial Tao divine objects that emanated from the battle with the Lai Xian just now. Hoofing it, a little panicked, not knowing where the goal of the forward movement was, and surprisingly, they were making a great leap in the void, shuttling from one wormhole to the next. The barrier of the miracle hush was hollowed out at one corner, and the mysterious rules of this place seemed to connect not to the outside world but to a terrifying nest of creepy spirits, because of the barrier's protection from creepy spirits. But now, one head after another was pouring in from the rupture, and it was actually sucking the mysterious being's blood. Under this experience again, even the mysterious beings began to work on it, communicating with their spiritual power and talking to the major living clan that survived here, asking them to help eradicate it. Even the undying holy spirit of the Golden Clan was striking out, but it suffered heavy losses, and they had to say that it was inevitable that they had to strike out, or else they would have to become extinct before the mysterious being died. Boom! 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 The black-robed man raised his hand to overpower the hordes of creepy spirits that were pouring in under Yang Di Yuan's orders, and the mysterious rules were gradually healing under the enchantment. Creepy spirits can't get in. The major ethnic groups in this place were shocked. That force that had killed the Lai Xian had actually returned. What kind of toughness and dominance is this? Surprisingly, he was able to decapitate the legendary immortals. This is too strong. Many forces were in awe. They even took the initiative to open their mouths to offer the key to immortality, not daring to make an enemy out of it. And everything that happened in the Demon God Hall was in their eyes. Inviting the Lian Xian? That's not a proper method. They can really see it. What kind of Lian Xian did the Demon God Palace invite? It wasn't even his own Tao, and he had a bitter hatred for the demon race. And even if it wasn't for the Death God Mountain's hand, he would have ended up being decapitated by the Lai Xian. Nowadays, although the Death God Mountain was strong and overbearing, it wasn't that unreasonable, and by giving the key to immortality, it could definitely dispense with the plague of extermination and even coexist peacefully. The clans offer the key to immortality. The number was so large that it was 41 pieces. Add 5 of its own pieces for a total of 46. The remaining 3 pieces he suspected that someone was hiding them privately, but after using his eyes to watch them, he realized that they could be considered very clean to hand them over. There are even quite a few ethnic groups have offered such untold secrets as the ancient immortal laws, but in Yang Di Yuan's opinion, they are all a bit unimpressive, and in the level 10 prestige mall alone, the lowest level ancient immortal laws are of a much higher grade. First, the killer god Ultra Outer Heaven is overwritten. This power had targeted him, now, is still in the miracle hush, has not fled, beyond the expectations of Yang Di Yuan, not waiting for him to take action. There are many ethnic groups to join forces, directly launched a general attack, so that the miracle hush within the killer god dynasty heaven outside the heavens. There is no place to hide. Lord Mountain Lord, the last stronghold of the killer god dynasty is right there. One word from you and we'll destroy him in minutes. The clan master of the Golden Clan's undying beings opened his mouth with a flattering look, but it was not tiresome, and it was obvious that the clan's young master had mostly learned and comprehended the essence of what he had done from his old man. The remaining people in this place of the Slayer God Dynasty heavens beyond heaven felt their scalps go numb. Not breathing well. I felt bad. I felt like I was going to be silenced. And after years of killing people, It seemed that this time I had wet my shoes and was going to be in the gutter. Please slow down, Mountain Lord. We have important information about where the last 3 keys to immortality are. In the hands of the chaotic ancient Tao system. They're fishing, waiting for some people to step in and gather all of the keys to immortality together, and then they reap the rewards. Chapter 69, Stepping into the Chaotic Sea. The rules weaken. Millions of liege immortals are about to descend. Miracle Hush Medium. The stronghold where the Killer God dynasty is located. They failed to leave before the Miracle Boo entrance disappeared. They did not expect to encounter the biggest crisis at this moment. They had been sent out with Emperor-level killers. They failed to kill them. Now the whole thing was suppressed. In order to live, they had no choice but to tell the secret story. The keys to immortality, respectively, were retained by the chaotic ancient Tao system, and the remaining 3 pieces of one ancient Tao were united. And the 3 chaotic ancient Tao systems seemed to have joined forces. Once the most powerful giant in the chaos realm, a transcendent power, after the mysterious descent, unable to resist the mystery, fled at the first time. The loss was not very great, and now inhabits a place in the chaos realm, fishing, waiting for the person or power that collects all the keys to immortality to come to the door of their own accord. They are having a great deal of vigor and strength, thinking that they can take down the people who have put together the key to immortality. Completely, aren't they being too conceited? The clan lord of the Golden Clan's undying beings opened his mouth, somewhat appalled and amazed. But right now, those chaotic ancient Tao lineages were afraid that they would have to fold their arms, losing their wife and soldiers. The strength and heritage of the Death God Mountain was too strong. Even the detachment of the Lai Immortal descending had been decimated. Did they have that strength to leave the undying God's people behind and get the key to immortal formation that young Di Yuan had obtained? He was inclined towards the former. After all, they came from the Chaos Ancient Tao system, and they were mixing well in the Chaos realm. Even if the Chaos Sea became a mysterious paradise after the mysterious descent, they had a way to protect themselves, and their strength was not to be underestimated, and perhaps there would be another way. Boom! Soon, young Di Yuan got useful information and was ready to go and see what kind of Chaos realm was now, and what kind of state the Chaos Ancient Tao system was in. He was completely unafraid. So what if the chaotic ancient Tao system was completely united? Just push straight across. At the same time, he also learned that one of the ancient Tao units that Lu Qingluan was a part of was one of the chaotic ancient Tao units, and the person who had manifested behind the beheading of Lu Qingluan in the first place had come from the core hierarchy of one of them. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The ground trembled. A transcendental spirit light shone out. All the major powers were shocked, then relieved. It was actually the Holy Spirit under the feet, although he was still in the cub period, but his strength was not bad, at least Yuan Xian, only that he was traumatized and was healing. So he was in a state of slumber for a long time. His spiritual light, which was currently projected in a spiritual shadow state, appeared in front of Yang Di Yuan and a group of forces, more than 1 person tall, a scaled-down version of his main body. It was surrounded by a misty haze that was radiant, but there was an aura of decay and blight that was even deepening. Its species is very special, with scales all over its body, dragon-like rock-like Kuan, horse-faced rhinoceros horns, golden and radiant wings, and bright red fur. Crystalline, but with a weak aura. I come from the immortal realm. I was once the bloodline of the divine kingdom's protector god beast. I was captured by a mysterious person and became the carrier of the miracle hush. If you can help me get rid of the curse mark, I am willing to follow. The mysterious being autonomously introduced that it came from a very unusual origin, and that even as a cub, its strength was above that of a Yuan Xian, and if it recovered, it could reach above that of a Yuan Xian. At the same time, Yang Di Yuan knew that the mysterious person who had captured a cub with a cultivation above Yuan Xian seemed to have an unusual origin, suspected to be someone from the palace of reincarnation Tao, but many giants in the immortal world called them reincarnation slaves. If I can break the seal, with the current strength can break through the air at any time, through the chaos, even if the road to immortality opens, I can also take you far away. Only nowadays the immortal world is what the situation is. I'm not very clear. In tens of millions of years ago, seems to fall into some kind of turmoil. At that time, I was very ignorant, just born. So many years have passed, there may be unpredictable results. And, into the immortal ascension road, suspected of a big game, was the person who executes the chess piece, and then calculate what? Throughout the ages to be able to ascend is the lower world of the number of overwhelmingly strong. But ascension to the immortal world will not count for anything. Some of them would be ferried away by the major immortal realm Tao, and some were reduced to mining slaves, miserable workers. The mysterious creature said a lot, obviously showing its worth. I can make a contract with you, and if I have the slightest thought of violating it and thinking ill of you, I will instantly go up in smoke. The mysterious being opened its mouth. Its bloodline, even in the immortal realm, was one of the best, descended from the protector divine beast of a divine kingdom, and had just been born, with a cultivation above Yuan Xian, and that was only during the period of the cubs, and one dared not imagine how strong the adult creatures of that race would be. The black-clothed man catalyzed the sacrificial Tao divine object, and sure enough, got rid of some kind of mark on its body, and all of a sudden, the mysterious being rejoiced and took the initiative to sign a contract, willing to follow by Yang Di Yuan's side, conquering the world or not, reigning over the world, and would not have a second thought. The gold race indestructible beings and other native beings are a little sad. Where will they go? Their origins can no longer be traced. They have always lived here and never traveled far, and now that the mysterious creatures have followed one man and recognized him as their master, where should they go? You are also from the immortal realm, except that nowadays the great power of heaven and earth is driven by the sky and universe, and if you cannot break through to the Yuanxian realm, you will be entangled in the rules and strangled at every turn, and if you are willing to do so, you can still survive here. Of course, it depends on whether my master agrees or not. The mysterious being's heart was not considered evil. With his strength, even without Yang Di Yuan's hands, he could easily crush them, and under his own full power outburst, he was no worse than Lian Xian, only that he had a reincarnation mark on his body earlier, and suffered from multiple restrictions. Yang Di Yuan went on his way. The mysterious being showed his true body. One eye alone was bigger than the infinite star, and he was strong, but even so, under the cosmic stars, he still looked small. Buzz, 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 the void was penetrated, and the mysterious being took spatial leaps one after another at an extremely fast speed. But soon, he was somewhat dismayed. The Chaos Altar disappeared into thin air? According to the mysterious being, the Chaos Altar was a turning point that was crucial to crossing the Chaos Realm, and it could also be said to be a teleportation point, but now it was cold. In the deep space of the universe, with the corpses of horrible creatures and dried blood and flesh floating everywhere, and the fragments of the Chaos Altar seemed to have been broken apart by someone with a great magical power. Lord, sit tight. I break the spatial bondage with the divine destiny. There should be a rule blockade, but with your strength you should not be afraid. Mysterious beings seem to have some put down the face. Earlier just said its own extraordinary. At the moment to be hit in the face, even if it is a small cub, still show mana. All of a sudden the space turbulence, Chaos Altar even in the convergence, by his cohesion, to open a foot of the Chaos Channel. So back then he forced to open the Chaos Channel to the ease of it, the consumption will be very little. Buzz, 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 space humming, trembling, heaven and earth are all shaken. The horror is boundless. The cold void unexpectedly emerged a sea of streaming stars, in the flickering divine radiance, although only a piece, but mixed with the horror of the energy. It seems that even the true immortal touch will easily be torn to pieces, dissolve everything, physical disintegration, the divine soul dissipated. This sea of flowing light and stars, surprisingly, flashed out from within the Chaos Channel, in which surprisingly, three supreme beings stood on their left. They sat on their knees, and at this moment, they propped up their eyes, with a brilliant flowing light. Sharp, knife-like gazes swept over them. Who dares to trespass on the Chaos Realm? A bunch of humble ants and mortals. This is no place for you to come. The three supreme beings' murderous aura rushed to the sky, directly opening their mouths and speaking out. Their killing intent was full of killing intent, and their fierce aura seemed to turn into substance. The implication of wanting to remind and warn did not exist at all, and they were actually going to make a move against the mysterious beings in Yang Di Yuan and the others. Swish, swish, swish. The sea of light was brilliant, erupting a terrifying stream of light in the entire cosmic starry sky, just like the brilliant fireworks in bloom. The might was strong and terrifying. Are they weak? No. Each of the three were at the peak of the immortal realm and had 1 foot in the Yuanxian realm and the realm of the listed immortals, so it could be said that they were half-step Yuanxians, striking out at will to kill them and bury them in this place. Don't be wild. Dare to hurt my dwelling. Head for you to grip down. The mysterious being broke off and shouted. His voice filled the air, terrifying and overbearing, fierce and hideous. Just the voice hair out. Let the killing machine that came flying instantly dissipate and disintegrate, which couldn't help but make the three people who were in the stream of light staggered, their eyes flickering. Yuan Xian? Isn't the lower realm suppressed by rules? How can such a creature still appear? Obviously, all three were a bit stunned, and even under the buzzing of that terrifying voice, one felt a strong pressure that caused the extremely fast-flowing sea of streaming light stars to freeze in eruption. Put. The mysterious being was powerful, and in such a scenario, It was natural for him to unfold his means and strength so that young Di Yuan would further recognize that it was not just a vain, self-aggrandizing name. Buzzing fame is vast, more and more grandiose, more and more ferocious. The three people in the sea of flowing stars are completely unsettled. They are the people of the Chaos Realm ancient Taoist system, sitting in the entrance. I did not expect to encounter such a big crisis. This matter is a very easy job in the ancient Taoist system, and there will not be a big crisis. The voice penetrated through everything. Even if it was a sea of flowing light and stars, it was still pierced through by the mysterious being's voice, and on the spot, the flesh and blood of two of them began to explode, unable to withstand it at all, and in just an instant, only their heads were left, and the light of their divine souls was extinguished. The one remaining person was horrified. They were already half-step Yuan immortals, and compared to the lower realms, the suppression of the Chaos Realm was weaker, but at this moment, they were still instantly decapitated by two people. What kind of existence was that mysterious being? Is the strength at the Yuan-Xian realm? Even those in the chaotic ancient Tao system did not dare to underestimate them, but when they took a closer look, they were shocked to find that on the back of this mysterious being, there was someone. It was a war shuttle. The might was internalized. Gently skimming through it, they knew that the divine artifact was not bad. It was the owner of this mysterious being that was not? What kind of person could make a holy spirit of the Yuan-Xian realm follow and fly as a mount? That's a little scary. Pust. The sea of streaming stars exploded. The only remaining person also turned into ashes after marveling and lamenting, not being an opponent at all. Feeling that in the near future the Chaos Realm and the Chaos Sea would all have to break out into a great chaos. A mysterious and powerful man has arrived. At the same time, the mysterious being jumped the spatial channel, showing a fawning expression to Yang Diyuan, seemingly inviting credit. After hearing a good sentence from Yang Diyuan, the mysterious being was excited and thrilled, considered to have initially gained his approval, and traveled forward within the chaotic channel at great speed. It was dangerous here. Once you fell, you might appear in the exile region of the endless starry sky, and those who appeared there would be lost, dissipated, and eventually turned into machinery in general, with a gradually cold consciousness, along with smooth dots. Even though the mysterious being was flying at extreme speed, it still took quite a bit of time. After a long time, the chaotic passage appeared to end, and Yang Diyuan had a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Chaos Sea, Chaos Realm. He sensed that the shackles of rule evolution had been greatly weakened in the Chaos Realm. As for his million immortal realm black-clothed war slaves, he could enter the cultivation room to cultivate and advance to the level of the Lai Xian. Chapter 70, Chaotic Ancient Tao System, Heavenly God Palace. The old undead who had killed a Lian Xian. The Chaos Realm is close at hand. The mysterious being arrived across the domain and brought Yang Diyuan to this place. Looking around, the rules of this place are pervasive. Order runes bloom. The naked eye can see very complete. Of course, ordinary people cannot see. In the eyes of Yang Diyuan was easily insight. This place is a mountain range. Immortal gas curling up and rising. The environment is more vast than the Wuji star. The breath is more dense, almost turned into a substance, only interspersed with an aura of mysterious decay. The mysterious being's torso changed. Around 3 feet, the war shuttle spread out horizontally. He whispered, a mysterious aura. The mystery of the Sea of Chaos is expanding. It's already a mysterious paradise there. There aren't too many places like the calmness of this place. There aren't too many places like it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, this place shook greatly. Chaotic rules dazzle. The breath rolled up, with a majestic mist. One after another figure from the distance to break the void. The speed is amazingly fast. The strength is not bad. There were 5 of them, all dressed in purple robes, and each of them had a haughty gaze, arrogant from the marrow of their bones. Who are you people? How dare you enter my heavenly divine palace's Taoist system at will? What is your purpose? The 5 people were very strong. Their gazes were sharp and domineering. Their strengths were all at the true immortal realm, and then they asked questions and rebuked, their gazes carrying a look of disdain. Among them, there were 2 women with full figures, exquisite curves, and pretty faces, who had a look of disgust and dislike for Yang Diyuan and the others. However, in the next instant, these 5 people flew out backwards one after another. One woman was pierced through by the beam of light shot out by the mysterious being and exploded on the spot, while the other woman was hit in the entire face and was pasted on the spot. Her brain exploded and her head exploded like a watermelon, dripping with blood. The remaining 3 men sprayed blood from their mouths and suffered heavy injuries. The light of their divine souls were about to be nearly extinguished. They didn't expect that the man hadn't even made a move yet, and the mount beside him had cut through the killing, and the means were so strong that he had killed 2 divine maiden-level characters of the Heavenly God Palace on the spot. The 2 men among those 3, spitting out blood one after another, the pupils in their eyes trembling chaotically, their vitality rapidly disappearing. Only one man remained, but he had long since lost all his strength in battle. His body was about to disintegrate, wanting to fall back and leave, but he could only crawl with great difficulty, wanting to summon the heavenly divine palace's strongest person, and this was still the case of the mysterious being leaving his hand behind, needing to probe some information and leaving it for Yang Diyuan to poke around. Heavenly God Palace, Chaos Dao Palace, and Kunlun Mountain. These were the three major chaotic ancient Dao lineages that still existed in the chaotic realm, all of which were transcendent forces that had survived the mysterious descent. The Heavenly God Palace is inviolable. You are destined to perish here today. Heavy Trauma Man opened his mouth, murderous aura filled. Obviously there is no way to escape. His eyes are full of fury, even directly ignited the messenger. All of a sudden the ground shook. The entire mountain range in this place is in the vast vibration. There are many strong aura, coming from the distance, even from a distance of 1,000,000 miles. With the strength of the mysterious being it was still visible to the naked eye. It was a magnificent mountain gate with a transcendent aura, a haze of radiance, and a radiance that shone brightly. Buzz, 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 find the key to immortality. Yang Diyuan gave the order, and immediately, 10,000 immortal realm powerhouses were deployed, and for a moment, they looked at the heavily injured Heavenly God Palace disciple in disbelief. What was this situation? He seems to be somewhat blinded by the vision. What he sees in front of him is unreal. Tens of thousands of black-clothed people unexpectedly show up out of thin air, and their own breath is unexpectedly powerful to the peak of the immortal realm, the level of half a step Yuan Xian, and this level is already the existence of the elder level of the Heavenly God Palace. The bottom line is that it's 10,000 names all at once. None of them were exceptions. All of them were at the peak of the immortal realm. Such a bottom line, although it wasn't too surprising, it was still shocking. Which ancient Taoist lineage had survived? Was it going to go to war with the Heavenly God Palace? Heavenly God Palace. It was a veritable ancient Dao system of the Chaos realm, and one of the three supreme forces that had managed to escape the mysterious paradise unharmed since the mysterious descent of the Sea of Chaos and the detection of an aura of danger. Its existence is very long, has been through millions of years, through several epochs, the beginning of its source, that time to ascend to the immortal world. Do not need to become the key to immortality, also do not need to open the road to immortality. As long as the cultivation realm is enough to go through the heavenly tribulation, will be able to ascend. And now, there was a tragic death of a goddess-level immortal sapling and the fall of a divine son? This was an incalculable loss for the Heavenly God Palace. The 3 men and 2 women were the divine sons and daughters of the Heavenly God Palace. Their cultivation levels were all around the peak of the immortal realm, but they were no match for the mysterious beings. Inside the hall, the elders of the Heavenly God Palace shook. Each one of them had a serious face with a murderous aura. Feeling the tragic death of the disciple who had been cultivated for many years on the boundary of their own mountain gate Dao, they were enraged. The old man and crone transformed into rainbow light one after another, flashing out to the location of the mountain gate of the Heavenly God Palace. Their cultivation was strong enough to be at the Yuan Xian realm, and a lot of them went straight over to the place where the incident happened. Surprisingly, it's a lower realm being who was able to reverse the universe, open the already broken chaos altar, and cross the domain. There are a few brushes, but so many immortal realm powerhouses is somewhat amazing. It's not easy to cultivate to this point in the lower realm. An old man sat cross-legged. He stood in a piece of nothingness, in the depths of the Heavenly God Palace. If any of the elderly people of the Heavenly God Palace found out, they would all marvel and lament. This was a powerful old ancestor, one of the underpinnings of that Heavenly God Palace. He had once killed a Lai Xian. He was strong and domineering. Even if it was the modern palace master of the Heavenly God Palace, when he came, he had to bow and salute, respectfully shouting, "Old ancestor, the world is in turmoil. Becoming immortal is elusive, and mysteries are rampant. Yet there are others who forcefully break into my mountain gate. It's really not as good as the next generation." In a split second, a majestic and vast, unquestionable spirit emanated out, where the Heavenly God Palace master was in seclusion, instantly waking up from the cultivation state. The whole person was somewhat stunned with the difference. Old ancestor? At that moment, the palace master of the Heavenly God Palace did not dare to be slow, while his face was solemn. Sensing the tragedy that had occurred on the territory of his own mountain sect Dao, his eyes looked out. Even though millions of miles, it was still visible. 3 divine sons, 2 divine daughters, all died horribly? In the next instant, his face wasn't how nice, guessing that the old ancestor's spirit manifestation this time was to tell him to do something, and there was no shortage of head-splitting scoldings. The Heavenly God Palace master's face darkened a bit. Heavenly God Palace, mysterious place, An old man with a withered body. Cheeks dry. Wrinkles across the face. The skin of the face are shrugged. The heavenly god palace master appeared in front of it, bowed and saluted. For a long time did not see the old man move, not to mention the eyes open. The heavenly god palace master did not dare to be unbridled. So stiff, lowered his head. Old ancestor. Was my mistake. I should have suppressed the 8 directions with the power of thunder. I should not have been weak and retreated. Nowadays, bullying my heavenly god palace to be weak. Some people are ambitious and want to devour. The heavenly god palace master opened his mouth and reflected on himself, and the old man in front of him slowly opened his eyes, and there was even a flow of black and white gases, and the yin and yang avenues were in harmony, reflecting the real and the illusory, matching the top and bottom, and the strength was superb. His gaze was like a supreme treasure with monstrous might. Just in the blink of an eye, he made the heavenly god palace master's heart and soul tremble. It was worthy of being his old ancestor, an existence that had once killed a lie immortal. Even if his bloodline was now dried up and his divine soul was depleted, he could cut down a powerhouse of his caliber in an instant. Knowing your faults and being able to change them is a good thing, and you have been warned many times that nowadays, in this era, retreating from the wrongdoings does not result in killing, and kindness is predicated on the need for thunderbolts to suppress them. Go on. Those 5 immortal saplings, who had a promising future, have now been decimated. Even though there are many geniuses, this will make people think that my heavenly god palace is fallen, incompetent, and doesn't have the prestige of yesteryear. Reflect this scene, mirror the chaos realm, and let the other 2 great powers see that my heavenly god palace is not a vegetarian, and if I really want to go crazy, I will dare to exterminate everything and claim the air of supremacy in this place. Heavenly god palace master heard, mouth long open, but did not say the mental words out. He vaguely some feel that this will bring indelible heart trauma to the heavenly god palace. However, he didn't dare to say that in front of this old ancestor. He was just a junior latecomer, only among the juniors, with a transcendent talent. At this moment, he was even a little torn as to whether he should have refused in the first place and allowed his senior brother to become the palace master. His own cultivation was still fine, but if he really wanted to lead the heavenly god's palace, he was still a little out of his depth. Yes, old ancestor. The heavenly god palace master excused himself and left, walking out of the mysterious place of the heavenly god palace. This old ancestor must not leave the heavenly god palace at will. Behind him there was a gate. Sleeping were his close friends and heavenly god palace seniors of that era, waiting for the chance to carry out the great nirvana and come out of the present world again. In the meantime, the heavenly god palace master opened his mouth and gave orders, ordering the group of elders that had already been deployed to launch an absolute killing spree, in order to let the entire chaos realm know that they are powerful and extraordinary, and are not an existence that can be casually pinched as soft persimmons. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The heavenly god palace master hesitated for a moment, but still opened the spiritual will that reflected the heavens. In a flash, the entire chaos realm began to boil. The heavenly god palace, one of the 3 chaotic ancient Tao lineages, was beginning to display divine miracles. It's a warning to the outside world. That group of black-clothed people are actually at the peak of the human immortal realm. What a strong existence. Actually want to forcefully break into the heavenly god palace? Even though it's very strong, it's estimated that it will be exterminated. The heavenly god palace, as a chaotic ancient Tao lineage, is not an existence that can be haphazardly bullied even at its weakest strength. Chapter 71, Chaotic Ancient Tao Systems Underpinnings? 10,000 yuan immortals, pushing across. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying beams of light flew horizontally. Many rainbow awnings erupted within the heavenly god palace, coming at great speed, blowing away the void. Extremely fast. Obviously the tragic deaths of the 5 divine sons and daughters of the heavenly god palace had made the heavenly god palace furious, and many powerful cultivators rushed to arrive. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host, successfully exchanged for 1 million immortal weapons. Congratulations to the host, who has successfully exchanged 1 million immortal soldiers in armor. Congratulations to the host, who has successfully exchanged 1 million immortal soldiers for a war shuttle. As various system prompt sounds surfaced in Yang Diyuan's ears, the war slaves under his command, nearly fully armed. The strength of the Chaos Ancient Tao system could not be underestimated. The elder level alone had the strength of an early Yuan immortal, and in this place, the rule bindings had obviously become weaker, or else a powerful organization like the Heavenly God Palace wouldn't have been able to send out a Yuanxian realm powerhouse at will. Ding dong! Does the host allow the 1 million human immortal realm war slaves to enter the cultivation room for cultivation? In view of the fact that the war slaves owned by the host are about to break the barriers and step into the level of the Li Xian, there is no need to spend time on cultivation. The corners of young Di Yuan's mouth rose slightly. Inevitably cultivate. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. 1 million Immortal Realm War slaves entering the cultivation room to practice. Congratulations to the host. The cultivation of 1 million Immortal Realm War slaves is complete. Congratulations to the host. 1 million Immortal Realm War slaves. Strength arrived to the peak of the Heavenly Immortal Realm. This would be very durable. Even if it was young Di Yuan of the Heavenly God Palace, he was fearless. At the peak of the Heavenly Immortal Realm, and then performing the Divine Demon proceeding to the 9 heavens, his strength would arrive at the peak of the Yuanxian realm in a single leap. So who would he be afraid of? A direct cross-push is just that. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! At this moment, several rainbow lights flashed and arrived, led by 10 strong men, all at the Yuanxian realm. They were the elders of the Heavenly God Palace, the backbone and mainstay of the Heavenly God Palace, and with the Divine Son and Divine Daughter being exterminated, they were completely unable to sit still. It was a great loss. It was a future immortal seedling, the seed that would rise rapidly when they stepped foot in the immortal realm. Behind them, there were many other silhouettes whose strength, although not good, was at the Heavenly Immortal Realm level. Not bad. Add a piece to that and there are hundreds of them. This is, elders of the Heavenly God Palace breathed a cluster, felt the anomaly, found that the master of the palace, even the real scene of this place reflecting the chaos world. At once all the elders understand the meaning of the master of the palace. This battle to fight beautifully, to arbitrarily set foot in the territory of the Heavenly God Palace, to give a hot hand of the enemy to be annihilated, to let the outside world of the major forces to know that the Heavenly God Palace is not a soft persimmon. Its own thunderbolt means, will be annihilated. And in the future, if you want away the Heavenly God Palace, we have to look at the if you want away the Heavenly God Palace in the future, you will have to see if your own life is hard enough. The 10 elders at the head were both male and female. All of them were under the peak state of their lives. Their strength was very strong. Their chi and blood essence had not been depleted, and each of them remained at their peak state. The men were handsome and handsome. The women were colorful, and although they were only in their 20s by looking at their faces, their actual ages had long surpassed 10,000 years, making them veritable old monsters. Compared to the Wuji star, it could be said that it was a total crush. And one of the elders who casually stepped forward had the cultivation of the Yuanxian realm. Who are you people? Dare to act recklessly in my Heavenly God Palace's territory, causing bloodshed and beating and killing my Heavenly God Palace's immortal saplings. Do you want to die? None of you will leave alive today. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After the 10 elders, figures emerged one after another. Many of them are in the strength of the Yuanxian realm. For the real immortal seedling here, their cultivation is strong. Not weaker than the many players at the level of the elders. Their gazes are eerie and cold, and a murderous aura emerges. And the number of people who died tragically on the ground are all sons and daughters of God, who are close friends with them. Have you come from the lower world? What kind of living creature is this? It has the aura of the Yuan immortal realm? But all of them will die miserably today. One man opened his mouth, seeing the extraordinary nature of the mysterious being, and wanted young Di Yuan to be swiftly killed, while the mysterious being was moreover to be subdued by him and used as a demonic pet. Elders, I'll do it. If you offend my Heavenly God Palace, you will be killed. Several elders nodded, did not block. This is the immortal seedling within the Heavenly God Palace. The strength is even stronger than them, although in the same realm level, but is able to cross the steps to kill the enemy. The same generation and the same realm rare enemy, by a late generation out to set up the prestige, mirroring the major forces of chaos. The deterrent will be even more powerful to come. I and $. The mysterious being disobeyed, glaring, murderous, wanting to overthrow them all, wanting to take his lord to set up an authority, but also to take himself as a demonic pet to the frame. He could not tolerate it. Chaos realm. Many forces were in shock, and there were even those who were targeting the Heavenly God Palace full of malice, gloating with joy. A great drama. And many people were stopping to watch the images coalescing above the 9 skies with the power of the Spirit. The Heavenly God Palace Master has changed from the past and wants to use them to establish his authority. But that person and that demon seem to come from unusual origins. The latter even has the aura of the Yuanxian realm, yet he is willing to be reduced to being that person's mount, which is a bit astonishing. Hey, the news has come through. The people of the Dao Palace are enraged. They have someone sitting at the entrance of the fellowship between the lower realm and the chaos realm, holding down the fort in the sea of stars. They didn't expect to be forcibly subdued by the people of the lower realm, and opened the chaos passage. They're cultivators from the lower realm, not the people of the chaos realm. This is a bit interesting. Chaos Dao Palace. Not long ago there was a rumor. Chaos Dao Palace, a direct lineage of children, was decapitated. as if in the mystery of the lower world suffered a calamity. Chaos Tao Palace has a big man spirit manifestation. We're not able to save. Out of the hand is not this person? Who was that guy? Lu Qingwan, said to have fought for thousands of years in the Sea of Chaos? Very strong. But in the lower realm suppression is more severe. Also a Yuanxian realm powerhouse. Comparable to the three Chaos ancient Tao lineages immortal seedling. But died. Many people were astonished that this scar was uncovered. And the Chaos Tao Palace's senior management was shaken with a murderous aura. Chaos Tao Palace. Grandson. Yang Di Yuan. Death God Mountain? This day, I will exterminate you, avenge my grandson's death, and make you all kneel before my grandson's grave to pay your respects. Brush up. In just an instant, several strong men emerged, all dressed in tight black clothes, their faces masked, only their eyes exposed, carrying two crossed curved swords, their auras strong and powerful, with the strength of the peak of the Yuanxian realm. This was one of the chaotic Tao Palace's underpinnings, cultivating mechanical tool puppets. Don't look at it as only being at the peak of the Yuanxian realm, but it was able to decimate the next realm's powerhouses, capture Yang Di Yuan alive, and behead him if necessary. In a flash, the kneeling figures on the ground hid into the void and drifted away. In the next instant, the core figure of the chaotic Tao Palace, that is, Lu Batian, the grandfather of Lu Qingwan, raised his hand and waved it, and a strong light reflected, actually descending into a place of the heavens and earth with his spiritual will. Killer God Dynasty beyond the sky. Your prestige seems to be nothing more than that. You have not killed the people of the Death God Mountain in the lower world. You need to give me an explanation. Lu Batian killing aura. He learned that Lu Qingwan lower realms split had used the heaven beyond the sky, but it failed. The Killer God Dynasty has always been known for its endless, sure kill tactics, becoming the most terrifying assassin organization in the heavens and the world, and it has never missed, but now it is folding up one after another. If not for their failure, their own grandson wouldn't have had his real body suppressed in the lower realm, and then died tragically. 10 Chaos Stones and you're asking me to kill Yuan Immortals? Killer God Ultra Heavenly beyond a small world. An old man figure emerges. If you look carefully, you can find that this person is the previous Shi Giorgio lay trader. The strength is very strong. Extremely uncommon. Lu Batian frowned, knowing that he was at a disadvantage. We've already lost a lot of good fighters. We've lost a lot due to your intelligence failures. It's good enough that we didn't seek acclaim from you, Chaos Tao Palace. And now you dare to take offense? The old man seems to be virtual like real, as if in the real and false illusion. Fixed eyes to see carefully, as if close at hand, lift the hand can touch, but also ethereal and incomparable, as if across the endless years in the manifestation of the divine body, his eyes erupted into a radiant beam of light, so that Lu Batian, the Chaos Tao Palace Master are a little surprised. The mighty pressure descended, the body fell back. Lai Xian? The chaotic Tao Palace Master was staggered and seemed to see the old man's roots, but he was very unsure. Since this is the case, then I'll make a deal with the Lai Xian. Sure. If you guys miss again this time, it will damage the prestige of the Killer God Dynasty Heavens Beyond. Ah, and as a killer as investigating information, it's your duty. It has nothing to do with your employer. The old man laughed coldly, shook his head, and said, the Lai Xian stone is not enough, but he has a sacrificial Tao divine artifact on his body, and he can fight against the Lai Xian in the lower realm of the miraculous Bu, although it is just a projected detachment. A piece of the Lai Xian stone is not as good as you, the Palace Master, to personally take a shot. Sacrificial Taoist artifacts? The chaotic Tao Palace Master was slightly stunned, his eyes suddenly shrinking with amazement and shock in his eyes. The other party was actually in possession of a divine artifact that the Lai Xian would all go crazy over? If this matter broke out, not to mention the Chaos Realm, even the Immortal Realm would cause a great war. Each of the Tao sacrificed divine objects had divine might that was too terrifying, and it was said that when fully activated, even immortal Tao giants would have to fear the existence of them. So, what do you say? The Palace Master of the chaotic Tao Palace vocalized. However, the next moment afterward, his eyes widened. Are you a robber? You want my chaotic Tao Palace's key to immortality? That's our hope. It involves the big picture, the important matter of lifting the religion to ascend. The chaotic Tao Palace Master pressed his brow, then said, let's not talk about the key to immortality. All the other divine objects are good. Besides, he is carrying the sacrificial Tao divine object, and you guys are ready to make a move, aren't you? And, in this matter, you guys are imperative to the sacrificial Tao divine object. It seems that I don't need to buy a murderer. In the next instant, the chaotic Tao Palace Master flashed away, his spirit dissipating, while in the small world, the old man's figure is becoming more and more solid. He carries his hands on his back. His figure is a bit stooped, The whole person's gaze is a bit regal, as if fused in the middle of this heaven and earth. He murmured softly, "Sacrifice Tao divine object ah. Such a thing is found, how can we sit back and wait for it to die? Moreover, the heavenly Tao Lord's valued pawn puppet, how could it be a mundane thing? This kid body enigma point heavy, also really with the heavenly Taoist Lord has a great similarity ah, then the original heavenly Taoist Lord even more fierce, will be the same kind of person? Send out a golden immortal level assassin to behead Yang Di Yuan and obtain the sacrificial Tao divine object." The old man held up his beard, his gaze carrying a meaningful smile. "Let's see if you can survive this calamity. Is that the person the heavenly Tao Lord is looking for? The Chaos Realm is located." Countless forces were stopping and watching, and some people learned that the people and demons that suddenly appeared near the heavenly God Palace were actually from the lower realm, breaking the barriers, which was a bit shocking. And since the rule's suppression had become more and more serious and terrifying, there had never been anyone from the lower realm who had stepped onto the heavenly path yet. This was a terrifying shock and a great trend. And the three great transcendent forces of the chaotic ancient Tao system were also waiting in hibernation, holding the keys to immortality. And now it seemed that the people who had come from this lower realm had all gathered except for the last three keys to immortality. The key to immortality will be gathered in a short period of time, and then the road to immortality will be opened. Many people were shocked, but at the same time, they were very excited. This was about the future of their cultivators. Even in the chaos realm, there was suppression. A golden immortal would already be the ceiling of this place. That is, an immortal seedling of the heavenly God Palace. The strength is very strong. Named Su Tao, a cultivation has long arrived at the Yuanxian realm. In the same generation of rare enemy, is a veritable leader of the young generation, had against the chopping of the falcon immortal, and Kunlun Daozi, chaos son of the same name. This is to behead the one who came from the lower realm, and to forcefully adopt that demonic being as a demonic pet? Wait, what's that? They did not arrive alone, but with an army of 1,000, and raised their religion to soar? For a time, many people in the chaos realm were going to be shocked. What the heavenly God Palace did this time, the purpose is known to all. Want to establish authority, but did not think that there was a mistake. The people from the lower realm are a bit over the top, even lifting up the religion to fly up, and directly sent out 10,000 strong people. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Heavenly God Palace ah. This is going to be finished. 10,000 heavenly immortals? This is going against the grain. Even if it's not the three chaotic ancient Tao systems, the other forces don't have such depth. What did I say? The people from the lower realms have naturally been strong in breaking through the wall. It seems that they have set their eyes on the chaotic ancient Tao system and are trying to gather the key to immortality in a strong manner. Some people opened their mouths, but others shook their heads, not thinking that the Tao system from the lower realm, that is, the Death God Mountain, can be as good as it wants to be. The three major chaos ancient Tao systems have a strong heritage, and it is not difficult to see that they were able to return from the Sea of Chaos back then, unharmed and without much damage. But even so, it shocked many people. 10,000 true immortals descended, covering a side of the dome of the sky and ringed the world, making people's hearts tremble. Is it going to really start a war with the chaotic ancient Tao system? Same time, chaotic ancient Tao system, within the heavenly God Palace. What? How could this be? The 10 heavenly God Palace elders of the Yuanxian realm who had arrived close to the front were all stunned and shocked. 10,000 heavenly immortals. This was not a small lineup ah, it was even directly displayed. Strong and domineering. Humph, dare to insult my family's master. Are you tired of living? The mysterious being was a bit smug. At the same time he reacted with a bit of dismay and shock. 10,000 heavenly immortals? It's not right. Not so long ago, they were all at the immortal realm. And now only how long has passed? And they are already heavenly immortals? Anymore, this cultivation speed was too fast and terrifying, and were all of their natural talents so overbearing? Together, they step into heavenly immortality. But soon, the mysterious being smiled. Now he was more and more convinced that he had made the right choice, and now it seemed that in the near future, he would even be able to stand in the immortal realm again. Looking out of the corner of his eye, the heavenly God Palace's people were completely shocked. They had thought that they wanted a painful and beautiful extermination to show the majesty of the heavenly God Palace, but they did not expect such a scenario. Humph, 10,000 celestial immortals, as strong as they may be, is not the base for you to dare to confront the heavenly God Palace, the chaotic ancient Tao system. Swish, swish, swish. In just an instant, many figures once again rushed out of the heavenly God Palace, tens of thousands of them. Most of them were at the heavenly immortal realm. Having stood in the chaos realm for millions of years, how could their heritage be less? This place was not as severely suppressed as the lower realms, and the highest person could cultivate to the golden immortal realm. And although Yuan immortals were rare, they were still a handful of existences in the ancient Tao system. I will destroy you all today. For a time, billions of strands of haze, millions of traces of Tao, terrifying beams of light streaked across the heavens and earth, all blasting towards the man in black. There were even many silhouettes, holding immortal soldiers, urging the immortal Tao rule rune patterns, activating the strongest killing power to cut down the man in black. The gods and demons are in the 9 heavens. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Terrifying golden avenues emerged, with golden light shining brightly all over the 8 directions, and the black-clothed men were all clad in golden armor, and under the inheritance of the immortal Tao of the ancient celestial court, all of their cultivation had steadily gone up a level. 10,000 Peak Yuanxian Realm. Chapter 72 Chicken *******. The sadness of the Heavenly God Palace Lord. Outside the mountain gate of the Heavenly God Palace, everyone was shocked, looking at the man in black in front of them, surprisingly displaying patches of visions, golden light, vastness, towering into the clouds, golden light avenues spreading out across the sky, behind the haze, chaotic mist misty, chaotic mother air flowing. There was a huge heavenly gate in a closed state. In just such an instant, 10,000 heavenly immortal realm black-clothed men had directly become Peak Yuanxian Realm. Such a change caused everyone present to be stunned beyond words, their hearts trembling furiously, only to feel their scalps tingling. This person from the lower realm, what kind of origin did he have, that he actually grasped the immortal realm Tao lineage inheritance of the ancient celestial court? 10,000 Peak Yuanxian Realm? At the scene, the 10 elders at the head of the Heavenly God Palace were all trembling, only feeling that their skin was being scraped like knives. This scene was too regal. They even had the idea of turning their heads and running away. Such a lineup and strength was just too fierce and overbearing. Back off. All the cultivators of the Heavenly God Palace who rushed to this place are all dead. Counting up. They came here Yuanxian. Less than 1,000 people. Most of them are heavenly immortals. At this moment compared with the black-clothed people Yuanxian army, it is simply an egg touching a stone. Late. In an instant, the mysterious being spat out smoke and haze, the 9 heavenly divine flames, chaotic underworld flames, Tai In Gue Yen, and burning sky flames pulsed, and the terrifying flames instantly covered the many figures in front of them, and even the elders of the heavenly divine palace headed by Yuanxian were shocked to death, and their bodies began to crack, screaming and wailing, and they were actually about to disintegrate. All kinds of means came out, terrifying immortal light billions of strands, runic patterns, across the sky and the earth, turning into all kinds of defensive shields, gathered in front of them, but that kind of fire was too fierce. Nothing could not be burned. Nothing could not be incinerated. Even if it was the divine fire of the immortal realm, it would be nothing more than that, right? Ah! In just an instant, there were Yuanxian immortals who died miserably in the flames spat out by the mysterious being, and the fleeing celestial immortals even fell from the sky in pieces, as dense as rain, with their clothes all burned, and their final bodies turned into charcoal, which then became pieces of powder, completely dissipating in the world. How? What exactly are their origins? That demonic beast, it's even comparable to a golden immortal, spewing out flames that burned the Yuan immortal to death in an instant. All sorts of means came out in unison and could not be countered. Some of the strongest people struck out, fleeing while urging their immortal weapons, rune patterns activated, chopping at the flames in the back, so as to isolate the sea of fire and avoid losing their lives in the flames. But in the next instant, they were creeped out, and the man in black made his move, even more vicious than that horrible demonic beast cubs. Horrible mess. With the strength of the peak of the Yuanxian realm to catalyze the immortal soldiers, actually arrived in an instant as many as 6 runic lines, and hands on the near 3 a group of 5 a group, targeting a person, any of him in the splendor. Cultivation is not bad. Still in a photo, was decapitated. Put, 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 outside the Heavenly God Palace's mountain gate. The tragedy is staging. The heavy people of the Heavenly God Palace originally thought that they would fight a beautiful battle to make the major forces of the Chaos Realm change their views, but now, everything is too much of a slap in the face. The people who came from the lower realm are too fierce, and they even hold the ancient Heavenly Court immortal Tao inheritance that the Chaos Tao Palace had once obtained. Such a might could be much stronger than what Lu Qingwan had shown back then, and Yang Di Yuan had researched that in the subsequent scriptures of the divine demon proximity to the 9 heavens, there should be other means of enhancing one's battle power, and one could even cross 2 realms at once. If obtained, a black-clothed person at the heavenly immortal realm would directly cross the Yuan immortal and arrive at the level of the golden immortal. Undoubtedly, this was an incomparably terrifying means. The ancient Tao system in the immortal realm back then, the ancient celestial court, was definitely a very terrifying Tao system, and it even had such a powerful method to enhance its battle power. It was still only for war soldiers. What kind of terrifying spells would a strong person above a war soldier have? Chaos Realm. The superb stance displayed by the Death God Mountain made everyone's eyes widen. Such strength and formation made them marvel at the excitement. That Dharma sect god-demon proximity to the 9 heavens had been obtained by the Chaos Tao Palace, and they didn't expect that in the hands of the Death God Mountain it would play out to such a great advantage. The whole thing has been elevated to a great level. This is only 10,000 people. If there are hundreds of thousands, millions, all promoted to the level of Yuan Xian, that kind of result, they couldn't even dare to imagine. Right now, outside the Heavenly God Palace's mountain gate alone, there are heavy casualties, and almost all of the strongest people who have come out of the mountain gate one after another have fallen. There were Taoist sons walking around in Kunlun Mountain, and when they saw this scene, they marveled at the power of the Death God Mountain while also laughing at the Heavenly God Palace. Was this acting out a skit to make fun of them? How did the stage Heavenly Palace fall into decay? No matter what, this time, the people of the Heavenly God Palace had not suffered a small loss, and in the next instant, everyone in the Chaos Realm was stunned. They had yet to see what the subsequent outcome would be. It was unknown if the people from the lower realms would forcefully attack the Heavenly God Palace. The projection that reflected the heavens had actually dissipated. This time, the Heavenly God Palace is going to be miserable. There was quite a bit of bloating. I didn't realize that I wanted to make a statement, but I ended up stealing a chicken. And so it was. Inside the Heavenly God Palace, the Heavenly God Palace Master face black to just come out from the coal kiln inside the same gloomy terrible, covered with murderous aura. See, things are not good. In time to dissipate the spirit of the shadow. This ing, which is to set up the prestige, clearly is to give others to see the joke. This scene he can even think of. It will become a chaotic realm of the major forces of the practitioners between the tea and dinner after the laughs. Swish! Before the Heavenly God Palace's palace master could react, he was slapped over by a golden beater, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth on the spot. And this was still the result of the owner of that big hand closing his hand. You female conscience, hurry up and die over here. Obviously, his old ancestor was furious and hadn't made a move in millions of years, but now he was actually angry and screaming that he had insulted the Heavenly God Palace today. Yes, old ancestor, give me another chance. I will definitely destroy them. Chapter 73 Million Golden Immortals, Chaos Realm. Many of the people who stopped to watch the battle could not help but be amazed. The people from the lower realms were too fierce, weren't they? After getting the inheritance of the immortal Tao system of the ancient celestial court, it even increased by one realm as a whole, which was simply shocking. The Heavenly God Palace could be said to have lost its wife and soldiers, and it wanted to use this matter to establish its authority in the Chaos Realm, deterring the major forces as well as the other two Chaos Ancient Tao systems, but it never thought that the result would be this miserable. By the black-robed man from the lower realm who forcefully exterminated the Yuan immortals, there was no stopping them at all. They were unstoppable, unavoidable, and even the Yuan immortal realm powerhouses died tragically. The immortal sapling of the Heavenly God Palace is also dead. That is an existence that has few rivals in the same generation and is on par with the Daozi and others. But now it has fallen in such a tragic way. What is happening in the Heavenly God Palace now? Will the power from the lower realm, the Death God Mountain, attack the Heavenly God Palace in full force? Some people were amazed. Some people were shocked, unable to return to their senses for a long time in the previous image. At this moment, some of them opened their mouths, wanting to learn about the follow-up situation, for no other reason than that the Heavenly God Palace's face was lost. They wanted to establish authority, but in the end, they ended up losing face once again, and the spiritual projections of the heavens mapping were withdrawn. Come on, let's go see. Head outside the Heavenly God Palace. Quite a few people, cultivators of the forces, began to cross the void, heading to where the Heavenly God Palace was, wanting to watch the follow-up, and even more so, wanting to know whether or not the force from the lower realm, the Death God Mountain, had the boldness and hegemony to attack the Heavenly God Palace. This had involved the ancient Tao system, and it was the first time the Chaos Ancient Tao system had suffered such a humiliation since the mysteries had fully erupted and the Chaos Sea had become a mysterious paradise. Chaos Realm, Chaos Ancient Tao system, Heavenly God Palace. Snap! 3 big mouths in a row. By the old man called out the past, looking at the Heavenly God Palace Master Gas, originally sat on his knees. Chi and blood depleted old ancestor. Face were angry red and shiny. 3 punches and 2 kicks. Kicked the Heavenly God Palace Master one after the other staggered. Just like punching the grandchildren. The heart is suffocating to the extreme, but cannot fight back at all. You grandson smash so grandson? The face of the Heavenly God Palace has all been lost to you today. The old man was seething with anger. his eyes dripping with resentment and murderous anger towards the Death God Mountain. Old ancestor, give me one last chance, and I will definitely exterminate that group of miscreants who have offended the Heavenly God Palace. We've lost a lot this time. We've lost many Yuanxian realm cultivators. This battle needs to be fought beautifully, and we need to give the Chaos Realm a deterrent. After the old man let out a long breath, he temporarily left this place and traveled with the Heavenly God Palace Master. Seriously, they were able to grasp the immortal Dao inheritance of the ancient celestial court unexpectedly. If they were to replace the chaotic Dao Palace or Kunlun Mountain, they wouldn't be any better. The old ancestor sighed leisurely. The Heavenly God Palace Master touched his rolling cheeks, and the corners of his mouth twitched. I'm really a grandson, calling me here to let you out of your anger. Old ancestor? The Heavenly God Palace's Palace Master was out of breath and wanted to make a big deal out of it. Outside the Heavenly God Palace, scorched all over the place, all over the mess, all kinds of big pits emerge. The ground trembles. As the flame dissipates, the ground corpses into piles, the blood flow into a river, as powerful as the Yuanxian, but also in the black clothes under the attack of the tragic deaths. One by one, the deaths of the people are extremely suffocating. Heavenly immortal into Yuanxian. In the gods and devils and the 9 heavenly might, all raise a realm, nearly unstoppable, the late Heavenly God Palace to come here to support. One by one, as into the pot inside the dumplings, crackling, the end cannot be changed. All tragic death was exterminated in this place. The physical body exploded. The divine soul burst into pieces. The death of 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 the soul. Inside the Heavenly God Palace, many people exclaimed in shock, their complexions becoming extremely ugly. As disciples of the Heavenly God Palace, they watched their own elders and immortal sapling-level powerhouses being annihilated with their own eyes, and the feeling of being powerless to do anything about it made them feel deeply powerless with their hearts in their mouths. How? A power in the lower realm would logically be suppressed by the rules and be very serious. It's impossible for them to have such strength. It's so perverse. Even if there are more opportunities in the lower realms, that's a group of heavenly immortals, as many as 10,000. Even if they were placed in the chaos realm, and the 3 great ancient Tao systems such as ours were to cultivate them, not even that many would be able to appear without thousands of years. Many of the disciples were dying, and what did they see? Pieces of black-clothed men, 10,000 in number, covered in murderous aura, clad in golden armor, the golden avenue behind them moving as they moved forward, actually rushing towards the Heavenly God Palace's mountain gate. How dare they? Think my Heavenly God Palace has no one? Many powerful people descended on this place, watching from afar, one eye with a strange light and amazement. Even really as some people's conjecture, the lower world of the Death Mountain, even so strong and domineering, really want to go toward the Heavenly God Palace, is to start a full-scale war? This scene shocked many people. At the same time, even the chaotic Dao Palace, Kunlun Mountain were all alarmed. The Heavenly God Palace to spiritually reflect the chaotic realm. Naturally, it was also for the 2 of them who were also the forces of the chaotic ancient Dao lineage, but in the end, it was a miserable defeat after stealing a chicken and losing. Death God Mountain, the lower realm. This is a good show. Their strength is not weak, but with 10,000 celestial immortals transformed into Yuan immortals, even the celestial God Palace will have to hemorrhage, and will lose some of its reserves. Kunlun Mountain has a strange man appeared, covered with golden immortal chi dazzling coiled, strong breath. He looks just 30 years old, but the actual age has long exceeded 10,000 years of age, but still in the middle of the young and strong, all the muscles of the body high and bulging, can be said to be a tiger's back and a bear's waist, hidden under the long robe. His gaze looked out as if he was able to pierce through space and time, and even though he was far away, he still saw what kind of condition the Heavenly God Palace was in. Kunlun Mountain Lord's eyes condensed, breathing a cluster, scalp slightly trembling, actually perceived a trace of difference. That teenager seems to have a sense, and there is more a layer of invisible energy swirling around. Simply cannot see through. This is interesting. Someone from the lower realm, actually possessing divine objects. The Kunlun Mountain Lord narrowed his eyes, his mind speculating and pondering. The chaotic Dao Palace's people have made a move, and the killer god dynasty beyond heaven, for the sake of a divine object? The Kunlun Mountain Lord squinted his eyes, which was extremely inconsistent with his stature, and beside him, there was a young and beautiful woman with an undulating and exquisite figure. She gathered her hair around her ears and said softly, "Senior brother, what do you think about this time? Stand and watch." The woman froze. The Kunlun Mountain Lord sensed the danger and immediately dodged out of the way, but he saw his senior sister's huffing and puffing kick, so he was able to dodge it in time. Waste. This is the waste. What's wrong with you wanting to change? I think. This time the matter is unusual. The three chaotic ancient Taoist systems are going to start a storm. But for the time being, Kunlun Mountain is still on the edge. I guess the Death Mountain may have put together the key to immortality in the lower realm. And there is only one left for each of our three Taoist systems to hold. Elder brother. You mean? The woman's beautiful eyes flickered and bloomed with luster, and her heart understood its meaning. Well, stay away from the fight and hand over the key to immortality, but in exchange, we must go together when the road to immortality opens. Senior brother, you're as bad as ever. This pressure is directly given to the Heavenly God Palace and Chaos Dao Palace, or do you want to be looking at the fact that if the Heavenly God Palace loses, the Kunlun Dao Palace might get rid of its name? This time is different. I can't see through it. I can't see it. It's as if layer after layer of fog is shrouding that person's body. Maybe he's the heir to the Lian Xian? Or maybe he's a relation of a giant of the immortal world? Chaos Realm, Heavenly God Palace. Greetings, old ancestor. In the middle of the main hall of the Heavenly God Palace, hundreds of golden immortals opened their mouths, their bodies swirling with golden rules and immortal chi. Their strengths were unfathomable. Already at the ceiling level of the Chaos Realm, their strengths were strong and overbearing. Heavenly God Palace Lord at the moment helplessly standing below, the hunched figure of his own ancestor, really like that line of people, the soil buried to the neck of the people, after a dry cough, the gaze regal incomparable, had been stronger than the golden immortal many times. Only the rules of the suppression. In this piece of heaven and earth, his realm can only be at the peak of the golden immortal, without mentioning anything else. If someone dares to offend my Heavenly God Palace, there's no need to say anything since. Exterminate them. So what if there are 10,000 Yuan immortals? Gentlemen, this is going to be a good fight. In a flash, many of the golden immortal realm powerhouses underneath them opened their mouths, their eyes as bright as the blazing sun as they turned around and transformed into a long rainbow, flying out of the main hall. Outside, ********, worthy of being a chaotic ancient Dao lineage, even with the rules suppressed, there are still so many golden immortal realm powerhouses. It's shocking. Back then, when mystery descended into the chaotic sea, how many forces were reduced to flying ashes? And in terms of the three current chaotic ancient Dao units, there were not a few that were stronger than them, but in the end, they still underestimated mystery and went to their demise. Many people marveled as they saw one golden light after another blossom and the haze filled the sky. It was one golden immortal after another descending and arriving. There were hundreds of golden immortals. Their murderous aura erupted with a terrifying light, their gazes gleaming. An ant from the lower realms, still dare to invade my Heavenly God Palace? Do you really think you're lawless? Boom, boom, boom. The golden immortal erupted with radiant splendor and a murderous aura. It was actually attacking directly, and even if it was only 100, it still had the vigor and strength base to exterminate 10,000 Yuan immortals. Yuan Xian? It's just with the help of the ancient immortal laws. The golden immortals each had gazes like torches, their faces wreathed in murderous aura, and they struck out in a desperate attempt to cut down the man in black completely. But in the next instant, their gazes changed and they lost their breath. Surprisingly, I felt a hint of something special. Chaos Dao Palace. Puppet war soldiers? Some of the golden immortals were moved. They didn't expect them to make a move, but when they thought about it carefully there were signs. The grandson of the palace master of the Chaos Dao Palace died tragically, and that group reappeared in the Chaos Realm. How could they not take revenge? The chaotic Dao Palace's puppet war soldiers are notoriously difficult to deal with, and this time there are 1,000 of them. All of them were at the Yuanxian realm, and all of them had the strength to cross the ranks. This was undoubtedly terrifying, and by the looks of it, it actually wanted to harvest the head of Death God Mountain Lord Yang Di Yuan. Snort! The space wing name trembled, overbearing and boundless. Ripples rolled and shook. The crowd was shocked, not expecting that the chaotic Dao Palace's people would intervene, followed by the shock that there was a fourth party camp out there. Is that the golden immortal slayer of the Slayer God Dynasty Outer Heaven? And 10 at once? That person I remember once was a killer assassin who had harvested the head of the sect ancestor. Crossing the ranks, that was like those old undead people. The existence of the suppressed realm still did not escape. This time, even against the lower realm of power. What is the purpose of this? Someone from the Chaos Dao Palace? With the puppet warriors deployed, and the killer god dynasty Outer Heaven as the second layer of insurance, can it be? Perhaps not so much. Is it that the three chaotic ancient Dao systems are all out, and the Kunlun Mountains are out as well? After all, they each hold a key to immortality. Some people were speculating. Some people were shocked. Some people were horrified. And many people didn't think that this time, the lower realm forces, Death God Mountain, would be able to escape unharmed? After all, the three parties that were suspected of making a move were all targeting Death God Mountain with a murderous aura. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000,000 yuan Immortal Realm War Slaves. Yang Di Yuan heard the beep in his head. This system simply knows what it's doing. Although he didn't worry too much. After all, he was holding the sacrificial Dao Divine artifact, and at this moment, under the urging of 1,000,000 yuan xian, it was enough to activate the 4 runic stripes, which were excessively powerful. Since we're here, let's all stay. The corners of Yang Di Yuan's mouth rose slightly, with 3 parties entering the enclosure. In a split second, 100,000 yuan xian realm war slaves emerged, each with a monstrous murderous aura, and with the divine demon proximity to the 9 heavens exerted. All of a sudden, 100,000 golden immortals were spread out across the heavens and earth. Shoot them all. Chapter 74 100,000 golden immortals quake chaos. Densely packed figures were spread out across the void. At this moment, outside the Heavenly God Palace's mountain gate, hundreds of golden immortals from the Heavenly God Palace were filled with haze and bloomed. Radiant beams of light flew horizontally. The puppet warriors from the Chaos Dao Palace were murderous, and the Slayer gods were facing the slayers from the Heavenly Beyond Heaven with cold brows as they approached where Yang Di Yuan was. But in the next instant, all of them were shocked. Each one panicked. Their complexion changed greatly. The 3-party camp was instantly wrapped up by 100,000 golden immortals. Killing aura. They were holding immortal weapon talismans activated one layer after another. The void was broken. Horrifying haze splattered in all directions, and screams of misery were heard one after another. Asterisk 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 asterisk. No way. Death Mountain is going against the heavens? The 3 camps working together to suppress it can all have accidents. What exactly is the origin of this Death God Mountain? Such tactics and underpinnings are too shocking, making our hearts tremble. What did they see? As far as the eye could see, there were golden avenues everywhere, black-robed people clad in golden armor, each holding immortal soldiers, all at the golden immortal level. The number was so high that it shocked off countless people's jaws, and their pupils were contracting extremely. At the same time, there were notable forces that reflected the heavens with spiritual projections, announcing everything that happened at the Heavenly God Palace's mountain gate for real-time synchronized viewing. Chaotic Dao Palace. The palace master held a wine cup and lightly sipped, looking so cozy, but the next instant, he sensed something. As expected, the chaotic Dao Palace master's face changed drastically, and his body was filled with a murderous aura. Someone projected the heavens with their spirit, and everything that happened in front of the mountain gate of the Heavenly God Palace in the Chaos Realm was able to be seen. The 3 forces, once they appeared, were crushing, wanting to exterminate the Death Mountain that came from the lower realm. But the situation transformed in an instant, and after the 3 camps came out close to it, there were even 100,000 golden immortals descending, dressed in the same clothes and garments, the same black-robed people, each one of them holding immortal soldiers, scaring the hell out of the people. How? It's just a matter of coming from the lower realms, with immortal soldiers in hand in addition to the sacrificial Dao Divine objects, 100,000 golden immortals, one for each hand. Mass production can't be? The chaotic Dao Palace's palace master was furious. His first grandson Lu Qingluan died tragically, and now he wanted to take revenge, and sent out puppet war soldiers, but it didn't work. Not only that, even the Heavenly God Palace's underpinnings, the hundreds of golden immortals descended, and the golden immortal level assassins of the killer god's ultra outer heaven were caught in the midst of the great calamity. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The terrifying haze light erupted, and every single golden immortal of the Heavenly God Palace thumped in their hearts, instinctively casting out all of their art techniques and aptitudes, all kinds of means, wanting to resist, while giving up on plundering and killing the divine mountain lord, Yang Di Yuan. The arts were monstrous. The immortal Dao rules filled the air, terrifying order runes rippled, and the golden immortal Dao fruits came out in unison. The killing power was astonishing, but facing the 100,000 golden immortal black-robed men, where were they a match? Being crushed on all fronts. One time, one figure after another within the Heavenly God Palace froze in place. Their eyes were wide and their breaths were shortening. Those were all the reserves of the Heavenly God Palace. Surprisingly, in front of their own mountain gates, they were going to be beaten and killed. Moreover, the other party had sent out a lineup that made them incomparably terrified. 100,000 golden immortals. Who could be defeated? Who can beat that? The Death God Mountain, a power that came from the lower realms, unexpectedly wanted to push everything across the frame. The Heavenly God Palace master's face changed drastically. His previous equanimity was long gone, and at this moment, seeing that the Death God Mountain had sent out 100,000 golden immortals all at once, This was nothing short of extinction. Even the old ancestor of the heavenly god Palace's palace master. At this moment, the teacup in his hand is lost in thought and falls from his hand to the ground. He who has experienced many years, has naturally seen a great world, but right now, looking at the pieces of black-robed people, seems to have witnessed a corner of the future. His breath has become short, has never been so out of sorts. It's over. Big grandson, you hurry to go to the back of the mountain secret place. Let that group of old things wake up. If talk together again, good. Talk together. Really want to die to the end of the battle. 100,000 golden immortals. Even when the mystery has not descended, has not suffered this kind of calamity. The old man opened his mouth, and his figure flashed, appearing in front of the mountain gate on the spot, erupting with a strength even more terrifying than that of a golden immortal, wanting to stop what was happening in front of him. That's the old man from the last epoch, the previous palace master of the heavenly god palace. The crowd was surprised, did not expect to find such an old generation of characters, did not die tragically, did not have a depleted lifespan, and did not ascend as a whole, still remained in the middle of the current world, and at this moment the heavenly god palace was in peril, but even walked out. Gentlemen of the death god mountain, please be merciful. The old man opened his mouth. He had been the previous palace master, with heavenly means, but he was helpless in the face of the 100,000 golden immortals roaming the sky. Even if he was able to burst out with a strength even more terrifying than that of a golden immortal, he needed to stand up to the rules, with a lot of pressure, and he didn't see how he could fight against 100 golden immortals. And right now, that's the real deal. 100,000 golden immortals. Although it was said that there were feats like divine demon proximity to the 9 heavens in place, it was still very terrifying now. Put. In just an instant, some of the golden immortals where the heavenly god palace was located burst into flames, their blood mist exploding before directly vaporizing in the terrifying beam of light. Old man, you have counted a dare. You want my lord to stop. Stop. Now you do not have the upper hand. To be defeated began to talk about what? Before want to fart eat you. Swish. A golden immortal from the killer god's ultra heavenly beyond heaven struck out, knowing that the predicament at hand could only be lifted by controlling Yang Dun, who was at the head, perhaps, and was actually directly approaching his body to behead Yang Dun. But in the next instant, the mysterious being spat out a mouthful of divine fire, and the figure of the killer god ultra outer heaven screamed miserably on the spot, directly burning, and the divine soul was not spared, and burned on the spot, screaming incomparably and miserably, and finally stepped into the sad song of death. Kill. Buzz. Terrifying killing aura rippled through the 9 heavens. The entire mountain gate of the heavenly god palace exploded. An abyss appeared on the ground. The battle power of the golden immortals was terrifying and ferocious. The rules were all rippling. The beams of light rushed through the heavens, and almost in the flash of lightning and fire, it was able to flush the slayer god ultra heavenly beyond heaven, the puppet warrior soldiers, and the golden immortals of the heavenly god palace cleanly. Vibrations. The chaos realm shook greatly. Dead. All dead. Truly worthy of the name of Death Mountain. Hundreds of golden immortals from the heavenly god palace, cultivated endlessly. Most of them have already been 10,000 years old. But now, they are falling in pieces. And there's no way to stop them. Death Mountain truly has the greatness to see gods kill gods, and see immortals kill immortals. And, by now that Mountain Master has not made a move, laughing at the wind and clouds, I have to say, such a force. Too domineering, even one of the 3 chaotic ancient Taoist systems of the heavenly god palace are not afraid. I want to worship the mountain door. You, or pull back. What level are you? What level are they? The weakest are you Ancien realm powerhouses. You still want to fart eat at you. Many people were shocked and trembling, at the same time incomparably excited and exhilarated. This death mountain is really a god blocking the god, Buddha blocking the Buddha. There is a great momentum to push the chaos ancient Tao system across the board, so that people can marvel and sigh. At this moment, many people's eyes were burning, and even the chaotic Tao Palace in Kunlun Mountain, who had not been here, were watching the battle. Your sister Kunlun Mountain Lord was so scared that he stumbled. His body involuntarily fell back, but fortunately, he was supported by his senior sister. Not only him, but his senior sister was similarly shocked, unable to believe what the god's eyes saw. 100,000 golden immortals. Such a force. In numbers, even if the 3 chaotic ancient Tao unions were combined together, it seemed that they were not enough to look at. Unless that group of old undead were allowed to awaken and be able to explode beyond the strength above the golden immortals, they would be able to overthrow the other side. In any case, this matter is over. Send people to contact. Offer the key to become immortal. Kunlun Mountain Lord opened his mouth. He pinched his brow, feeling that his own cultivation above the golden immortal is a bit inadequate. Out of cultivation, it is about power, background, and that death mountain, directly to the number of suppression. If it is an unusual cultivator is also just, but on the other hand, 100,000 golden immortals. Who can resist? Who dares to resist? Without mentioning anything else, after today, the battle at Death Mountain became famous throughout the Chaos Realm. This has gone without saying and has been predictable. Kunlun Mountain Lord slowed down for a long time, and then the spirit of the Chaos Palace Lord. The two do not deal with each other, and even want to pit each other, at the moment happy to see each other defeated. Said, "Old man, this way of funding the enemy is somewhat puzzling. In the hands of his own grandchildren. Send the immortal world of the ancient heavenly court's Dao lineage inheritance. Nip nip nip. Maikenlun, you're damn tired of living." The palace master of the chaotic Dao palace was furious at having his scars uncovered, and directly manifested his spirit, surfacing his silhouette on Mount Kunlun as he began to shout angrily. However, the Kunlun Mountain Lord raised his hand and swept it away. Chapter 75 500,000 Golden Immortals. Destroy the Heavenly God Palace. Kunlun Mountain Lord is also a Finfang person. At this moment, after choking him for a few sentences, decisively provoking the other party to anger, his heart suddenly felt much better. What everyone was exceptionally shocked about was that the Death God Mountain in the lower realm was too swift and domineering and strong. He had traveled 108,000 li across the country, directly running to the Heavenly God Palace, and now he had even directly killed hundreds of golden immortals of the Heavenly God Palace. It was a terrifying energy that seemed to change the existing landscape of the Chaos Realm. Old thing, let's talk about it this time. How can we compensate, my lord? I didn't want to bother with you, but you're rushing to your deaths one by one. When these words came out, all of them immediately looked at each other. Their faces became strange, and there were even quite a number of people who were watching who stared with their eyes wide open, full of inability to hear straight, as if they had heard wrongly. That demon cultivator, but also really will turn black and white. Black said white, just so 2 sentences, so that the Heavenly God Palace tragic death of 100 golden immortals, thousands of immortals and immortal seedling death of worthless, but also in turn to the death of the mountain of the god of the mountains of the mountain master Yang Dun, to make amends? But no matter what everyone knew was that the Heavenly God Palace, now one of the chaotic ancient Dao regimes, had completely messed with a tough opponent, kicked the iron plate, kicked on the steel plate. It had to be said that with the prestige of the Heavenly God Palace, even if it was an iron or steel plate, it was a force that could be stepped on and trampled through, but it had met such an overbearing person as the Death God Mountain. 100,000 golden immortals. Even if it was a joint attack between Chaos Dao Palace, Kunlun Mountain, and the Heavenly God Palace, it didn't seem to be able to destroy it. Death God Mountain. This has offended several great powers at once. 2 of the Chaos Ancient Dao system, the Heavenly God Palace before us, long ago in the lower realm, has beheaded the first grandson of the Chaos Dao Palace's palace master, Lu Qingwan, as well as the Killer God Dynasty, the Heavenly Outer Heaven. It's time to say no. The 4 major forces in front of you have offended 3 of them. I don't know if the chaotic Dao Palace, can it be as rigid as the Heavenly God Palace? Losing many golden immortals before negotiating peace, and also giving compensation. I reckon that what the Death God Mountain wants is that key to immortality. This time to break the wall. I reckon this is a big reason. Perhaps in the lower realm has already put together the other key to immortality. That is to say, it's only a matter of time before these 3 chaotic ancient Dao systems are targeted. Some people who understood began to guess and analyze and explore, tending to the truth. But it was a mistake, because of some misunderstandings, thus going toe-to-toe with the Heavenly God Palace. Yang Dun is not afraid of high profile. Since we're here, let's consider it the Death Mountain's famous battle, the key to immortality, enlightenment of the ancient immortal laws. As the Death Mountain revealed its voice, the old man from the Heavenly God Palace gave it back on the spot. Whether it was the key to immortality or the ancient immortal laws, they were the top priority of a Taoist lineage, the hope of a power's legacy that would be passed on from fire to fire and continue. Who can say let's watch it and watch it? Not to mention the others, the disciples under the door alone, without exception, have a ban on their divine souls and minds, and will instantly detonate once someone forcibly probes the fundamental law of the Tao they are practicing. Strict and cautious. Not only the Heavenly God Palace, but all the great dynasties were like this. Why don't we invite the mountain master inside for a moment? The old man, after a quick veto at the beginning, thought carefully, with a smile on his face, the creases on his face like flowers blooming. The key to becoming an immortal is good to say. It is a variety of ancient immortal laws. We can talk about it in detail. My home has a collection of Chaos Dao Palace. Kunlun Mountain's part of the ancient immortal laws. If you don't mind, you can give the Mountain Lord to watch a bit." When these words came out, all of them immediately exclaimed in shock. This old smoothie is selling the Kunlun Mountain and Chaotic Dao Palace. Many people were amazed and even wanted to see the reaction of the other two forces, but they were unable to really see just that. He, old dog, you are good calculating. Want to catch the Mountain Lord in a jar, is it? You think to the beautiful. Believe it or not, will your home to tear down, and 10 million years of inheritance. The mysterious being laughed coldly, exasperated, and the aura emanating from his body immediately made the old man from the heavenly god palace marvel and lament. The strength seemed to be even higher than him, at least above the golden immortal. What kind of demonic cultivator was this? The power of the bloodline was surprisingly so pure. The old man, who was the previous palace master of the heavenly god palace, was very surprised, and at this moment, he waved his hand repeatedly, revealing a smile, saying, "No, no, all parties are paying attention. If we dare to be unfavorable to your family's mountain master, what will happen to the 100,000 golden immortals? I'm afraid that they will instantly exterminate us. Go." Yang Di Yuan was pleasantly unafraid. The world only knows that he has 100,000 yuanxian. How do you know that there are still 900,000 yuanxian yet to appear? Hey, is to play. When Yang Di Yuan and the others were introduced into the heavenly god palace, many figures gazed over, but quickly averted their gazes. After all, that was an existence that even a golden immortal had to be beheaded. Old man, it's okay for my mountain master to bring his disciples under his command, isn't it? No problem, no problem. The smiling appearance of the old man from the heavenly god palace made everyone think that he was an honest and naive being. Some people in the outside world explored and talked about the fact that the death god mountain had actually entered the heavenly god palace mountain gate, and they were isolated from the outside world. And at this moment, they voiced one after another, "That's an old guy who has lived for how many thousands of years? Old fishing man." Others, "To collect his body?" The disciples and grandchildren have all boiled away one after another. "You guys watch, there's still big news. There's no way the heavenly god palace is going to be quiet. 100 golden immortals? The heavenly god palace can't have so few. And in fact, the real underpinnings are much more terrifying and much stronger than these." Chaos Dao Palace. Chaotic Dao Palace's palace master Liu Beixian's gaze was as sharp as a falcon's as his killing aura blossomed. Entered the heavenly god palace? The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. At the same time, a silhouette appeared below, kneeling on both knees, holding a brand new metal baguette in his hands. His gaze had not even daring to raise, quickly kneeling and crawling forward. The palace master of the Chaotic Dao Palace, Liu Beixian, took the golden stick into his hands, and sure enough, it was glowing, and he instantly knew the true meaning it contained. Speaking on the spot, the heavenly god palace is about to unleash a true undercurrent of onslaught. The key to immortality is about to arrive. It's time for us to embark on the path to immortality. Chaos Dao Palace Palace Master Liu Beixian narrowed his eyes. Spiritual reflection immediately manifested. Straight to the Kunlun Mountain. The news has been confirmed. The lower realm of the Death God Mountain in the hands of the entire key to immortality, in addition to those three. Our original commitment. It should be fulfilled. So many years the Chaos Sea has become a mysterious paradise. Our cultivation has been suppressed. It is time to return to the right path. The Kunlun Mountain Lord nodded. How is that a plan? 100,000 golden immortals, introduced into the heavenly god palace. This is to use that place as the main battlefield. The older generation of characters coming down, with the heavenly god palace's mountain gates, mountain protection array and other major underpinnings, can temporarily exert strength beyond the golden immortals and above. It seems that even you, the chaotic Dao Palace, have sent someone to forcefully cross into the heavenly god palace through the void golden stick, as agreed, to jointly besiege the death god mountain. Indeed, the road to immortality is imminent. This is the inevitable result, but a small leak in the lower realm. A small force is just a small leak. Really do not understand the reverence. As a chaos ancient Taoist system, the strength of the bottom is not something he can imagine. Chaotic Dao Palace Palace Master Liu Beixian laughed coldly, with a sharp color in his eyes, and then his gaze looked at the Kunlun Mountain Master. What about you? It's time to make a decision. Otherwise, it's a breach of contract, and if you want to open up the road of immortality in the future, it won't have anything to do with you. Kunlun Mountain, Heavenly God Palace. The previous palace master, he stroked his beard, and at the same time, the entire Heavenly God Palace erupted with a terrifying flash of splendor. All sorts of smoke and haze were steaming, and a kind of mysterious killing formation directly opened, enveloping Yang Di Yuan and the others in it. The Heavenly God Palace cultivators in this area had stepped back to the distance, outside the killing formation. For a while, a terrifying aura erupted, and one figure after another emerged. All of them were actually terrifying old men like the previous palace master. One after another, all of them resurrected from their slumber, and after stimulating the cultivation and chi and blood in their bodies, their cultivation soared rapidly, directly elevating to the peak of the golden immortal realm. Same time, due to the ceiling suppression of the golden immortal realm in this place under the heavenly god palace formation, it became loosened, and quite a few of the old men in crone had already broken through above the golden immortal. Thousands of figures were spread out across the landscape, all surrounding the perimeter. The forces from the lower realms really have no eyesight at all. My chaotic ancient Tao system is not something you and the others can defile at will. Still want the key to immortality? You still want the key to immortality, and you still want the ancient immortal law? It is tantamount to a fool's dream. Under the absolute killing formation, anything is futile. Hand over the key to immortality, hand over the sacrificial Tao divine relic, and we will let you die a painful death. Outside, there was a clamor. One by one, they wanted to get closer, wanted to observe more clearly, but they could not pass through a big curtain, barrier, etc., and could not penetrate clearly. The heavenly god palace has indeed launched an offensive. This is an invitation to the death god mountain. How should the death god mountain respond? Being an ancient Tao system, all of them have heritage, and that group of old undead, being those who survived the last epoch, or even the previous epochs, their strengths are all profound and unfathomable. I wonder what the final outcome will be. Will the road to immortality be opened? Will our end be rewritten? Buzz, wah, buzz, rumble, rumble, rumble. Inside the heavenly god palace, the big array rises horrible killing gas rampant ripples. Killing intent nearly formed a substance. With a golden stick emerges. Haze, fairy gas mist steam dense occasion. One and another figure. From the segment color gold stick projected out of the spatial channel out. All of their cultivation levels were not bad. Enough to be at the peak of the golden immortal. There are a total of 100 people. The head of the person is even gleaming murderous. For the Chaos Tao Palace's current palace master. Behind him, there are young talents and old generation experts. All very powerful. Many figures within the heavenly god palace were sucking in cold air. When the eyes looked at the man at the head, they were surprised. The palace master of the Chaos Tao Palace. He even showed up in person. Was he going to personally behead the enemies coming from the lower realms in order to avenge the first grandson, Lu Qingluan? However, many people speculated that this was only one aspect of it, as the key to immortality was estimated to have been collected by all of the people of the Death God Mountain trapped in the Heavenly God Palace in front of them. This is about the opening of the path to immortality. They need to step up. Then, according to this, it's only right that the people from the Kunlun Mountains are about to arrive as well. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Sure enough, someone's words just fell. Then he sensed a strange movement ahead of him. The space tumbled and fell, and the golden short stick presented a projected channel, and the leader was precisely the Kunlun Mountain Lord, and behind him was his senior sister. The Kunlun Mountain was not far from the chaotic Tao Palace, and brought just as many people, hundreds of them, all with golden immortal realm cultivation, together with the overwhelming killing formation in this place, and the group of thousands of old monsters from the Heavenly God Palace that surpassed the golden immortal realm. They were absolutely certain that they could fully clear out the Death Mountain in the lower realm and behead it, obtaining the key to immortality from its hands. Mountain Lord, your decision today and the future you will be incomparably agree and recognize? It is correct. The road to immortality is imminent. Choose a day to ascend. We ushered in the dawn, ushered in hope. Of course, I want them to die. Live is not live. I want him to avenge the death of my grandson, in the grave on his knees to pay homage to the penitent. Heavenly God Palace's previous palace master held his white beard and smiled broadly. Everything will be finished. The road to immortality will be open soon. In front of us, let's see how to deal with them. So many golden immortals it can be attributed to the Chaos Tao Palace master it. The gods and devils in the 9 heavens of this piece of the ancient immortal law is too ferocious. You Chaos Tao Palace that is nearly 3 leaves of scriptures. Right. About the follow-up. Unfortunately, did not play out the proper power, but borrowed the hands of others. This law to reproduce the glory. Old man, what do you mean? The palace master of the chaotic Tao Palace was completely unafraid, both being golden immortals. Even if the other party was an old undead from the previous epoch, he had an extremely tough attitude and said, the path to immortality will be opened up, and he will have to die. This is my condition. Oh, then have you asked if you've asked about my conditions? Yang Diyuan's voice slowly opened his mouth. These 3 parties of forces really didn't put him in their eyes directly discussing the ending. but it doesn't matter. Starting today, there is no need for the three chaotic ancient Tao systems to exist either. There is already a way to take death. Destroy them all. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Terrifying aura erupted out. One figure after another emerged one after another. 400,000 Yuanxian appeared in unison. And then the gods and devils prowled across the 9 heavens. And 400,000 golden immortals spread out across this side of the heaven and earth, standing within the heavenly god palace. And for a time, everyone's face was extremely wonderful. Before and after add up. A total of 500,000 golden immortals? For a moment, the heavenly god palace master's face changed drastically and became gloomy. His pupils were contracting extremely. His pupils were trembling, and his hands couldn't help but begin to shiver. What kind of scene was this? 400,000 black-robed men. All of them appeared. Moreover, their cultivation levels were all clear of the golden immortal realm. If they were not truly found to be genuine flesh and blood, otherwise, how could they be considered as a mechanical Holy Spirit clan, which could be divided into batches of mechanical ascension? What a shocking scene this was. The entire heavenly god palace's disciples, down to the mountain children, up to the elders, a group of old undead, were truly terrified. That's a bunch of golden immortals. Don't look at the fact that it only arrived under the enchantment of the ancient immortal law. 500,000 golden immortals. What kind of concept is that? The entire void was filled with figure after figure. It wasn't just the palace master of the heavenly god palace whose face changed drastically. Even the palace master of the chaotic Tao palace did the same, with a panicked expression. He wanted to open the golden short stick and leave in this way, but he was completely ineffective and unable to do so at all. I did not expect a hand-to-hand layout, to the end, but still happened so much change. Completely super outline the three ancient Tao lineages, even when the mysterious being descended, could not resist such an existence. That's a genuine golden immortal. Finished? This is not an invitation. It's a live mine. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Yet just at this moment, Yang Diyuan detected a hint of strangeness. The Kunlun mountain of the three chaotic ancient Taoist systems, the man and woman at the head of the group, actually released their goodwill towards him, and with a voice transmission to inform that they had brought the key to immortality. It was tantamount to making an enemy of him, and this appearance was just for show. Immediately, a key to immortality appeared. In a flash, the Kunlun mountain lord and the golden immortal realm powerhouses behind him were like a willow lifelike drifting away and disappearing, and were actually illusory, spiritual projections. A secret method was cast in it, so much so that the heavenly god palace and even the chaotic Tao palace did not realize it. I, Kunlun mountain, only wish to travel to the path of immortality, and do not love to fight and kill. Everything that Kunlun mountain had done was completely exposed, and for a time, the core executives of the heavenly god palace and chaotic Tao palace were furious and out of control, with a shocking murderous aura spanning the universe. It's a blatant breach of contract. He also handed over one of the only 3 remaining keys to immortality. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Hey, Palace Master Rat Tail Juice. Suddenly, the Palace Master of the chaotic Tao Palace, Lu Batian, and the golden immortals behind him, unexpectedly arrived holding a mysterious item that actually directly penetrated the void. Asterisk. Holy. For a while, the 2 Palace Masters of the heavenly god palace, above and below, all began to spit out fragrance. So much for the Kunlun mountains. How is it that the people of the chaotic Tao palace are also so wimpy? Now it's good. Only the heavenly god palace is left to face the wrath of the death god mountain alone. 500,000 golden immortals. It's hard to say whether the heavenly god palace will win or lose this battle. Same time, the previous generation of the palace master of the heavenly god palace, his face was terribly gloomy. Naturally, he would not let the chaotic Tao palace people leave. Immediately a large hand coalesced and erupted with a terrifying light. In an instant it ran through 10 million miles, directly fixing the void. In a moment, the crowd of golden immortals including the palace master of the chaotic Tao palace, were all blocked back. Don't be in a hurry to leave. The matter is not yet finished. Since we are already prepared to go to war, we have to live and die together. Don't you think so, Chaos Palace Master? Lu Batian shook his head inside. I'm afraid it won't be able to support us. We are just a wisp of spirit. Even if we don't leave, it will dissipate. The words fell. Lu Batian and the others, one after another, turned into wisps of smoke and dissipated into the air. Holy! The previous generation of the heavenly god palace's palace master was incomparably angry, and even the current one was furious. This was tantamount to being played, and for nothing. In the past, the 3 chaotic ancient Tao systems set up a pact that had no integrity to speak of, and as they descended today, the other 2 ancient Tao systems, one after the other, were cunning, And the most infuriating one, Kunlun Mountain, even took the initiative to offer the key to immortality. Makes you wonder. The two Heavenly God Palace Masters were jumping on their feet at the moment. From beginning to end, they were the only ones experiencing the most difficult moments. At this moment, it was surprising that he had to face 500,000 golden immortals alone. It's an unspeakable fight. Even determines whether the Heavenly God Palace can survive. Rumble, rumble, rumble. For a time, the haze filled the sky, stretching across heaven and earth, and 500,000 golden immortals, all of them, came out in unison. Killing and destructive chi shocked the heaven and earth. They were clad in golden armor, holding immortal soldiers. Billions of strands of light beams flew horizontally, and the Heavenly God Palace suddenly shook the ground, and the ground was in a mess, with ruins all over the place. 500,000 black-clothed golden immortals erupted with a terrifying killing aura. Jedi killing formation. Open. Old fellows, together we'll catalyze the formation. Be quick. At that moment, the Heavenly God Palace and a group of old guys all burst out a terrifying and amazing strength cultivation. Terrifying golden light across the sky and the earth, as bright as a great sun in the horizontal, burst out of the energy beams, all activated, catalyzed out, injected into the absolute killing array. For a time, the entire front of the Heavenly God Palace was transformed into a horrifying ruin, with all sorts of haze shooting out in all directions, and terrifying and monstrous formation diagrams circling and rising, covering half of the Heavenly God Palace. Boom, boom, boom. Be a good boy and hand over the key to immortality. Otherwise, when you die, there will be nothing left to say. The Heavenly God Palace's powerhouse angrily rebuked. Yang Di Yuan did not move like a mountain. Still within the battle shuttle, the hegemonic Emperor streamer emerged, amazing and terrifying, emitting a horrifying aura. All of a sudden, urging it on, layer after layer of runic patterns erupted, directly shattering several powerhouses above the golden immortals. The Tao sacrifice divine object. It's really in their hands. No wonder the killer god, Ultra Sky Beyond Sky, has come to get in on the action. Some people in the Heavenly God Palace recoiled, but even so, they were even more shocked. There was no hand-to-hand ease. Instead, they became more and more tense. The existence of a divine object like the sacrificial Tao was too far away. Even the three ancient Tao systems of chaos did not have that kind of divine object. Boom, boom, boom. The absolute killing array successively displayed terrifying might, sweeping the black-clothed man. The blossoming sea of thunder entwined with terrifying thunder, crackling and deafening, making one's eardrums and heart explode, descending with oozing energies. However, the hegemonic Emperor streamer was too powerful, and its level was completely not comparable to the absolute killing array. On the spot, the hegemonic Emperor streamer activated 6 layers of runic patterns. The terrifying beam of light stretched out across the sky and earth, spanning across all enemies, and under the stunned expressions of the crowd, the pupils contracted extremely, and under the slight opening of their mouths, the ripples of energy from the hegemonic Emperor's streamer shook and raged. Put, put, put. One figure after another turned into blood mist. One golden immortal after another, form and spirit destroyed. The Heavenly God Palace's underpinnings were burning, and it was simply impossible to resist. At this moment, thousands of old and undead powerhouses above the golden immortals erupted with terrifying energy rays, ripples of might radiant, and they were actually working together to catalyze a supreme longsword. And all of a sudden, the sky was filled with wall after wall of swords, with millions of longswords spread out across the heavens and earth. 10,000 golden sword wheel. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Terrifying sword chi tore a piece of heaven and earth. Millions of long swords buzzed. The void was fast shooting to burst. The earth roared and burst. Each long sword has an inexplicable might, swinging up the 9 heavens, destroying the posture, wanting to overthrow the black-clothed man. However, in the next instant, the hegemonic Emperor streamer vibrated, and with the cultivation of a golden immortal urging it on, the energy of the hegemonic Emperor streamer grew stronger and more overbearing, and under the destruction, it released one light after another, surprisingly just like a ghostly messenger under the underworld of the underworld. Every time a ray of light was shot out, hundreds or thousands of souls would be detained. Pust, pust, pust. It was only an instant. In the middle of the positive scene, one flesh body after another fell down, eyes lifeless, the light of the divine sea soul being deterred away. Grass, 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 grass. The 2 palace masters of the Heavenly God Palace screamed miserably. It was impossible to resist at the moment. The damage is incalculable. Even several powerful people from several epochs ago had their flesh fall to the side. Chapter 76, Hades' Blood Divine Power. 9 million golden immortals? Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying killing aura raged. The entire heavenly god palace had all sorts of haze erupting, the mighty energy swirling. It was one regal beam after another, charging and raging. The earth was crumbling out of the abyss, and all the halls of the heavenly god palace had long since been turned into flying ash, completely becoming ruins. How? What kind of existence is that thing? It's so strong that with a single flick of the hand, the Silver Swarm clan elder's divine soul was drawn away, stripped of his flesh, and forcibly deterred away. That can be all over the golden immortal above the throne. If it is not this side of the rule-binding suppression, even in the immortal world, will be resounding number one. But now, simply cannot resist. Even the big formation was hit by that horrible big streamer ripples to the collapse. For a while, the heavenly god palace screamed miserably. The heavenly god palace, one of the chaotic ancient Tao lineages, was simply unable to resist, and was even more unbeatable. 500,000 golden immortals. Who dares to resist? Right now, the heavenly god palace, one of the chaotic ancient Tao units, had already lost half of its dead and wounded. The key to immortality. We give it to you. Don't go on. They didn't really do anything wrong. The previous palace master of the heavenly god palace opened his mouth to speak. His complexion and breath looked sad and miserable, directly admitting defeat, not wanting to continue. With the strength of that group of black-robed golden immortals, the strength was too strong and domineering. It was not something that the heavenly god palace could fight against at all. By now, nearly half of the thousands of old undead of his generation in the heavenly god palace had died tragically, and some of them had even been deterred from their souls by the great streamers, and their fleshly bodies had collapsed and been destroyed. The baby died your grandmother. To come to this point now, it's all because you, the heavenly god palace, have brought this upon yourself, and you just can't live with your own sins. Strike after strike, not seeing reality? The mysterious being opened its mouth, and in a flash, it spat out flame after flame from its mouth, burning through the golden immortals who were still fighting to the death, turning their flesh into charcoal, and then into fragments that drifted between the heavens and the earth. You! The eyes of the old man from the heavenly god palace flickered with anger. One of those people was his close friend, with a very shallow relationship, yet he was so decimated by that great demon. His heart churned with anger. If it wasn't for the future plans of the heavenly god palace, even if they were to dump their families and deploy all their reserves, they would still fight to the death. This is the key to immortality. If you stop here, we'll turn over a new leaf between us. The previous palace master of the heavenly god palace displayed the key to immortality in his hand. Crystal and translucent luster, with a refreshing medicinal fragrance, is indeed the key to immortality. Yang Diyuan raised his hand, and the key to immortality was deterred into the hands of the man in black, who then sang up, "There's only the last one left. When the time comes, not only will you complete the quest and obtain a strong war slave, but you will also open the path to immortality." The heavenly god palace was miserable. The Jedi Grand Formation was all broken up. The mountain gate where the heavenly god palace was located was directly abolished by the hegemonic emperor streamer in a devastating manner. Not to mention the mountain gate where the heavenly god palace was located? That is even more all over the place in a mess. The abyss, the Rift Valley, have been plowed out in many places. The divine veins of this place have been scrapped, no longer suitable for the great ancient Taoist system as the foundation. The establishment of the mountain gate of the place. Inside the heavenly god palace, countless disciples' figures were in a sorry state. Those they had far away were fine, just bruises, while those who had been in close contact, all of them had a wave of unwillingness to recall the fear in their minds, one figure after another. Were they all their fellow disciples' brothers, sisters and sisters? However, it was swept by the terrifying ripples and exploded on the spot under the rumbling sound, bursting in place. None of the survivors in the room wanted to recall that scene. The heavenly god palace suffered ever the biggest calamity. Now, the current palace master of the heavenly god palace as well as the old palace master, behind them stood the old generation of powerhouses, at the moment are not good, broken arms and stumps of not a few, one by one, the face of the ugly, under the leadership of the previous palace master, negotiating with the people of the Death God Mountain. My lord had no intention of stirring up strife, but you guys really don't have any self-knowledge. Now you're better off? The Chaos Realm has raised so many people and killed so many disciples for so many years. Now it's good? The words of the mysterious beings, like a knife, stabbed above the hearts of the people of the palace of the heavenly god. It is simply a strain before the 10 tribes but also the heart of the slaughter. No matter which one, at this moment, the people of the palace of the heavenly god are ugly, but cannot resist so many golden immortals. They can only endure, even if it is a xiang. They also have to swallow, laughingly face the Death God Mountain. My family lords, meaning, the key to immortality is returned to us. And at the same time all of the heavenly god palace's ancient immortal laws need to be viewed. as well as compensated for the damages caused to us today. The current palace master of the Heavenly God Palace looked as if nothing was a problem as he stepped forward, rubbed his hands together, and said, "Everything is fine. Fine." Snap. Immediately, the current palace master of the Heavenly God Palace was an old man to a big neck slips. The sound of the air are appeared in the air ripples. The former is more by the sudden slap staggered. Instantly the knees to some soft, at once to the death god mountain crowd to the kneeling ground. The mysterious being was resentful at first. This was not willing to reconcile and send compensation, but the next instant, immediately smiled and said, "Do not have to be so, do not have to be so." The hall of the Heavenly God Palace lord to us kneel to make amends and apologies. Spread out how bad to hear. Thought I death god mountain in the power to bully people. But then, kneeling are kneeling, that is not bad to kowtow a few. The corners of the mouths of all the people present in the Heavenly God Palace twitched, and the last old palace master's hanging heart finally died. It's simply too hard not to look at the calendar today. From the very beginning, the initial purpose of the Heavenly God Palace was to establish prestige for the Heavenly God Palace, letting the other two ancient Tao systems know that the Heavenly God Palace wasn't something to be messed with, and at the same time, they wanted to deter other forces and curmudgeons. But everything seemed to go toward a situation beyond their control. By now, there were even quite a few people who were still wondering which part of the process had gone wrong, and in the end, some people sighed in their hearts that it wasn't that the Heavenly God Palace was unable to establish its authority, but that it had chosen the wrong target. The Death God Mountain that came from the lower realms was terrifyingly strong, both in terms of its heritage and its strength, from the 10,000 names at the beginning, to the 100,000 yuan immortals afterward, to the 500,000 golden immortals at the present day. It was never the Death God Mountain that had an accident, but their Heavenly God Palace, who had underestimated the men from the lower realms too much. Outside, as the Heavenly God Palace Fawn fought the 500,000 golden immortals of the Death God Mountain, the Jedi Grand Formation had disintegrated, and even the mountain gate had been blown away. The terrifying waves and ripples caused by the earlier strand caused many of the cultivators outside the Heavenly God Palace who were once again watching and stopping to have their hearts flooded with waves. They were initially torn about how the Death God Mountain in the lower realm would be crushed. After all, the Heavenly God Palace had the ability and strength to invite the king into the urn and unfold the style extinction formation, and now the ending was unsatisfactory, with the Heavenly God Palace losing miserably. Thousands of golden immortals have died horribly. Heavenly God Palace, Chaos Ancient Tao System? From today onwards, I'm afraid that it will be removed from this chaotic realm. Unable to gain a foothold amongst such a transcendent power as the chaotic ancient Tao system, I didn't expect the Death God Mountain in the lower realm to be so ridiculously strong that even the Heavenly God Palace failed to win. I don't think things will end so easily. But earlier, even the chaotic Tao Palace made a move, as well as the Killer God Dynasty Outer Heaven. That kind of power can be too strong. Even the Killer God Dynasty Outer Heaven. How many epochs has this been? Existed for more than tens of millions of years, or even hundreds of millions of years. Cultivated killers one by one are all thieves strong. And the most crucial thing is that from beginning to end very few people know where the real lair of the Killer God Dynasty Outer Heaven is. Even during the transaction, that horrible old man is amazingly strong. I think that the Killer God Dynasty Outer Heaven will still strike. There was some speculation. However, in the next instant, they felt a terrifying wave ripple out, seeping in terrible ripples in the tremor, instantly swept across the vertical and horizontal earth. On the spot many too close to the cultivators, a direct scream directly exploded, as bursting watermelon, the speed of the fast, simply cannot have time to react. Souls are successively shattered, did not escape. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is this not discussed properly? Or does the Heavenly God Palace still have a backhand, only temporarily stabilizing the Death God Mountain? And with the arrival of support at this moment, it will fully encircle the Death God Mountain? Many people were astonished and were dismayed by this, and one by one, while being shocked, they fled at great speed, away from the Heavenly God Palace. After all, no one wanted to become the unlucky person who had given his life away before because of watching the fun. It's Death Mountain striking. Some people are amazed. This power from the lower realm was so strong and domineering. Is it the demon sect? The previous negotiation was just to know some news about this place. At this moment, what should be known is known. The Heavenly God Palace that took the initiative to strike at them. Naturally there is no need to exist. The mysterious being spat out sheets of flames that burned through the void ring. The heavens collapsed, and the flames in the sky were like a sea of falling meteors, covering the entire Heavenly God Palace. What a cheek! How dare you harbor evil intentions and wait to retaliate against my family's master later on? Then there's nothing more to say. Fight to the death. Don't let any of them escape. Your heavenly god palace is so firm and exemplary. Just to bleed and die for the sake of the clan is nothing. Mysterious beings coldly grunted, killing aura, spewing out flames, instantly let many golden immortals or stormy, black, part of the flesh and blood are exploded, and there are pieces of skin and internal organs are incinerated. Horrible power, even covered the soul, even if the golden immortals can't dodge, hit by a breath of time, but also instantly turned into fragments. Same time, 500,000 golden immortals, without any stopping, directly urged the hegemonic emperor streamer, and terrifying ripples of energy swirled and streaked across. Put, 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 shouting and killing sounds shook the sky. Everywhere was scorched and broken. The ruins were in pieces. The palace master of the heavenly god palace, as well as the old generation characters, all fought to the death. But the ending was not what they expected. One after another, they all collapsed on the ground, too dead to die. How could the enemies of the Death Mountain let them live? The first rule is to cut off the roots. Playing dirty tricks one after another? Go play in hell. Yang Diyuan also got a fortune as he wished. As one of the chaotic ancient Tao system, the heavenly god palace's depth was truly unfathomable. There were countless various great medicines, divine medicines, and so on, and there were also many ancient immortal laws and so on. But compared to the Prestige Mall, it's kind of icing on the cake. There was only one ancient immortal technique that did come from the immortal realm, named Underworld Blood Divine Technique. This technique, from the immortal world, a demonic domain of the magic soil method, cultivation of the great success, can condense the true life, as a split, as many as 9. The most bizarre is that the 9 true life, the strength of the difference is not very much. At first glance, it's very extraordinary, and when you think about it carefully, when you put it on a group of black-clothed people from Death Mountain, it's no weaker than a god or devil being in the 9 heavens, on top of the divine demon proximity to the 9 heavens, once again performing the underworld blood divine skill. Such an addition made even Yang Diyuan's heart skip a beat. After the gods and demons proximity to the 9 heavens was added, that Death Mountain's lineup is 1 million yuan immortals, 1 million golden immortals. With the Stygian blood divine skill, it was 9 million yuan immortals, 9 million golden immortals. Is the heavenly god palace's Tao in the immortal world a righteous sect or a devilish fanatic? Such a dharma is a bit anticlimactic. After the mysterious being probed, he uttered a hidden secret, that this Gong method, indeed, came from the devil's domain Devil Earth, and the origin was amazing. It was inherited from a giant of the immortal realm, and back then, that giant, suspected to have become a sacrificial Tao-level supreme powerhouse, was running through the world. If there are no accidents, that one might still be in the immortal realm. A character at that level may have returned to the basics, perhaps a wonton seller on the side of the road, or a technician within a restaurant. Yang Diyuan sniffed. Aren't you a cub? You know quite a lot. The mysterious being was a bit proud. Don't look at me as just a cub, but compared to the human race, I have already lived for millions of years. By the way, Lord, would you like to ride my dad? That guy can be old and cool. I remember when I was a kid, not long after I was born, I only rode him once. Chapter 77, Malice in the Underworld. Key to Immortality Chi. Mission accomplished. The entire Chaos Realm shook. The Heavenly God Palace was completely removed. Originally, as one of the 3 chaotic ancient Tao systems, each of them kept a piece of the key to immortality, waiting for the person of destiny. That is, the bait to take the bait, and the 3 ancient Tao systems to join forces to besiege them on the road to immortality. But I had not thought that the Heavenly God Palace lost too badly. Kunlun Mountain did not make a move, and even directly offered the key to immortality, which seems to have already seen a hint of the falsehood. The Kunlun Tao Palace, on the other hand, was immortalized with the Death Mountain, and its first grandson was decapitated by the Death Mountain, one after another, all of which were broken and died miserably in defeat. The outside world is shaken to its core. The various forces were all horrified, and some of them were even only aware of such news, and after rushing to the Heavenly God Palace, all that was left there was a piece of rubble, and nothing else. For a while, many people in the Chaos Realm had a hard time imagining that the Death God Mountain couldn't be a backhand left behind by the Liege Immortal, right? It is to open the path to immortality. And now, it's hard to say what condition the immortal world is in, whether it really exists or not. It was hard to corroborate all of this, when the Demon God Hall summoned the Lai Xian in the Miracle Hush, but it didn't leave too many traces and messages, and the detachment died outright. Someone found the trail of the Death Mountain? Where are they? They heading? The Chaotic Tao Palace? I'll go. Is this going to be a triple strike to fully disintegrate the 3 chaotic ancient Tao systems? First there was the destruction of the Heavenly God Palace. Now isn't the Chaotic Tao Palace already shivering? After all, that's 500,000 golden immortals. I think they've missed the perfect opportunity. If they had united with the Heavenly God Palace not too long ago and gone all out, they would have even dealt a desperate blow to the Death God Mountain. But right now, everything is different. The Death God Mountain is nearly invulnerable. And there are also many resources obtained in the Heavenly God Palace. And the same goes for the absolute killing formation, Chaos Realm. Arguably the most exciting time to come in thousands of years. The 3 chaotic ancient Tao systems were directly destroyed by one of the Death God Mountains that came from the lower realms. Now it was even rushing directly to the chaotic ancient Tao system's other chaotic Tao palace. It was really non-stop, either on the way to someone or on the way to someone. Many people were amazed. Is it hard for the Death Mountain to be so ferocious in the lower realm? Tough guy. Kunlun Mountain. In this place, the Jedi Great Formation had already risen up long ago, and all the Kunlun disciples were on guard. Now that the Death Mountain's men were on their way, heading straight for the chaotic Tao Palace, would they be the next one? Many disciples were trembling in their hearts, livers and guts, because they simply couldn't decide. If this was really the case, the Chaos Realm was about to open the path to immortality, and they, all of them, were just mountains of corpses and seas of blood and red powdered and withered bones on this path. Will the Death God Mountain rush to exterminate us after destroying the chaotic Tao Palace? A woman with picturesque eyebrows and deep sorrow in her eyes was naturally the sister of the Kunlun Mountain Lord, and her strength was also at the golden immortal level. Kunlun Mountain Lord shook his head. The weak are the strong. Strength is honored. This is the cruelty of the cultivation world. How many heavenly prides died tragically on this invincible road? The mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, the withered bones into pieces. In the end, which called the invincible? Which dare to say undefeated? Immortal world. Maybe, really exist may also say. After all, our master has ascended. But according to the time, he should also come back to see it right. Is the immortal realm, mortal realm really an insurmountable moat? Kunlun Mountain Lord is a little sad. The heart is very difficult. As the Lord of Kunlun Mountain, see all the life and death. See all the red dust. He said, the death of the mountain will not be decimated on the Kunlun Mountain, even if it is dead. Is only me? We have already offered the key to become immortal. Even, I also gave him the golden short stick. The senior sister was stunned, with a look of shock on her face. Senior brother, that short stick can directly cross the Kunlun Mountain gate where we are. The Heavenly God Palace has been overthrown. Why are we still here to invite the king into the jar? Nonetheless, just showing him that I, Kunlun Mountain, have no intention of being an enemy, just want to walk the path to immortality together. In addition to the fact that it can appear in my Kunlun Mountain. In addition, the Chaos Tao Palace's people will also cross through the short golden stick, which may end up being one of the paths for the Chaos Palace Master to escape. Sifu's brow was tinged with a faint sadness. The Death God Mountain that came from the lower realms really had an invincible demeanor. The Heavenly God Palace, one of the 3 chaotic ancient Tao lineages, said that it would be overturned. Now, hoofing it to the chaotic Tao Palace, it was expected to end up not much better. And secretly, there are also killer god dynasties beyond the heavens, holding back and hibernating. Are they also preparing for the path to immortality? Watch and see if the chaotic Tao Palace will be overthrown in the end. That would be good. Suddenly, the eyes of the Kunlun Mountain Lord's senior sister flickered up, somewhat agitated. Senior brother, could it be that you want to? With a smile on his face, the Kunlun Mountain Lord stretched out his finger and blocked the side of his senior sister's mouth. Chaos Tao Palace. Snap, snap, snap. Chaotic Tao Palace Master Lu Badian was furious, very angry. His stout figure, his clothes were filled with powerful chi, bulging and whirring. The ground under his feet was cracked by his footsteps. The clicking sound was piercing to the ears, and the sound of a dragon's roar and a tiger's roar rose vaguely, causing the air to vibrate. He was furious. What's more, he didn't expect the Kunlun Mountains to play such a hand, not only plucking itself out of the picture, but also turning the tables on him. Set him straight. Now, the Death God Mountain only had one key to immortality left to open the path to immortality, and he was immortal with the Death God Mountain. It was even more unlikely that he would voluntarily give it away in full view of all the people. With his first grandson, Lu Qingwan's vengeance yet to be avenged, the bones of his Lu family are not as soft as the Kunlun Mountains. If it wasn't for the fact that at the critical moment, a hint of perception surfaced in his heart that there was a crisis on the way to the Heavenly God Palace, he was afraid that he would have died miserably. Heavenly God Palace. No more blocking. And after this battle, the Death God Mountain did indeed hold the sacrificial Tao Divine object in its hands. It's a big god thing, and the chaotic Tao Palace, at the moment, didn't seem to have any way to defuse it. After the Tao sacrifice divine object activated several rune patterns, They didn't see how they could withstand it. One wave of attacks blocked, with many dead and wounded. What about the second and third waves? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the void. Surprisingly, it came through. Even the chaotic Tao Palace, which was a chaotic ancient Tao system, failed to resist it, and the Great Formation failed, so it directly crossed the void and appeared in the middle of the hall. It was an old man, shriveled and withered, with an aura of depression and decay, but the light of its eyes was incomparably regal, as sharp as knives. Kunlun Tao Palace Master Lu Baotian's eyes suddenly twitched. The old man in front of him was no one else. It was clearly the one who had made the deal with that killer god dynasty beyond the heavens. The terror of its strength and the strength of its origin far exceeded his imagination. It was rumored that the killer god Ultra Outer Heaven was once an organization of the immortal realm, famous in the immortal realm's 9 heavens. Even when the major giants of the immortal world jointly attacked and killed, they still failed to cause any other impact on the heavenly beyond. Their strength was unfathomable and extraordinary, even in the chaos realm. With the information that their chaos ancient Tao lineage held about the Slayer god dynasty's heavenly beyond, there was nothing more than the small worlds where specific missions were taken. Chaos Tao Palace. How many years haven't come back? Still remember many years ago. He has become successful and famous, but he doesn't remember us old friends. It's me who dragged him down. If not, he wouldn't have been hunted down by the giants of the immortal realm in a joint effort to kill him, resulting in the loss of his soul, and being strangled one after another, and finally ending up as a sentence like a walking corpse. The old man of heavens beyond heaven had a stooped figure, his eyes full of memories, while carrying a monstrous anger as well as a murderous aura, vowing to return to the immortal realm and decimate the group of old undead. Handing over the key to immortality will keep you safe, even if your grandfather is present, and can't change it. The Kunlun Tao Palace Master narrowed his eyes. Are you trying to make the Death God Mountain the path opener? So what if it is? In our opinion, there are a lot of trailblazers. Without the Death Mountain, you Chaos Tao Palace, Kunlun Mountain, are there no other forces in the Chaos Realm? Fine, I agree to hand over the key to immortality, but it doesn't mean that I, Kunlun Tao Palace, am afraid, and my first grandson's revenge will be settled in another day. 500,000 golden immortals came crisscrossing, but the Kunlun Tao Palace was only left with a layer of deep pits, and even the foundations had been dug away, so they had actually gotten wind of the situation and fled away with the mountain gate. But the key to immortality was left behind. To this point, Yang Diyuan rounded up 49 pieces. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. Mission accomplished. Chapter 78, Instantaneous Entry into Golden Immortal. Golden Immortal Tribulation. The fleshly body is peerless. Push across all enemies. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. Gathering all 49 keys to immortality. Completing the mission. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the sacrificial Tao level Palace Mountain Gate. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the sacrificial Tao Divine Pill, Nirvana Pulp. Congratulations to the host obtaining the sacrificial Tao level Divine Technique, Hegemonic Golden Dipper Body. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 peak Heavenly Immortal Realm War Slaves. Congratulations to the host obtaining sacrificial Tao Grade Sheltering Talisman X10. Congratulations to the host obtaining sacrificial Tao Grade Heavenly Thunder Divine Symbol X10. Congratulations to the host obtaining sacrificial Tao Grade Feathered Burning Flame Divine Symbol X10. Congratulations to the host obtaining sacrificial Tao Grade God Cutting Talisman X10. As the system beeps surfaced one after another in his mind, the corners of Yang Diyuan's mouth lifted slightly. It's a done deal. The Tao Sacrifice level Divine Artifact had already brought him many surprises and shocks, and just by activating 4 rune patterns, he could push a Golden Immortal across the board, or even a powerhouse above a Golden Immortal. Now, it was even more so that they directly obtained a mountain gate at the level of the sacrificial Tao, and under the heavens, even if the Lianxian Immortals descended, they would not necessarily be able to break through. At the same time, he also obtained the sacrificial Tao level Divine Law, the hegemonic Golden Gang Body, and Yang Diyuan checked it out and realized that its power was really incomparable, even stronger than the God and Devil proceeding to the 9 heavens. This was a pure body refining method, and it was at the level of the sacrificial Tao. Even if it was the Golden Clan's Undying Living Spirit Clan's Great Tao nature, it was much inferior, enough to be thrown off by hundreds of streets. Yang Diyuan hands emerged a thing, bright sunlight, 10,000 shoots, flashing layers of light. That is a drop of liquid. It is the Nirvana Pulp. Belongs to the sacrificial road level of divine objects. The party appeared just. It exudes a strong medicinal aroma. Fragrant air puffing nose. The liquid is as bright as golden light, like a round of blazing sun rising within the liquid. The medicinal properties are extremely powerful. Just swallowing a breath, Instantly the medicinal power pervades the limbs and bones, organs and bowels, even if it is Yang Dun, but also feel that the body is light. All kinds of meridians automatically run, many times faster, even if it is the peak of the Yuanxian immortal, his own physical body, to be able to clearly feel that it has become stronger. It really is a divine object. The sacrificial Tao level is by no means mundane, Yang Dun exclaimed. It could be said that the surprise brought by this nirvana syrup was even more genuine than the Tao sacrifice divine item, because just by breathing in a mouthful of its own fragrant air, it made Yang Dun have a sense of his own enlightenment, about to make a breakthrough, and his Yuan spirit and fleshly body had been upgraded by a large margin. This 12-winged incandescent angel woke up from her sleep. She was only palm-sized, but at this moment, she was wide-eyed, following Yang Dun's arm, crawling up to her wrist. Her face was full of cozy and comforting colors. Her little face was white, and at this moment, she was showing a contented smile, and behind her, a pair of light wings, unconsciously, because of the joy and contentment, were opening and closing automatically. It smells so good. Qingqing's throat slid, blinking her beautiful eyes as she looked at Yang Dun and pointed at the drop of nirvana syrup. Don't worry, can't forget you. Yang Dun laughed lightly, then sensed that the mysterious being was also shaking furiously in its body. This was a genuine demon cub born from the immortal realm's soil. Even it could not control its instinctive excitement and marveled. It seems like it's about to be feathered. What kind of divine object is this? Lord, I feel as if I'm able to break through the realm. Even if it's an existence above the golden immortals, I'll be able to exterminate them instantly. The mysterious being was emotional, uplifted, and very excited. Yang Dun nodded his head. The attraction of this nirvana pulp was so great that even he, Qingqing, and the demon clan's mysterious beings were greatly attracted to it. In a flash, the bright nirvana pulp sent into the mouth. Yang Dun feel all the body is sublimation, whether it is the physical body or the spirit, in the extreme speed of metamorphosis, embedded with the mysterious Tao rules, and even with the sacrificial Tao level of the rules and God pattern, in the body blossomed, with the integration of nirvana pulp into the limbs and bones of the body, the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, filled with flesh and blood and bone marrow. Yang Dun body has brought qualitative changes. Break the realm on the spot. Golden Immortal 1. And that's just the beginning. As the various scriptures in his body operated, Yang Dun realized that the nirvana syrup consumed was only 1%. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Golden Immortal 2. Golden Immortal Triple. Golden Immortal 4. Golden Immortal 5. Golden Immortal 6. Golden Immortal 9. Golden Immortal 10. Golden Immortal 11. Golden Immortal 12. In less than an incense stick of time, the golden beams of light and Tao ripples that were anciently swirling all over Yang Dun's body were expanding ferociously, and Qingqing and the mysterious beings stared in disbelief. Breaking through a large realm and directly entering the peak of the 12th level of the Golden Immortal, and continue to break through the realm? Both of them were a bit dumbfounded. They knew that Yang Dun was terrifying, strong, and mysterious, but they didn't expect that in this aspect of cultivation, he was so perverted. Not to mention the Golden Immortal. Even at the heavenly immortal level, many cultivators who wanted to raise a small realm would need countless hours to settle and accumulate. Breaking through the realm would require even more timing and luck, and it would take hundreds of years for an ordinary person to make a breakthrough. And what did they see at the moment? Their lord, in just one incense burner, had broken through the 12 levels one after the other, reaching the peak of the Golden Immortal. The eye was about to break through to the next realm. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The power of the Golden Immortal was rippling, surging, and raging, like monstrous waves raging. Yang Dun's body was surrounded by a blossoming haze. Various scriptures surfaced, and his strength was even exploding. Lifting his hand and punching out, even the emptiness of the chaos realm was crushed, broken and disintegrated. Such energy caused many people in the chaos realm to stare in disbelief. Many people, following the footsteps of the Death Mountain, rushed to the Kunlun Dao Palace one after another. They were shocked and amazed. The Chaos Dao Palace even gave away the key to becoming an immortal. Even the mountain gate was moved, and directly fled, and now they have seen a horrible and wonderful scene. A genuine golden immortal powerhouse. Who is going to break the realm here? In a flash, the terrifying golden shackles rippled and tumbled, one layer after another whistling. The terrifying dark clouds converged and swept, spreading over a layer of the sky, and at the same time, the chaotic gas where this place was located surged and surged out. And the terrifying power of the heavenly apocalypse stirred up in the dark clouds. Is it hard to believe that the Death Mountain Lord, Yang Dun, is going to break the realm? Such a pressure is definitely the peak of a golden immortal. Otherwise, it wouldn't have attracted the terrifying golden shackles to bind and suppress it. The golden immortal is already at the very top in the chaos realm, and only a few formations, such as the supreme killing formation that exists within the heavenly god palace, can isolate some of the rules, allowing a few to break the rules of the golden immortal's ceiling, and exert even more formidable strength. But now, except for the road to immortality, it's been tens of millions of years since anyone dared to come so hard, not even using the isolation array, directly preparing to usher in the heavenly tribulation above the golden immortal. This is going against the rules. Can he succeed? Throughout history, there is no lack of many strong people who want to go against the heavens, except for the one who shouted out the phrase "My life oil, I don't oil the heavens." Throughout the long history, how many golden immortals were buried in the golden immortal heavenly tribulation? This is a trend that cannot be reversed or turned. Yang Di Yuan broke the realm, ushered in the apocalypse, the horrible killing and destroying gas swirling rampant sweeping, vertical and horizontal billions of miles. For a time, the entire chaotic world have triggered a sensation. All the major forces, all the major practitioners, and even the people living in the city, the children playing madly and playing, and the tea pouring the water of the small too, have stopped their footsteps, and their eyes gazed at the distant vault of the sky. What's happening? Someone is going through the golden immortal tribulation? How many years has it been? How come there are still people who are so headstrong and still believe that if they break through the golden immortal, they will be able to ascend? Word has come that it seems that the Death God Mountain from the lower realms has gathered the key to immortality, and is about to open the path to immortality. And with the hegemonic nature of the Death God Mountain, I wonder if it will agree with the other cultivators to walk the path to immortality together. That one who crossed the golden immortal heavenly tribulation is the Death Mountain Lord? No way. Is he that ruthless? Once the golden immortal tribulation fails, it can be a situation of death. The golden immortal tribulation fails. There has never been anyone who survived alive. Can he break the shackles and records? Kunlun Mountain. The Kunlun Mountain Lord's group of disciples were shocked and stunned. Countless people stared with wide eyes. They did not expect that the Death Mountain Lord had such a strong side. The key to immortality was in his hands, and he still had to cross the golden immortal robbery. This was a reflection of extreme confidence. Many disciples are in the heart palpitations. Chaos ancient Taoist system of the three major forces. A heavenly god palace. A chaos Taoist palace. The former was extinguished Taoist system. Nothing left. Tens of millions of years of inheritance was cut off. The latter, even in the hearing of the death of the mountain, rushed to chaos. Ready to ping mountain extinguished the cottage, but also along with the door of the mountain fled, but also left behind the key of the immortalization. They were glad that their own mountain master had a long-term vision and had handed over the key to immortality to the Death God Mountain within the first hour. Otherwise, the Kunlun Mountain would definitely not be as calm as it was now. If the Mountain Lord made a mistake, the Heavenly God Palace would inevitably be a reflection of their outcome. Death Mountain. Yang Di Yuan. Sacrificing a divine object to the Tao. I wonder if I can survive the golden immortal tribulation. Elder brother. The Tao lineage coming from the lower realm is too mysterious. I once suspected that it was the backhand left by the immortal realm. After all, countless years have passed, and the strongest people in the immortal realm have not been able to freely cross the immortal and mortal realms. That one, if it is the Tao lineage inherited from the immortal realm, gathering the key to immortalization, and opening up the path to immortalization, would it break the rules and restrictions, and immortal would come down completely? How can one know what has not happened? Even an existence as strong as the Tianji Pavilion was envied by heaven for leaking too many heavenly chances, and the Taoist lineage in the Chaos Realm, which has lasted for millions of years, has seen 3 generations of Tianji Pavilion masters die tragically almost every 10,000 years, and they are very not long-lived. And the last generation is said to have been destroyed by the golden immortal tribulation that was forcibly descended on them 10,000 years ago due to the leakage of too many heavenly chances. I remember that some former sages in the clan went to observe that the mountain gates had been moved flat, everywhere was dead and withered, and no one survived up and down the Tianji sect. Somewhere in a small world, this is my killer god dynasty outer heaven, an abandoned stronghold. Wait for the road to immortality to open. There is a chance to fly to immortality maybe. The old man from the heavenly beyond sky was hunched over with a radiant gaze, and opened his mouth to the chaotic Tao Palace Master, Lu Batian, who was thankful for a moment. After all, if he were to fight hard against the Death God Mountain, he didn't have too much certainty, and at the same time, there was no point in depleting the chaotic Tao Palace's heritage, and there would be less hope on the road to becoming an immortal. Look, isn't the heavenly God Palace gone? He didn't even make it through the time to open the path to immortality. Suddenly, the chaotic Tao Palace Master's heart felt something. His spirit blossomed, his heavenly eyes swept out, and he watched with his longitudinal eyes, spanning millions of miles, and it was clear that in front of the mountain gate of the once chaotic Tao Palace, there was actually a golden immortal robbery raging, and terrifying dark clouds converged and pressed down on one piece after another. Surprisingly, it's the golden immortal tribulation. I always have a feeling that even the immortal success calamity isn't too difficult for him, unless there is an accident. Otherwise, with the mystery of the Death God Mountain, the chi hasn't reached its end yet. Chaos Road Palace Master Lu Batian lamented. If not expected, soon the road to immortality will be opened. And now there is no standing in the middle of the vortex, detached from the battlefield. Will remove themselves? Sit and watch the wind and clouds rise, but also a moment of perception of the Kunlun Mountain Lord, that son of a like. From the beginning to the end, are they not in this state of mind? The old man from the Slayer God dynasty's heavenly outer heaven, his eyes gleaming like a radiant divine lamp in bloom, his body swollen with ripples of energy, the Tao sweeping and intertwining, blossoming in the air. He was astonished, and he likewise saw what was happening millions of miles away. The golden immortal robbery, the golden immortal destruction, the golden immortal illusion is an empty one. The old man seemed to feel something in his heart and thought of some memories. Rumor has it that you have many disciples, most of them trained since childhood in the heavenly beyond, and there have been 5 of them, who wanted to break the rule bindings and usher in the golden immortal tribulation, but they ended up perishing. The old man was very frank and said, "This is natural, everything is in the past, we are all fighting, we are all crossing, we are all seeking a way out." Buzz, 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 rumble, 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 terrifying golden light streaked across, golden shackles like a heavenly net, sweeping and streaking across, like layers and layers of curtains, to completely wrap Yang Dun in, trapping him. At the same time, the heavenly tribulation above the night sky has already converged. The domineering destructive breath is undoubtedly to turn this person who touches the rules into ruins and fragments. Golden immortal robbery. Then let's see it. Yang Dun had visions floating behind him. Various scriptures swept across the length and breadth of his body. He naturally did not take it lightly. All kinds of immortal soldiers and immortal armor guarded him, and there was even a sacrificial Tao divine artifact to protect his body. At the same time, Yang Dun first learned the sacrificial Tao level divine law, the hegemonic golden gang body, worthy of being a sacrificial Tao level divine law, unpredictable power, strong, terrifying and fierce. If it was not with the system, instantly learned and integrated, I am afraid that it would take many years to comprehend. For a time, his physical body surface visible to the naked eye speed, in fading off the old skin, face cracked, followed by the newborn skin delicate contains luster. Physical strength increased by several times. As for the hegemonic golden dipper body, it was a Tao sacrifice level divine technique, so naturally it wouldn't stop there. Second layer, third level, fourth level. In just a few moments, Yang Dun retreated 4 layers of skin, the newborn flesh, compared to earlier, 100 times more powerful. With the hegemonic golden dipper body running, the nirvana pulp that has not yet been fully digested in the body is continuing to deliver energy to him. Otherwise, it is not possible to let the hegemonic golden dipper body complete the metamorphosis. To carry on, is this the sacrificial Tao divine law? Yang Dun's eyes revealed a refined aura. An burnt incense had passed. With the hegemonic golden dipper body's method, he had metamorphosed 15 times, and was already close to the uppermost limit of his body nowadays. This was still the case when he already had a superb physique and a strong physical body. A golden immortal of the same realm would already be extraordinary if he could persist in molting his skin once. Yang Dun raised his hand, covering the golden shackles that swept over and wrapped him up, surprisingly breaking apart in a flash. The rules, shackles, and chains were completely helpless, and like a hairline, they were broken in an instant. In the void, golden ripples of rules were rippling, and the broken golden shackles seemed to be jumping, writhing, and reassembling, but they couldn't be bound at all. And under the successive swings of Yang Dun, the golden Tao rules collapsed, were worn down, dissipated, and completely faded away after being dimmed. I got a big chow. In the distance, countless cultivators exclaimed, shocked. What did they see? Is the Death God Mountain Lord from the lower realms this fierce and overbearing? Surprisingly, he even broke the golden shackles, the interwoven shackles of the Tao? That's too easy, isn't it? For a time, many of the golden immortal realm cultivators felt that this side of heaven and earth, the rules were not just looks. Many loose cultivators, feeling hopeless, after seeing such a wonderful scene, decisively also chose to step on top of the golden immortal, not even weaker than several people, ushering in the golden immortal tribulation belonging to themselves. Buzz, 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 Asterisk 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 you guys don't want to die? If it's possible, we may even be able to follow the footsteps of the Death God Mountain, and go to the path of immortality together. It may be possible. We haven't reached the point of despair yet. There are still other paths available. There's no need to be like this. Many cultivators felt deeply. Their hearts were sad and touched, and they opened their mouths to stop them, but they could not stop those excited hearts. Quite a few people's golden immortal tribulation arrived, coming after them, surprisingly faster than that mountain lord of the Death God Mountain. Yang Di Yuan, my nigga? Is this being targeted? The rules of the way. You know how to bully the weak and fear the hard, don't you? Many golden immortals roared in anger. The golden shackles that came drumming around their bodies, but as heavy as mountains. The sea breaks the dike like horror. On the spot, they were locked. Their bodies were bound by the golden shackles. The rules dazzle. The physical body are collapsing and disintegrating. The light of the original spirit dim, just descending a heavenly apocalypse of the light. That golden immortal completely perished. Holy, this power of the shackles, it hasn't weakened at all, but has instead gotten even stronger. Just how terrifying is the Death Mountain Lord's physical body? Is it comparable to an immortal soldier? Many golden immortals were shocked, because when he was in the scene, he was unable to be as relaxed and cozy as Yang Diyuan, and he couldn't even break the shackles, let alone harden himself to carry the 9,981 heavenly robberies and cross the golden immortal tribulation. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Let's see who all has bullied me. Don't think that loose cultivators are the ones to be messed with. Some golden immortals had already given up on themselves, taking advantage of the golden immortal tribulation, and began to prepare to draw perfect symbols for their own lives, leaving no regrets, and to give back the humiliation of the past, in full. Ha ha ha, die. Together, I became the Chaos Realm, a great riot. On this day, nearly several forces that were close to the chaotic ancient Tao system were in disrepair and in shambles. The entire mountain gate was destroyed by the retaliation of the golden immortal robbery that had been invoked. Heavenly robbery, the most unreasonable existence, once in the range of other people's heavenly robbery, will be regarded as a provocation. Indiscriminate descent of the corresponding heavenly punishment. If the resistance, bring the heavenly robbery will be destructive. Extremely horrible, known as the death of heavenly robbery. It's about to start. Chapter 79, No Enemy with a Single Punch. The heavenly Tao rules materialized. The rest were just minor mishaps. Countless gazes from the chaotic realm were gazing at the place where the chaotic ancient Tao system had once gained a foothold. There, the fight unfolded. The heavenly thunder above the nine skies, sweeping and vertical, such as the divine drums are descending, patches of the sea of thunder, nearly transformed into 10,000 miles of oceans, rumbling down, deafening, directly smashed to Yang Di Yuan. Countless people fear, shocked, amazed, eyes unblinking to the front. That is a shocking scene, but also a historic scene, through the ancient scriptures, across the long river of history. And how many people, how many strong, dare to face the golden immortal robbery, but also through the first layer of the heavenly robberies? Throughout history, they have all been buried under the first two heavenly tribulations. Even extremely prestigious cultivation geniuses were still suppressed to death by the rules and could not be fought against. Break! Yang Di Yuan is not angry. Killing aura, hundreds of millions of miles across. His body golden light burst flash, just physical strength, blasted out a fist seal, on the spot, even the face of 10,000 miles of thunder sea, instantly as a broken mirror, on the spot, exploded, dissipated in the heavens and earth, turned into a brilliant fireworks. In the midst of extreme destruction, there is endless vitality. Yang Diyuan felt the vitality contained in the disintegrating thunder sea, and it was very helpful in counterportioning his fleshly body, causing his fleshly body to unexpectedly usher in another metamorphosis. Full body molt. 16th. At first he was wary that certain parts of him wouldn't be able to withstand it, but it seems he was overthinking it. Holy, he succeeded? It instantly pierced through the sea of thunder. Why is he so relaxed? Some golden immortals, yet he can't even break through the golden shackles. What exactly is his origin? How could someone from the lower realms have such a high cultivation talent? Kunlun Mountain. Countless people were shocked. A group of old undead that had been revived. All of them stared with wide eyes. Even they didn't have the courage to take which step. Once all of their realms exceeded the golden immortal, only to be suppressed at the peak of the golden immortal. Even so, even if they exerted their full strength, they felt that they couldn't resist the golden immortal tribulation. You can die at every turn. Kid, doing well. Old ancestor, I still have vision. Unlike that laboring caliparite thing in the heavenly god palace. Standing up for prestige? Standing good put themselves all to stand GA. there was a powerhouse beyond the Golden Immortal. A living fossil-level figure patting the Kunlun Mountain Lord on the shoulder. One of the old ancestors of the Kunlun Mountain. He stroked his beard in admiration and admiration. At the same time, inside the small world, the palace master of the chaotic Tao Palace's eyes widened. And even though he had a meditative sense in his heart, he still underestimated the reality. Death God Mountain Yang Diyuan's strength was so terrifying. A punch, it then shattered the Thunder Sea. May I ask, who within the chaos realm under the heavens can do it? Apart from the determination to die, which old immortal would dare to brave life and death to break through the golden immortal tribulation? No. At this moment, countless people from the chaotic Tao Palace were shocked beyond words. Their breathing became rapid, and they were even glad that they didn't really fight against the Death God Mountain to the end. There are even some disciples who have the idea of retreating from the palace. Now this situation is already immortal. Continue. Inevitably have to die. If it was earlier, it would be fine, but at this moment, they were located in a small world, so it would be difficult for them to escape. The old man from the Slayer God dynasty's heavens beyond heaven was also silent, his face shocked, his eyes flickering non-stop, not knowing what he was thinking. Pervert. A full 81 thunderbolts, one after another, were broken by Yang Diyuan, although at the back, it became more and more terrifying, and even required Yang Diyuan to use the unity of his Yuanshin to resist it. But despite the damage, the benefits are immense. The hegemonic Golden Dipper body had already metamorphosed 21 layers, with the baptism of the Sea of Thunder and the Nirvana Pulp. It soared all the way up. Yang Diyuan was confident that there was no enemy within the Golden Immortal territory and that he would still be able to punch his way through the next realm. Suddenly, the dome of the sky changed in color, and there was actually an inexplicable pressure sweeping across the vertical. Yang Diyuan narrowed his eyes, but it came from the depths of the heavenly tribulation. Heaven's Way? Rules? Substance incarnate? Chapter 80 Obtaining 10 million Golden Immortals. The location of the disappeared mountain gate of the chaotic Tao Palace. Here the clouds are black, covering a side of the sky, occupying the whole piece of the universe dome. Vertical and horizontal thunder and lightning, splitting and snapping, with oozing rules of force. The void is collapsing. The earth is humming and trembling. The haze light is billions of wisps of light. Some cultivators exclaimed in shock. They didn't dare to get too close. They all hid far away for fear of being implicated. The Golden Immortal Tribulation was already terrifying through the ages. Since the rules descended and suppressed the realm at the Golden Immortal, very few Golden Immortal powerhouses had forcefully crossed the tribulation. Even if there is, but only a number of 10 fingers. But in the end, without exception, all died miserably under the heavenly tribulation. The most, but the Sea of Two Thunderbolts, was buried in life, fell into ashes, and before their eyes, that Death God Mountain Lord Yang Diyuan who came from the lower realms was super strong and terrifyingly frightening. Countless people could not believe it and gazed with unbelievable gazes at the distant sky and the man who stood suspended in the Huanyu. So strong, to the extent that one after another, with the power of his flesh, he crumbled 81 seas of thunder. Is this a god or devil in the world? Or is it a once reincarnated reincarnation of a legendary immortal who was a supreme powerhouse in his last life? Many people are surprised, shocked, even if they have not joined. Look out from afar, watching, all feel very thrilled, but also have a heart of exhilaration and excitement, as if they were in the scene, alone what they see and think and feel today. Many of the strongest peak Golden Immortal realm has a great touch, and many more. The state of mind has changed. What happened today will definitely be recorded and engraved in the history books. If he doesn't make a move, he will simply destroy the sky and the earth. Even the Golden Immortal's calamity can't do anything to him. Earlier, there were many people who thought that the unseen Death Mountain Lord, Yang Diyuan's strength wasn't much stronger. But now, all the doubts were broken. What kind of scene had appeared now after a single force had broken all laws and crumbled the sea of 81 thunderbolts forcefully? In the void, all sorts of ripples were rippling, rules were sweeping and shuttling, and order runes intertwined and jumped amongst the sea of thunder, surprisingly evolving a humanoid figure in the void. The forces were alarmed. Needless to think, the entire Chaos Realm, at this moment, had countless pairs of eyes staring at that field, and there were even strong people beyond the Golden Immortal Realm who wanted to spiritually mirror that area for their clansmen to watch and observe. But in the end, they were backfired. Is that Heaven's Way? Rules? Order personified? The lower realm Yang Diyuan broke the barriers and broke the rules, leading to the descent of the invisible heavenly Tao. Is to stop him? Many people trembled, while the Kunlun Mountain, Chaos Tao Palace, and the slayers of the Slayer God dynasty's outer heaven were all shocked and shocked, their gazes gleaming and blossoming with divine radiance, with a haze of light flowing in their eyes, as they stared at that area in death. Heavenly Tao rules phantom. human-like beings, like a woman, wearing clothing are evolved by the rules of order runes, golden light stained, surrounded by the body. Its face cannot be watched, as vast as the sea of stars, deep, infinite, and full of deathly fear of the light. What is that? Is it made by the rules of the lower world? Or is it materialized by the rules of the immortal world? What had happened since long ago? Why did the so-called heaven's way suddenly descend with such terrifying rules, suppressing the cultivation of all living beings to the golden immortal realm? Is it the work of the immortal world? Afraid that someone from the lower realms would cultivate far beyond their control and become a godslayer, shaking their position, Taoism and power? Of course, these are only the speculations of some people, and cannot be confirmed. Time has passed too far. Until today, the lower realm of the death god mountain lord Yang Di Yuan forcibly broke the golden immortal tribulation, and even triggered the rules of the heavenly Tao to materialize, which is very unusual, and allowed some people to detect a hint of the truth of the world. Yang Di Yuan narrowed his eyes, pleasantly unafraid. He now broke the realm one after another, resisting the sea of 9981 thunderbolts with the power of his physical body alone, just wanting to test his own results, and it really did make him reap the rewards with a sense of joy. He gazed ahead. The figure was indeed extraordinary, illusory and overlapping as if it was nothing, yet it carried an oozing rule and pressure, giving people a sense of oppression. But for Yang Di Yuan, it was not that extremely oppressive. At the same time, he was also fearless, possessing his own Tao sacrifice divine artifacts, such as the hegemonic emperor streamer and the battle axe, as well as Tao sacrifice grade divine symbols. The latter could be cast by injecting the secret power, and even more violently and domineeringly than the Tao sacrifice divine artifacts, because the divine symbols didn't need to stir up the rune patterns to catalyze them, and once they were offered up, they would be the full strength of the Tao sacrifice divine artifact. Kill! Yang Di Yuan transformed into a long rainbow and rushed up to the sky. The whole person's battle intent rose to the extreme point. Horrible ripples blossomed in the void. Waves of air surged, spreading for millions of miles. That was the powerful reflection of Yang Di Yuan's feet stepping on the void to borrow power. If it was on the surface of the ground, it could step on a place into ruins and an abyss. Chop, which human-like beings of the heavenly Tao even issued a woman voice, but it is exceptionally cold and horrible, like machinery, without a trace of emotional color. Words fell, its armway lift. There is 100 feet long huge knife emerged. It is golden, surrounded by hovering horror of the rainbow and the golden light, was driven by an invisible force. On the spot to Yang Di Yuan came to a force to split, one-two from his brow to the abdomen. Split in half. Break! Yang Di Yuan went forward, with the courage of a 10,000 strong overlord. While running his power, all kinds of scriptures and ancient immortal laws were running in his body, intertwined and longitudinally. The void was shaken by his clenched fists and exploded. The rules were rippling. Boom! 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 The terrifying golden blade shook the minds of all those who stopped to watch the battle. What kind of attacking power was that? Directly transferring the rules, all transformed by the order runes. The divine might was astonishing, carrying a monstrous destructive aura, sweeping down longitudinally, to cut down all disobedient people who challenged the rules. It's amazing and terrifying energy. Buzz! 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 Wow! Rumble! The clanging sound pierced the ears and was deafening. Yang Di Yuan's fist blade collided with that golden blade, not avoiding or dodging. It was just a hard steel. Under the enhancement of the sacrificial Tao-level divine law hegemonic golden gang body, his fleshly body was incomparably strong, and with the assistance of various other types of scriptures, he actually broke down the golden blade of the order illusion in one fell swoop. What? Under a single glance, Yang Di Yuan actually gained an absolute upper hand, and even the orderly golden blade couldn't do him any harm? Many people were astonished and shocked. Even the palace masters of Kunlun Mountain and Chaos Tao Palace, a group of old and undead living fossils, were shocked. What did they see? A golden immortal who dared to stiffen the heavenly Tao, and an exchange of hands, with the upper hand. But so, Yang Di Yuan swung his fist and kept smashing out, destroying the energy longitudinally, actually smashing the golden greatsword into pieces and manifesting 10,000 layers of fragments. Touch the path and die. Heavenly Tao humanoid beings once again issued a voice, with a terrifying voice of the gods and devils. Heaven and earth is like a piece of destruction breath, vertical and horizontal, a large range, spreading extremely wide. That crumbled and disintegrated falling pieces of the golden dagger was originally going to fall, but the next instant was invisible energy convergence in a piece of the knife to reform the dagger, but visible to the naked eye above all sorts of cracks. At the moment exudes a ferocious and strong force, once again rushed toward the Yan Debayan, to cut him down. Yang Di Yuan was invincible, confident to the extreme, with the conviction of lifting his hand to suppress everything, to meet the big knife. But the next instant, his face changed slightly. The golden big knife full of cracks, even instantly disintegrated and transformed into 10,000 blades, each piece of which carried a seeping and terrifying murderous sharpness, transforming into a horrifying tornado hurricane of heaven and earth, wrapping Yang Dun in it, and under the high-speed rotation, it was going to tear him into a mist of blood. Clang! Pothole, pothole. The terrifying sound of metallic interplay was magnificent, spreading all over the 9 heavens and 10 earths, as if the chaos divine gold was being chopped. The sound emitted was deafening. Even if one hid hundreds of thousands of miles away, one was still shocked by that terrifying sight. While all kinds of defense means came out to cover one's own ears, that kind of deafening sound, simply to make their souls are disintegrating and collapsing. This is still in the distance, in which the Yang Dun, and will suffer what kind of horrible impact? Someone cultivated a terrifying pupil art, regal and brilliant, rushing out 2 beams of light from his eyes to pierce through the front, and uttered in amazement, ********. Is his fleshly body so strong? Surprisingly, he couldn't even break through the flesh defense, only leaving white traces on his body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. This word, countless people staggering amazement, in the distant viewers, even if the distance of hundreds of thousands of miles, still raise their heads visible, enough to highlight. This war spreads how wide the range of countless cultivators are still extremely fast backward, for fear that the scope of the warring to expand, will be implicated in their own, hitched to it. **********. In the field, Yang Dun's divine radiance blossomed. His body was golden, and he sacrificed the Tao Pole divine law, which manifested its power at this moment. His fleshly body unexpectedly metamorphosed once again. The great sword fragment was undoubtedly quenching the law for him, and the medicinal power of the nirvana syrup in his body burst out once again, successfully retiring the 22 Tao skins. His fleshly body was even stronger, and could penetrate the 9 pantheon heaven and earth, swimming upstream against the current and against the debris hurricane. Kill! Rumble! 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 Yang Dun broke through the encirclement and appeared in front of the heavenly Tao of the humanoid beings, and wherever the fist blade went, it was overwhelming, landing in an instant, falling like rain, with fists that seemed like torrential rain pouring down, with great killing power. Boom! 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 Under the terrifying fist blade, Yang Dun streaked out, brave and unstoppable, with extraordinary strength, and actually blew up his torso, with order runic patterns splattering all over the place. Even blood? The order runes exploded, patches of ripples blossomed, and the thunder god sea above the firmament all appeared to be crumbling and disintegrating. Yang Dun's gaze condensed, his heart suddenly trembled. The figure in front of him seemed to have become familiar. It had transformed into Su Yue's figure? What's going on here? In the lower realm of the Wuji star, after he had just come out of the miracle Boo, he had learned a message that the Red Xia Holy Land, which had been picked up by the mysterious Lianshen, had lifted the clan and ascended, and had been there in person but had found nothing. And right now, why did the body of the heavenly Tao converging in this heaven and earth present Su Yue's figure? Its physical body disintegrated. In disintegration, earlier could not see the face, was a piece of the starry infinite universe of the cheeks. At this moment is actually slowly materialized. Really is Su Yue. She was a bit stunned and did not expect to see Yang Dun here. Naiha's body had begun to disintegrate into golden fragments, and actually informed Yang Dun of a secret. Don't ascend. Ascension is a trick, nor do you go to seek me. The terror of the immortal world exceeds what you and I can imagine. These words have just fallen. Su Yue's figure then dissipated away. Yang Dun was a bit stunned. There was disbelief. The ascension was a scam? Why did Su Yue transform into the will of heaven, and appeared when he was crossing the golden immortal tribulation? Isn't that a bit too coincidental? What is the truth? Is it possible that someone, Li Xian, etc., is intentionally doing a trick? Is it preventing him from ascending? Or can't wait for him to open the path to immortality? Is the path to immortality a scam? But letting people ascend is false. Perhaps it will be a passage for some powerful being to lift the seal? Yang Dun was puzzled and, at the same time, unclear. Everything falls. Yang Dun is in a somewhat less than beautiful mood. A certain wrote Li Xian. Is it on purpose? Certain that he will open the path to immortality? Is there some sort of means that is mirroring the heavens and observing at all times? The golden light dispersed, and Yang Dun's sacrificial Tao-level divine technique arrived at the 25th gravity, his fleshly body sturdy and strong, dominant and invincible. In the chaos realm, countless people flew and were shocked. Such news instantly swept through this side of the world. Dozens of days passed. Yang Dun's eyes carried an oozing aura, and radiant beams of light bloomed and flowed as he nourished himself. Meanwhile, the Prestige Mall surprised him. Even the cultivation room had been raised all the way to the peak of the Golden Immortal. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host. The Prestige Mall has been upgraded to level 11. Congratulations to the host. The Prestige Mall has been upgraded to level 12. Congratulations to the host. The Prestige Mall has been upgraded to level 13. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host. The cultivation room upgrade is complete. Up to the peak Golden Immortal realm can be reached. At the same time, Yang Di-yuan explored the level 13 system mall. To his surprise, this one turned out to be an amazing discovery. Surprisingly, he was able to exchange cultivators and summon them directly from the system mall. Moreover, nothing needs to be consumed when redeemed within the system's prestige mall. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host. Successfully summoning 10 million Great Emperor Realm War Slaves. Congratulations to the host. Successfully summoning 10 million Great Emperor Realm War Slaves. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host. 10 million Great Emperor Realm War Slaves have successfully entered the cultivation room. Congratulations to the host. 10 million Great Emperor Realm War Slaves, who have successfully entered the cultivation room to practice. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host. Chapter 81 The Road to Immortality opens. Ascension is a scam? System prompts surfaced in Yang Di-yuan's mind one after another. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host. 10 million war slaves have completed their cultivation, arriving at the peak of the Golden Immortal Realm. Congratulations to the host. 10 million war slaves have completed their cultivation, arriving at the peak of the Golden Immortal Realm. Yang Di-yuan was pleasantly surprised. This was simply a qualitative leap. The overall strength has increased by 1,000,000 times. At the same time, the additional millions of war slaves similarly cultivated to the peak of the Golden Immortal Realm. Ding dong! Does the war slave cultivate the sacrificial Dao-level divine technique, hegemonic golden dipper body? Cultivate. In a flash, the 23 million golden immortals were all radiating majestic and exuberant vitality, and the strength of such a formidable force was elevated by several times. In the meantime, tinkering for dozens of days, speculating and thinking about a lot of things at the same time, decided to open the path to immortality. The light shone brightly, and between heaven and earth, the 49 keys to immortality blossomed, and the glittering light swept across millions of miles, and the entire chaos realm was abuzz with excitement. Countless people shook as the road to immortality opened. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Can we have the opportunity to travel the road to immortality together? Many people wanted to go on the road together, and the golden immortals from all over the world all exploded, their bodies rippling with rules and order runes sweeping around, wanting to take the last step, cultivating for countless years. Isn't it just for such a day, to ascend to the immortal world? Chaos ancient Taoist system of the Kunlun Mountain, in a few days ago came to contact. Earlier is also considered to take the initiative to show goodwill. The three ancient Taoist systems. One was destroyed, afar away millions of miles. Only the Kunlun Mountain is safe and sound. Want to go to the road to immortality together. Since the past of the Golden Immortal robbery, the people of Kunlun Mountain had changed their minds again and again, deciding never to cross swords with the Death Mountain, whose underpinnings were too exuberant. And after many days of contact, the 500,000 golden immortals who had been sent out on that day appeared to be only a part of the underpinnings. As the 49 keys to immortality blossomed and opened, the people of the chaotic Tao Palace, too, were ready, having made many preparations over the past many days, and were ready to embark on the road to immortality today. At the same time, they were also worried about whether the Death God Mountain would seal them off at the entrance, in which case, it would be another hard battle, and it was unparalleled for Yang Di-yuan to pass through the Golden Immortal Tribulation alone, and also attract the heavenly Dao's bombardment. What happened in the end? None of the people knew. Go! Kunlun Dao Palace Master Lu Badian as well as a group of disciples traveled. Even the people from the Killer God Dynasty Heavens Beyond Heaven also moved further. Where its lair was, no one knew. Lu Badian just knew that they would definitely not sit around and wait for death. At the same time, several more sects in the Chaos Realm struck out. Surprisingly, there is also the ancient sect Yang family, where the source of Yang Di-yuan was once born. Buzz off! Between the sky and the earth, there was a blanket of white, and the 49 keys to immortality, surprisingly attracted each other, blossoming with radiant haze and immortal Tao rules, converging in one piece, fusing with each other, melting with each other, and transforming into a terrifying spatial tunnel, with the immortal Tao rules intertwined and stabilized. Inside the channel, the golden light is brilliant, hundreds of millions of strands of haze, beams of light millions of ways, immortal gas drifting horizontally and horizontally, slightly escaping out, on the fragrance of the nose, so that the smell of the cultivator, the body is light, soothing and through the body. Rumble. Yang Di-yuan looked at the scene. What was in the immortal world? What is the truth about ascension? What kind of turmoil occurred after the Red Cloud Holy Land was received by the immortals, causing all of Su Yue to transform into the great Tao of this heaven and earth, floating before him? If she hadn't crossed the golden immortal tribulation, would Su Yue have been met by an inexplicable force, deliberately arranging other scenarios? Everything is ready. The old brother as well as the three hegemonic level forces of the infinite planet are in the miracle hush. The haze of light stirred. Yang Di-yuan's war shuttle was spread out across the back of the mysterious being. Its speed was strangely fast, sparing the mysterious being the emotion, excitement and exhilaration of finally returning to the immortal realm once again. What a dense light. Immortal chi turned into substantial spiritual rain. Practicing here can save half a lifetime. After Yang Di-yuan and the others entered, the people of Kunlun Mountain likewise entered. Vast and shocking, the terrifying immortal light spread across. In an instant, even the suppression of the rules of heaven and earth were weakened, nearly dissipating into thin air. Many of the old generation characters of Kunlun Mountain recovered their cultivation, arriving at the Dala immortal realm above the golden immortal. After entering, the Kunlun Mountain people detected a group of terrifying black-clothed people, guarding the entrance, as many as 100,000 of them, each of them a genuine golden immortal. And they had yet to use a mysterious method such as divine demon proximity to the 9 heavens. Now even the Kunlun Mountain are stunned, shocked beyond measure, almost numb, but even so, more so that many strong, from the depths of their hearts are not willing to cross with the death of the mountain. That is not to become immortal, but looking for death. Judging from the fact that the Death God Mountain had laid down 100,000 golden immortal realm powerhouses, it was easy to see that this was preparing to stand guard, not wanting the chaotic Tao Palace's people to enter. And now, with the power of the Death God Mountain, even hunting the chaotic Tao Palace was completely feasible. The Kunlun Mountain Lord could remember that after Yang Di-yuan passed the golden immortal tribulation, the chaotic Tao Palace was shocked for a long time, and many people were in awe from the bottom of their hearts until today, when the road to immortality was really opened, and the chaotic Tao Palace emerged from a small world. The road to immortality is boundless. The radiant transparent channel is a sacred, rainbow-like bloom, peaceful and magnificent. The foot falls. The transparent road surface's 9-color haze, the end of the divine incomparable. At the same time, many cultivators wandered around the entrance to the road to immortality. The chaotic Tao Palace's people, who had come in longitudinally, sent some of their people in first, and all of a sudden, the entrance was swirling with haze, and terrifying black-clothed people came in longitudinally and in a series of rings, decimating the chaotic Tao Palace's people on the spot. The black-clothed man walked out of the road to immortality, and in a flash, the Chaos Tao Palace Master's face was hard to see. His heart's previous bad premonition had actually come true. The group of black-clothed men from the Death God Mountain were indeed intercepting. Keep watch and wait for them to come to your door. Chaotic Tao Palace Master Lu Bati in full force. Disciples together, even the old generation of strong, are beginning to fight for their lives. This is about their future path. The road to immortality waiting for so many years, at this moment appeared in front of the eyes. How can you stand idly by? Heavens beyond heaven. Do you and the others still want to take advantage of the situation? I'm not the only one who has a grudge against the Death God Mountain. So when we get inside and start arguing again, you won't have any help. All of a sudden, the void emerged an old man. At the same time, heaven and earth, vast sweeping vertical and horizontal killers all over the place. There are 10 million of them. The golden immortal realm level of the strong accounted for a large portion. Even the Dala immortal realm of the strong also have a lot of the existence of the realm. It can be said that this time, the killer god dynasty days outside the sky also poured out. The strength of the majestic and overbearing, even the lair have moved over, is a small world. It is rumored to be the killer god dynasty days outside the sky of the immortal lord was once demonstrated embodied. The strength of the low are in the small world. The small world is less than the size of an egg. Flashing audio-visual light. Was the old man held in the hands of the suspected half of the sacrifice of the road to the divine relics? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Terror of the golden immortal vertical and horizontal. The scene of a big explosion. The man in black to show the horror of the strength of the gods and devils in the 9 heavens outbreak, directly arrived at the Dala immortal realm, and the cultivation of the sacrificial Tao divine law hegemony of the golden dipper body. The strength of the enhancement of a large section of the whole scene. Kunlun Taoist Palace first, but the damage to the majority of the successive decapitations. 100,000 of Dala immortal out. Who can be defeated? There was even as strong as the Tao sacrifice divine object Bajuan emperor flag in hand, urging. The horrifying waves of rampage swept. In just a moment, the various means of the chaotic Tao Palace were ineffective. destroyed in its entirety. Pust! A terrifying ebony light streaked out, and the people from the Yang clan of the ancient gate court unexpectedly appeared as well. A blade light, but it sliced through Liu Baishan's neck on the spot, but it was an illusion. Suddenly, the road to immortality shook. The entrance was actually unstable, and it seemed like a great battle had occurred inside, and it began to shake violently. The entrance was going to shrink.